Xintian Continent, Dongzhou, Chun Family Meeting Hall. Chen Tianhai, your son slept with my daughter on Qiyun Mountain, and now it's a hot topic outside. Right now, Ran is pregnant and gradually showing her pregnancy. Even though I am extremely reluctant for Ran, I have to agree to this marriage. Why not? Let your son marry into my Nalan family in 7 days. Nalan's cold eyes swept over Chen Tianhai and his wife, making them sweat. The Nalan family, as one of the few large families in Dongzhou, has the support of the invincible Tang sect behind it. It can be said that it is a blessing from heaven to be able to marry into their Chun family. But Chen Tianhai wiped the cold sweat from his temples with his sleeves and said angrily, Xian'er said that the person who slept with your daughter on Qiyun Mountain that day was the young master of the Tang clan, Tang Chun, not him. What did you say? Nalan was so angry that the whole meeting room shook violently. Are you saying that my Ran is not decent and shameless? Chen Tianhai hurriedly explained, No, I just think that Xian'er will not lie. Nalan took 2 steps at a time and grabbed his clothes in front of his chest, glaring at him. As the saying goes, if you catch an adulterer in bed, you must have evidence for everything. Without evidence, you dare to slander my Ran's innocence. Do you want to force me to destroy your entire Chun family? Master Nalan, calm down, Chen Tianhai was about to explain. Nalan suddenly slapped him in the air. Puff! Chen Tianhai was knocked out on the spot and smashed the table to pieces. Master! Suddenly, Mrs. Chun cried. You have to agree to this marriage, whether you agree or not. If I don't see Chen Daoxuan coming to the wedding in 7 days, I will destroy your entire family. Nalan was too lazy to talk nonsense. With an order, the elders stood up one after another. They looked back at the Chun couple with contempt. After everyone left, Chen Tianhai beat his chest in grief and anger and howled to the sky. Isn't this going to let Xian'er come to take over? The child is not his, and Nalan Amren's heart is not with him. This is a great humiliation for any man. I don't agree to this marriage. Even if I die, I will never agree. Ahem. In the back mountain, Qingting Cottage, Chen Daoxuan was tied up and lying on a wooden couch in a big word, unable to struggle. 4 fairies in white clothes, stunning looks and peerless beauty stood in front of him and took off their clothes one after another. Looking at the beautiful bodies, which were as beautiful as jade, with curves and curves, Chen Daoxuan was extremely panicked. What are you doing? Put on your clothes. The leading woman had fiery eyes and sat beside him. I told you that this is what the young master of the imperial family must go through when the training period is over. What young master of the imperial family? I don't understand. Don't untie my belt. Chen Daoxuan was going crazy. Early in the morning, he just went out to pee. Before he could pull up his pants, he was caught by the 4 fairy sisters and tied to the bed. They were called Chunmei, Xiaolan, Qiuzhu, and Dongji. They claimed to be from the imperial family of the upper world. He also said that he was the son of the Shura emperor family and was sent to the lower world to train since he was young. Now that the training period is over, it is time for him to experience the affairs of men and women and grow up. Isn't this nonsense? Chunmei's technique was a little unfamiliar. While undressing him, she patiently said, Your father and mother are both great emperors of the world, with great imperial power, spanning the past and the present. As the descendant of the 2 emperors, you must have a firm heart on the road to becoming an emperor. Before leaving, the Lord of the Realm once said, Most men in the world are pure and young, and are easily tripped by women. As your protectors, we are in the lower world this time to make you experience the affairs of men and women and see through the word love. This is our mission, seeing that the clothes on his body were also thrown to the ground. Chen Daoxuan's eyes were empty, and he finally gave up struggling. Do I have to practice with you 5 times before I can see through the word love? Yes. This is our first time. If there is anything wrong, I hope the young master will bear with me. Chunmei looked up at the bright sunshine outside the window. Her eyes were drunk, and she was shy. Under her young appearance, her extremely proud figure was full of charm that was incompatible with her age. Look, the weather outside is so good. Why don't we start now? Chen Daoxuan, can I refuse? The 4 girls heard this and responded in unison. Rejection is invalid. The koi in the pond and the sparrows on the eaves occasionally looked out. For hours later, bang, the door was kicked open. Chen Daoxuan and the 4 fairy sisters walked out of the cabin one after another. Xiaolan fetched a pot of well water with trembling legs and made tea for Chen Daoxuan. The lid of the pot was heard to squeak. Chen Daoxuan seemed to be dreaming. Am I really the young master of the imperial family? Chen Mei, yes. After that, she took out a golden-laid sandalwood box from the ring and presented it to him. This is the 9th grade Fuxing pill, which can allow you to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily in a short period of time and achieve an absolute leap in cultivation. Although it is a 9th grade pill, it is the only one among the 9th grade pills that can ignore any cultivation and allow the user to absorb it with peace of mind. Only the young master of the imperial family is qualified to take this pill when he is an adult. Take the sandalwood box. The moment Chen Daoxuan opened it, a strange medicinal fragrance came to his nose, refreshing. The great emperor, holding the sun and the moon in his hands, picking the stars. 9 heavens and 10 earths, the universe and the stars, absolutely supreme. This realm is just an illusory legend in Xiantian continent. Unexpectedly, my parents are both in this realm. Chen Daoxuan couldn't believe that he had such a terrifying family background. Isn't this the perfect way to be invincible? At this moment, he recalled the time when his white moonlight was under another man on Chiyun Mountain, in that wild and happy little wave. Chen Daoxuan suddenly wanted to laugh. Nalan Anren was a great beauty, but compared with Chen Mei and the other 4 beautiful fairy sisters, she was obviously a gray swan in the quagmire. No matter her figure, appearance, or charm, they were all incomparable. I really don't understand. How did he fall in love with her in the first place? Thinking about it now, it was just like that. Until now, he seemed to understand why the imperial clan wanted to train the young master in this way. Just when Chen Daoxuan was about to take this 9th grade Fuxing pill, the world trembled suddenly. A beam of golden light, like the sharpest imperial sword in the depths of the starry sky, pierced the world and descended on the courtyard. In the light column, 28 elder sisters dressed in purple rosy fairy clothes, with peerless elegance and gracefulness, walked out one after another with their long white legs. Seeing the special dark patterns painted on their shoulders, Dong Zhi frowned slightly. They are from the Rakshasa Empire. My mother's power? Chen Daoxuan was slightly stunned. The 28 women, led by the elder sister with legs longer than her life, came straight to Chen Daoxuan and bowed. I am the leader of the 28 dark moons of the Rakshasa Empire, Ling Yuan. Today, I bring my sisters to follow the order of the clan leader, to teach you how to see through the word love. Chen Daoxuan, come again. Seeing the young master being forcibly dragged into the cabin by them, Dong Zhi was a little worried. The young master just rested. Is he going to die? Chapter 2. On the day of the grand wedding in a quaint little window, as preparations were underway, koi fish swam gracefully in the pond, while sparrows occasionally peered curiously from the eaves. In just 20 hours, a sudden bang echoed as the door was forcefully kicked open. Chen Daoxuan emerged from the small wooden cabin, flanked by 28 blushing, perspiring fairy sisters. This is the Grade 9 Ascension Dragon pill entrusted to you by the clan leader before our departure. This pill, among the rarest of the Grade 9 elixirs, allows the user to disregard their cultivation level, enabling them to safely absorb boundless opportunities from the heavens and earth. In all the realms, there exists only this one. Upon uttering these words, Ling Yuan fixed her enchanting gaze upon Chen Daoxuan, casting a cautious glance at Chen Mei and her companions in the distance. With sincerity, she urged, I implore you to consume it promptly, lest unforeseen complications arise. Understood. Chen Daoxuan accepted the elixir with a sense of eagerness, although he had been coerced in recent days. That was not the crux of the matter. The essence of his focus lay in his newfound clarity regarding love, solidifying his ambition to attain the Tao and become an emperor. Young master, will you accompany us back? Chen Mei inquired with curiosity. At her words, Ling Yuan entwined her arm around Chen Daoxuan's, playfully snuggling into his embrace. Come back to the Rakshasa Empire with us. The contest for the Divine Sun is about to commence. Only the Rakshasa Empire can provide you with the finest cultivation resources. Nonsense, Chen Mei retorted angrily, striking the stone table with a forceful palm. He is the young master of the Azura Empire. He should return to the upper realm, to his own home. Ling Yuan maintained her cling to Chen Daoxuan, lifting her alluring leg to gently tease him. Who says the Rakshasa Empire ISNT is home? Sisters, what do you think? The 28 radiant ones echoed in unison. Indeed. Chen Mei's expression turned icy. Are you all seeking trouble? At her words, the dark moon and the 28 radiant ones instantly shifted their demeanor, bracing themselves for confrontation. "Come on, who is afraid?" As the tension escalated, causing the very heavens to tremble, Chen Daoxuan casually lifted Ling Yuan's delicate leg, wrapping his other arm around her slender waist, and then he tossed her aside. Ling Yuan landed on the ground in shock, her eyes wide with bewilderment. Confronted by the questioning gazes of the other women, Chen Daoxuan poured himself a cup of cool tea and calmly stated, "Where I choose to go is my own affair. You have no right to comment, understood?" He was the heir of 2 emperors, bearing the supreme bloodlines of 2 illustrious families, capable of overshadowing all supreme beings. It was not for a group of women to dictate his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, in just 2 days, the young master's mindset had undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer led by the whims of women, much to Chuanmei's delight. "Forgive me, it was my fault for defying the young master. Please, punish me." Chen Daoxuan replied, "There is no need for punishment. You may stay, while the others may leave this place." This mountain had been surrounded by a barrier since their arrival, preventing anyone from entering from the outside. Perhaps at this moment, her adoptive parents are anxiously pacing outside the mountain. After all, they have raised him for 16 years. Now that Chen Daoxuan has risen to prominence, his foremost intention must be to repay this debt of gratitude to his adoptive parents. In the following days, Chen Daoxuan consumed 2 ninth-grade elixirs, summoning a celestial phenomenon that astonished the entirety of the eastern state. Many ancient masters, who had secluded themselves for years, emerged to witness this terrifying spectacle of divine and demonic apparitions. Speculations ran rampant about who could have conjured such a sight. Naylan Anren promptly provided the answer. It must undoubtedly be her brother Tang Chun who invoked this marvel. It must be. The day of the 7-day agreement arrived as scheduled. On this day, the Naylan family was adorned with festive decorations, bustling with guests, creating a lively atmosphere. Notables from every corner of the eastern state, including esteemed cultivators and influential clans, were invited to gather here. It was indeed a source of much lamentation for many that Naylan Anren, celebrated as the fairest maiden in the eastern state, was to wed a scion of a third-rate family. In a small window chamber, before a bronze mirror, Naylan Anren sat gracefully clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, while her mother, Lu Xiaoji, busied herself with her daughter's hair and makeup. Gazing at her daughter's exquisite reflection, Lu Xiaoji could not help but voice her grievances. The Tang family is truly unattainable, though you carry their child. They refuse to acknowledge you. It is utterly infuriating. Upon hearing this, Naylan Anren furrowed her brow. "Mother, some things should not be spoken carelessly. Be wary of walls having ears, lest we invite trouble upon ourselves." Yes, of course." Lu Xiaoji quickly retracted her statement. Naylan Anren continued, "Moreover, young Master Tang has already pledged to support our Naylan family in the future. That is sufficient. In the realm of adults, one must prioritize mutual benefit. As long as there is something to gain, what does it matter if I bear his child?" Lu Xiaoji tenderly tucked a strand of her daughter's hair behind her ear. "You have such grand aspirations. Ultimately, it is that Shin boy who has benefited. By the way, Mother has prepared a mat for him. Once you enter the bridal chamber, let him sleep on the floor and not dare to touch you." Naylan Anren's expression shifted slightly as she whispered, "That is not feasible." "Why not?" Lu Xiaoji inquired. Naylan Anren replied, "If this matter were to leak out, it would invite gossip from outsiders." Lu Xiaoji exclaimed in surprise, "Then you truly intend to share a bed with him?" Naylan Anren smiled gently. "If it must be so, then so be it. Why should men be allowed multiple wives while women are not? Don't you agree, Mother?" Lu Xiaoji was taken aback by her daughter's unconventional thoughts. Though she felt uneasy, her affection for her daughter held her tongue. In truth, Naylan Anren harbored a flicker of anticipation towards Chen Daoxuan. After all, in terms of appearance, Chen Daoxuan was undeniably captivating, capable of overshadowing Tang Chun. Moreover, despite Tang Chen's illustrious lineage and the advantages he could offer, he was far too swift. She had not yet prepared herself when he had already concluded matters. How could she possibly acquiesce to that? If it were true that Chen Daoxuan could satisfy her physical desires while Tang Chun could fulfill her spiritual and material needs, then sharing her bed with 2 men might not be entirely out of the question. Nevertheless, as a woman of insatiable greed, she yearned for Tang Chun to arrive on their wedding day, stepping upon clouds of vibrant colors, bearing a dowry so lavish that it would evoke envy from the world. Naylan Anren lowered her beautiful eyes and murmured to herself, as the most exquisite beauty of Dongzhou, endowed with exceptional talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Must I wed a man from a third-rate family? I can only conclude that Chen Daoxuan must have accumulated immense virtue in a past life to be permitted into my life. Let us observe how he treats me after our marriage. Lu Xiaoji embraced her daughter, offering words of comfort. My dear Anren, rest assured, all men are captivated by beauty. With your allure, he shall undoubtedly cherish you as his most prized possession. Nalan Anren pouted slightly. Indeed, by marrying me, he has struck a remarkable fortune. Let him revel in that. Just then, the door swung open abruptly. Nalan entered, and upon seeing his daughter so exquisitely adorned, pride radiated from his face. Anren, there is no need to leap over the fire basin for this marriage. Remember, you must ensure that Chen Daoxuan kneels before you, allowing you to step over him. This is tradition, and we must not give the guests reason to mock us. I understand, father. The matchmakers have already informed me, Nalan Anren replied with a bright smile. Chapter 3. The God of Destruction, burying heaven, burying earth, burying the gods. The Nalan residence now anticipates the arrival of Chen Daoxuan for marriage. After all, Chen Daoxuan's striking appearance is undeniable. Could Nalan Anren truly claim to be indifferent to his charm? Even she would not believe such a notion. For there is a truth that many may overlook. When a woman flourishes, she can surpass a man in every aspect. The auspicious hour draws near. Yet, at this moment, Chen Daoxuan remains in the Chen family's rear courtyard, lost in reverie as he gazes at the fish in the pond. Just 3 days prior, he ingested the 9th-rank ascending dragon pill, unexpectedly unlocking an unparalleled opportunity. The divine tree of destruction. He has also come to learn a monumental secret. Before Pangu opened the heavens, there existed a universe more magnificent and seamless than the current one. All was obliterated by the arrival of a god of destruction, transforming the cosmos into nothingness. That god of destruction has since transformed into a divine tree, awaiting a fated individual to inherit his supreme legacy. The tree conceals 9 supreme mechanisms, and as it grows, Chen Daoxuan may acquire 1 mechanism at each stage. Once he has obtained all 9, he will fully inherit the power of the god of destruction and ascend as a new deity. The world proclaims that the path to emperorship is paved with the bones of countless prodigies. Yet, in the presence of the god of destruction, even the mightiest emperors are but mere blades of grass. With both parents as emperors, his background is already invincible. Now, with an unparalleled divine advantage, Chen Daoxuan finds that his desire for modesty is thwarted by his immense power. Destruction corresponds to the opportunity of life. Life begins with the harmonious union of yin and yang. For the divine tree to thrive, Chen Daoxuan must employ the primordial secret of yin-yang amalgamation, executing 81 intricate postures with adept control over speed, strength, manipulation, angles, and more, to cultivate pure vitality and nourish the divine tree. However, the requirements for this technique are exceedingly stringent. Only those with extraordinary bloodlines may partake. For instance, a person of Nalan Anren's feeble constitution would yield no results whatsoever. Raising his gaze to the sky, Chen Daoxuan collected his thoughts and spoke calmly. Let us depart. Indeed, Chen Mei nodded and followed in his footsteps. Some matters must reach a conclusion. If the Nalan family seeks to force a marriage with a young master of the imperial lineage, then let them savor the fruit of their own making. Have the Chen family not arrived yet? In the side hall of the Nalan residence, Nalan paced anxiously, as if searching for something to strike with. The guards, pale with fright, replied nervously, No, not yet. How could this happen? Nalan Anren sat to the side, her red veil obscuring her face, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. She clutched the fabric of her red gown tightly, uncertain of how to compose herself. Had he not always been fond of me? Had he not dreamed of marrying me? Now that I have consented, where is he? What is he up to? Reflecting on the Chen Daoxuan who once cared for her so tenderly, warming her heart, she recalled that after the disgraceful incident on Chiyun Mountain, he had not sought her out again. Yet she remained unwilling to believe that he would let go. Anren, do not worry. I believe that something unexpected must have delayed the Chen family on their way, Lu Xiaoji reassured, grasping her daughter's icy hand with an air of feigned calm. Upon hearing this, Nalan Anren yanked the red veil from her head and hurled it to the ground, her delicate face flushed with indignation. Even if there were unforeseen circumstances, he should have come alone. What day is today? Today is the day of our grand wedding. If he cannot even display this minimal effort, then I shall not marry him. At these words, Lu Xiaoji's lips twitched, and she hurriedly picked up the veil, wiping away the shoe prints upon it. My dear ancestor, there are guests waiting outside. If you refuse to wed, how will your father and I face others in the future? Nalanda added, indeed, no more nonsense. But Nalan Anrin stamped her foot in frustration, her eyes glistening with the threat of tears. I do not care. When he arrives, he must kneel before me in public and vow to love and cherish me forever, listening to no one but me. Otherwise, I will not marry him. He ought to consider that for a woman like me, who wishes to wed, the suitors must number in the thousands. If I did not find him to my liking, would he even have this chance? Glancing at his daughter's tempestuous demeanor, Nalanda could only smile wryly in resignation. Very well, let him vow and kneel. I shall advocate for you. It is you who chose him. What else can be done? Moreover, Chen Daoxuan, with his obstinate nature, has been fierce since childhood, brawling at 3 years old and showing no mercy in disputes. He is not someone easily manipulated. Otherwise, Nalanda would not have personally visited the Chen family, threatening them with his life to compel him to marry into their family. As Nalanda stood beneath the eaves, his expression grew solemn, his fists clenched in quiet determination. Despite his unruly disposition, Chen Daoxuan was renowned for his filial piety. Even for the sake of his adoptive parents, he would surely come. He must. Master, madam, the Chen family has arrived. A guard rushed in with the news. Upon hearing this, Nalanda and his party exhaled a breath of relief, perhaps unbeknownst to them. At that moment, Chen Daoxuan had already taken the lead, transforming from a prospective son-in-law they sought to control into the master of the situation. Nalanda signaled for his daughter to prepare herself, then strode out of the courtyard with purpose. As Nalanda and his wife returned to the front square, the guests awaited with bated breath. Chen Daoxuan, as the groom-to-be, was set to wed the exquisite Nalan Anrin, an event that had sparked envy among countless young lords of noble families. The matter of Nalan Anrin's prominent display has been widely attributed to Chen Daoxuan. Under the formidable influence of the Nalan family, while the situation of an unwed pregnancy is indeed inappropriate, the fact that Chen Daoxuan is willing to marry into the Nalan family, allowing his child to bear the Nalan surname, preserves a semblance of dignity for them. As the auspicious hour approaches, anticipation fills the air as people gaze into the distance. The scorching sun beats down upon the jade-white stone path outside the square, and finally, four figures walking side by side emerge within sight. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Daoxuan is not clad in wedding attire. Look at the maidservant beside him. Oh my! She is truly exquisite in an instant. Many men present are captivated by Chen Mei, engaging in fervent discussions. Upon seeing Chen Daoxuan dressed in a sleek black outfit, Nalanda's expression darkens. From a distance, he begins to rebuke. Chen Tianhai, what is the meaning of this? You can't even dress him in wedding clothes at this point? If the child is ignorant, must you be as well? If this auspicious moment is delayed, the Chen family will lose face. But the Nalan family still has its reputation to uphold. The roar reverberates like thunder, sending a chill down the spines of Chen Tianhai and his wife. Their fear of the Nalan family runs deep within their bones. Yet, burdened by the instructions given by their son on the way here, Chen Tianhai musters his courage, stands tall, and resolutely approaches. Enough of this charade. Nalan Anrin is shameless and fickle. She is utterly unworthy of my son. We are here today to annul the engagement. Chapter 4. The annulment of engagement, apologies, and leaving you with a complete corpse. An annulment of engagement. Boom. The moment these words were uttered, the entire venue was thrown into astonishment. Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the room, as numerous guests rose in shock, their expressions frozen in utter disbelief. Nalan Anrin stood rooted to the spot, momentarily unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Guests widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to fathom that the usually submissive Chen Tianhai dared to propose an annulment before the esteemed Nalan family on such an occasion. Was this not a blatant slap in the face of the Nalan family in front of all the noble clans of East State? What did you say? You wish to annul the engagement? Nalanda's lips twitched violently, a wave of dizziness washing over him, still unable to believe the words he had just heard. He was a man who valued his reputation above all else. How could he allow such a thing to transpire? Furthermore, had Chen Tianhai lost his mind? Did he truly come here to stake his life on this declaration? Considering the matter of face, Nalanda began to restrain himself, his entire body trembling. Bloodshot eyes fixated on Chen Daoxuan, enunciating each word with a heavy weight. Nephew Chen, is this your intention as well? The underlying thread in his tone was unmistakable. However, Today, Chen Daoxuan had already consumed 2 ninth-grade elixirs, achieving a transcendental leap in his cultivation. This transformation was beyond the comprehension of anyone in the Tianxian continent. The Nailan family, even in the absence of Chen Mei, did not intimidate him. Facing Nailan's arrogant and sullen demeanor, Chen Daoxuan regarded him as nothing more than a buffoon. His calm gaze betraying no emotion. Indeed. Boom! A tempestuous surge of powerful auras erupted at that moment, sweeping in from all directions. As dozens of masters from the Nailan family swiftly surrounded the area, the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Guests stood in stunned silence, observing the unfolding drama. After a brief moment, Nailan Anren angrily lifted her veil, tears welling in her eyes, her voice quivering with emotion. Chen Daoxuan, do you truly believe that I would only marry you? Do you think you are the only man left in this world? Chen Daoxuan replied, I have never thought so. Nailan Anren retorted, then why do you come to me with an annulment? Why do you allow your father to speak ill of me? Speak ill. Chen Daoxuan felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Is it truly slander, or is it merely stating the facts? You know in your heart. Nailan Anren, do you truly wish for me to reveal the disgraceful incident on Qiyun Mountain between you and Tang Chen? What? The young master of the Tang clan, Tang Chen? The moment this revelation escaped his lips, it sent shockwaves through the crowd once more. Guests who initially entertained a sense of curiosity now shook their heads, deeming Chen Daoxuan's words reckless and incendiary. He was clearly courting disaster. What was the Tang clan? They were the overlords of East State, a terrifying force that no faction in East State could afford to offend, let alone a mere Chen family. Even the deeply rooted Nailan family lacked the standing to provoke the authority of the Tang clan. Whether the claims made by Chen Daoxuan were true or false, the implications reverberated throughout the room. As an adult, such words should never have escaped his lips, especially in a public setting. Chen Daoxuan's remarks struck like a thunderbolt, resonating with a deafening clarity. Nailan Anren, stripped of her pretense in such a manner, was instantly consumed by fury and humiliation. Do not slander me with baseless accusations. I am indeed carrying your child. If you refuse to acknowledge it, I, Nailan Anren, can raise him alone. Today, I have seen your true colors. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would never have entrusted my virtue to a heartless scoundrel like you. Nailan Anren screamed in a fit of hysteria, tears cascading down her cheeks as she desperately sought to preserve her dignity in front of others. It is evident that she has been the one engaging in indiscretions. Yet she now turns the tables, portraying herself as the victim of an unimaginable injustice. If a woman's tears can be wielded in such a manner, then Chen Daoxuan has certainly encountered a revelation today. At that moment, dozens of Nailan's guards drew their swords, prepared to strike down the four. Nailan Anren wiped her tears with a flourish, declaring, for the sake of the unborn child, I shall grant you one last chance. Kneel, admit your wrongdoings, and I may forgive you. Chen Daoxuan shook his head in regret. Hopeless, then you may perish. He commanded. Kill. Nailan Anren ordered in a fit of rage. In an instant, a torrent of sword shadows surged forth. However, to their astonishment, Chen Daoxuan, encircled by the guards, made no move but uttered a single word. And an invisible wave of energy sent the warriors and their weapons flying through the air. Nailan Anren gazed in shock at the guards, who fell far away, vomiting blood. Her expression shifted dramatically. Nailan, quick as a flash, shielded his daughter, regarding Chen Daoxuan with newfound astonishment. Just moments ago, he had been unable to comprehend how Chen Daoxuan had executed such a maneuver. How had this boy become so formidable? As he observed the lifeless guards, Nailan realized with horror that they were all dead. Effortlessly dispatching dozens of guards, Chen Daoxuan turned his burning gaze toward Nailan. Your daughter has given me an opportunity, and I have reciprocated. Fair is fair. Now I offer you a chance as well. Kneel and apologize. I may consider sparing your family from total annihilation. Nailan's expression darkened, twisted with rage. You insolent wretch. Do you truly believe you can speak to me in such a manner? Their eyes locked, and Chen Daoxuan wore a smile reminiscent of divine favor, looking down upon him as if he were but an insect. What do you think, old man? Just as he reached adulthood, Chen Daoxuan audaciously decided to challenge Nailan, leaving the guests present utterly bewildered. It is worth noting that Nailan is among the top 10 formidable figures in the Eastern State, a level far beyond what a mere youth could dare to confront. Regardless of Chen Daoxuan's extraordinary talent, at his current age, he could never hope to be a match for Nailan. Was it worth it to seek a fleeting moment of glory, fully aware of the futility of his endeavor? As the guests lamented in unison, the sky suddenly trembled. They looked up in astonishment to behold a magnificent golden rock descending with a resounding cry. On the back of the rock stood 3 figures, and to their astonishment, the attire of one of them was unmistakable. It was Brother Tang Chun. Upon seeing the man she had longed for finally arrive, Nalan Anren felt as though she had been redeemed. Behind Tang Chun stood an elderly man and a youth. The elder was Tang Kuei, a venerable elder of the Tang clan, a genuine master of the Xian Wang level. The youth was named Tang Feng, Tang Chun's cousin. The trio gracefully descended from the golden rock, landing directly on the square amidst the awestruck gazes of the crowd. As Tang Chen's steady presence touched the ground, all the guests, including the members of the Nalan family, bowed in respect, showing utmost reverence. Meanwhile, Chen Tianhai and his wife turned as pale as sheets, sinking into utter despair. Young Master Tang has arrived. It's over. Chapter 5. The young master of the Tang clan. A godlike prodigy is that. Young Master Tang? Such a remarkable figure, deigning to appear here. Surely I am not dreaming? The Nalan family truly enjoys immense prestige. The arrival of Tang Chun has left many in astonishment, utterly incredulous. After all, this is the Tang clan, a revered sanctuary for countless cultivators in the eastern province. Merely the name Tang clan is enough to command respect across the ages, compelling many ancient sects to bow in submission. Before the Tang clan, all sects and powers are but chickens and dogs, easily crushed. Brother Tang Chun, Nalan Anren, with teary eyes, rushed to his side. Completely disregarding the wedding attire she wore, she gently cradled her abdomen, a picture of vulnerability, yearning for the recognition that comes with maternal prestige, hoping to gain his acknowledgement and that of the entire Tang clan. However, Tang Chen offered her no response as he simply retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift from his storage ring, stating, "Congratulations, Sister Nalan, on finding a worthy match." His indifferent words plunged Nalan Anren's heart into despair. After sharing so many intimate moments with him and carrying his child, she found herself unable to even attain the title of a concubine. In silence, she lowered her head, enveloped in a heavy atmosphere that incited discreet speculation among the guests. Tang Chun, aware of her discontent, reached out to caress her cheek, unfazed by the gazes of others. "Why are you crying? Who has wronged you?" Nalan Anren buried her face, unwilling to speak. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoji approached with a serpentine grace, her face adorned with flattery. "Young Master Tang, you are unaware that Chen Daoxuan has grown quite bold, publicly annulling his engagement and even going so far as to slay dozens of my Nalan family members, threatening that my patriarch must kneel in apology to spare our clan from total annihilation. Can you believe such words?" Moreover, Nalan Anren suddenly raised her gaze, intensifying her claims. "He even insulted my unborn child, calling it a bastard, born of a mother but without a father." "What did you say?" Tang Chen's expression turned grave with shock. Chen Tianhai, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the seemingly lovely Nalan Anren harbored such venomous sentiments. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward to dispute. "You lie. When has she ever said such a thing?" Embracing the principle of destroying what she could not possess and emboldened by her support, Nalan Anren puffed out her chest defiantly. "What? Are you denying what was just said? Or have you begun to fear now that Brother Tang Chen has arrived?" Chen Tianhai could only grasp his head in frustration. "You. How can you spout such nonsense?" "Father, there is no need to argue with her." At that moment, a large hand rested on Chen Tianhai's shoulder. It was Chen Daoxuan, preventing him from further engagement. It was unwise to reason with women. Especially, she is a shameless woman, creating chaos without reason. The identity of the child she carries remains a mystery to many, yet both Tang Chun and Chen Daoxuan share an unspoken understanding. Their gazes locked. Tang Chun's haughty stare was tinged with a chilling disdain, as if observing an insignificant insect. "Did you truly insult me?" Chen Daoxuan calmly raised his eyes. "When one seeks to lay blame, there are always excuses to be found. Since you all claim that I have insulted you, very well, I shall insult you. A worthless fool, a despicable wretch, what can you do to me?" Hiss. Tang Chun involuntarily inhaled sharply. The onlookers were equally astonished. Has Chen Daoxuan lost his mind today? Does he even comprehend who stands before him? One must recognize their opponent before displaying such arrogance. Clap, clap, clap. Tang Chun, incensed, laughed derisively, clapping his hands thrice. "Well done, Chen Daoxuan. How bold you are to challenge the heavens like a mere mayfly." At this remark, Chen Daoxuan, with an air of nonchalance, brushed off his robed shoulder. Who is the mayfly, and who is the sky? Only through confrontation can one truly discern. What? He actually dares to challenge young Master Tang. Nalan Anren, linking her arm with Tang Chen's, chuckled lightly. Brother Tang Chun is the preeminent prodigy of Dongzhou, unparalleled in his prowess. You are not even in the same realm as him. Chen Daoxuan, if I were you, I would kneel and offer 300 bows to Brother Tang Chun, apologizing profusely. Perhaps there may still be a chance for redemption. But he had already squandered his opportunity. Tang Chun pointed dismissively at Chen Daoxuan, delivering a ruthless decree. Wind, fetch me his head. Tang Feng nodded grimly at the command. Like a predator, he locked onto Chen Daoxuan's figure. As he advanced, the ground beneath them cracked inch by inch. A domineering aura surged forth, sending chills down the spines of all present. A 7-star Grandmaster. The crowd gasped in horror. Tang Feng, so young, barely in his 20s. Yet already a formidable 7-star Grandmaster. Is this the might of the Tang clan? As Tang clan's prodigy prepared to strike, Nalan Anren, brimming with arrogance, shot a fierce glare at Chen Daoxuan, thinking of how tenderly he once treated her, only to now sever their engagement and betray his vows because she carries another's child. Truly disappointing. Young man, have you not heard that to insult the Tang clan is to invite death? Tang Feng lifted his cold gaze, reaching into the void, where a silver hammer, infused with terrifying thunderous power, materialized in his hand. The spiritual energy radiated outward, taking form. This was the mark of a grandmaster. As a prodigy of the Tang clan, Tang Feng regarded Chen Daoxuan with utter disdain. Shouldering the silver war hammer, his contemptuous gaze conveyed his superiority. Even from several dozen paces away, Nalan Anren could feel the overwhelming battle aura emanating from the silver hammer. In the presence of such formidable strength, Chen Daoxuan had no hope of survival. He could have avoided this fate altogether. If only he had obediently married her and joined the Nalan family. He could have commanded respect in the eastern state, transcending social classes and becoming someone of significance. In the evenings, he would have enjoyed the company of such a beautiful wife, reveling in nights filled with joy and merriment. Was such a life not desirable? Yet he insisted on maintaining his lofty ideals, unwilling to be the one to take on this burden. Then let him meet his demise. Even if Tang Feng were to strike him down on the spot, reducing him to mere flesh and blood, she would feel not a shred of sorrow. The ominous war hammer trembled the ground with its overwhelming force, sending ripples of energy that relentlessly assaulted the fragile hearts of the gathered guests. The atmosphere had been stifling for some time. Suddenly, Tang Feng lifted the silver hammer with one hand, directing it towards Chen Daoxuan. The young master has commanded me to sever your head. Will you come willingly, or must I take matters into my own hands? Chen Daoxuan waited for a moment, only to be met with such a trivial utterance. Feeling a sense of tedium, he scoffed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, and before anyone could react, his hand pierced directly into Tang Feng's chest, grasping the throbbing heart within his fingers. Throughout this entire sequence, Tang Feng remained oblivious. It was only when he glanced down to see a torrent of crimson spilling forth from his chest that his expression shifted in horror, accompanied by a sudden pang of agony. Everyone was seized by a chilling fear. Wait! Tang Chen hastily raised his hand and shouted. Alas, it was too late. With a sickening squelch, Chen Daoxuan extracted the heart and, right before Tang Chen's eyes, crushed it with brutal force. Chapter 6. The Divine Skills of the Tang Sect, the Dance of Gods and Demons. The scene was profoundly shocking, as blood erupted like fireworks from Chen Daoxuan's hands. Everyone instinctively took several steps back, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed upon him. Tang Feng, a prodigy of the inner circle of the Tang sect, had fallen to Chen Daoxuan in such an unceremonious manner. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? At this moment, Tang Chun, Nalanda, and even Elder Tang Kuei were left utterly speechless. What had just transpired? Nalan Anren, in a state of panic, clutched Tang Chen's arm, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Chun Mei approached Chen Daoxuan, holding a pristine white handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. Seeing this ethereal maid, Nalan Anren's anger flared. Who is she? Chen Daoxuan, taken aback, raised his gaze. What concern is it of yours who she is? Nalan Anren clenched her silver teeth. No wonder you have changed your heart. It turns out you have hidden such a vixen by your side. Chen Daoxuan. No. Is she ill? Chun Mei cast a cold glance before turning her attention back to Chen Daoxuan, opting for silence. Today was the young master's stage. She could not overshadow him. Once Chun Mei gracefully departed, Chen Daoxuan shifted his provocative gaze back to Tang Chen. Are you ready to make a move now, little mayfly? Upon hearing this, Tang Chen appeared to be struck at his core, instantly losing his composure. You are the mayfly. Your entire family is made up of mayflies. Do not think that your speed grants you the liberty to act as you please. Before me, you remain utterly insignificant. Tang Chen trembled with rage, for he despised being referred to as small. Meanwhile, Naylan Anrin tilted her head slightly, instinctively touching her pinky finger. Taking half a breath, she suddenly shook her head and wrapped her arms around Tang Chen's, offering tender reassurance. Brother Tang Chen, do not stoop to his childish level. He is merely a frog at the bottom of a well, incapable of seeing beyond his limited perspective and unaware that there are greater realms and individuals beyond his comprehension. Get away. Tang Chen forcefully pushed her aside, his expression darkening. Although Chen Daoxuan had not revealed any trace of spiritual pressure, it was evident to the discerning that this individual's strength might far surpass that of Tang Feng. The ease with which he had dispatched Tang Feng spoke volumes about his prowess. And this foolish woman, Naylan Anrin, still underestimated him. Truly, one could only wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Miso paste? Observing that Tang Chen had finally begun to take the matter seriously, everyone eagerly awaited the unfolding spectacle. Many wished to witness the prowess of this unparalleled prodigy. Naturally, Elder Tang Kuei held unwavering confidence in the young master. Tang Chen, renowned as the foremost prodigy of Dongzhou, was not merely riding on the coattails of the Tang sect's reputation, but was instead bolstered by sheer, unadulterated strength. To speak candidly, with his current capabilities, crushing Chen Daoxuan would be as effortless as squashing an ant. In the vast expanse of the world, among his peers, Tang Xiao stands as an absolutely invincible entity. His talent is unmatched, his lineage unparalleled, his background formidable, and his resources abundant. In comparison to Tang Xiao, even likening Chen Daoxuan to an ant would be an unwarranted elevation of the insect. In the square, Tang Chen and Chen Daoxuan stood less than 100 meters apart. Exchanging glances, a palpable tension in the air. Chen Daoxuan, I concede that speed is your advantage. Yet, mere speed alone cannot secure victory against me. Today, I shall gradually unveil the vast chasm that exists between us. With a decisive step forward, a torrent of searing spiritual pressure enveloped Tang Chen's form. Surging forth like an inferno, he had reached the Xianling realm. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Nayland stood agape, momentarily lost in thought. It was astonishing to discover that Tang Xiao had attained the third star of the Xianling realm, a revelation that truly broadened one's horizons. Such a young practitioner of the Xianling realm was likely unmatched throughout the annals of history, as no records from any state could possibly yield a second like him. A Xianling strongman can harness a modicum of the energies of heaven and earth for personal use, having undergone a transformative evolution in all bodily functions, rendering a stark contrast to the great Xian master realm. It is not merely that Chen Daoxuan could effortlessly defeat Tang Feng. Even Tang Chen himself could achieve the same. A swirling vortex of blazing flames rotated beneath Tang Chen's feet, accompanied by the emergence of a colossal thunderous hammer, his fervent battle intent reaching its zenith. Yet, Chen Daoxuan remained unmoved, his spiritual power restrained, standing there with an air of composure, resembling a revered figure of immense wisdom surveying a promising junior. He unexpectedly commended Tang Chen, saying, "Not bad. At merely 5 years my senior, you have entered the Xianling realm. At least among mortals, you are commendable." A wave of incredulity washed over the crowd, as 3 dark lines appeared above their heads. What was he saying? He praised Tang Xiao as commendable? Naylan Anrin couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Chen Daoxuan, how did I not realize before how boastful you are? Among mortals, as if you were a celestial being." Chen Daoxuan calmly replied, "A deity is merely a man who has accomplished what others cannot, thus earning the title of God." Naylan Anrin could no longer contain her disbelief, slapping her forehead and exclaiming, "Thank heavens I didn't marry this fellow. He should take a moment to reflect on his own origins before daring to elevate himself before my brother Tang Chen. Brother Tang, do not hold back. Defeat this pretentious man." Pretentious? Chen Daoxuan expressed his surprise. If pretentiousness were defined in such a manner, in this world, though not universally applicable, it can be said that over 80% of the so-called inferior men spoken of by girls are, in fact, wrongfully accused. You need not mention it. I shall teach him a lesson. Tang Chun grinned menacingly as the veins in his arm began to throb like worms. Suddenly, he pivoted on one foot and swung his mighty hammer, commencing a rapid rotation. Could this be the legendary technique of the Tang clan, the dance of gods and demons? A startled cry arose from the guests. The dance of gods and demons. Upon hearing this phrase, Nalanda could not help but widen his eyes. This was the pinnacle of the Tang clan's hammer technique. Tang Xiao's immediate resort to such a lethal maneuver indicated his intent to employ the most ferocious means to encompass a broader area of impact, thus preventing Chen Daoxuan from escaping through his speed advantage. Indeed, not only does Tang Xiao possess formidable strength, but his judgment is also remarkably astute. His future, it seems, is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals such as us. Chen Daoxuan, to perish beneath the might of my Tang clan's divine technique is your utmost honor. Gods, demons, dance. The roar resounded like thunder. From the center of Tang Chun, a colossal tornado ascended, surging forth with a cataclysmic force towards the direction of Chen Daoxuan, ready to collide with devastating impact. In this moment, Nalanda, Nalan Anren, and Tang Kuei, among others, eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Chen Daoxuan's body being torn to shreds. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying technique from the Tang clan, Chen Daoxuan remained unfazed, standing resolutely like a pillar. He merely raised his right hand, pointing a single finger at the tempest as he advanced towards it. Chapter 7. The supreme bloodline of the netherworld. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, unleashing a colossal mushroom cloud in the courtyard of the Nalan residence. Dozens of courtyards and buildings, including the main hall, were completely leveled by the tempest. Fortunately, the guests managed to disperse in time, thus avoiding the catastrophic aftermath. As she gazed at the rising black mist and tumultuous waves, Lu Xiaoji collapsed onto the ground, her mind in a state of shock. Was this still martial prowess? It was nothing short of a cataclysmic strike. What lay beyond the veil of darkness? The obscuring fog rendered Nalan Anren unable to discern the situation within. The onlookers craned their necks, eager for a glimpse. Nalanda stood with his hands clasped behind his back, disdain evident in his voice as he scoffed. Legend has it that the Tang clan's divine technique, the dance of gods and demons, amplifies the force of each strike with every rotation. Just now, young Master Tang completed a total of 81 revolutions. The power of this blow is such that even I would struggle to withstand it without sustaining grave injuries. A chilling silence swept through the crowd at his words. It was well known that the head of the Nalan family was at the pinnacle of the 9-star mystic spirit realm. If he could not endure young Master Tang's strike, what hope did Chen Daoxuan have? Hearing her father's proclamation, Nalan Anren felt a surge of elation as she toyed with a strand of hair cascading by her ear, the corners of her lips curling into a subtle smile. Just because you cannot withstand that blow does not imply that our young master cannot. At that moment, Chunmei, who had just consoled Chen Tianhai and his wife, suddenly turned and chimed in with a smile directed at Nalanda. Nalanda was taken aback, his expression darkening. What could you, a mere servant, possibly understand about the divine techniques of the Tang clan? Chunmei shook her head in resignation. Yet just then, a cacophony of wind surged forth from the depths of the smoke. The crowd, puzzled, turned their attention toward the sound. Suddenly, a powerful ripple dispersed the fog, revealing Tang Chun relentlessly pursuing Chen Daoxuan. The latter moved with remarkable grace, dancing amidst the myriad shadows of hammers, reminiscent of a playful monkey. In stark contrast, Tang Chun, his eyes wide with desperation, exerted every ounce of his strength, yet could not inflict a single injury upon him. The scene astounded every individual present. Jaws agape in disbelief as they beheld the two figures weaving through one another, each face reflecting utter astonishment. Nalanda exclaimed, "How could this be? Not only has Chen Daoxuan not been defeated, but he remains unscathed. This was inconceivable. At his age, it was absolutely impossible for him to attain the Mystic King realm. Yet, how could one who was not a Mystic King withstand young Master Tang's earlier strike without so much as a scratch?" An oppressive silence enveloped the arena. Even Tang Kuei was astonished by Chen Daoxuan's extraordinary capabilities. In retrospect, it seemed young Master Tang had never underestimated his opponent. Perhaps he had recognized Chen Daoxuan's exceptional nature from the very beginning. Otherwise, he would not have unleashed the dance of gods and demons with such overwhelming force, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them, delivering the devastating 81 strikes. Amidst the desolate ruins, Chen Daoxuan stifled yawns, effortlessly evading Tang Chen's onslaught. The tedium was palpable. With a casual flick of his fingers, a surge of energy struck Tang Chen's left shoulder with a resounding impact, causing blood to spurt forth and sending him sprawling. He rolled across the ground several times before, in a desperate attempt, managing to regain his balance. This spectacle left everyone utterly astonished. Young master, Tang Kuei trembled as he reached out, only to be halted by a raised hand from Tang Chun. With the elite of Dongzhou gathered here today, a defeat at the hands of Chen Daoxuan would not only jeopardize his title as the foremost prodigy of Dongzhou, but would also bring disgrace upon the Tang clan. Such a calamity could even threaten his position as the young master of the Tang clan. He would not permit such a fate to unfold. Panting heavily, Tang Chen planted his heavy hammer into the ground, sweat cascading down his cheeks. Chen Daoxuan tilted his head back in disinterest, gazing at this overconfident youth, and remarked, "If you possess no other trump cards, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you." "Eliminate me?" Tang Chen chuckled derisively. The audacity of that statement suggested he could extinguish his life at any moment. Gripping the hammer tightly, he inhaled deeply and gradually closed his eyes. Suddenly, a vivid crimson aura, reminiscent of viscous blood, emanated from his back, enveloping his form in an instant. The emergence of this eerie bloodlight intensified the malevolence surrounding him, and the very atmosphere grew as frigid as a tomb. "What is that?" The guests exchanged bewildered glances. Tang Kuei squinted, shaking his head in resignation. "I never imagined the young master would resort to the power of the netherworld. It seems this fellow named Chen Daoxuan possesses some skill." "The power of the netherworld?" Nalan Anren tilted her head in confusion. Turning to her father, she noticed him trembling uncontrollably. Nalando appeared to have recalled something extraordinarily terrifying, his teeth chattering as if on the verge of shattering. "The bloodline of the netherworld sovereign." An elder among the guests exclaimed in shock. "Sovereign?" Chen Daoxuan furrowed his brow, glancing at Chunmei. At this moment, Chunmei was also fixated on Tang Chun. The sovereign physique was an anomaly even among the imperial factions. Tang Chun, a mere insect from the lower realms, should not possess such a formidable bloodline. Suddenly, Tang Chun threw back his head and burst into wild laughter. "Chen Daoxuan, have you ever heard of the bloodline of the netherworld sovereign?" "No," replied Chen Daoxuan. Upon hearing this, a triumphant smile spread across Tang Chen's face. "It is only natural you haven't, for the bloodline of the netherworld sovereign is a unique heritage awakened by my Tang ancestors. Even in Zhongzhou, no faction dares to rival it. Why does my Tang clan stand firm in Dongzhou and not Zhongzhou? It is quite simple. We do not wish for the ancient beings of the Central Plains to uncover the secrets deeply concealed within us." Chen Daoxuan nodded in understanding. "In other words, this bloodline of the Nether Supreme is a unique lineage. What a pity. If only Tang Chun were a woman. He could provide nourishment for the growth of the divine tree, thus aiding him in acquiring the most formidable divine power across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as well as the vast cosmos. Alas, what a pity." Chen Daoxuan expressed his regret, shaking his head repeatedly. Tang Chun inquired, "What a pity about what?" Chen Daoxuan replied, "It is a pity that you are not a woman." Tang Chun felt an inexplicable tension and, in a fit of indignation, retorted, "What does it matter whether I am male or female? When I unleash this nether power, you shall have the opportunity to witness the true strength of the Tang clan." Chen Daoxuan smiled knowingly. "I look forward to it." Tang Chun, infuriated, couldn't believe the audacity before him. In a fit of rage, he leaped into the air, enveloped in a crimson spiritual light. A swirling vortex of blood-red energy coalesced rapidly, filling the surroundings with an overwhelming malevolence. "Chen Daoxuan, if I do not slay you today, I shall write my surname Tang backwards." Great Sumera Hammer. Chapter 8. Tang Xiao's All-Out Battle. In the void above, a colossal shadow of a hammer gleamed with a blood-red luminescence, its size reaching several dozen zhang. It surged forward, accompanied by a cataclysmic tempest of destructive energy aimed directly at Chen Daoxuan. The very fabric of space shattered along its path, distorting and collapsing in its wake. Empowered by the force of the underworld, Tang Chen's strike would send even a sovereign-level expert fleeing in terror. Indeed, Tang Chun was a prodigy among prodigies in the lower realm, endowed with a remarkable prowess. For him, challenging foes of a higher realm was a trivial endeavor. Yet, despite exerting his utmost effort, under the shadow of the immense hammer, Chen Daoxuan remained unflustered. With one hand resting behind him, he lazily lifted his right index finger toward the sky. Could he truly deflect Tang Xiao's formidable strike with a mere finger? It was preposterous. If he succeeded, I would eat dirt. Chen Daoxuan's audacious demeanor incited the ire of the onlookers. Who could be so insufferably arrogant? A devastating hammer capable of vanquishing a sovereign-level warrior descended with the force of a collapsing world. As the massive hammer struck Chen Daoxuan's singular finger, a cataclysmic storm erupted. The heavens trembled. The shimmering crimson tempest spread outward, while violent winds wreaked havoc on everything in their path. All present instinctively shielded their heads and crouched low, fearing the repercussions. Chen Daoxuan, I wonder if you will escape this time. Nalan Anren stomped her foot in frustration. The man she coveted would not be claimed by anyone else. She glared fiercely at the petite maid, who was more beautiful than she could ever hope to be. Vowing to exact her revenge once Tang Xiao dealt with Chen Daoxuan, the tempest raged on, tumultuous waves sweeping through the air. Chen Tianhai and his wife cowered behind Chunmei, trembling as they gazed at the enormous blood-red vortex of energy. Chunmei, is young master truly unharmed? Chen Tianhai inquired anxiously. Chunmei smiled radiantly, fear not. You shall soon witness just how powerful our young master has become. After an indeterminate duration, the immense storm gradually dissipated. The sky returned to tranquility. Yet aside from Tang Chun, it was devoid of any presence. Holding the hammer, nearly exhausted, Tang Chun retrieved a restorative pill from his storage ring and swiftly consumed it. His pallid complexion began to show signs of recovery. Noticing that Chen Daoxuan had vanished from the heavens, Tang Chun sheathed his mighty hammer, nonchalantly brushing off the shoulder of his robe. To oppose the Tang clan, this is the consequence. Seeing this, Nalando was overjoyed and immediately clasped his fists in salute. Tang Xiao is magnificent. Tang Xiao is magnificent. The others echoed his sentiments. The terrifying prowess displayed by Tang Xiao today is destined to be immortalized, becoming a legend. His future may well surpass that of his father, reaching greater heights and distances. Tang Chen glanced down at the elated Nalan Anren, and a wave of warmth surged within him. In this battle, he truly exerted his utmost effort, and throughout the ordeal, she remained by his side. Within her womb, she carried his child. Reflecting on his previous callousness, Tang Chun felt a pang of regret and said, Nalan Anren, if I were to propose that you become my concubine, would you accept? At this, Nalan Da and Lu Xiaozhi turned in unison, their excitement palpable as they looked at their daughter. The guests, momentarily stunned, began to comprehend the truth. It became evident that Chen Tianhai's earlier words had indeed been accurate. The child she bore was truly Tang Xiao's. No wonder Chen Daoxuan had fought so fiercely today to annul the engagement. Such a circumstance would be intolerable for any man. Unfortunately, Chen Daoxuan's skills were no match for Tang Xiao, and he ultimately fell short. Nalan Anren had awaited this declaration from Tang Chun for a long time. Even if it meant becoming a concubine, it was a pursuit she had long desired. After all, this was the Tang sect, the unparalleled Tang sect. Compared to the Tang sect, the Chen family was but a trifling entity. Nalan Anren, confident in her judgment, immediately expressed her joy. Akin to that of a child, I am willing to marry you. Wonderful, Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Her daughter's wish had finally been fulfilled. From this moment forth, the Nalan family would receive the Tang sect's unwavering protection. Nalan Anren, cradling her abdomen, looked up with tears in her eyes and said, Tang Xiao, from the very beginning, my heart has belonged solely to you. Do you know? I once contemplated ending my life if you did not come to claim me today, on the night of our wedding. Tang Chun was taken aback, swiftly appearing before her. He grasped her small hand and placed it against his chest, filled with immense sorrow. Little fool, how could you think that way? Do not forget, you carry our child. Tang Chen's acknowledgement sent ripples of astonishment through the guests, who exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Nalan Anren's delicate features radiated happiness. I am not foolish. I simply wish to declare my unwavering devotion. In this world, there is no one but you who can possess my heart, still claiming you are not foolish. Tang Chun, deeply moved, enveloped her in his embrace. At that moment, Tang Kuei approached, his stern countenance reflecting gravity. Nalan Anren, since the young master has agreed to take you as a concubine, I too have a few words to impart. Nalan Anren, shyly breaking free from Tang Chen's embrace, replied earnestly, I will heed your guidance, esteemed elder. Very well, Tang Kuei nodded approvingly. First and foremost, you must not compete with the young master's other wives or concubines. You must be understanding, for that is the custom. Nalan Anren nodded vigorously. Brother Tang Chun is so exceptional. It is only natural for him to have many wives and concubines. I will certainly be understanding. A woman, astonishingly, could articulate such words with such nonchalance. The outcome could only be one. She is utterly hypocritical and brimming with ambition. While Tang Chun was easily swayed by her sentiments, the seasoned Tang Kuei remained unyielding, promptly declaring, "As for this second matter, upon entering my Tang clan, you must." Suddenly, Tang Kuei's eyes bulged with rage, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Nan Lan and Ran, perplexed, inquired, "What must I do? I implore you to speak plainly, esteemed elder." As her words fell, Tang Kuei fell silent, trembling as he pointed towards a spot behind Nan Lan and Ran. It was then that she noticed, including her father and the guests, everyone seemed transfixed. Their gazes fixated on a singular point. Nan Lan and Ran turned around in confusion. To her astonishment, a figure, graceful and unrestrained, stood behind Tang Xiao, smiling at her. "What's wrong?" Tang Chen also sensed the peculiar atmosphere. Nan Lan and Ran gasped. Tang Xiao, behind you." "Behind?" Tang Chen questioned, bewildered. At that moment, the figure raised a hand and gently prodded his shoulder. Curiosity piqued, Tang Chen turned around. Before he could discern who stood before him, a swift hand struck his face with a resounding smack. Slap! Tang Chen, like a kite severed from its string, was sent hurtling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Chapter 9. Tang Xiao has been killed, yet he remains unharmed. The crowd erupted with gasps of astonishment. Not only did Chen Daoxuan survive, but he was also completely unscathed. What on earth is happening? Tang Chen's face pressed against the ground. He slid uncontrollably, ultimately crashing into a wall. Staring in disbelief at the deep trench carved into the earth, Naylan Anren's expression was nearly blank. "Is this the unparalleled genius for whom you would go to such lengths to associate with as a concubine?" Chen Daoxuan casually adjusted his sleeves and inquired with a smile. Naylan Anren's lips parted slightly, rendered speechless. How could he possess such strength? Even the esteemed Tang Xiao, with his nether supreme bloodline, could not inflict a single scratch upon him. Naylan Anren was baffled. Could it be that he had been concealing his true abilities all along? If not, with such terrifying talent, he should have long since achieved renown across the world. Even in her confusion, Naylan Anren was forced to confront the reality. Chen Daoxuan. This man was not as simple as she had presumed from the very beginning. "Master." At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from behind them. Tang Kuei's anguished voice. The crowd turned to witness Tang Chun lying lifeless in Tang Kuei's arms, his neck grotesquely twisted. His neck, broken. He is dead. "Ah!" Lu Xiaoji gasped in terror, gripping Naylanda's arm tightly. At this moment, Naylanda was equally stricken with cold sweat. Was it truly because of Chen Daoxuan's single slap that Tang Xiao met his demise? The crowd stared in horror as blood slowly oozed from the corner of Tang Chen's mouth, his vitality extinguished, sending shivers down everyone's spine. "He is truly dead." Naylan Anren covered her mouth in disbelief. The extraordinarily gifted Tang Xiao had, in the presence of Chen Daoxuan, proven utterly defenseless. He was indeed no more formidable than a mayfly. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from Tang Kuei, enveloping the surroundings without restraint, causing the very ground to tremble. The Xianlong realm. Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin, intrigued. "One must admit, this old fellow from the Tang clan possesses some formidable prowess." "Chen Daoxuan, how dare you? How dare you kill the young master of the Tang clan?" Tang Kuei sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. The violent energy fluctuations relentlessly battered the entire Naylan residence. Under the overwhelming pressure of this formidable spiritual force, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. A Xianlong powerhouse. So terrifying. Tang Kuei truly lived up to his reputation as the third strongest in Dongzhou. Naylanda, bewildered, rubbed his hands together, seizing the moment while everyone's attention was fixated on Tang Kuei and Chen Daoxuan. He swiftly grasped his daughter and retreated. "Father, what should we do now?" Naylan Anren was clearly in a state of panic. Doubt began to creep in. She questioned whether Chen Daoxian's backing was even more formidable than the Tang clan itself. Otherwise, how could he possess formidable strength rivaling that of the Xianlong realm at such a tender age? Such occurrences are inconceivable, even in Zhongzhou. Naylanda, with an expression of utmost gravity, fixated on that defiant figure, cold sweat cascading down his back. Recalling their earlier demeanor towards Chen Daoxuan, he now wished to strike himself in regret. Alas, it was too late for any words of consolation. He could only fervently pray to the heavens, hoping that no formidable force from Zhengzhou was backing Chen Daoxuan. Otherwise, the Nailan family, with a legacy spanning over 2 millennia, would truly face annihilation at his hands. Xin'er. Xin'er. Chen Tianhai called softly from behind. Curiously, Chen Daoxuan turned back. Chen Tianhai, with a knowing expression, suggested, "Let us retreat while the going is good, otherwise, we should hastily flee now." Chen Daoxuan replied with silence. Chunmei, crossing her arms, cast a glance at Chen Tianhai and remarked, "I have already stated that today you shall witness the true prowess of the young master." True prowess? Chen Tianhai and his wife exchanged a startled look. Could it be that Xin'er's genuine strength surpassed that of Tang Kuei? Tang Kuei knelt before Tang Chen, repeatedly bowing his head in submission. His once ethereal demeanor now appearing weathered and aged in an instant. He had aged considerably. "Young master, it is my inadequacy that has failed to protect you. I, Tang Kuei, vow to eradicate the Chun clan today, to honor your spirit in the afterlife." The old man's face twisted with a fierce expression as he forcefully bowed his head to the ground, his frail body trembling uncontrollably. The Tang clan's young master was destined to perish here, a conclusion that none had anticipated. Nailan Anren's expression was complex as she lowered her gaze to her abdomen. The father of her child was now lost, yet she felt no sorrow. Her thoughts were solely on whether Chen Daoxuan could withstand Tang Kuei's wrath. What fate awaited her and her child? Observing the sorrow etched on Tang Kuei's face, Chen Daoxuan genuinely felt pity for the elderly man. As a sect elder, such loyalty to the young master was expected. You should offer him your prayers, otherwise you may never get the chance again, Chen Daoxuan kindly advised. He was imbued with great compassion, possessing love for the heavens, the earth, and all living beings. It was this profound love that allowed him to empathize with Tang Kuei's inner turmoil and regret. However, Chen Daoxuan's well-meaning words fell on Tang Kuei's ears as a bitter irony, exceedingly jarring. It was subtly misconstrued as a form of mockery. Tang Kuei's face flushed red as he slowly rose, his hand grasping the air, and a silver warhammer materialized before him. Another hammer. Does your Tang clan not practice any other martial arts? Chen Daoxuan expressed his astonishment. Upon hearing these words, Tang Kuei was filled with rage. Our Tang sect's hammer technique is unparalleled in the world. Do not presume that by slaying our young master, you can brazenly disregard the Tang sect. Chen Daoxuan paused momentarily, taken aback. I do not hold you in contempt. I merely inquired out of curiosity. Preposterous. Tang Kuei could no longer contain his fury. The mere thought of hearing another word from him was enough to ignite his wrath. With a thunderous roar, an immense surge of spiritual power erupted from his being, causing the very ground to tremble violently beneath them. Tang Kuei's teeth ground together in agitation. Suddenly, he moved, wielding his massive hammer with the intent to strike Chen Daoxuan's face. So swift. The guests gasped in unison, astonished by Tang Kuei's rapid advance. This time, it appeared that Chen Daoxuan was caught off guard. The hammer struck him squarely in the face. Bang! Xin'er! Chen Tianhai's expression morphed into one of shock and horror. The fierce wind whipped through Chen Daoxuan's inky hair, causing it to dance wildly. That blow had left a mark, a visible bruise blooming across his face. Yet, he appeared unscathed. Tang Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he truly withstand that blow head-on? Or was it deliberate? Chen Daoxuan slowly lifted his hand, pushing the massive hammer aside, casting a sympathetic glance at Tang Kuei. In the next instant, a formidable aura erupted from within Chen Daoxuan, akin to an ancient dragon awakening from its slumber. This overwhelming presence surged skyward, piercing the heavens and the earth, a pressure that swept across thousands of miles. A true sovereign of the Xian Emperor. Chapter 10. The leader of the Tang clan in the eastern state. Amidst the towering mountains and the biting northern winds laden with snow, the Tang clan's peak stands aloof, guarded by numerous dark iron chains spanning the chasms. It remains eternally proud and cold, untouched by the world. Within this sanctuary, Tang Xuebwa is seated in meditation, her posture serene. Behind her, a viscous crimson spiritual energy swirls like blood, an unsettling sight. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crosses Tang Xuebwa's delicate features as she retracts her spiritual energy with a swift motion. Her starry eyes fly open. After hastily donning her shoes, she rushes out the door. At this moment, the square is filled with people, all gazing towards the horizon. Her father, Tang Hao, is among them. Tang Xuebwa approaches him without hesitation. Father, in that direction. I feel as if I have sensed the presence of a Xuanhuang level expert. Upon uttering these words, she feels a tinge of absurdity. For in the Eastern state, throughout countless ages, there has only been one Xuanhuang level expert, her father, Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao's expression is equally grave. He too has sensed that formidable aura. If another Xuanhuang level expert has indeed emerged in the Eastern state, it would threaten their clan's dominion over the realm, a most unwelcome development. Oh no, Tang Xuebwa suddenly pales. That direction. Isn't it where the Nalan family resides? My brother is still there. As soon as she speaks, the eyes of the crowd converge upon her, awaiting the leader's orders. The arrival of a mysterious Xuanhuang level expert in the Eastern state is no trifling matter. The young master happens to be in that direction as well. One can only hope he does not provoke this elder. Xuebwa, I will go investigate. The affairs of the Tang clan shall be entrusted to you for the time being. Tang Hao turns, his demeanor gentle as he pats his daughter's shoulder. Tang Xuebwa nods solemnly. Please be careful. Tang Hao smiles graciously. It is of no concern. With that, he strides through the air towards the Nalan residence. At the Nalan residence, bewildered figures abound. Chen Daoxuan. He is indeed a Xuanhuang level expert. This is disastrous. We are finished. Nalan Da is in a frenzy, pacing anxiously. A young Xuanhuang level expert, such as this, represents an unprecedented miracle in the history of cultivation across the entire Tianqian continent. Such an individual, if not backed by a formidable force, who would dare to believe? My lord, is the situation truly that dire? Even if he is a Xuanhuang level expert, he may not necessarily be Tang Hao's match, Lu Xiaoji remarks, visibly apprehensive. What do you understand? Nalan Da retorts, exasperated. What if he is supported by a powerful force from the central state? Can Tang Hao withstand those monsters? His frustration mounts. Were it not for his daughter's presence, he would have struck her, exasperated by her lack of foresight. Upon his thunderous shout, Lu Xiaoji began to tremble with fear. What should we do? Although my daughter has long been betrothed to him, she is now with child by Tang Xiao. He has come to annul the marriage. And we have gone to great lengths to complicate matters, seeking to eliminate him with the help of the Tang clan. What have we done? Get out. Nalan Da could no longer contain himself, striking Lu Xiaoji, sending her sprawling. Father. Nalan Anren quickly intervened. Meanwhile, Tang Kuei, paralyzed by fear, was at a loss for words. How could it be possible for someone so young to attain the Xianhuang realm? Chen Daoxuan, what manner of prodigy is he? Observing Tang Kuei's trembling legs. Akin to a rattle drum, Chen Daoxuan sighed. I came today to annul my engagement with the Nalan family. You, Tang clan, who have no stake in this, insist on meddling in this chaos. Do you now regret it? Tang Kuei swallowed hard, nodding in a daze, his complexion drained of color. At his age, it was no small feat to be so frightened. Chen Daoxuan, a man of great compassion, lamented, Very well, utter your last words, and I shall grant you the mercy of a swift death. Tang Kuei found himself momentarily speechless. Chen Daoxuan pressed, Have you finished? Tang Kuei replied, No, I have not yet spoken. With a hand drawn like a blade, Chen Daoxuan swiftly severed Tang Kuei's head. At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy, more formidable than Chen Daoxuan's, erupted from the depths of the heavens. Above, vast clouds began to roil to the sides, as if parting to clear a path for someone. As all gazes were drawn skyward, a towering figure emerged from the end of this celestial road. A middle-aged man, with a visage as if chiseled from stone. And beneath his cultured and elegant exterior lay a pair of piercing eyes filled with unfathomable power. With each step he took, the void beneath him fractured. Tang! How? Nalan Da rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after a moment, cried out in astonishment. What? He is the lord of the Tang clan. A ripple of apprehension swept through the crowd, their eyes filled with deep respect as they gazed upon the imposing figure. The lord of the Tang clan has graced this place with his presence. It seemed he had been drawn here by the aura of the Xianhuang realm that Chen Daoxuan had released. Both being Xianhuang masters, Chen Daoxuan was but a 1-star, while Tang Hao stood at 4 stars. It appeared that Chen Daoxuan was truly in grave peril this time. Tang Hao, recognized as the strongest in Dongzhou, had been a legend across the continent long before Chen Daoxuan was even born. Now, Tang Hao looked down coldly upon the desolate ground, momentarily fixating on the headless corpse of the second elder, Tang Kuei, before his gaze fell upon his son, Tang Chen's lifeless body. The once genteel expression was instantly replaced by an overwhelming fury that could not be contained. It was you who killed my son. Tang Hao glared at Chen Daoxuan. his voice booming with rage. Chen Daoxuan lifted his gaze, surveying the formidable presence of the Tang men leader, whose aura surged like a tidal wave, imposing and boundless. He nodded nonchalantly, declaring, "It was I who killed him." Chen Daoxuan was a man of conviction, unafraid to accept responsibility. With the situation having escalated to this point, he had relinquished any hopes of evasion. It was inevitable that Tang Hao would be stirred into action. To his surprise, the leader's candid admission caught him off guard. Tang Hao grinned menacingly and demanded, "Tell me your name." "Chen Daoxuan," came the resonant reply, a declaration that stirred a tempestuous storm. Even in the face of Tang Hao, Chen Daoxuan exhibited not a trace of trepidation. The confrontation between two Xianhuang powerhouses was now inescapable. Chen Mei, too, was eager to witness the outcome. The young master, having just consumed 2 ninth-grade elixirs and experiencing a remarkable surge in power, would soon face a formidable opponent who had long since solidified his prowess in the Xianhuang realm. In that moment, both their auras erupted with unrestrained ferocity. Tang Hao extended his hand, and a massive hammer, entwined with crimson lightning, materialized before him. This weapon was not merely an illusion conjured by spiritual energy, but rather a formidable spiritual weapon of considerable caliber. Observing this, Chen Mei unsheathed her purple mist spirit sword from her waist and hurled it through the air. Chen Daoxuan grasped the sword with confidence, raising it high and directing its blade towards the sky where Tang Hao hovered. "Come forth," he challenged. Chapter 11. Words are futile. Action is all that matters. Confronting Tang Hao, Chen Daoxuan exhibited remarkable decisiveness, engaging in no verbal exchange whatsoever. This left Tang Hao on high alert. The identity of this young man was indeed notable. After all, in the realm of the Xian Emperor, even a single tier difference in cultivation could result in a vast disparity in strength. Tang Hao's cultivation was a full 3 tiers above that of Chen Daoxuan. Given such a pronounced gap in cultivation levels, it would not be difficult for Tang Hao to eliminate Chen Daoxuan. Moreover, the two were separated by a significant age difference, and their combat experiences were not on the same plane. Tang Hao furrowed his brows, scanning the other individuals present in the square, yet failing to discern any profound presence among them. He then bellowed, "Why do you seek to harm my son?" The master of the Tang sect exhibited considerable caution. It was no wonder he could preside over such a large sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan let out a disdainful snort. "Why not inquire of the guests present what your son has done?" Tang Hao glanced around, observing that the guests were all bowing their heads, trembling in fear. The conflict between the two Xian emperor powerhouses resembled a clash of deities, and they had no desire to be caught in the crossfire. Only Nirvana stepped forward at that moment, clasping his fist in respect towards Tang Hao, Master Tang. "You may be unaware that Chen Daoxuan has come to annul the engagement today in an exceedingly domineering manner. He even threatened to annihilate my Nirvana family." Tang Hao inquired. "What do you mean?" Nirvana replied. He implied that he would not spare even the child in Anren's womb. Tang Hao grew increasingly perplexed. Who is Anren? And what does her unborn child have to do with my son Chen? Nirvana was taken aback, utterly astonished. "This. My daughter Anren is indeed carrying the offspring of Tang Chun." Tang Hao was profoundly shocked. "What did you say? Chen has a child? How can this be possible? After marrying and taking concubines for so many years, he has reaped nothing from his labor. This has caused me great distress. I even sought out the most skilled alchemist in the eastern state for him, only to learn that he is unable to bear children. Due to the lineage of our Tang family's netherworld supreme bloodline, even the consumption of elixirs yields minimal results. How could he possibly have a child?" Tang Hao's expression darkened considerably. "Nirvana, there is a limit to jesting." Nirvana, in a state of urgency, replied, "I would not dare joke about such matters. Several months ago, my daughter entrusted her purity to Tang Chun, and now she is indeed showing. If you do not believe me, look." Nirvana anxiously pulled Naylan Anren forward to reveal her abdomen to Tang Hao. Tang Hao's expression shifted slightly as he pondered. "Is it truly Chen's child that you carry?" Naylan Anren was in a state of panic internally, yet she maintained a facade of sincerity. "Yes." Tang Hao probed further. "How can you be certain?" With tears welling in her eyes, Naylan Anren stammered, "Because he is the only man I have ever known. I swear to the heavens." In truth, she harbored a secret that even her father was unaware of. Several months ago, she not only engaged in a liaison with Tang Chun, but also, in a drunken haze, found herself entwined with her childhood friend, the scion of the Wang family. This indiscretion, however, was a matter she would take to her grave, as it pertained to her honor. Tang Hao was taken aback to discover that this woman had indeed conceived Tang Chun's offspring, and he tilted his head back, closing his eyes. As the anguish on his face gradually dissipated, though Chun had perished, he had left behind a legacy. Could this be considered a blessing from the heavens for the Tang family? Very well. Tang Hao nodded slowly, resolving to rectify matters with that Chen lad before bringing her to the Tang sect to bear the child. Thank you, esteemed elder. Nayland Anren immediately knelt upon the ground, realizing that Tang Chun, the scoundrel, had never disclosed her pregnancy to Tang Hao. Now, with Tang Hao backing her, she felt a sense of fulfillment. As for Tang Chun, whether he lived or died was of no concern to her. Tang Hao then turned his gaze towards Chen Daoxuan. So, it follows that because my son has committed this absurd act and sullied your fiancée, you seek revenge? Chen Daoxuan retorted, nonsense. You are mistaken. Nayland Anren's affairs with others are of no concern to me. I merely wish to annul our engagement. Tang Hao pressed, then why did you kill Chen? Chen Daoxuan replied, inquire with them. Nayland, upon hearing this, hurriedly defended, Master Tang. He harbors hatred and seeks vengeance against us. Young Master Tang fought fiercely to protect Anren's unborn child, and as a result, at this, Nayland waved his sleeve to wipe away tears. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Chen Daoxuan found his remarks laughable. Your Nayland family lacks shame. You sought to manipulate the Tang sect against me, and now you attempt to twist the narrative. Had I proposed the annulment and you accepted it, instead of coercing me to marry into the Nayland family as a substitute for Tang Chen, would we have arrived at this impasse? Marry into? Substitute? Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically. Nayland Anren retorted angrily, you slander us. When did we ever compel you to marry into our family? It was you who insisted on marrying me, claiming you would not wed anyone else. Enough. Chen Daoxuan swiftly turned away, gesturing dismissively, speak your piece. But refrain from disgusting me. Nayland Anren shot back, you. Both sides held steadfast to their positions. Tang Hao rubbed his palms together in his sleeves. At this moment, the truth seemed less significant to him. The fact that Nayland Anren bore Tang Chen's child was indisputable. Thus, even if the Nayland family acted tyrannically and committed despicable deeds, for the sake of the child she carried, Tang Hao felt compelled to protect her. As the formidable leader of the Tang sect and a powerful figure, he could not allow himself to calmly reason with Chen Daoxuan. Enough. With bloodied eyes, Tang Hao fixed his gaze upon Chen Daoxuan, declaring, you have slain Chen'er. This is an undeniable truth. Therefore, you must pay for Chen'er with your life. Chen Daoxuan, with a sense of resignation, lifted his gaze. In this world, reason holds little weight. Let strength speak for itself. From the very outset, he had no intention of engaging in debate. Had it not been for Tang Hao's relentless pursuit of the truth, he would not have expended such effort in words. Let strength speak, is it? Tang Hao lowered his head slightly, his countenance growing increasingly menacing. Boom. The terrifying aura of a 4-star Xian Emperor erupted, akin to a volcano in full eruption, cascading across the heavens. Just as I desire. Tang Hao swung down his hammer, conjuring a colossal blood-red silhouette, descending from the sky with immense force. Upon witnessing this, Chen Daoxuan squinted slightly, swiftly positioning his Zixia spirit sword before him. With his other hand, he expertly glided over the blade, causing the entire sword to vibrate violently, emitting a piercing sound. Under the overwhelming resonance of the sword, countless individuals covered their ears, their faces etched with fear. The divine wind thunder control technique. Chen Daoxuan unleashed a strike through the air. Chuanmei's expression shifted dramatically as she beheld a radiant sword intent soaring through the heavens, tearing through the descending giant hammer with the ferocity of thunder in an instant. The massive hammer split in two and erupted in a tremendous explosion. Tang Hao hurriedly raised his hammer to shield himself. Bang! The sword's energy collided with the hammer, delivering a force so tremendous it felt as though it bore the weight of a mountain. Tang Hao was thrust backward, propelled by the impact. Chapter 12, Supreme Sword Technique. Swiftly vanquishing Tang Hao. Nayland Anren gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, instinctively retreating several paces. Initially, she believed that by aligning herself with the formidable Tang sect, she would be assured a life of opulence and ease. However, to her utter disbelief, the monstrous Chen Daoxuan was capable of shattering Tang Hao's hammer technique with his sword intent. The two had barely engaged when Chen Daoxuan seized the upper hand. Tang Hao slid back for several hundred zhong before he could barely stabilize himself, his hands tingling and his great hammer trembling, his eyes betraying his shock. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Daoxuan's figure re-emerged with startling clarity. As a sword assailed him, Tang Hao hastily dodged and retaliated in fury, and thus began a breathtaking battle in the skies. Before the clash commenced, the onlookers had presumed that Tang Hao would decisively triumph over Chen Daoxuan, swiftly concluding this conflict. But now all were rendered speechless. In the heavens above, Chen Daoxuan was overpowering Tang Hao. His swordplay so inscrutable it seemed unfathomable that it could emanate from a mere youth. Faced with such cunning angles, even Tang Hao found it exceedingly challenging to counter. This was no ordinary young man. His swordsmanship was unparalleled across the realm. Do you still doubt that he lacks a formidable background? Naysayers. I had previously asserted that he is the adopted son of Chen Tianhai, and being an adopted son implies that his biological father may possess significant influence. Indeed. The guests, acting as mere spectators, retreated to the periphery, eagerly discussing the events. After all, whether Tang Hao or Chen Daoxuan emerged victorious held little consequence for them. Yet, the Nailan family grew anxious. Tang Hao must not lose. The Tang sect must not perish. Otherwise, given Nailan Anren's earlier demeanor, the Nailan family would face dire consequences. Father, what should we do? Tang Hao wanted to lose to him, will he? Nailan Anren was nearly in tears. Nailanda, trembling, offered reassurance. No, absolutely not. The Tang sect possesses a legacy that spans generations. Tang Hao is the foremost figure of the Tang sect. He will never succumb to that insufferable brat Nailan Anren. Yes. The father and daughter exchanged glances, mutually encouraging one another. Yet, inexplicably, a faint odor of urine began to permeate their trousers. At this moment, Chumei watched intently as the two combatants clashed in the sky, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. Indeed, just moments ago, the young master's sword strike bore striking resemblance to the sealing throat sword technique. The sealing throat sword technique is the supreme sword art of the Shura Emperor's realm, only to be inherited by the direct descendants of the Chen family. This implies that, aside from the Shura Emperor Chen Song Yuan and the 5 young ladies, there would be no 7th individual capable of wielding this sword technique across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Miss 5 has diligently practiced the throat-sealing sword technique for 18 years, yet she still merely grazes its threshold. Perhaps, given the innate talent of the young master, her proficiency in the technique may one day rival that of the formidable Miss 3 from the Shura Emperor realm. In the sky, Chen Daoxuan danced like a dragon, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. The purple mist spirit sword behind him erupted in a cascade of radiant colors, suddenly transforming into 99 ethereal sword shadows that surged towards Tang Hao with the force of dawn. Upon witnessing this, Tang Hao hastily unleashed the chaos dance of gods and demons. The sword shadows struck the blood-red storm one after another until the final beam of sword light pierced through, eliciting a muffled groan from Tang Hao. As the storm dissipated, he clutched his abdomen, his gaze rising in shock. A gaping wound was clearly visible in his chest. Blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth, and disbelief clouded his eyes as he looked upon the young figure, who stood with an air of detached elegance. Sword in hand. Who are you? Chen Daoxuan, with a serene smile, replied, I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. With a violent cough, Tang Hao spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His robust frame trembled uncontrollably. Below, countless onlookers gaped in astonishment. The members of the Nailan family were engulfed in despair. Chen Daoxuan, is he even human? Tang Hao, in his presence, seemed utterly defenseless. Despite Tang Hao's superior cultivation, he had been so effortlessly defeated. This was nothing short of astonishing. It appeared that this young man had yet to exert his full strength. Just how powerful is he? It is over. Nailanda collapsed to his knees, utterly dazed. If Tang Hao were to perish, the Tang clan would surely meet its end. In such a scenario, the Nailan family would be annihilated, reduced to nothingness. A chilling sense of impending doom rapidly enveloped every member of the Nailan family. Many began to inwardly curse the lady for her treatment of Chen Daoxuan. If only she had not entangled herself with Chen Daoxuan and dallied with Tang Chun. If she had upheld her engagement and married into the Chen family, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Alas, in this world, there are no ifs, only results. Tang Hao's aura was visibly waning at an alarming rate. He had been defeated with a sense of resignation. A talent of such extraordinary caliber would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in the central continent. Chener, you should not have provoked such a monster. A self-deprecating smile tugged at Tang Hao's lips as he gazed down at his son's lifeless body, his vision becoming increasingly blurred. as the head of a clan. He was no fool. From the moment he arrived here and first laid eyes on Chen Daoxuan, he had been taken aback by the youth's appearance. A young emperor of such strength is a rarity, even within the sacred lands of the central continent. What manner of creature is this? The Tang clan. How could one possibly offend him? Alas, the deaths of his son and the second elder have driven Tang Hao into a frenzy of vengeance. The blood debt of a slain child is one that can never be forgiven. If he were to endure this grievance, then he would be unworthy of the title of Tang's sect master. Cough, cough. As Tang Hao coughed violently, he slowly raised his head, only to be taken aback by the sight of Chen Daoxuan gazing intently in a particular direction. Following his line of sight, Tang Hao's expression shifted drastically. It was towards the Tang sect. Shuebo. Thinking of his daughter, Tang Hao hastily implored, "Today, it was my Tang sect that provoked you, resulting in such dire consequences. Before I meet my end, I beseech you, do not harm anyone from my Tang sect, will you?" Such a proud man like Tang Hao could also stoop to pleading with others. And yet, his supplicant was none other than his foe. How deeply ironic. Upon hearing these words, Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin, looking rather troubled. To be honest, I possess a particularly kind heart. It is precisely because of my compassion that I cannot allow your family to continue existing in hatred and suffering. The destruction of your Tang sect and the annihilation of your entire family is, in fact, for their own good. These are my sincere words, straight from the heart. Can you comprehend my intentions? Tang Hao was utterly astonished. He had never encountered such unmitigated shamelessness. To utter the most venomous words while attempting to present oneself as a paragon of boundless love. How could such a scoundrel hold dominion over the eastern state? Where is the justice in this world? Tang Hao spat forth a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed in response. Chapter 13. What lies within the Tang clan that I cannot afford to offend? As Tang Hao descended, his visage contorted with rage. He gazed upon the rebellious figure of Chen Daoxuan and bellowed, "Chen Daoxuan, if I perish at your hands today, it is no injustice. But the Tang clan is not to be trifled with." Not to be trifled with? Chen Daoxuan inquired with keen interest, suddenly appearing before him and seizing his hair. At that moment, Tang Hao's consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, yet the ferocity etched upon his face remained undiminished. His blood-soaked gaze fixated on Chen Daoxuan, filled with unparalleled hatred and madness. "Dare you engage in a wager with me?" Tang Hao uttered weakly. Chen Daoxuan furrowed his brow. "What shall we wager?" Tang Hao replied, "Let us bet on whether you can leave the Tang clan alive." With that, Tang Hao finally exhaled his last breath. The reign of a formidable king came to an abrupt end. His words ignited a fervent curiosity within Chen Daoxuan. What could possibly exist within the Tang clan that he could not confront? The more he spoke, the more Chen Daoxuan felt compelled to uncover the truth. If indeed there lay a formidable force backing the Tang clan, he would eradicate it entirely, ensuring no future threats remained. The onlookers stared in shock as Tang Hao's figure plummeted into the distance, their faces etched with disbelief. After millennia, it was astonishing that the first individual to challenge the Tang clan was none other than the seemingly inconspicuous son-in-law, Chen Daoxuan. The death of Tang Hao heralded the demise of the Tang clan. The guests present, eager to express their allegiance, began to depart, leaving only the members of the Nailan family behind. Nailanda's family stood in stunned silence as Chen Daoxuan approached. Upon witnessing his radiant and gentle smile, Lu Xiaoji quickly put on a facade of friendliness, saying, "Young Master Chen, as a mere woman, I may not articulate well. I recognize that our Nailan family has overstepped today." Chen Daoxuan reached her, nodding in approval. "If you are aware of your transgressions, then why do you not take your own life?" Lu Xiaoji gasped in shock. Nailan Anren, noticing this, rushed forward. "It is my fault, all my fault. Chen Daoxuan, if you are still willing to marry me, I shall go to the Chen family immediately." "I refuse," Chen Daoxuan decisively countered. What nonsense was this woman contemplating? How lowly had she stooped to still expect a man to desire her? "Nailan Anren, your affairs with other men are of no concern to me. However, you should not have threatened my family with your father and spoken disrespectfully to me repeatedly." With a casual motion, Chen Daoxuan pressed the Zixia spirit sword against her delicate neck, causing Nailan Anren to freeze in place. "No," Nailanda hurriedly intervened. "Chen Shiji, how about this? From now on, our Nailan family shall submit to you, obeying the commands of the Chen family unconditionally. As for the matter of marriage, I can no longer bear to ask you to wed my daughter. I only hope that you can spare us, considering the bond you once shared with Anren." Chen Daoxuan, Yet, there has never been any bond between us. Nalan Anran, in disbelief, felt tears welling in her eyes. You once promised that you would treat me well and make me the happiest woman in the world. Chen Daoxuan, that was in the past. I was young and inexperienced. Nalan Anran, you also said you would work alongside me to build our home. Chen Daoxuan, somewhat helpless, replied, indeed, but you were carrying Tang Chen's child. Nalan Anran, I was deceived by his sweet words. Chen Daoxuan, nonsense. With a swift stroke of his sword, Nalan Anran, shocked, clutched her bleeding neck and fell to the ground. Anran, Lu Xiaoji gasped in horror. In the next moment, Chen Daoxuan's sword descended, cleaving Lu Xiaoji in two. Blood gushed forth. Witnessing the tragic demise of both his wife and daughter at the hands of Chen Daoxuan, Nalanda was nearly engulfed by despair. Oh, Chen Daoxuan, I will fight you to the end. Nalanda surged forward, darting behind Chen Daoxuan. His fist struck directly at Chen Daoxuan's lower back. Bang! The punch landed squarely, yet Nalanda was incredulously astounded to see his own fist, even his entire arm, shattering into pieces. Flesh and bone flew, blood splattering across his face. In agony, Nalanda clutched his severed arm, howling in torment. Chen Daoxuan turned, and with a single stroke of his sword, severed Nalanda's head cleanly. In one swift motion, he eliminated the three of them, the remaining members of the Nalan household. Upon witnessing this, fled in terror. Chunmei, I leave the remaining rabble to you. Chen Daoxuan spoke coldly. Yes. Chunmei vanished in a flash, and screams erupted from all directions. Chen Tianhai and his wife, astonished, dared not even breathe. They were aware that Xian'er had always been ruthless. However, the Nalan household, once a towering figure they could only admire from afar, now lay before Xian'er and Chunmei like a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. It felt as if they were trapped in an unreal dream. After a while, the Nalan estate flowed with rivers of blood. Even the guard dogs had not escaped, being turned into dog meat soup by Chunmei. The four of them feasted heartily. Chunmei then curiously inquired, Young master, when do you plan to eradicate the Tang clan? Now, Chen Daoxuan lazily stretched. I will leave my parents' affairs in your hands. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards the Tang clan's location. The entanglements of love he had seen through. Now, his path lay solely on the road to invincibility. Before his death, Tang Hao had adamantly declared that the Tang clan was beyond his reach. Now, he was eager to see what kind of extraordinary individuals were hidden within the Tang clan that could intimidate him, Chen Daoxuan. At this moment, the Tang sect awaited the return of their leader, eager to uncover the identity of the formidable presence bearing the aura of the Xian Emperor. In the eastern region, the only individual of such strength was their master. Could it be that this powerful figure hails from the central region? It is indeed possible. The central region, known as the heart of the world, brims with spiritual energy and is home to numerous formidable sections. It is rumored that there exists a powerful faction within the central region known as the Soul Pavilion, notorious for their tyrannical methods and their unique ability to capture the souls of others. Capture souls? Indeed. According to our master, during his travels in the central region, he witnessed the might of the Soul Pavilion firsthand. It is often said that the Soul Pavilion stands as the most powerful force across the entire Tianxian continent. One can only hope that the aura of the Xian Emperor does not belong to a member of the Soul Pavilion, for that would spell grave trouble for us in the eastern region. The disciples of the Tang sect gathered in the plaza, captivated by the vivid account of a distinguished inner disciple. Just then, the Grand Elder, Tang Zhan, approached. Upon overhearing their conversation about the Soul Pavilion, he couldn't help but chuckle, saying, though the Soul Pavilion is indeed formidable, they do not pose a threat to our Tang sect. Grand Elder. The disciples bowed in unison upon hearing his words. Tang Xuebua, intrigued, stepped forward to inquire, Grand Elder, what do you mean by that? Tang Zhan stroked his white beard, poised to elaborate, when suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, an incredibly powerful and domineering aura surged toward them from a distance. Chapter 14. A sword to annihilate the Tang clan. At the Nalan residence, a courtyard remained intact. Chen Tianhai, cradling a teacup in his hands, felt a profound unease. Previously, Tang Hao had warned that the Tang clan was not to be trifled with. He even proposed a wager regarding whether Xian'er could depart from the Tang clan alive. Miss Chunmei, perhaps you should visit the Tang clan. I fear there may be formidable figures within who could threaten Xian'er's life. Chunmei, pouring another cup of hot tea for Madame Chun, finally took her seat and spoke softly, The Tang clan is not far from here. Should the young master find himself in peril, I can reach him in an instant. Not far. Chen Tianhai's eyes widened in disbelief. The Tang clan is thousands of miles away. Indeed, thus it is not far, Chen Mei replied. Chen Tianhai fell silent, perturbed by Chen Mei's demeanor. Deep down, he was anxious, sensing that Xian'er's journey to the Tang clan might lead to unimaginable dangers. He could not comprehend why, in such a short span of time, Xian'er seemed to have transformed entirely. In the past, upon hearing Tang Hao's warning, he would have first sought to stabilize the situation and investigate the Tang clan. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Yet now, why did he rush in without even a semblance of preparation? Alas, may Xian'er return safely. At the Tang clan, why is there only that one presence? Where is my father? Tang Xuebua's face paled. Be cautious. He is coming. Tang Zhan pulled her behind him. Suddenly, the air before them trembled. An arrogant figure appeared before them. The newcomer was astonishingly youthful, and his aura was now fully unleashed, radiating the unmistakable power of a genuine one-star Xian Emperor. The overwhelming pressure of the Xian Emperor surged like a torrential flood from the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the Tang clan, causing all disciples to retreat in terror. In an instant, a flurry of wind sounds erupted from within the hall. Over 100 elders clad in dark robes soared into the air, landing beside the elder Tang Zhan, shielding the disciples behind them. Is this truly the Tang clan? Chen Daoxuan stood upon the void, his clear gaze surveying the crowd. Such arrogance. Tang Zhan's expression shifted slightly as he stepped forward and clasped his fists. May I inquire the purpose of your visit to our Tang clan? Before discerning the stranger's intent, Tang Zhan maintained a respectful tone. After all, a Xian emperor, even one at the pinnacle of the 9-star Xian king realm, commanded respect. Moreover, how could this youth have attained the Xian emperor realm at such a tender age? In response to Tang Zhan's inquiry, Chen Daoxuan abruptly drew the Zixia spirit sword, aiming it directly at him. I have come to annihilate you. What? Annihilate us? The members of the Tang sect were thrown into a state of utter panic. This unfamiliar expert, a mysterious Xian Huang, had come to annihilate them. But why? Tang Zhan could hardly believe it. In the depths of his aged eyes flickered a glint of apprehension. With the sect leader absent, they could not afford to be careless. At the very least, they must delay until the return of their revered leader, as long as the leader was present. Defeating this mere one-star Xian Huang youth should pose no challenge at all. With this thought, a dissonant smile crept upon Tang Zhan's face. Might I inquire how you came to such a conclusion? Surely, there must be a misunderstanding between us. Indeed, there is a misunderstanding, the formidable Chen Daoxuan replied. For I have slain Tang Hao, Tang Chun, and that Tang Kuei. I have come to release you from your suffering, to spare you a life burdened by hatred and anguish. As his words fell, a tempestuous energy surged around him, swiftly coiling around the Zixia spirit sword. The slender blade emitted a resonant hum, an excruciatingly piercing sound. The terrifying aura it radiated was something Tang Zhan had never encountered in his lifetime. Tang Zhan was taken aback. The sect leader, the young master, the second elder, all had perished at his hands. Impossible. My father would never fall to you. You lie. A sharp cry erupted from behind Tang Zhan. Chen Daoxuan turned to see a graceful figure struggling against several Tang sect disciples, attempting to break free from the crowd. The woman was strikingly beautiful, mature, and poised, her ample figure stretching her violet robe to its limits. Chen Daoxuan narrowed his eyes. And who is your father? My father is Tang Hao. Tang Xuebo retorted furiously. Tang Hao. She was the daughter of Tang Hao. This meant she too possessed the bloodline of the Netherworld sovereign. Chen Daoxuan nodded slowly. Then you need not perish just yet. Tang Xuebo, filled with rage, shouted, The one who will die is you. When my father returns, I shall take your head. Chen Daoxuan replied. Even now, she still believes her father will return. This elder sister is truly pitiable. He shook his head in resignation. You must realize that since Tang Hao has gone to the Nalan residence and has yet to return, his fate is likely dire. Why delude yourself? You. Tang Xuebo's words were laden with realization. It was evident that Chen Daoxuan was not merely bluffing. His assertion held weight. If Tang Hao had not encountered any misfortune, how could he stand idly by while his sect was facing annihilation? The members of the Tang sect found it impossible to accept such devastating news. Many disciples had already begun to weep. The sect leader is dead. Tang Zhan's face contorted in anguish as he staggered back several steps, supported by other elders to prevent him from collapsing. Seeing their profound distress, Chen Daoxuan spoke calmly. I have come here precisely to free you. Perhaps you will not comprehend my intentions, yet I genuinely act for your benefit." Chen Daoxuan raised the sword in his hand, and a brilliant sword radiance instantaneously illuminated half the sky. The sheer might of the blade echoed across the expanse. The heavens and earth trembled. Under such a terrifying and fierce sword intent, even Tang Zhan, possessing the pinnacle of the Xian King realm, could not help but break into a cold sweat. "What do you intend to do, boy? My Tang sect is no place for your rampant behavior." With a sharp reprimand, Chen Daoxuan brought his sword down with force. The sword's shadow slashed through the clouds, descending from the depths of the firmament towards the Tang sect. The void along its path shattered without reservation. Little did one expect. The power of this boy's sword was indeed so fearsome. It was akin to a world-destroying blade. In a moment of desperation, Tang Zhan hastily grasped Tang Xuebua's hand and retreated. Boom! The sword struck the plaza. The ground was torn asunder, cleaving the entire square in two, extending forth towards the main hall. With a resounding crash, the main hall collapsed. The ancient and formidable Tang sect was utterly destroyed by a single strike from Chen Daoxuan. The terrifying sword intent that emanated from this act shredded the disciples of the Tang sect, and the anguished cries of countless disciples echoed, resembling a haunting and exquisite funeral dirge that caused a faint ache within Chen Daoxuan's heart. To slay the entire Tang Hao family was not his desire. Yet, for the greater love, he felt compelled to act thus. As the saying goes, when will the cycle of vengeance cease? Only by exterminating his entire family could this enmity be resolved. "Great Elder! Great Elder!" Tang Xuebua cried out in despair, cradling the severely wounded Tang Zhan. Looking around, the other elders and disciples of various sects had been reduced to dismembered remnants, a chaotic sight indeed. The ancient Tang sect was no more. Chen Daoxuan declared, "You now have two choices. 1. Engage in dual cultivation with me, and afterward, I shall slay you. I can promise not to disturb the Tang family ancestral tomb. 2. I will kill you, desecrate the tomb, and grind your bones to dust." Chapter 15. The Radiant Sun in the Sky, the Presence of a Powerful Being. "You." Tang Xuebua's face flushed with anger upon hearing this. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a frivolous tone. "My lady." Agree to his terms. At that moment, Tang Zhan, with his back to Chen Daoxuan, gave Tang Xuebua a meaningful glance, pretending to cough discreetly into his hand. He seized the opportunity to take out a healing elixir and swallow it. Unlike her impulsive brother Tang Chen, Tang Xuebua remained composed. Observing the situation, she nodded slightly. Her eyes filled with boundless resentment as she glared at Chen Daoxuan. "If this is to be a transaction, I wish to amend the terms." Chen Daoxuan calmly sheathed his sword. "Speak." To buy the elders some precious time for recovery, Tang Xuebua bit her silver teeth, her face tinged with embarrassment. "I demand a grand procession, carried on 8 palanquins, with a bridal entourage spanning 10 miles, and a legitimate marriage." Chen Daoxuan, taken aback, slapped his forehead. "That is impossible." "Why?" Tang Xuebua queried. "How could I marry the daughter of my enemy? Having already made an adversary of the Tang clan, not a single one can be spared." "That is my principle." Tang Xuebua retorted. "Then let me live." "That is also impossible. He would not allow those who harbored hatred against him to remain in this world, even if they posed no threat. Merely speaking ill of him from the shadows was intolerable." Tang Xuebua protested. "None of that works. What do you want from me?" Chen Daoxuan replied coldly. "I have already stated, 2 paths lie before you. Choose for yourself." A force as ancient as the Tang clan held great regard for their ancestral lands. That he could allow her to retain her ancestral grounds was already an act of great mercy. The magnitude of his own generosity was almost overwhelming. Seeing the elder's complexion improve significantly, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Tang Xuebua's eyes. "May I pose a question?" "Speak," Chen Daoxuan replied. "Have you ever considered that our Tang clan, established for millennia, perhaps possesses hidden trump cards unknown to the outside world?" "I have considered it," he acknowledged. "Moreover, your father foretold before his demise that I would not leave the Tang clan alive. Thus I came." Hearing this, Tang Xuebua felt as if a piece of her heart had been cruelly wrenched away, an unbearable agony consuming her. Her father's words must surely refer to the protective formation of the Tang clan, the radiant sun in the sky. This was a guardian spirit array capable of vanquishing even a powerful Xian Wang. It required her father as the focal point, supported by the 108 elders from the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain, to be activated. According to her father, once this formation was unleashed, even a peak Xian Huang would suffer grievous harm, if not death. Regrettably, her father was no longer in this world. To complete this formation, they would have to rely on the elder to take the position of the focal point. My lady, my injuries have nearly healed. At that moment, Tang Zhan finally turned around. Chen Daoxuan slowly nodded, remarking, after waiting for you for so long, I can finally take action. Let me witness the true power of the Tang sect's hidden cards. What? He did that on purpose. Tang Zhan and Tang Xuebua were both taken aback. This young man was utterly audacious. Hopefully, he will not come to regret his actions. Tang Zhan's figure gradually ascended, his spiritual energy surging violently. Meanwhile, Tang Xuebua leaped outside the circle, retrieving a jade flute from his sleeve and began to play. The sound of the flute was like crashing waves against the shore. Grand and unending. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, from the direction of the back mountain, a powerful aura of the Xianwang realm began to rapidly spread through the snow-capped peaks. Upon closer inspection, over 100 elderly figures in dark robes, all exuding the aura of the Xianwang realm, ascended from the mountain ravines. Goodness, so many Xianwang. The Tang sect is indeed extraordinary. Chen Daoxuan nodded in approval, offering verbal commendation. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuebua, filled with righteous indignation, clutched his heaving chest, his face flushed as he cried out to the elder council. This man has killed my father and threatens to annihilate our Tang sect. I implore the elders for assistance. What? Tang Hao is dead. The leading elder of the council twitched his mouth in disbelief. However, as they sensed the surging Xianwang realm energy within that young man, they were compelled to accept this grim reality. Very well. Elders, heed my command. Form the Great Sun Azure Sky formation. The elders of the council ascended into the air, taking their positions, and simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy into the heavens. Soon, a beam of sacred light descended, enveloping the grand elder Tang Zhan entirely. The world was filled with boundless Xian light, intermingling beautifully. A mysterious force, overwhelming in its might, suddenly broke through the clouds. It was as if a divine brush was painting a masterpiece in the sky, and in mere moments, an exquisite azure formation had coalesced. The formation stood 1,000 feet tall, dazzling and resplendent. The terrifying power contained within it was something even Tang Hao could not contend with. Was this what Tang Hao meant by the Tang sect's hidden cards? Chen Daoxuan stood rooted in place, gazing upward, momentarily at a loss for words. Excitement? No, it was disappointment. Tang Zhan glared fiercely, looking down on Chen Daoxuan. Boy, having provoked the Tang sect, you shall surely perish today. With that, the elders collectively channeled a continuous stream of energy into Tang Zhan. As Tang Zhan pointed his finger at Chen Daoxuan, the immense azure spirit formation above him shone brilliantly like the sun. A rolling storm wreaked havoc upon the world. A beam of annihilating light descended with a thunderous roar. In an instant, Chen Daoxuan steadied the Zixia spiritual sword across his chest, and with the other hand, he brushed over the sword's body. The blade began to tremble violently. A vast sword might radiated across the horizon, the true method of divine wind and thunder. With a single sword strike, Chen Daoxuan unleashed an attack akin to a rainbow piercing the sun. The swift sword light sliced through the descending azure beam with a resounding crash, reducing it to nothingness. The elders, severely wounded, spat forth blood uncontrollably. The azure formation shattered with a deafening explosion, proving utterly fragile. The elders soared through the air like kites severed from their strings, plummeting into the deep mountains, their breaths extinguished. Tang Xuebua, in sheer terror, fell to his knees. The pride of the Tang sect, the great sun in the azure sky, was unable to withstand a single strike from him. Chen Daoxuan gazed at the elder's body, cleaved into fragments, shaking his head in disappointment as he calmly sheathed his sword. But at that moment, an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of an endless abyss, suddenly surged from the direction of the back mountain. In the realm, the very fabric of space began to collapse. The mountains within the vicinity swayed perilously. Under the terrifying pressure of spiritual energy, Tang Xuebua was blown away, his garments in disarray. Chen Daoxuan, though not swept away, wore an expression of unprecedented gravity. A power from the Xian sect? At the Nalan residence, Chun Mei abruptly rose, gazing toward the heavens. The Xian sect? Chen Tianhai and his wife exchanged astonished glances. Wasn't that the legendary terror that existed solely in the Central Plains? How could it manifest in the Tang sect? Chen Tianhai hurried to Chun Mei's side, urging her, "You must go. We can manage here, and we will be fine." Chapter 16. The Soul Pavilion's powerful being, Soul Qianjue. Unexpectedly, The moment the great sun azure sky array was shattered, the ensuing turbulence stirred an ancient entity hidden in the mountains behind the Tang clan. Chen Daoxuan stood alone amidst the storm, squinting as he beheld a figure soaring from the mountain's direction, an involuntary bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The elder, clad in a black robe, was enveloped in swirling black mist, emanating an aura of malevolence that was rarely encountered in the world. Tang Xuebua, having fallen amidst the ruins, braved the fierce tempest and turned pale upon seeing the black-robed elder. Who is he? Why has he appeared in the forbidden grounds of the Tang clan? The black-robed elder, his snowy hair cascading over his shoulders, gazed at the main hall of the Tang clan, now reduced to rubble, and could not help but furrow his brow. Did you do this? The elder cast a cold glance at Chen Daoxuan, his voice laced with disdain. Chen Daoxuan felt the overwhelming presence of this being, a force that resided in a realm beyond his own. Immediately, he tightened his grip on his sword and pointed at the elder from a distance. Indeed, old man. Reveal your name. The black-robed elder let out a chilling laugh. He. I am Soul Qianjue, an elder of the Soul Pavilion. Soul Pavilion? Chen Daoxuan furrowed his brow, having never heard of this faction. At that moment, the black-robed elder suddenly took a step forward, his bizarre figure instantly teleporting a considerable distance. With another step, he appeared directly in front of Chen Daoxuan. Surveying the desolate ruins, with blood and bones scattered about, Soul Qianjue seemed to find delight. His interest piqued by Chen Daoxuan. Young man, you are quite impressive. May I inquire about your lineage? Chen Daoxuan chuckled in response. My background is not something I wish to divulge, lest I frighten you. Ha ha ha, Soul Qianjue trembled with laughter, not to mention this Tianshan continent. Even in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, across the myriad realms, it would not be so easy to intimidate the Soul Pavilion with your background. How arrogant. Chen Daoxuan squinted slightly. Your words suggest you possess the stature of an imperial lineage. Imperial lineage? Soul Qianjue's expression shifted slightly. Are you familiar with imperial lineages? Chen Daoxuan shrugged. Not particularly. Soul Qianjue continued. In these 9 heavens and 10 earths, there exist only 3 imperial factions. First, the Shura imperial realm. Second, the Rakshasa imperial realm. And third, the Songlong imperial realm. Since you are so uninformed, refrain from speaking of imperial lineages. A single emperor can suppress all. Such beings are beyond your reach. Are there truly only 3 emperors in the world? Chen Daoxuan pondered, stroking his chin, and nodded slightly. His father was the Shura emperor, and his mother was the Rakshasa emperor. 2 of the 3 emperors were already his lineage. It seems this background is indeed invincible. Soul Qianjue displayed a faint smile, fixating on Chen Daoxuan. I have traversed the world and have never encountered a talent such as yours in the younger generation. If I were to offer you an opportunity, would you be willing to join my Soul Pavilion? Alternatively, to express it differently, the Sacred Land, the Hall of Sacred Souls, the forces of the Sacred Land. Chen Daoxuan could not help but furrow his brow. No wonder this old man speaks with such arrogance. It is evident that the Soul Pavilion is backed by the forces of the Sacred Land, the Hall of Sacred Souls. Faced with the olive branch extended by Han Qianjue, Chen Daoxuan fell into a brief silence. Behind him, Tang Xuebua, however, was far from calm. The Tang clan had already fallen. This elder, hailing from the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain, must surely have ties to his father. How could he possibly abandon the Tang clan and instead seek to recruit him? Tang Xuebua immediately emerged from the ruins, presenting himself before Han Qianjue with utmost reverence. Bowing deeply, I am Tang Xuebua, a junior, honored to meet you, senior. Han Qianjue replied, you are indeed the daughter of Tang Hao. He has mentioned you to me. Tang Xuebua was taken aback. So, senior, you know my father? Han Qianjue, certainly. Tang Xuebua was overjoyed. Senior, you may not be aware, but it was this man who killed my father and even threatened to annihilate the Tang clan. I dare to implore you to seek justice for my clan. Han Qianjue's aged eyes narrowed into slits as they greedily scanned Tang Xuebua's curvaceous form. If you wish for me to seek justice for your Tang clan, do you know why your father invited me to the Tang clan all those years ago? Tang Xuebua shook her head in confusion. I do not know. Han Qianjue continued, because he promised me that he would bear a child with the bloodline of the Supreme of the Netherworld, raise them to maturity. And when their spiritual power surpassed the 6th rank, I would claim their soul for the Soul Pavilion. The child he spoke of is you. Boom. The old man's words struck like thunder, nearly toppling Tang Xuebua. Her father intended for her to be a sacrifice? This is impossible. Reflecting on her father's boundless affection and care, Tang Xuebua's eyes brimmed with tears of anger. This cannot be. My father would never treat me this way. Han Qianjue sneered coldly. If that is the case, why did he plant the unique soul-cultivating goo of the Soul Pavilion within you? The soul-cultivating goo? Tang Xuebua clutched her chest, her gaze nearly vacant upon hearing those 3 words. Indeed, there was a strange goo worm within her. Every full moon, it tormented her to the brink of despair. Her father had said it was meant to suppress the violent nature of the supreme of the netherworld's bloodline within her, and that she should endure it. Yet, her brother had not been subjected to such a curse. Initially, she had been puzzled. However, the one who spoke these words was her biological father. How could she dare to doubt him? Han Qianjue, disinterested in this insignificant sacrifice who could not resist, shifted his gaze back to Chen Daoxuan. Young man, it is quite rare for the forces of the sacred land to descend to the mortal realm to recruit talent. I believe you would not refuse, would you? Chen Daoxuan, in deep contemplation, found himself somewhat troubled. Initially, he believed that if he could bring your sacred soul hall under his influence, it would indeed facilitate many endeavors in the future. However, managing a force that he knew nothing about would undoubtedly prove challenging. Han Qianjue interjected. Hey, kid, it is I who intends to recruit you. Chen Daoxuan continued. Moreover, I must confess that I am rather indolent. After much deliberation, I conclude that this path may not be suitable for me. Han Qianjue retorted. Are you even listening to me? Chen Daoxuan reasoned. Thus, rather than incorporating you, it would be wiser for me to cultivate a group of trusted allies who could then actively recruit disciples. I could adopt a more hands-off approach, which seems rather prudent. Han Qianjue was taken aback. Without further contemplation, Chen Daoxuan aimed his sword once more at the black-robed elder. Let us engage in battle. I am acutely aware that beings like myself, who are not utilized by you, will inevitably be eliminated by your hand. This is undoubtedly your line of thought, is it not? Han Qianjue remained silent. The young man seemed impervious to the words of others. As he wielded his sword, it began to resonate with a distinct sound. And Han Qianjue, with his hands clasped behind his back, chuckled. In his aged eyes, there lingered only disdain. A mere one-star Xianhuang dares to point his sword at me. It appears you possess not but ignorance regarding the might of Xian sect experts. Chapter 17. The terrifying power of the Xian sect. An overwhelming aura enveloped the entire Tang clan. It must be said that the presence emanating from Han Qianjue at this moment was so powerful that it completely surpassed Chen Daoxuan's imagination. Is this the strength of a Xian sect master? Chen Daoxuan's fervent gaze unabashedly revealed his intense desire to engage in combat with him. In a fleeting moment, Chen Daoxuan vanished from his position, appearing before Han Qianjue in an instant. He unleashed a sword strike, manifesting 6 sword shadows that assailed Han Qianjue's vital points from various angles. Observing such an unusual sword technique, Han Qianjue's aged eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. However, as a Xian sect master, this level of assault posed no threat to him. Suddenly, Han Qianjue's figure transformed before Chen Daoxuan's eyes into a series of ethereal afterimages, effortlessly evading the 6 sword energies in succession. His withered hand, moving with eerie silence, reached for Chen Daoxuan's throat. Upon witnessing this, Chen Daoxuan's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately retreated several steps. Yet, astonishingly, that old hand followed him like a shadow. In a moment of desperation, Chen Daoxuan bent his body backward, narrowly avoiding the grasp, and simultaneously swept his sword toward his opponent's lower body. It appeared he had landed a hit, yet only 2 fleeting leg shadows remained. Han Qianjue seized the opportunity to thrust a palm downward. Chen Daoxuan met it with a forceful punch. Bang! The 2 limbs collided in midair, sending ripples through the void. Chen Daoxuan found himself unable to withstand the force and was directly knocked down. Fortunately, at the last moment, he executed a somersault, stabilizing himself on the ground. The earth itself bore a massive dent from the impact. This is the power of a Xian sect master. Truly terrifying. Chen Daoxuan clenched his fist in excitement, his gaze burning even more fervently than before. The entire spectacle left Tang Xuebua, who observed from a distance, utterly astonished. There was no doubt about Han Qianjue's strength. It was undeniably formidable. Yet, Chen Daoxuan was not to be underestimated. In a situation where their cultivation levels were so disparate, he managed to engage in a brief skirmish with the elder and retreat unscathed. Such a feat would have been impossible for her father, Tang Hao. Han Qianjue had not anticipated that this young man could be as slippery as an eel. Initially intending to capture him to compel compliance, it seemed he would require more effort to subdue him. The overwhelming pressure roared around them, as if the very heavens could no longer bear the weight. Yet, under this terrifying aura, Chen Daoxuan displayed not a trace of timidity or despair. Instead, he became even more invigorated. Come again. Chen Daoxuan suddenly positioned his sword horizontally before him. With his other hand, he glided along the blade. The Zixia spirit's sword in his grasp began to resonate with a sound that swept across the heavens and the earth. Witnessing this scene, Han Qianjue's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the unity of man and sword. He had not expected this young man, at such a tender age, to achieve such a level of mastery in swordsmanship. To be honest, even he, having lived for millennia, has yet to grasp such profound principles. This child defies the heavens. The divine wind thunder control technique. Chen Daoxuan suddenly unleashed a sword strike, sweeping toward the sky. A vast expanse of void was instantly torn asunder. In the face of this world-rending sword strike, Han Qianjue slowly raised his hand, aiming at the sword's brilliance. With a fierce grip, bang, the soaring sword intent was unexpectedly crushed in midair. Chen Daoxuan gazed in astonishment at the explosion of ethereal sword energy. A tumultuous wave surging within him. Are the experts of the Xian sect truly this formidable? Even now, Han Qianjue had yet to engage earnestly. Amidst the snow-capped mountains, under the rare brilliance of a sunny day, the ancient stronghold of the Tang clan lay in ruins. Its main hall and square had been reduced to desolation. The ravine was littered with the bodies of Tang clan elders. Only Tang Xuebo remained alive. Fortunate enough to witness a prodigy like Chen Daoxuan challenge a predecessor whose cultivation far surpassed his own. At this moment, Tang Xuebo dared not even blink, fearing that a mere flutter of his eyelashes might cause him to miss a breathtaking moment. Young man, you possess remarkable talent. A genius like you, if nurtured by my sacred soul palace, will undoubtedly surpass me in the future. Han Qianjue, still not ready to concede, extended another olive branch toward Chen Daoxuan. How pitiful. He remains oblivious to the fact that the forces backing Chen Daoxuan far exceed those of the Sacred Soul Palace. Stop wasting your breath. Your Sacred Soul Palace is not worthy of recruiting me. Chen Daoxuan steadied his grip on the sword and charged once more at Han Qianjue. Faced with his reckless assault, Han Qianjue could only shake his head in resignation, slowly raising a finger and flicking it. Puff! A surge of energy struck Chen Daoxuan's left shoulder, sending him flying. Yet, with a sudden step, Chen Daoxuan mysteriously appeared behind Han Qianjue, slashing out with his sword, only to be met with a single-handed block from Han Qianjue. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan was frantically experimenting with various techniques to breach Han Qianjue's defenses, sustaining injuries multiple times in the process. Chumei stood aloft above the Nalan residence, gazing into the distance as she witnessed the unfolding drama. A smile gradually graced her lips. Just like that, young master, you possess the strongest bloodlines of 2 imperial clans within you. How could you possibly lose to that fellow? What is happening? Tang Xuebo exclaimed, watching the fierce battle between the two with incredulity in his beautiful eyes. Chen Daoxuan, from the very beginning, was no match for Han Qianjue. Yet, he grew increasingly valiant. Astonishingly, he was now able to contend with Han Qianjue in a near stalemate. The battle persisted for the duration of an incense stick. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan resembled a madman, his eyes glowing with a haunting green light, though his cultivation remained at the first star of the Xianwang realm. His speed and strength had surged to an astonishing magnitude, surpassing his previous capabilities by several hundred times. Bang! Han Qianjue struck him back with a palm, astonished. What is happening? Chen Daoxuan's visage was twisted, his emerald eyes radiating malevolence, enveloped in an aura of hostility that rendered him impervious to reason. In a fleeting moment, he reappeared before Han Qianjue. This time, confronted with Chen Daoxuan's descending sword strike, Han Qianjue dared not to confront it directly, swiftly evading to create distance. Yet, in his frenzied state, Chen Daoxuan relentlessly pursued him, thrusting his sword directly into Han Qianjue's shoulder. The pain prompted Han Qianjue to retaliate with a strike of his own. Bang! Their palms collided, unleashing a terrifying tempest of energy that surged forth. As Han Qianjue exerted his full strength, Chen Daoxuan's right arm was torn, his robe shattering, blood oozing from his flesh. Yet, in that moment, he appeared to be indifferent to the agony. Instead, he summoned all his might, delivering a blow that sent Han Qianjue plummeting from the skies. Boom! Huan Qianjue crashed into the mountains, raising a vast cloud of dust. Tang Xuebu gazed in astonishment at the terrifyingly frenzied Chen Daoxuan, waves of turmoil surging within his heart. Come on, aren't you supposed to be formidable? Don't perish. Hurry and emerge. With his hands shaped into claws resembling those of an eagle, Chen Daoxuan let out a deafening roar that tore through the heavens, unleashing an unending torrent of malevolent energy. Under Tang Xuebu's bewildered gaze, the daylight was shattered, revealing a magnificent expanse of starry sky above. Chapter 18. The Bloodlines of Two Great Empires, So Fierce. Behold the starry sky. That direction points to the Tang sect. What has transpired at the Tang sect that the sky is adorned with stars, even in daylight? In the distant town, the residents flocked to the streets, gazing in astonishment at the vast and vibrant expanse of stars emanating from the Tang sect. Each face reflects sheer shock. At this moment, amidst a range of mountains, Huan Qianjue kneels on the ground, coughing violently. His withered hands clutch the earth tightly, perplexed by Chen Daoxuan's sudden display of ferocity. This, indeed, is the power of the Rakshasa imperial clan, the bloodline of the Rakshasa. In a frenzied state, Chen Daoxuan becomes increasingly formidable and wildly aggressive. Thus, the Rakshasa imperial clan is often referred to as the frenzied physique, and none dare provoke them. Chen Daoxuan's eerie green eyes continue to search for Huan Qianjue's silhouette. A thick mist envelopes the mountain gorge, and under its concealment, Huan Qianjue secretly channels his internal energy, gradually coalescing it into his palm. The soil beneath him begins to emit steam under an overwhelmingly terrifying heat. Huan Qianjue sees through the situation. This youth possesses extraordinary strength. It is utterly impossible to recruit him. Since he cannot be utilized by the Holy Soul Hall, he must be eliminated. Suspended beneath the starry sky, Chen Daoxuan's emotions gradually stabilize, and the malevolence surrounding him begins to dissipate. His uncanny green eyes fixate on the gorge. Suddenly, his slender figure bends low, and whoosh. He plunges downward. What Huan Qianjue stares in shock at the unexpectedly approaching Chen Daoxuan. In a moment of urgency, he hastily brings his palms together to unleash his power. Soul Burial. Boom. With Huan Qianjue's fierce shout, a colossal white scythe materializes between his twisted palms, akin to the decree of death. It strikes fiercely towards Chen Daoxuan. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately raises his sword to counter. Huan Qianjue can't help but sneer. It's futile. No weapon in this world can withstand the might of my Holy Soul Hall. Clang. However, before he can finish his sentence, the clash of sword and scythe erupts into a shower of sparks. Huan Qianjue's eyes bulge in disbelief. How can this be? In the next moment, the scythe in his hand is unexpectedly severed by that delicate sword. Thud. A blade slices through his chest, showering Chen Daoxuan in blood. Huan Qianjue gasps, spilling a mouthful of crimson, and collapses to the ground. One strike. Instant kill. Chen Daoxuan wipes his face with his sleeve, feeling a lingering dread as he watches the white scythe gradually transform into black smoke and dissipate. He cannot help but reflect, thank goodness for Chuanmei's extraordinary Zixia spirit sword. Without it, the outcome of that duel could have been entirely different. Chen Daoxuan approached Huan Qianjue, observing the latter's eyes filled with unwillingness. He spoke calmly. Your chest has been cleaved open, and yet you still live. Truly, the strength of the Xuanzong is formidable. With a gasp, upon hearing such inhuman words, Huan Qianjue spat out blood, his bloodshot eyes glaring at him with fury. Why do you grow stronger with each battle? Chen Daoxuan recalled a few days prior, in the small wooden cabin on the back mountain of the Chen family, where he had an in-depth exchange with 28 elder sisters. At that time, the leader of the 28, Ling Yuan, had enlightened him. This is the bloodline power of my Rakshasa clan, he stated candidly. The Rakshasa clan? The imperial clan. Huan Qianjue trembled, raising his frail hand slightly. You. Chen Daoxuan half-squatted and smiled at him. The Rakshasa imperial clan. In that moment, Huan Qianjue finally realized that he had provoked someone entirely beyond his reach. Cold sweat began to pour from his forehead. Despite possessing the terrifying cultivation of the Xuanzong, the blood gushing from his chest indicated that his life was hanging by a thread. Yet, if the people of the Rakshasa Empire set their sights on their holy soul palace, he would face certain death. Reflecting on this, tears welled in Huan Qianjue's aged eyes as he desperately clung to life, casting a pitiful gaze towards Chen Daoxuan. I was wrong. I beg. Those on the brink of death should not bear such burdens, Chen Daoxuan replied. Rest well, and in your next life, strive to be a good person. In a flash, Chen Daoxuan's fist struck his throat. A fountain of blood erupted from Hun Chenjue's mouth. Thus, a dignified Xuanzong powerhouse fell. When Chen Daoxian returned to the Nalan residence with Tang Xuebua, Chen Tianhai and his wife rushed over upon seeing him drenched in blood. "Chen, or what? What happened to you?" Chen Tianhai exclaimed. With a heartfelt smile, Chen Daoxian replied, "This blood is merely from others." Relieved, Chen Tianhai sighed, "As long as you are unscathed. It's a relief to see you return safely." Madame Chen, filled with maternal concern, embraced her son, weeping inconsolably. In truth, during his confrontation with Hun Chenjue, Chen Daoxian had sustained injuries more than once, and they were quite severe. However, he harbored a secret. Since childhood, he had quickly recovered from every injury he sustained. He vividly remembered the first time he discovered this ability. It was when he was bitten by a dog in an alley. And the wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. Unbeknownst to him, this was the capability of the Azura bloodline, the power of super regeneration, bearing two supreme bloodlines. Along with a frenzied physique and the power of super regeneration, he was a perfect amalgamation. The more he fought, the more unhinged he became, possessing an infinite capacity for healing. Anyone who dared to provoke such a madman would inevitably come to regret it. "Xian'er, who is she?" Madame Chen inquired, looking curiously at Tang Xuebua. Upon hearing the words, Tang Xuebua lowered her head in sorrow. It mattered little. She was merely a dying person. Chen Daoxian, unconcerned, turned his gaze towards Changmei. "I grant you one day to consolidate all the forces of Dongzhou, ensuring they all become vassals of the Chen family." Changmei obediently replied, "Understood." Chen Tianhai exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that father should govern all of Dongzhou?" He was taken aback. However, Chen Daoxian shook his head. "Father, I shall entrust the entirety of the Qin family to third uncle. Once I resolve the troubles in Zhangzhou, I will take you and mother to the upper realm to enjoy our twilight years with my biological father." The upper realm. Tang Xuebua stood behind the four, utterly astonished. This madman, he intends to go to Zhangzhou. Is he seeking retribution against the Soul Pavilion? A mere soul Qianjue has inflicted such suffering upon him. Is he out of his mind? Chen Daoxuan's audacious arrogance was something Tang Xuebua had never encountered before, leaving her uncertain whether it was bravery or sheer folly. In any case, it no longer bore any relevance to her. Her life had already begun its countdown. "Father, mother, please accompany Changmei for now. I must converse with this sister about life. I shall take my leave." Hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, Tang Xuebua's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Resigned, she followed in his footsteps, departing directly under the puzzled gazes of Chen Tianhai and his wife. Chapter 19. Ascension to the 5-star Xianwang realm. In the secluded woods behind the Chen residence, a quaint wooden cottage stood amidst a tranquil pond teeming with koi, while sparrows occasionally peered down from the eaves. After 4 hours, a resounding crash echoed as the door was forcefully kicked open. Chen Daoxian and Tang Xuebua emerged from the cottage in succession. Trembling, Tang Xuebua made her way to a stone table in the courtyard, her cheeks flushed with a lingering crimson hue. "If only I had encountered you sooner. Perhaps things would not have escalated to this point," she murmured, her gaze dimmed with melancholy. In this world, there are no what-ifs, only consequences. Chen Daoxuan's expression remained impassive as he retrieved a black elixir from his sleeve and tossed it to her. "You may leave now," he stated. Tang Xuebua stared at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she regarded the first man of her life. He was so heartless, unwilling to spare her a second glance even now. She lingered, hoping for words of entreaty to escape his lips, yet ultimately, silence reigned. "Take care," she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she swallowed the black elixir and hurried towards the ruins of the Tang clan. Only then did Chen Daoxian step beneath the eaves, settling into a meditative posture. Moments before, he had sensed an unusual energy stirring within him, eager to manifest. Confounded, he directed his consciousness to his spiritual sea. For ordinary individuals, the spiritual sea is merely the size of a palm. Even those formidable beings of the sacred lands, possessing supreme saintly powers, possess a spiritual sea akin to a pond. Yet for Chen Daoxian, his spiritual sea was an expansive, boundless ocean. At the center of this ocean lay a small island, upon which a divine tree emanating the essence of Tao flourished. This was the tree of destruction. Approaching the tree, Chen Daoxian noted its growth since their last communion, sprouting tender shoots. The closer he drew to the divine tree, the more intense the heat within him became. Chen Daoxian was incredulous, as if his consciousness were ablaze. What could this mean? Was the first divine mechanism on the verge of manifesting? Yet, it didn't seem to align. Enduring the searing torment, he painstakingly advanced toward the divine tree. When he was within 3 paces, an overwhelming force began to assail his soul. 2 paces. 1 pace. At last, his palm brushed against the tree. In that moment, he felt as though he had gleaned profound insights from the divine tree. He held his breath, focusing intently as myriad divine lights pierced through the azure sky, converging upon his consciousness. His aura began to ascend at an astonishing pace. 2-star, Xianwang Realm. 3-star, Xianwang Realm. 4-star, Xianwang Realm. 5-star, Xianwang Realm. Chen Daoxuan abruptly opened his eyes, feeling an inexhaustible power surging from within. Emanating from his chi-si, a look of ecstasy immediately spread across his face. To think that I have already ascended to the status of a 5-star Xianwang. Chen Daoxuan was beside himself with joy. Although his interactions with Tang Xuebua had not granted him the first divine mechanism immediately, he had come to understand a critical truth. With each growth of the divine tree, a surge of divine power would be released, allowing him to experience a tremendous enhancement in cultivation through the baptism of divine radiance. Excellent. This method is remarkable. By hunting for special bloodlines, he could significantly elevate his cultivation. Thus, the path to divinity would become exponentially easier. At that moment, Chen Daoxuan suddenly pondered a question. During his exchanges with Chun Mei and the others, the destruction divine tree had not awakened within him until afterward. Consequently, even if one among them possessed a special bloodline, the divine tree had not absorbed it. It was clear that another encounter was necessary. It seemed imperative to clarify this matter with Chun Mei upon her return. Chen Daoxuan had no qualms about this notion. He was neither lecherous nor frivolous. Everything he was doing was solely for the sake of gaining power. All was for the purpose of becoming the next god of destruction. In the frigid ancestral grounds of the Tang clan, amidst the swirling winds and snowflakes, Tang Xuebua's diligent efforts had resulted in the addition of thousands of new tombstones. The names inscribed upon these monuments included those of her father, brother, the Grand Elder, cabinet elders, and countless disciples as well as her own. Kneeling before a particular tombstone, gazing at the prominently etched characters Tang Hao, Tang Xuebua was overcome with grief. Bowing her head 3 times, "Father," Soul Qianjue said, "My very existence is destined to be a sacrifice for the Soul Pavilion. Can you tell me, is this truly the case?" Tang Xuebua wept bitterly. Alas, her father was long gone from this world, and he would never be able to provide her with the truth. Black, poisonous blood slowly trickled from the corner of her mouth as she clutched her father's tombstone, gradually taking her last breath. After a day's time, Chun Mei had reorganized the forces throughout the eastern state, ensuring their allegiance to the Qin family. Thus, the Qin family of Eastern State replaced the Tang clan, emerging as the new dominant power. Following these events, Chen Daoxuan, accompanied by Chun Mei and his adoptive parents, embarked on a journey to Central State. Soul Qianjue had perished at his hands, and the Soul Pavilion would undoubtedly seek retribution. To prevent this enmity from dragging on too long, Chen Daoxuan felt compelled to personally extinguish the Soul Pavilion in Central State. That night, in an inconspicuous inn within a small town, Chen Daoxuan and Chun Mei sat side by side on the roof, gazing up at the bright moon. Each held a wine jar, clinking them together before tilting their heads back to drink. It was then that Chen Daoxuan inquired, "Among the 4 of you, is there anyone possessing a special bloodline?" "Special bloodline?" Chun Mei tilted her head in curiosity. "My bloodline is known as the Heavenly Calamity bloodline. Baiji's bloodline is a variant, referred to as the 9-yin cold vein. As for Xiaolan and Qiuzhu, their bloodlines are rather ordinary. Among the 4 of them, 2 possessed extraordinary bloodlines." This revelation had already filled Chen Daoxuan with astonishment. Observing the sparkling brilliance in the young master's eyes, Chun Mei's face was etched with confusion. Previously, when the young master had learned that Tang Chun possessed the infernal sovereign bloodline, he had uttered peculiar words. It seemed he harbored a particular fondness for special bloodlines. Reflecting on this, Chun Mei added, "By the way, young master, there is something else. I previously observed intently that the Tang family's bloodline, although named the infernal sovereign bloodline, is not truly a sovereign bloodline." Chen Daoxuan nodded slowly. A sovereign bloodline could not casually manifest in the lower realms. Even without Chun Mei's words, he could sense it. "Chun Mei, do you know why I am so fixated on special bloodlines?" Chen Daoxuan inquired after taking a sip of wine. Chun Mei shook her head. Chen Daoxuan turned his gaze towards her. "Because I once practiced a unique technique. By engaging in dual cultivation with a woman possessing a special bloodline, one can achieve a significant enhancement in cultivation. This technique eluded my mastery for many years, until my battle with Han Qianjue, which allowed me to truly comprehend its essence, leading to the culmination of my divine skills. Therefore, do you understand my intentions? Chunmei, gazing into the young master's fervent eyes, felt her cheeks warm slightly. She nodded earnestly. I understand, my lord. Chapter 20. Ascending to the Xian sect, arriving in Zhongzhou. In a quaint town, on the outskirts, amidst the purple bamboo forest. Dark koi swim in the lake while a cat owl occasionally peeks from the trees. After 3 hours, as dawn gradually breaks, Chen Daoxuan sits cross-legged by the lakeside. His cultivation astonishingly surging upwards at a terrifying pace. 6-star, Xian Emperor Realm 7-star, Xian Emperor Realm 8-star, Xian Emperor Realm 9-star, Xian Emperor Realm 1-star, Xian Sect Realm. At this moment, Chunmei squats by the lake, splashing her face with the cool water to refresh herself. Suddenly, she senses a shift in the young master's aura. Springing to her feet in astonishment, the young master's words were indeed true. Such miraculous techniques exist in this world. Seeing the young master rise, Chunmei rushes forward, her face radiant with joy. Once we return to the Shura Empire, let Baiji cultivate with you again, young master. Chen Daoxuan gently pats her head. After their second profound exchange, particularly in solitude, he suddenly realizes how captivating Chunmei has become. Aren't you going to catch some sleep? Chen Daoxuan inquires with a smile. Chunmei lowers her head, her cheeks flushed once more. Noticing her silence, Chen Daoxuan refrains from pressing further, turning away and raising his hand towards the lake. With a gentle grasp, the entire lake is instantly evaporated with a resounding boom. Is this the power of a Xian sect master? Chen Daoxuan is utterly astonished. No wonder he exerted such effort in his battle with Han Qianjue. This kind of power is simply worlds apart from the Xian Emperor realm. Seeing the young master in such high spirits, Chunmei's face beams with happiness. She is already devoted to him, naturally inclined towards him. His growth is the most delightful sight for her. It must be said that Chunmei's cultivation remains unfathomable. Had an ordinary person endured such vigorous exertion for 3 hours, they would scarcely be able to stand. Yet, she still carries them in rapid flight. Days later, in the lands of Zhongzhou, within the boundless ancient forest, Chunmei catches 2 snow hares, plucking their fur and roasting them over a fire. Soon, the aroma of the rabbits fills the air, attracting a few second-tier bull camels to peek curiously. However, upon locking eyes with Chunmei, they see a phoenix of destruction, shrouded in black flames, igniting a deep-seated fear within them, causing them to flee without a backward glance. Young master, this is yours. Chunmei tears off the plumpest leg of the rabbit and presents it to Chen Daoxuan. He inhales the scent, quite fragrant. Chen Tianhai, witnessing his son about to confront the most terrifying force in Zhongzhou, the Soul Pavilion, can no longer contain his concern for his safety. Finally, he speaks up. Miss Chunmei, may I inquire what is your cultivation level? Chunmei casually replies, Xianzun. Xianzun. Chen Tianhai was nearly overwhelmed, but fortunately, Chen Daoxuan swiftly poured him a couple of shots of strong liquor, thus bringing him back from the brink. It is entirely normal for her to possess such skills. As she is a protector sent by my biological father, Chen Daoxuan remarked nonchalantly. He had already disclosed his imperial lineage to his adoptive father. As for Chunmei, if she were not competent, she would not have been chosen as the protector of the heir to the imperial family. However, upon hearing this, Chunmei hastily clarified, My lord, I am not your protector. I am merely a candidate. A candidate for a protector? Chen Daoxuan expressed his surprise. Then who is my actual protector? Chunmei replied, Your true protector is the 5th Mississippi. The 5th Miss? Indeed, you have 5 elder sisters. The eldest, Chen Luohong, is the most powerful alchemist in the world, completely devoted to her craft and currently residing in the Luochao Imperial Palace. The second sister, Chen Luyao, is known as the Lord of the Forbidden Land in the Cosmic Border's demon mines, commanding numerous supreme beings and wielding immense power. The third sister, Chen Tianmai, was once the most gifted individual in my Shura Empire, but she mysteriously disappeared a century ago, and there has been no word of her since. The fourth sister, Chen Changel, is married to the Lord of the Xuanwu Sacred Land and governs the divine veins alongside him. The 5th Miss, Chen Junran, is currently by the Realm Lord's side, diligently cultivating, and upon your return to the Imperial Palace, she will be your true protector. Chen Daoxuan was left in contemplation. 5 elder sisters, with the third sister missing. His thoughts were consumed by this matter. The prowess of the other 4 sisters held no significance for him. It was illogical that the third sister, a lady of the imperial palace, could vanish for a century without any trace. Especially with parents who were formidable emperors. Was it truly impossible to locate her? This was unreasonable. There had to be a serious issue at hand. Chen Daoxuan sensed an unsettling anomaly. However, now was not the time for such musings. He needed to first eradicate the Soul Pavilion and restore tranquility to the Tianxian continent. Then he would seek to reunite with his third sister. Surely, this grand family of mine must be quite harmonious. As he took a bite of the rabbit leg, the delectable sensation melted in his mouth, truly delightful. It was none other than the roasted snow rabbit, a culinary marvel, unrivaled in the world. Chen Daoxuan glanced over and said, "Save 1 rabbit head for me." "Very well." Chunmei smiled gently, and then she proceeded to break off 2 more rabbit legs for Chen Tianhai and his wife. Nightfall arrived, with cold winds howling. Dressed in a thin black robe, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged upon the grass, the surrounding air resembling a polished mirror, reflecting the glow of the campfire. This was the principle of supreme virtue is like water, an exceptional method for regulating one's breath. The young heir, possessing such profound insight at a tender age, made Chunmei feel a sense of inferiority. "Young master, to encounter you and be fortunate enough to receive your favor twice is the greatest blessing of my life," Chunmei murmured, gazing intently at Chen Daoxuan's remarkably handsome visage. "I shall forever stand by your side, becoming your most formidable sword." Crouching before him, Chunmei remained in her vigil, lost in her thoughts. Time passed, and as dawn approached, Chunmei rose, stretching her limbs. Turning her back, she bent down, placing her hands on her feet to stretch a bit more. Suddenly, she froze in place. As the sky lightened, a delicate blush of dawn heralded a warm and splendid morning. After a night of contemplation, Chen Daoxuan awoke, feeling refreshed. To his astonishment, his gaze fell upon Chunmei's posterior. Chen Daoxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Chunmei remained silent. Peering closer, he noticed she was not retrieving anything. Yet, her posture directed towards him was perplexing. Could it mean? Apprehensive thoughts flooded his mind, and he quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, well, a unique bloodline can only be extracted once. Any subsequent attempts would not enhance my martial prowess. As his words lingered in the air, Chunmei exhibited no response. It suddenly dawned on Chen Daoxuan that something was amiss. Rising abruptly, he discovered that his adoptive parents lay motionless beside him, as did the entire forest, enveloped in an eerie silence, with not even a whisper of wind. The world, save for him, stood frozen in a picturesque stillness. Chapter 21. Invincible Legacy. The all-encompassing universe, the heavens and the earth, along with all living things, stood still like a picturesque painting. This rendered Chen Daoxuan's heart quite uneasy. Upon his arrival in Zhongzhou, he encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. The mysterious entity capable of halting the very fabric of time and space in this realm left even Chunmei unable to escape its binding laws. This clearly indicated that the power of this being surpassed that of the formidable warriors of the Tianxian continent by leaps and bounds. Who could it possibly be, possessing such immense capability? In that moment, a voice seemed to call out to him from a distance. No, it was not a voice. It resembled a soundless invocation, a kind of spiritual calling. Chen Daoxuan raised his gaze, instinctively reaching for the hilt of the purple haze spirit sword at Chunmei's waist, adopting a vigilant demeanor as he strolled toward that direction. As he walked, Chen Daoxuan observed numerous low-tiered demonic beasts frozen in various postures and birds suspended in mid-flight in the sky. Unbeknownst to him, he emerged from the woods into an expansive clearing. On the grass, at a square table, sat a man. He was youthful in appearance, clad in garments as white as snow. A chessboard lay before him, and it seemed as though he was engaged in a game against himself. The man exuded an air of elegance intertwined with a unique aura of isolation from the world, lofty and inscrutable, as if his presence dimmed the brilliance of the heavens and the earth. "You have arrived," the man spoke calmly. Chen Daoxuan furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" "Chen Luyan," the man casually replied, sharing the same surname. Chen Daoxuan was intrigued. "Might it be that you have some connection to the Shura Emperor realm?" "Yes, or perhaps not." Chen Luyan offered an ambiguous response, his gaze fixated on the chessboard before him. As Chen Daoxuan approached, he discerned that the game had reached a critical impasse. It appeared that both sides wielded offensive strategies, yet the inevitable outcome lingered as a draw. There was no need to continue this game. Without hesitation, Chen Daoxuan seated himself across from the man. Chen Luyan seemed indifferent. You are quite remarkable, because of your merit. With a mere gesture of his hand, an ancient black tome instantaneously levitated into his palm. As he flicked his finger, the book transformed into a beam of spiritual light, piercing into Chen Daoxuan's brow. A shiver coursed through Chen Daoxuan's spirit. In an instant, the ancient tome, exuding an aura of profound mystery, manifested within the depths of his consciousness. The all-encompassing universe, supreme of all realms, invincible under heaven. Chen Daoxuan was taken aback. At that moment, Chen Lian remarked, "The Shura Emperor Palace possesses a fragment of this tome, yet it regrettably records only 10 techniques. Even so, your father, after countless years, has managed to master only the 7th technique." There was a discernible hint of disappointment in his eyes as he spoke. Chen Daoxuan steadied his heart and gazed intently. In the vast sea of knowledge, there exists an astonishing 100 styles. 100 styles. Yet my father, a formidable emperor, has only mastered 7 of them. Good heavens! What unimaginable power would one wield upon mastering all 100 styles? How would they compare to the 7 divine mechanisms of the destruction god? Chen Daoxuan was utterly astonished. With his unparalleled background, not only had he acquired a divine tree enhancement, but he had also obtained an extraordinary ancient tome from this enigmatic elder. Such an abundance of invincible aids. It was simply beyond comprehension. Elder, your status surpasses even that of my father, does it not? Chen Daoxuan inquired, lifting his gaze. To his dismay, the space before him was already devoid of presence. Even the table and the chessboard had vanished without a trace. Xiaoxian, remember, you must not disclose this matter to anyone, including your father. The man's voice echoed once more, leaving Chen Daoxuan in a state of shock. The world around him suddenly returned to tranquility. In an instant, Chen Mei hurriedly approached, her senses alert. Young master, how did you disappear right under my nose? Chen Mei's eyes were fixed on Chen Daoxuan, filled with concern. Chen Daoxuan regained his composure and quipped, was it right under my eyelids or my backside? Chen Mei's face flushed at his words, and she turned away, her small hands fiddling with her skirt. With a resigned smile, Chen Daoxuan said, let us be on our way. Chen Mei obediently responded. With the terrifying power of the myriad styles now at his disposal, Chen Daoxuan felt more resolute than ever. The unexpected inheritance kept coming, further solidifying his determination to surpass the emperor, even the god of destruction. The four continued their journey. However, as they exited the forest, a thunderous battle erupted in the distance, halting their progress. The aura of 3 peak Xian emperors loomed ominously. Chen Daoxuan squinted into the valley, raising an eyebrow. One of the presences was clearly injured and beginning to wane, while the other 2 remained robust. It seemed the battle was nearing its conclusion. Chen Mei, stay here and look after my parents. I shall go witness the spectacle. With a swift step, Chen Daoxuan vanished from his original position. Above the azure sky, a terrifying energy storm relentlessly tore through the surrounding void, reverberating with ominous thunder. The presence of 3 peak Xian emperors enveloped the realm, overwhelming the very fabric of existence. Star Rhythm, you might as well cease your struggle. With the Soul Pavilion backing my Moonwheel Valley, your Star River Valley is destined to become mere prey. Were it not for the remnants of your beauty, do you think I would have allowed you to linger this long? A middle-aged man clad in an orange robe hovered in the void. His greedy gaze fixed upon the beauty before him, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire forest, causing it to tremble violently. Beside him stood an elderly figure clad in a black robe, his frail form shrouded in an eerie and ominous mist, cackling with a sinister laugh. From that laugh, it was evident that he was a formidable presence from the Soul Pavilion. The gaze of the 2 fell upon a woman enveloped in a set of celestial garments. Her curvaceous figure alluringly wrapped within, as she delicately pressed her hand against her chest. Her breathtakingly beautiful visage was marked by a pair of fiery autumnal eyes, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of her lips, her vitality noticeably diminished. Yet, in the face of their looming threat, the woman maintained her pride, exuding an aura of untouchable sanctity. Her cold voice resonated throughout the realm. Soul Wuduan, 3 years ago your esteemed elder made a solemn vow, exchanging my brother's life for the peace and well-being of the Star River Valley. How dare you renege on your promise? At her words, the black-robed elder cackled once more. In the Soul Pavilion, we act according to our whims. Whether we uphold our promises or not, what can you do about it? You. The woman, named Xingyun, trembled with rage. However, within moments, she regained her composure. Her serene and exquisite countenance radiated an innate nobility. As the mistress of the Star River Valley, Even if it leads to my demise today, I shall ensure that you are reduced to ashes. A flicker of madness danced in her eyes as she abruptly raised her hand, pressing it against her forehead. The scorching aura of her peak Xianhuang realm suddenly began to swell rapidly. She was about to self-destruct. Stop her! Sol Wuduan exclaimed in alarm. He and the man in orange simultaneously lunged forward. Just as they were on the verge of collision, a figure suddenly appeared, shielding the woman while drawing forth a finger as if it were a sword, sweeping it forward with determination. Chapter 22. Dimensional Strike. Ruthless slaughter, a terrifying sword aura cleaved through the heavens and the earth. The sudden turn of events startled the two individuals, causing them to hurriedly evade and retreat. Meanwhile, the woman, who had been utterly despondent and prepared to self-destruct, found herself momentarily frozen due to the appearance of Chen Daoxuan, a Xuanzong powerhouse. The three gazed at Chen Daoxuan, their eyes reflecting incredulity. In this world, Xuanzong practitioners were exceedingly rare, and to encounter one as young as Chen Daoxuan was simply unheard of. Although the man in orange was at the pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm, he felt compelled to lower his stance in the presence of this enigmatic Xuanzong expert. He clasped his fists and inquired, I am Yu Changshan, the master of the Moonwheel Valley. May I ask your esteemed name? Chen Daoxuan, came the calm and resonant voice that echoed through the air, leaving Yu Changshan and Han Wuduan utterly astounded. Chen Daoxuan. The two exchanged glances, completely unfamiliar with the name. When had a Xuanzong of the surname Chen emerged in the Tianxian continent? They had heard nothing of it. Yu Changshan's expression fluctuated between shadow and light as he smiled and asked, If I may be so bold, what brings you here? Chen Daoxuan glanced at the old man in black robes and replied nonchalantly, Nothing much. I merely came to kill the two of you, or perhaps to be killed by you. What? The expressions of the two transformed in shock. This young man actually sought confrontation. Yu Changshan suddenly understood, his demeanor tightening as he fixed his gaze on the noble woman behind Chen Daoxuan, sneering, So that's why you dared to meet me alone for a duel. You have enlisted a Xuanzong powerhouse as your ally. At that moment, Xingyun stood before this unfamiliar figure, utterly perplexed and unsure of how to respond. Chen Daoxuan cast a cold glance at Han Wuduan, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corner of his lips. In the instant he stepped forward, thud. His fist landed squarely on Han Wuduan's chest. A mouthful of old blood erupted from Han Wuduan, his eyes bulging with shock, his aged body trembling uncontrollably. It was then that Yu Changshan realized Chen Daoxuan had already appeared before Han Wuduan. Such terrifying speed sent a chill down Yu Changshan's spine. The distinction between Xuanzong and Xianhuang was fundamentally profound. Chen Daoxuan now had the opportunity to allow others to experience this stark disparity firsthand. Blood continued to flow from Han Wuduan's mouth as his bloodshot, aged eyes, after the initial shock, revealed a frenzied madness. Cough. You dare to strike me, boy? Have you not heard of the Soul Pavilion? Yu Changshan, not far away, cautioned gently, Young man, I advise you to apologize to Elder Han at once. Otherwise, even as a Xuanzong powerhouse, offending the Soul Pavilion will surely lead you to inevitable doom. The Soul Pavilion. Chen Daoxuan replied, What an unbridled Soul Pavilion. Bang. Another punch struck, caving in Han Wuduan's chest. Hiss. Yu Changshan felt a chill run down his spine and retreated repeatedly. Xingyun was utterly at a loss. Even though he was a formidable warrior of the Xin sect, this was simply overwhelming. Han Wuduan had endured 2 punches, and his consciousness began to fade. With his ribcage shattered beyond repair, he realized that escape was futile. He could only glare at Chen Daoxuan with eyes filled with venomous resentment. Blood spilling from his mouth as he gritted his teeth. You will regret this. My father is the 3rd elder of the Soul Pavilion. Han Qinding, you are merely a member of the Star Xin sect. You are doomed. With that, he expelled another mouthful of blood, as his life force waned. Chen Daoxuan seized his hair, lifting him like a chick, eyes twinkling with mockery. Han Qinding, how coincidental. I recently dispatched someone in the eastern state whose name closely resembles your father's, Han Qinjue, 4th uncle. Han Wuduan's aged eyes widened in shock as he fixed his gaze on Chen Daoxuan. Gradually, fear crept into his expression, and he drew his last breath. As Han Wuduan's arms fell limp, Yu Changshan and Xingyun were drenched in cold sweat. I was wrong. I should not have spoken so recklessly to you. I was merely incited by that scoundrel Han Wuduan, my mind clouded, which led me to plot against the Star River Valley. Chen Daoxuan, indifferent, replied. What does your conflict with the Star River Valley have to do with me? Yu Changshan shuddered, staring at Xing Yun in disbelief. Upon seeing Xing Yun's dazed expression, he finally understood that this individual had no connection to the Star River Valley. He had come for the Soul Pavilion. Yu Changshan hastily added, "Our Moonwheel Valley has no ties with the Soul Pavilion. I was coerced into this alliance with him." "You have said enough," Chen Daoxuan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Seeing this, Yu Changshan, with a shameless grin, said, "Indeed, were it not for you, I would have remained under his control, truly. I am grateful to you. Do not trust him. He is cut from the same cloth as Hun Wuduan." Xing Yun suddenly shouted. Yu Changshan retorted, "Nonsense. You clearly seek to use this as a means to eliminate me." Xing Yun glared fiercely. "How many heinous acts has your Moonwheel Valley committed in secret for the Soul Pavilion? Do I even need to mention it? The Soul Pavilion hunts down those with special bloodlines. And how many of those have you helped capture?" Yu Changshan, upon hearing this, desperately defended himself. "That is untrue. These are her baseless accusations. Young hero, you must believe me." Chen Daoxuan replied, "I trust you as far as I can throw you." He raised a finger, aiming it at Yu Changshan. Sensing the terrifying sword intent coalescing at Chen Daoxuan's fingertip, Yu Changshan realized he could not withstand it and resorted to cursing. "You have offended the Soul Pavilion and remain oblivious to your impending demise. With your meager cultivation, you are insignificant before them. Await your death." Yu Changshan raised his hand, unleashing a palm strike that surged forth, expanding to a colossal size in an instant. As a peak warrior of the Xian Emperor realm, the power of this strike was indeed astonishing. Alas, it was unfortunate that he encountered Chen Daoxuan. With a serene smile, Chen Daoxuan wielded his finger as a sword, delivering a downward strike. A colossal palm imprint, towering to the heavens, erupted with a thunderous explosion. The still recovering Yu Changshan was cleaved vertically, his entire form split asunder, cascading to the ground in two bloodied halves. Having effortlessly dealt with the two adversaries, Chen Daoxuan was in exceptionally high spirits. A formidable figure of the Xian sect, indeed, he was as terrifying as rumored. Had this been earlier, confronting two peak Xian emperors would have undoubtedly plunged him into a fierce struggle. Just upon his arrival in the Central Plains, he had already encountered individuals from the Soul Pavilion. It seemed fortune favored him. No, rather, he had always been fortunate. Chen Daoxuan turned around, casting merely a fleeting glance at Xing Yun before retracting his gaze and passing by her. As the most beautiful woman in the Central Plains, Xing Yun had never before encountered a man who could so blatantly disregard her presence. Of course, she was aware that this man was significantly younger than herself, to the extent that addressing him as little uncle would not be inappropriate. Today, were it not for his intervention, she feared she would have faced utter destruction, her essence extinguished. With this thought in mind, Xing Yun suddenly called out, "Young hero, please wait. If you seek to confront the Soul Pavilion, I, of the Star River Valley, am willing to lend you my assistance." Chapter 23. An invitation from the Starry River Valley to assist me? Chen Daoxuan halted his steps and inquired with indifference, "How do you intend to assist me?" Xing Yun's expression was intricate. "You bear a grudge against the Soul Pavilion, and surely you are aware that they have been hunting the souls of those with unique bloodlines, correct?" "Indeed," Chen Daoxuan replied. Xing Yun confessed, "The bloodline of our Xing clan is precisely what they covet, the Ice Spirit body." This revelation escaped her lips spontaneously, and she felt a peculiar sensation, as if the young man's eyes had suddenly brightened like freshly fallen snow. Chen Daoxuan's gaze intensified. "Are you implying that you possess a unique bloodline?" Xing Yun crossed her arms over her chest and instinctively took a step back. "You." Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, Chen Daoxuan straightened up, adopting a demeanor of calm detachment. "I understand now. You wish to enlist my aid to protect your sect and eliminate the greatest threat posed by the Soul Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Xing Yun spoke with utmost sincerity. "I admit I have my own selfish motives. Yet you must understand, the Soul Pavilion is filled with formidable experts, and breaching their defenses is no simple task. However, if we could use my Starry River Valley as bait to lure them in one by one, we could eliminate them, which would ultimately be more advantageous for you." Xing Yun maintained her gaze, crafting her persuasive narrative while scrutinizing his reactions. Yet, Chen Daoxuan was notoriously inscrutable. After observing him for a moment, she was unable to discern any emotion from his expression. She could not help but marvel inwardly at how, despite his youth, he possessed such composure. She pondered whether joining forces with him would bring fortune or misfortune. To ensure his agreement, Xing Yun gritted her teeth and added, "In truth, my grandmother is also a powerful figure within the mystical sect. Though she is advanced in years, her prowess far surpasses yours. If you two were to unite, even in the face of the Soul Pavilion's Grand Elder, Soul Qianhe, you would still have a fighting chance. By mentioning the mystical sect's strength, she aimed to persuade Chen Daoxuan to remain and confront the Soul Pavilion alongside her. Little did she know, Chen Daoxuan held no fear of the Soul Pavilion. From the moment he set foot in the Central Plains, he had viewed the Soul Pavilion as nothing more than a piece of meat on a chopping block. Whether to steam, boil, or stew, it was entirely up to his whims. Faced with Xingyun's hopeful gaze, Chen Daoxuan found himself scrutinizing her. Although she appeared to be over a decade his senior, she was exceptionally well-preserved, her exquisitely made-up face radiating a natural elegance and pride, resembling a lotus blooming atop a snow-capped peak. Mature, intelligent, dignified, and graceful, she stirred a considerable intrigue within him from every angle. Before encountering her, Chen Daoxuan had never contemplated that, as a young adult, he would find himself captivated by a woman nearing 30. Caught in a dilemma, Chen Daoxuan recognized that once he encountered a unique bloodline, he would never easily relinquish the opportunity. The issue lies in the fact that this aunt is unlike Chun Mei and the others. She belongs to him. Neither is she akin to Tang Xuebua, whose sect has entangled him. What is he to do? He is, after all, a man of integrity. Strength is something he can never truly possess. He is a person who must adhere to his principles in all endeavors. Xingyun, unaware of the turmoil within his heart, stepped forward, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Young hero, if you are willing to protect our sect, I, Xingyun, will never refuse any task you may assign in the future. Her tone was earnest, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chen Daoxuan understood that, as a peak Xianwang powerhouse, she would not resort to such humility unless she were truly desperate. He raised his gaze to her, deadpan. Afterward, any task is acceptable? Indeed. Xingyun nodded emphatically. Seeing her sincerity and helplessness, Chen Daoxuan suddenly grasped the situation. Benefiting others while benefiting oneself is preferable to harming others for personal gain. In this era of rampant selfishness, he chose to be the former, to stand out as an untainted blossom amidst the tumultuous waves of this age. Very well, I accept your request, Chen Daoxuan replied readily. This caused Xingyun to place her hand over her heart, releasing a sigh of relief. In the central continent, the Soul Pavilion stands unrivaled. The Moon Wheel and the Star River Valleys follow closely behind. Within the Star River Valley's conference hall, the elders were aghast upon hearing the harrowing tale of their Valley Master's narrow escape. Didn't the Soul Pavilion promise us they would no longer take action against us? How could they go back on their word? The Grand Elder, Xing Tai, slammed the table in anger, shattering it into fragments that scattered across the floor. 3 years prior, the secret of the Xing clan's ice spirit physique was discovered by a Soul Pavilion powerhouse. Faced with the threat posed by Han Qianhe, the second elder, Xing's son, willingly offered his soul to ensure the safety and peace of everyone in the Star River Valley. At that time, Han Qianhe had explicitly promised that should he obtain Xing's son's soul, he would spare them. Yet now, 3 years later, Han Wuduan had actually allied with Yu Changshan to pursue Xingyun in the wilderness. This was clearly a betrayal, a breach of trust. Thinking of his brother's soul, which still endured torment within the Soul Pavilion, Xing Tai's eyes blazed with fury. Sister, are you certain that it was that young man who saved you? After calming down, he still found it hard to believe. How could such a young lad possibly be a powerhouse of the Xian sect? In response to her brother's inquiry, Xingyun nodded slowly. Good heavens, what is the origin of this young man? How could he have reached the Xian sect realm at such a young age? Even those from the Soul Pavilion could not achieve such a miraculous feat. I suspect he might not even be from our Tianxian continent. Xingyun revealed her thoughts. What? The elders collectively turned to her in shock. Xingyun continued, in any case, during this time, you must treat them well and do not show any neglect. Whether our Star River Valley can escape this calamity depends on him. After Xingyun uttered these words, she turned and departed from the assembly hall. She still needed to report this matter to her grandmother. After all, her grandmother, as the founder of the Star River Valley, was the one who truly held the authority. The arrival of Chen Daoxuan and his companions swiftly ignited fervent discussions throughout the valley. Pray tell, who are those 4 individuals that have garnered such esteemed treatment from the Valley Master? One inquired. Could they possibly be members of the Soul Pavilion? Nay. Let us not forget that 3 years ago, the Soul Pavilion was responsible for the demise of our second elder. This debt has not been forgotten. If they were indeed from the Soul Pavilion, how could the Valley Master engage in such jovial discourse with that youth? True enough. If they are not from the Soul Pavilion, then the only other faction worthy of visiting our Star River Valley must be the Moonwheel Valley. At that moment, a silver-haired maiden clad in purple happened to pass by. Upon overhearing her fellow disciples' conversation, her countenance fell. The Moonwheel. Are those four indeed from the Moonwheel? If that is the case, why would my aunt treat them as honored guests? Does she not fear that such actions may bolster the reputation of others while diminishing our own? Chapter 24. A shocking revelation. In a beautifully adorned chamber, Chen Daoxuan sat by the window, gazing at the diverse crowd in the square outside, who occasionally glanced in his direction. By reading their lips, he could discern the essence of their conversations. It appeared that there was indeed a celebration between the Xinghe Valley and the Soul Pavilion. Chunmei poured a cup of hot tea for the young master. Her curiosity piqued as she tilted her head and asked, "What kind of celebration?" Chen Daoxuan replied, "Their second elder voluntarily offered his soul to the Soul Pavilion 3 years ago to protect the Xinghe Valley." Chunmei couldn't help but snored at this revelation. Then the Xinghe Valley truly lacks spirit. Chen Daoxuan concurred, indeed. Better to shatter like jade than to remain whole like a tile. How could one witness a beloved sacrifice their soul simply because they were unable to prevail? If it were me, no matter how formidable the enemy, I would rather die spitting blood in their face. Chunmei inquired, "So what shall we do next?" Chen Daoxuan calmly responded, "We shall wait for the rabbit to come to us." He anticipated that the Soul Pavilion's retaliation would not be delayed. Perhaps within a few hours, they would come for vengeance. Seeing that the young master had already formulated a plan, Chunmei pursed her red lips. "Very well, we shall wait here." Chen Daoxuan, slightly puzzled, remarked, "You seem rather anxious?" Chunmei admitted, "Yes, I wish to resolve matters here swiftly and then accompany you back to the upper realm. Besides, this Xinghe Valley is rather dull." Chen Daoxuan shook his head in resignation. "If you find it boring, then go outside and seek some amusement. Engage in something more entertaining." Chunmei's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What kind of amusement?" Chen Daoxuan shrugged. "How would I know?" Suddenly, Chunmei transformed, embracing him without restraint. There were few words exchanged. Her fiery gaze locked onto him, and she abruptly kissed Chen Daoxuan. With a somewhat inexperienced attempt, she sought to pry open his lips, unabashedly savoring the fragrant essence of his mouth. Throughout this encounter, Chen Daoxuan transitioned from initial shyness and slight resistance to eventually holding her tightly, gradually succumbing to the moment. Chunmei's cheeks burned with heat as she closed her eyes, feeling as if she might melt away, her mind a blank slate. Bang! At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. A silver-haired girl, clad in a set of purple attire and wielding a heavy iron ruler, stood in the doorway. Her astonished gaze fixed upon the shameless duo, and she immediately erupted with fury. Indeed, none from the Moonwheel are virtuous. How shameless! Without further ado, the girl raised her heavy iron ruler and swung it at them. Upon seeing this, Chunmei promptly sprang to her feet, stepping aside to give the stage to her young master. Faced with the oncoming attack, Chen Daoxuan, with a resigned gesture, raised his hand. Smack! He precisely caught the sweeping force of the ruler, which shattered the bamboo window behind him with a resounding crash. Chen Daoxuan glanced at the irate silver-haired girl, frowning. "What did you just say? Moonwheel?" "Indeed, the scum of the Moonwheel is not welcome in the Xinghe Valley." The silver-haired maiden suddenly executed a high whip kick, descending swiftly to strike Chen Daoxuan's forehead. The speed was akin to a silver lightning bolt. Yet, Chen Daoxuan was even swifter. He stepped forward, grasped her leg with one arm, and encircled her waist with the other, promptly hurling her out of the window. In the square, a clamor erupted. The silver-haired maiden spun gracefully in midair before landing firmly, thrusting her heavy iron ruler into the ground, unleashing a tempest of energy that surged forth. "Oh, it seems this wild girl is a one-star Xian King," Chen Daoxuan observed with keen interest as he stepped through the broken window. His gaze fell upon the heavy ruler, only to discover it was rapidly encased in ice, surrounded by an eerie mist. Could this be the ice spirit body of the Xing clan? "Young master, do not act rashly. She is a guest invited by the Valley Master." "Indeed, young master, please restrain yourself." Several female disciples rushed forward to intervene. Yet all were effortlessly sent flying by the wild maiden. In contrast, the male disciples kept their distance, seemingly gripped by an innate fear of her. "If my aunt wishes to punish me, I shall accept it. But that boy, I must teach him a lesson today." The maiden raised the heavy ruler high above her head, a chilling aura beginning to swirl upward, forming a colossal icy vortex in the air. The ice crystals within the vortex crackled as they rubbed against the void, emitting thick clouds of white mist that distorted the surrounding space. Witnessing the maideness' intention to unleash her true power, the onlookers could only offer a moment of silence for Chen Daoxuan. At that moment, two figures appeared. Kair, cease your actions. Xingyun clapped her palm to disperse the icy vortex, her eyes wide with fury. Beside Xingyun stood an elderly woman in plain robes. Presumably the Xian's own powerhouse who presided over Xinghe Valley. The maiden stared in shock at the two. The elder from Xinghe glared at her before approaching Chen Daoxuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Suddenly, she bowed respectfully before him. I am grateful to the young hero for your gallant intervention in saving Yun'er. I have no means to repay this kindness. Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly petrified. Kaya rubbed her eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that the elder of Xinghe would bow to that boy. The elder of Xinghe was a perceptive individual, fully aware of how formidable Chen Daoxuan was. In this Xinghe Valley, Chen Daoxuan felt no aversion and casually waved his hand, saying, "It is but a trifling matter, not worth mentioning." "No, how can this be a trivial matter?" the elder insisted. "Had it not been for your intervention in vanquishing Han Wu and Yu Changshan, Yun'er would not have returned. This favor will be eternally etched in the memories of Xinghe Valley." After bowing repeatedly, Chen Daoxuan graciously accepted her gratitude. Xing Kair stood by, utterly bewildered. What had the elder just said? He had killed whom? With whom? In the square, there were numerous figures frozen in shock. Who could have anticipated that Chen Daoxuan, such a young man, could actually slay two peak Xianwang powerhouses? Surely, the elder was not jesting. At that moment, Xingyan grasped Xing Kaya by the ear and forcibly pulled her over. "You foolish girl, why don't you promptly apologize to young Master Chen?" Xing Kaya was utterly flabbergasted. She gazed at this young man, of a similar age yet one who commanded such reverence from her aunt and the elder. Typically disdainful of males, she now found herself at a loss for words. Observing her state, Xingyun could only offer an explanation. "Young Master Chen, please do not take offense. She is my niece, Xing Kair. This girl has always been impulsive and has been rather spoiled by me." In contrast, Xingyun remained gentle, considerate, and understanding. "No offense taken." Chen Daoxuan replied nonchalantly. "I shall not stoop to the level of a naive young lady." "Me? A young lady?" Xing Kair felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. She thought to herself, if we were to speak of age, it was uncertain who was older. However, realizing that she was no match for the elders and aunt's attitudes, she ultimately suppressed her frustration and forced a strained smile towards Chen Daoxuan. "Thank you, young Master Chen, for your magnanimity." "You're welcome," Chen Daoxuan responded. A vein throbbed violently on Xing Kair's forehead as she inwardly muttered, "Who exactly is this fellow?" Infuriating. Chapter 25. You all hide. I shall confront them alone. Aunt, did he truly kill the Lord of Moonwheel Valley and the Soulless Birth? In the corridor, Xing Kair followed closely behind Xingyun, tugging at her sleeve and whispering her inquiry. "Indeed," Xingyun nodded. Xing Kair felt as if struck by lightning. Once revered as the most illustrious daughter of the Central Plains, she now felt as clumsy as a quail in the presence of Chen Daoxuan. Truly, comparisons can be lethal. Soon, they arrived at the council hall. Upon seeing Chen Daoxuan, the elders rose, their faces radiant with smiles. "There is no need for tension. Please take a seat." Chen Daoxuan waved his hand. The assembly exchanged glances, each harboring a plethora of doubts and questions as they settled down. This young man, Chen, was truly a powerhouse of the Xian sect? The elders could hardly believe it. Granny Xing directed Chen Daoxuan to the main seat, while she, along with Xingyun and Xing Kair, took their places to the side. Witnessing the esteemed six-star Xian sect treat this youth with such deference, Xing Tai hastily gulped down his cup of tea to soothe his throat before diving straight into the matter. The death of Yu Changshan will undoubtedly provoke the entire Moonwheel Valley, especially since the Soulless Birth is the son of Han Xianding. Hence, I suspect that tonight, both sides will likely converge upon us. Among them, the Yu family's elder, Yu Tianluan, and the third elder of the Soul Pavilion, Han Xianding, are both five-star Xian sect members. If it comes to a one-on-one confrontation, even if our elder can hold one at bay, the other of Chen Daoxuan were to face him alone, I fear the odds would not be in our favor. Thus, I propose we utilize the terrain of the valley. You need not ponder so much. Chen Daoxuan interjected abruptly. The assembly turned to him, astonished. This was the outcome they had painstakingly deliberated upon, yet he dismissed it without consideration. Xing Kair, with an air of arrogance, crossed her arms and remarked, "Chen, if you truly are a powerhouse of the Xian sect, that is indeed remarkable. However, Given your age and experience, I doubt you possess the strategic insight of our elders. Silence. Xing Tai hurled the lid of his cup in her direction. He then turned to Chen Daoxuan with an awkward smile. So might I inquire what insights you possess? Despite sharing the same sentiments as Xing Kai, he recognized that Chen Daoxuan was there to assist. It was essential to extend the courtesy he deserved. Such is the nature of human relations. At that moment, the eyes of Granny Xing, Xing Yun, and all the elders were fixed upon Chen Daoxuan, eagerly anticipating a brilliant strategy to counter their foes. Facing their expectant gazes, Chen Daoxuan calmly stated, "It is quite simple. You all should remain hidden in the main hall while I confront them alone in the square." Alone? The exclamation sent ripples of astonishment throughout the room. Xing Tai's mouth twitched. "But they have at least 2 Xian sect powerhouses," Chen Daoxuan replied. "Indeed." Xing Kai interjected. "But those 2 are both 5-star Xian sect members," Chen Daoxuan responded. "I am aware." Aware? Did he truly comprehend the situation? Even if he is indeed, as the Valley Master claims, a formidable figure of the Xian sect, he is merely a 1-star adept. How could he possibly contend with 2 5-star masters? Chen Daoxuan's proposal left every individual present utterly astounded. Is Xinghe Valley truly prepared to entrust the fates of all its members into his hands? Granny Xinghe, cradling her teacup, gazed with murky, aged eyes, profound and introspective. At this stage of her life, with her years dwindling, even facing the likes of Yue Shenlun alone, her chances of victory seemed bleak. Coupled with the might of the Soul Pavilion, without the unwavering support of Qin Shouting, Xinghe Valley would surely meet its demise. Weighing the pros and cons, Granny Xinghe finally resolved to take a gamble. Rising, she bowed deeply to Chen Daoxuan on behalf of all in Xinghe Valley. Is the elder truly willing to allow him to act recklessly? Xing Kai covered her mouth in disbelief. Has everyone lost their senses? As the moon hung brightly in the sparse sky, and the crows flew southward, a multitude of figures appeared on the vast grasslands, some draped in black robes, others clad in orange attire, brandishing crescent blades. The 2 factions converged, advancing under the leadership of a Qinglin Shirtian tiger, their imposing presence enough to instill fear in any faction of the Central Plains. On the back of the Qinglin Shirtian tiger, 2 elders, their eyes bloodshot and expressions taut, were determined to flatten Xinghe Valley in order to honor the spirits of Yu Changshan and Han Wuduan. Soon, the army reached the entrance of Xinghe Valley, only to be taken aback by the sight of the gates wide open. What is happening? Yu Tianluan rose to his feet, squinting at the open star-stone gate. Beside him, Han Qianding sneered, "It's merely a fade." Without hesitation, he signaled, and 2 Soul Pavilion experts of the Xian Wang level swiftly flew to the valley entrance. However, as soon as they arrived, 2 sword energies surged forth, slaying them on the spot. Witnessing their bodies severed in half, many were unable to stifle their gasps of terror, which swiftly spread throughout the ranks. At that moment, Yu Tianluan pointed towards the sky above Xinghe Valley. "Qingqiu, go ascertain the situation inside." Yes. As a 1-star Xian Huang adept, Yu Qingqiu stepped forward, instantly appearing above Xinghe Valley. Yet, when he gazed down into the valley, something inexplicable suddenly surged towards him. Before he could evade, a luminous arrow pierced through his chest. This. Yu Tianluan couldn't help but rub his eyes in disbelief. His nephew, possessing the strength of a Xian Huang, had been instantaneously slain. 1 Xian Huang, 2 Xian Wang, all tragically perished. This unfathomable scene utterly unsettled the vast army behind the 2 elders. Yu Tianluan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Ultimately, the disciples and elders behind him emerged en masse merely to bolster their presence. To truly conquer the Galaxy Valley, it would require the efforts of him and Soul Qianding. The 2 elders exchanged a knowing glance, their understanding instantaneous. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves at the valley's entrance. Since the Galaxy Valley had already set up an ambush, they would personally enter the valley, allowing the rabble there to experience the true essence of despair. In the face of absolute power, all resistance is futile. Thus, the 2 elders entered the valley in succession, one after the other. The pathway before them was broad and silent. As they advanced, astonishingly, they encountered no ambush whatsoever. Soon, they arrived at an expansive plaza. To their astonishment, their eyes fell upon a square table, at which sat a solitary youth, Chen Daoxuan, who was quietly savoring his tea, exuding an air of indifference. This sight left Yu Tianluan and Soul Qianding particularly perplexed. They instinctively surveyed their surroundings, but apart from the unfamiliar youth, there appeared to be no one else present. What on earth was Xinghe up to? Yu Tianluan rubbed his hands together, and faced with this bizarre scene, found himself hesitating to step forward. Chapter 26. Truly the supreme power of Zhongzhou, just as I desire Yu Tianluan and Han Qianding. One being the venerable ancestor of Moonwheel Valley, and the other the third elder of the Soul Pavilion, had convened here to exact vengeance for their sons. Their intention was to obliterate Xinghe Valley with overwhelming might, transforming it into a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. However, at this moment, these two esteemed elders found themselves paralyzed by the unusual sight of a solitary youth enjoying tea. Astonishingly, they were hesitant to advance. As renowned figures in Zhongzhou and throughout the entire Tianshan continent, they were rendered fearful. This left Chen Daoxuan utterly speechless. Setting down his teacup, he remarked languidly, "There is no need for you two esteemed elders to be so courteous. Feel free to step forward and embrace your demise." "What did you say?" Yu Tianluan's aged visage twitched, while Han Qianding also appeared somewhat taken aback. They wondered what kind of beguiling potion that old crone from Xinghe had concocted. To this point, they remained oblivious to the fact that their sons had perished at the hands of Chen Daoxuan, mistakenly attributing the deeds to the involvement of the old woman from Xinghe. Thus, the more peculiar the situation became, the more cautious the two aged men grew, observing the two shifty-eyed old fellows refusing to approach. Chen Daoxuan could only shake his head in resignation and continue sipping his tea. "Xinghe, cease your pretentious antics before me and come forth at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your Xinghe Valley is reduced to nothing but bones." Yu Tianluan suddenly bellowed like thunder, his formidable quintessence of the five-star Xian realm erupting with a resounding force, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The starry sky shimmered under the distorted atmospheric pressure, manifesting countless anomalies. The entire valley and the surrounding 10,000 mountains trembled violently under the overwhelming spiritual pressure that dominated the world. The members of Xinghe Valley within the main hall were forced to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces filled with horror. What an immense aura! Xing Kaier struggled to remain half-kneeling at the window, witnessing her fellow disciples on the verge of asphyxiation. She could scarcely fathom how Chen Daoxuan, a youth of similar age to herself, could possibly contend with those two ancient monsters single-handedly. The void of heaven and earth continued to shatter, the terrifying pressure having already cracked the stone slabs of the plaza. Yet, even as Yu Tianluan unleashed his entire aura, Chen Daoxuan remained unfazed, seated like an immovable mountain, not only unaffected but also preserving the integrity of the table before him. This revelation prompted Yu Tianluan to suspect something was amiss. That lad was utterly unperturbed. Yu Tianluan fixed his gaze upon the quaking world, observing the unyielding figure and table, before suddenly directing his attention beneath the table. After a moment of contemplation, he could not help but scoff. "Xinghe, you are at least my equal in name. Must you hide beneath the ground today, like a turtle withdrawing its head?" Chen Daoxuan. He was taken aback that the old man believed it was the old woman from Xinghe who was stabilizing his aura. Feeling speechless, Yu Tianluan abruptly waved his sleeve, causing a crescent moon-shaped blade to hover majestically in the air behind him. Like a resplendent moon, it radiates a vast silvery glow, illuminating half the night sky. "Since you refuse to emerge, allow me to assist you." Whoosh! The argent moonlight cascades down, directly illuminating Chen Daoxuan. He raises his hand to touch a droplet of tea, flicking it effortlessly. The flying droplet strikes the ethereal blade with precision. Ding! A resounding chime. Astonishingly, it sends the moonlit shadow, capable of easily tearing apart a peak Xianhuang expert, flying away. "What?" Yu Tianluan's aged eyes bulge with disbelief at the sight before him. "That child merely used a single droplet of water to thwart my attack." Confronted by the astonished gazes of the two elders, Chen Daoxuan kindly states, "The one who killed your son is me, not the Star River matron. To facilitate your quest for vengeance, I have been awaiting your arrival here for quite some time. Therefore, please do not hesitate. Feel free to act." His calm tone, though seemingly reasonable, is laced with provocation. "Changshan, Wu Dan. He was the one who killed him?" Yu Tianluan's wrinkled face trembles. "Young man, are you not afraid of the wind stirring your tongue? You, of all people, are worthy of killing my son?" Chen Daoxuan calmly raises his gaze, offering no explanations. He again dips his finger into the tea, then aims at Yu Tianluan. With a flick of his finger, the void before him is rent asunder by a peculiar water shadow, rapidly magnifying in the depths of Yu Tianluan's eyes. In a moment of desperation, Yu Tianluan swiftly draws a second moon blade, slashing down against the wind. Buzz, the droplet strikes the white blade, eliciting a piercing hum. Gazing at the violently trembling moon blade, Yu Tianluan's complexion changes drastically. It truly is you. Beside him, Han Qianing frowns deeply. Are you implying that he? Yu Tianluan, reluctant to concede but compelled by the truth, admits, indeed, he possesses the capability to kill Changshan. I have already claimed responsibility, yet you still do not believe me. In that instant, a formidable aura of Xianzong, akin to a raging mountain torrent, erupts from Chen Daoxuan's being. Xianzong. The two elders gasp in shock once more. This young man is, astonishingly, a Xianzong expert. At this moment, within the main hall of the Star River Valley, no one dares to question Chen Daoxuan's prowess any longer. He is undeniably a genuine Xianzong expert. No room for doubt. However, despite his formidable aura, he still falls short when compared to Yu Tianluan, this old hound. Can he truly defeat those two ancient monsters? Two contrasting auras of Xianzong collide, continually clashing against this realm, obscuring the starry sky with a tumultuous spectacle. Within the valley, a shroud of gloom envelopes the air. Yu Tianluan's aged form trembles with rage. Behind him, 12 moon blades hover in the air, resembling 12 full moons illuminating the world. It is akin to daylight. The soldiers outside the valley gasp in awe. For 3 millennia, I have traversed the continent, leaving naught but defeat in my wake. Save for the formidable souls of the Soul Pavilion. The world reveres me, yet fears me. Yet you dare to adopt such an insolent demeanor before me. Very well, since you have admitted to slaying Changshan today, the Star River Valley shall become your final resting place. Yu Tianluan is utterly consumed by wrath. His bloodthirsty eyes fixate on Chen Daoxuan, wishing to rend him to 1,000 pieces. Their gazes lock. Chen Daoxuan, with an air of nonchalance, responds indifferently. Only through confrontation can we ascertain whose grave it shall be. Yu Tianluan can scarcely contain his fury. A young man as audacious as Chen Daoxuan is a rarity in his experience. The privilege of proximity to the moonlight. Chanting a 7-character quatrain, Yu Tianluan spreads his arms wide, summoning 12 radiant moons to cast down 12 beams of annihilating holy light. In that instant, Chen Daoxuan finally takes action. He swiftly rises, wielding his finger as a sword, and slices towards the heavens. With a thunderous roar, he cleaves the 12 beams of holy light descending from the sky. How is this possible? Yu Tianluan gazes in astonishment at the vast void severed by a single stroke, forcefully pressing his hand downward. A torrent of silver waves crashes forth with a cataclysmic force, as if the Milky Way were plummeting from the heavens. Such martial prowess is indeed remarkable. No wonder he is a supreme powerhouse of the central continent. Witnessing such an assault, Chen Daoxuan casually grips his hand. Sword come. Within a chamber of the main hall, Chun Mei feels the purple mist spirit sword at her waist thrumming to life, unsheathing itself and soaring into the air. Chapter 27. The 10,000 swords gather at the temple. The sword flew forth, landing with precision in Chen Daoxuan's hand. As he held it horizontally, a radiant sword formation abruptly arose from the ground. The body of the purple mist spirit sword shimmered with flowing light, embodying boundless sword intent. Under the incredulous gaze of Yu Tianluan, a continuous stream of sword shadows surged forth from the luminous array. It was astonishing. In the main hall, by the window, Chun Mei gazed in awe at the overwhelming sword intent, which had surprisingly formed a formidable sword formation. Her heart was filled with profound emotion. The young master's comprehension of the sword path had reached such a remarkable level. Within the light array, the sword intent fell like rain, countless in number, launching toward the heavens. At that moment, Chen Daoxuan raised his head, his eyes gleaming with sharp brilliance. 10,000 swords gather at the temple. Chen Daoxuan suddenly pointed the sword towards the sky. The myriad sword shadows erupted with a majestic sword intent that shattered the heavens. With the force of a river of swords, it collided fiercely with the descending galaxy. Boom! The two rivers of light finally collided across the void. Under the astonished gazes of the multitude, the world fell silent for an instant before erupting into a terrifying storm of sword blades. Under the onslaught of this tempest, the power of the galaxy was utterly overwhelmed, disintegrating in an instant. The sword Aura sword, breaking through the clouds, vanishing from sight. Yu Tianluan stood frozen, mouth agape, utterly unable to fathom that the young man before him had attained such a pinnacle in the sword path. Just as he was momentarily distracted, The dense rain of swords aimed at the starry sky suddenly turned back. The speed was so swift that it tore through the heavens in the blink of an eye. Before Yue Tianluan could even brace himself, the sword struck him relentlessly. The torrent of sword rain obscured his figure entirely. The void was torn apart infinitely. The earth seemed to be pierced through. Fiery lava spewed forth in a furious surge, rocks flying through the air. As the essence of Yue Tianluan rapidly dissipated within the sword mist, not only were the onlookers from the Galaxy Valley left in a state of bewilderment, but even Han Qianding could not suppress a chill that ran down his spine, retreating repeatedly. They stared at Chen Daoxuan as if he were a monster. Was Yue Tianluan truly slain? Xing Kaier hid behind her aunt, clutching her waist. Both trembled in unison. At that moment, they finally understood that Chen Daoxuan's audacious demeanor was not mere arrogance. It was born of absolute confidence. With his astonishing mastery of the sword path, he could entirely compensate for any gap in cultivation. Now, Xing Kaier even began to secretly feel grateful. Grateful that her aunt, as the Valley Master, possessed sharper insight than she did. Grateful that the ancestor was willing to make decisive choices at a critical moment, entrusting the fate of the Galaxy Valley to his hands. Had it been up to her, she might have already ruined everything. The sword mist that had lingered in the distance finally dissipated, revealing the bloodied fragments of bone upon the ground. Yue Tianluan was dead, reduced to nothing but dust by the merciless rain of swords. Sol Qianding was utterly astounded. If Yue Tianluan was no match for that young man, then he feared the outcome would be the same for himself. At that moment, Sol Qianding no longer maintained his haughty demeanor. Instead, he resembled a startled fawn, unable to divert his gaze from Chen Daoxuan while instinctively retreating. Observing this, Chen Daoxuan furrowed his brow and remarked, "I killed your son. Do you intend to flee in the face of battle?" Sol Qianding faltered under such a direct confrontation. Regardless of the circumstances, no one had dared to threaten him like this before Chen Daoxuan appeared in Zhongzhou. His expression grave, he fixed his gaze upon Chen Daoxuan and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Once again, Chen Daoxuan found the question unworthy of response and instead advanced towards him. The terrifying aura of his sword intent enveloped the air once more. Witnessing this, Sol Qianding raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, "I am the third elder of the Soul Pavilion. Think carefully about your actions." The Soul Pavilion. Recalling the words once spoken by Sol Qianju, Chen Daoxuan replied with composure, rather than calling it the Soul Pavilion. It would be more apt to rename it the Holy Soul Palace. Sol Qianding gasped, "How do you know this?" He was utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan's words left Granny Xinghe and the others in a state of bewilderment. The Holy Soul Palace was a force from the upper realm. Logically, no one in the Tianxian continent should have heard of it. Even Granny Xinghe, acknowledged as the longest-living and most knowledgeable individual in Tianxian, should have been oblivious. Yet, how did this young man possess such knowledge? Meeting Sol Qianding's incredulous gaze, Chen Daoxuan candidly revealed, in Dongzhou, "I killed an old man named Sol Qianju. It was he who informed me." Sol Qianding was taken aback. "You also killed my fourth brother?" Chen Daoxuan confirmed, "Indeed. I killed your son, and I also killed your brother. If you still possess even the slightest trace of valor, you should rush at me without hesitation." A smile concealed a blade within Chen Daoxuan, akin to a beast fixated on delectable prey. At this moment, Sol Qianding understood that invoking the background of the Soul Pavilion would only incite an even more fervent desire for vengeance in Chen Daoxuan. For he had come with the intent to eradicate the Soul Pavilion. A mere one-star Xian sect should not pose a threat to the Soul Pavilion. Yet, the young man's mastery of the sword path was truly astonishing. A threat must be obliterated. Sol Qianding would never allow anyone to disrupt the Soul Pavilion's plans for hunting unique souls. No longer retreating, Sol Qianding unleashed his full momentum in an explosive display. A vast expanse of black mist rose from the ground, enveloping his entire being. Soul Burial. A silver scythe materialized, suddenly appearing in Sol Qianding's grasp. His figure trembled and then vanished inexplicably from sight. Clang. As Chen Daoxuan swept his sword towards the void behind him, the air erupted with a sharp metallic sound. The space shattered. Yet Sol Qianding's silhouette remained elusive. At this moment, the Sol Qianding had perfected his agility, each footfall barely lingering in the air. In the face of such a tempestuous assault, Chen Daoxuan remained composed, steadfast as a mountain, effortlessly neutralizing each strike with his sword. The soul burial technique was an extraordinarily unique martial art. The instant ordinary weapons clashed with it, they would shatter into pieces. However, The Zixia spiritual sword in Chen Daoxuan's grasp was no ordinary weapon. For a time, the soul Qianding found himself utterly impotent against him. To invoke the soul burial without inflicting even the slightest harm. The disparity in cultivation level did not grant him any advantage in their confrontation. The soul Qianding had never encountered such a formidable opponent. As his figure flickered incessantly, he pondered how to vanquish this youth, when suddenly, a beam of sword light pierced through the void before him, startling him into a hasty sidestep. Beneath his feet, that accursed sword formation reemerged. The soul Qianding leaped into the air. The ground's spiritual light array unleashed a magnificent sword might, and countless sword shadows surged forth, hurtling towards his direction. Again with the same maneuver, do you know no other technique? The soul Qianding cursed vehemently. With no time to evade, he could only frantically wield his blade in defense. Yet the speed of the oncoming sword rain escalated relentlessly. Amidst the boundless barrage, the terrifying sword pressure emanating from the void expanded to a territory of 10,000 miles. This spectacle left countless powerful beings in the central continent aghast. With a final, anguished howl, the soul Qianding succumbed, plummeting to the ground. His body a gory mess akin to the moon heaven wheel. With the same technique, he had felled 2 5-star Xian zones in succession. Chen Daoxuan gracefully sheathed his sword. If you cannot withstand a single strike, what hope do you have of witnessing a second? Dream on. Chapter 28. The mountain cave in the suburbs, fulfilling the promised victory. He has succeeded. The sound of jubilant cheers resonated throughout Star River Valley, as countless individuals embraced each other in tears of gratitude for Chen Daoxuan's arrival. Chen Daoxuan, with his singular strength, had salvaged Star River Valley, executing an unparalleled sword technique that felled 2 5-star Xian sects. An event that would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entirety of Central Continent. His name would forever be enshrined in history, becoming an immortal legend. Shinkaya stood dazed, her heart filled with joy yet tinged with trepidation. Earlier, she had mistakenly believed Chen Daoxuan to be a member of the Moonwheel Valley, nearly causing a catastrophe. How was she to face this heavenly benefactor now? The air was electric with the cheers of the crowd. Xing Yun broke through the window, stepping on the void, and was the first to bow deeply to Chen Daoxuan. He nodded in acknowledgement. However, Xing Yun's expression gradually turned cold as she drew her sword, pointing it towards the valley's exit. Everyone, heed my command. Exterminate the invaders, leave none alive. Kill. The crowd surged out of the main hall, racing towards the valley's exit under Xing Yun's leadership. Without the formidable presence of Yu Tianluan and Han Qianding, the so-called army outside was nearly defenseless. Faced with the relentless onslaught of Star River Valley, they lacked even the strength to resist. In less than the span of half an incense stick, the once great multitude was reduced to a scene of blood and carnage. The following morning, Star River Valley erupted in celebration, hosting a grand feast to commemorate their victory. At the banquet, Xing Yun donned an elegant and fitting celestial gown, personally pouring wine for Chen Daoxuan. Young Master Chen, our Star River Valley is fortunate to have your assistance in escaping this calamity. Here, on behalf of everyone in the valley, I raise this cup to you. Your great kindness shall be remembered forever. Xing Yun spoke earnestly, bowing deeply and presenting the cup to Chen Daoxuan with both hands. Witnessing this, others rose to imitate her gesture. Chen Tianhai and his wife looked upon their son, now honored by the esteemed sects of Central Continent, their eyes glistening with tears. They truly did not care about ascending to the upper realm and joining the imperial clan. As parents, seeing their son shine brightly was enough to fill them with contentment. Chen Daoxuan regarded the icy beauty before him, accepting her sincere gratitude with pleasure. He lifted a cup from the table, clinking it with hers, and they both drank deeply. After setting down their cups, Chen Daoxuan remarked, though Han Qianding is dead, the Soul Pavilion remains. Until the Soul Pavilion is eradicated, your Star River Valley will never know peace. I believe the Valley Master is well aware of this. The atmosphere within the hall suddenly grew tense. Xing Yun, in disbelief, asked, are you truly intent on confronting the Soul Pavilion? Indeed, Chen Daoxuan replied. He had come to Central Continent with the purpose of annihilating the Soul Pavilion. How could he be satisfied with merely slaying Han Qianding? Xing Yun exchanged a glance with Granny Xing and then solemnly stated, if I were to be selfish, I would not hesitate to divulge the location of the Soul Pavilion to you. However, she faltered, unsure of how to proceed. The power of the Soul Pavilion was beyond what ordinary individuals could comprehend. Let us momentarily set aside the elusive Lord of the Dragon, reputed to be the unparalleled Xianzun powerhouse in the Tianxian continent. The esteemed elder, Han Qianhe, has already attained the formidable rank of 8-star Xianzong. far surpassing that of Han Xianding. Chen Daoxuan has rendered great kindness in the Star River Valley, and Xingyun cannot bear the thought of him meeting an untimely demise. She is acutely aware that with his extraordinary talent, should he choose to conceal himself and devote himself to cultivation, within a century, even the legendary Han Tian Qi may not prove to be his match. Chen Daoxuan perceives her concern and offers a gentle smile. Simply inform me of the location of the Soul Pavilion. The matters that follow need not trouble you. But Xingyun protests, yet the elderly matriarch of the Star River, not far away, shakes her head disapprovingly. Upon witnessing this, Xingyun's gaze falls, weighed down by the expectations of those present. Reluctantly, she finally reveals, in the northwest desert, there lies a peculiar pool, perpetually shrouded in illusions, untouched by the outside world. That is where the Soul Pavilion resides. Very well. Chen Daoxuan nods with a smile, gesturing for her to sit and join him in a drink. During the banquet, the elders of the Star River Valley come forth one after another to offer toasts, their words replete with flattery. Yet their true intent is to persuade Chen Daoxuan to venture into the desert and eliminate the greatest threat. As for whether Chen Daoxuan can vanquish the Soul Pavilion, none display any concern. Chen Daoxuan himself is acutely aware that, should he fail in this battle, the people of the Star River Valley would be the first to flee from this place without hesitation. Such is the nature of humanity, a truth he has long since discerned. Indifferent to it, he indulges in food and drink, contemplating the destruction of the Soul Pavilion before returning to the upper realm to discover the true nature of his biological parents. The might of the Emperor, truly a source of great aspiration. As night fell, Xingyun trailed behind Chun Mei, exiting the Star River Valley and venturing toward the outskirts and the forested hills. She had indulged in quite a bit of drink that day, but fortunately her tolerance was commendable, sparing her from inebriation. Chun Mei had called her out when no one else was around, and throughout their journey, she remained silent, which sparked a flicker of curiosity in Xingyun. Chun Mei, where are you taking me? With her hands clasped behind her back, Chun Mei walked ahead, and upon hearing the question, she replied softly, "Are you not concerned for our young master's safety?" Xingyun interpreted this as a subtle mockery and felt a flush of embarrassment. "I apologize." "There is no need for apologies. Our young master would not hold you accountable," Chun Mei reassured her. Thus, Xingyun fell silent and continued to follow Chun Mei. After an undetermined duration, they finally halted before a cave, illuminated brightly by candlelight. Chun Mei gestured for her to enter. Confused, Xingyun stepped into the cave and was astonished to find Chen Daoxuan standing before her. Moreover, there was a wooden couch. Xingyun's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked up. "Chen Xiao, what is this?" Chen Daoxuan sat by the edge of the couch, idly toying with a scroll in his hand, the candlelight illuminating his delicate profile, his expression serene. Suddenly, he closed the scroll and, with a smile, gazed at her. "Do you remember what you said before?" Xingyun pondered for a moment, struggling to decipher his intent. "I hope Master Chen will enlighten me. Given the circumstances." Chen Daoxuan decided to be forthright. "You once declared that if I ever had any requests, you would never refuse." Upon hearing this, Xingyun nodded earnestly. Chen Daoxuan continued, "If I were to ask you to engage in a night of dual cultivation with me, would you be willing?" Dual cultivation? Xingyun's mind raced through countless possibilities of what he might propose, yet this notion had not crossed her mind at all. After all, Chen Daoxuan was still a child, barely of age. He was over a decade younger than her. Confused, she asked, "Master Chen, may I inquire about your reasoning?" She felt comfortable asking this because she believed Chen Daoxuan was not a man driven by mere carnal desires. Rising, he approached her with a serious demeanor. "I have practiced a unique form of cultivation, the specifics of which I cannot disclose. I can only say that if you agree to this dual cultivation, just this once, I will possess an absolute advantage in tomorrow's battle against the Soul Pavilion." This revelation left Xingyun bewildered. Yet, the unwavering determination reflected in Chen Daoxuan's eyes inexplicably instilled a profound sense of trust in her. Ultimately, this decision would allow her to repay a debt of gratitude in such a manner. Chapter 29. Invasion of the Soul Pavilion. Squirrels perched on branches, and cunning hares occasionally peeked from the forest. After 5 hours, a loud crash resonated as the wooden bed in the cave was utterly destroyed. In a moment, Xingyun hastily gathered her clothes to cover herself, her astonished gaze fixed upon Chen Daoxuan, who sat cross-legged in meditation, his aura surging with intensity, his flushed cheeks betraying his astonishment. 2-star mystic sect, 3-star mystic sect, 4-star mystic sect, 5-star mystic sect. Chen Daoxuan had not deceived her. Every word he spoke rang with truth. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had undergone an astonishing transformation, leaping from a 1-star mystic sect to a 5-star mystic sect. Furthermore, the stability of his aura suggested he had dwelled in this realm for years, devoid of any signs of emptiness. Xingyun's eyes were opened wide in revelation. She finally grasped why such a serious young man as Chen Daoxuan would dare to make such an audacious request of her. After a while, the two exited the cave, one after the other. Observing the blush that suffused Xingyun's face and the damp strands of her hair, Chen, who awaited outside, felt a flicker of intrigue. She mused that Xingyun had surpassed her by a full 2 hours. Could this be the allure of mature women? She was uncertain, for she believed men preferred women of similar age. Are you all right? Chen approached, her voice friendly. Xingyun turned her face away, her cheeks flushed, replying, I'm fine. Chen Daoxuan stretched his arms, feeling invigorated and brimming with energy. Despite the night's tumultuous events resulting in splinters strewn across the ground, he remained spirited and unwearied. The two women exchanged knowing glances at his remarkable vitality. The Soul Pavilion is in that direction, correct? Chen Daoxuan suddenly pointed toward the northwest. Indeed, Xingyun replied, her expression complex as she gazed at his retreating figure. She could never have imagined that after nearly 30 years of preserving her purity, it would ultimately be bestowed upon such a youth. Chen, stay in the valley to look after my parents, Chen Daoxuan instructed succinctly before transforming into a beam of light, soaring toward the northwestern horizon. With his greatly enhanced cultivation, he no longer required Chunmei's protection. The Soul Pavilion. He would vanquish it himself. In the northwestern desert, there lay a peculiar pool, perpetually shrouded in illusions, untouched by outside disturbances. This must be the place. Standing at the water's edge before the enigmatic lake, Chen Daoxuan gazed at the tranquil surface, smooth as a mirror, a hint of emotion playing across his face. Despite the strong winds today, the lake remained undisturbed. Its waters motionless, evidently governed by a unique law of power. Under the absolute protection of this law, even the birds in the sky could not hope to enter this domain. Laws are the hallmark of a mystic sovereign. Thus, it was clear that the Soul Pavilion must be guarded by a mystic sovereign. Upon contemplation, one must consider that this is a domain of sacred power. The presence of such formidable figures in this realm is hardly surprising. Moreover, recalling the terrifying law of stillness that enveloped the heavens when Senior Chen Lu made his appearance, Chen Daoxuan found the current law before him to be nothing more than a trivial child's play, akin to the antics of a child relieving himself in the mud, utterly insignificant. Raising his hand, he directed it toward the surface of the lake. With a resounding crash, he struck with the air of authority. The entire lake shattered into fragments, instantly erupting into a towering column of water that soared skyward. The fierce gust of his palm sent the waters plunging downward, creating a vast depression, while the surging waves spread outward, swiftly revealing the lake bed. Disperse. Chen Daoxuan clenched his fist with determination. In an instant, the entire expanse of water evaporated, leaving behind a magnificent rainbow in the sky. The parched lakebed unveiled a peculiar black stone plaza, adorned with intricate patterns that mirrored the dark designs upon the robe of Soul Qianjing. With a swift motion, Chen Daoxuan appeared on the black stone plaza. His gaze fixed upon the surroundings, he quickly sensed a transmission realm. With a focused thought, he concentrated again and realized he had entered a remarkable world. Was this a void forged by a formidable Shenzun? Lifting his eyes to the luminous moonlight, he beheld the vast desert before him and the majestic palace at its distant end. His eyes gradually ignited with fervor. The Soul Pavilion, which was once of no concern to him, had become a thorn in his side due to Soul Qianjue. Who could he blame? Why provoke him? With his hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled leisurely toward the towering palace. This expanse of void was visible to the naked eye, indicating that the Xianzun who created this realm was likely not of exceedingly high cultivation, certainly not at a level akin to that of Chunmei. Before long, Chen Daoxuan arrived at the palace. A colossal gate of purple gold, engraved with the motifs of the Soul Pavilion, stood before him. Two guards clad in black robes, noticing the unfamiliar figure approaching, exchanged puzzled glances. Stop, one of them commanded. Chen Daoxuan, however, paid them no mind and continued on his path. To his astonishment, he seemed utterly impervious to their presence. Since the establishment of the Soul Pavilion, there had never been an intruder. Alarmed, the two guards unsheathed their swords in unison. Kneel. Chen Daoxuan uttered but 2 words. A vast and overwhelming spiritual might suddenly descended from above, forcing the two men to their knees in sheer terror. Xianzong. They were drenched in sweat, timidly raising their gaze toward the youth before them. Under such an immense pressure, even breathing felt extraordinarily laborious. Thus, Chen Daoxuan approached the gate. First, he examined the intricate patterns upon it, marveling at their lifelike craftsmanship. Exquisitely carved, he praised before raising his hand before the two guards. With a thunderous roar, the entire palace quaked violently. The gate was reduced to mere rubble. Who dares? Amidst the swirling smoke, numerous individuals rushed toward the exit. Yet, with each emergence, Chen Daoxuan wielded his fingers like a sword, slaying them on the spot. He spared no distinction between those from the Soul Pavilion and mere guests. Any soul present in that place was doomed. He preferred to err on the side of aggression rather than let a single life escape his grasp. In a frenzied display of violence, the bodies accumulated into a mountain. The two surviving guards, having never witnessed such carnage, were astounded. Even the elders of the Soul Pavilion, possessing the formidable strength of Xianwang and Xianwang, fared no better than ordinary folk, their heads severed the moment they dared to show themselves. As the pile of corpses grew increasingly ominous, the two guards instinctively curled into a ball, choosing to feign death. Cease. At that moment, two overwhelming presences surged forth within the hall, crashing like furious waves, causing Chen Daoxuan's robes to billow dramatically. 6-star Xian sect. 8-star Xian sect. Chen Daoxuan felt the weight of these energies and smiled, his eyes narrowing. Suddenly, two figures clad in black robes materialized before him. With no hesitation, they unleashed their formidable strength upon him. Chen Daoxuan raised both palms in response. Bang! Bang! Their palms clashed violently. The sheer force propelled Chen Daoxuan backward, sliding across the ground. However, as the two elders revealed their sinister intentions, Chen Daoxuan stamped his foot against the earth, channeling all his strength into his hands, and astonishingly, he sent the two elders flying through the air. They tumbled mid-flight. One regained his balance almost instantly, while the other stumbled clumsily before finally coming to a halt. Both gazed at Chen Daoxuan, their eyes wide with shock and trepidation. Chapter 30. The emergence of the Soul Pavilion Master. Before us stand two venerable elders of the Soul Pavilion, the Grand Elder, Han Xianhe, and the Second Elder, Han Xianyuan. Han Xianhe gazes in astonishment at the sea of corpses and rivers of blood before him, his aged visage contorting with madness. How dare you strike at the Soul Pavilion? He exclaims, fury boiling within him. Across the vast expanse of the Tianxian continent, no individual or faction has ever dared to oppose the Soul Pavilion. Chen Daoxuan, having traversed a path of carnage, has grown weary of such proclamations and chooses to remain silent. He knows that engaging in conversation will lead to questions. Who are you? Why have you come to the Soul Pavilion to kill? Yet, the world offers no easy answers. All actions are bound by cause and effect. Drawing his Zixia spirit sword from his waist, he points at them and declares, "Spare me your words. I have come to challenge the Soul Pavilion." With a subtle provocation, he adds, "Will you confront me together, or shall I face you in a war of attrition?" "You, do not grow too arrogant," Han Xianyuan retorts. But Han Xianhe quickly restrains him. Although this youth's cultivation may not match theirs, the clash they just experienced has already revealed Chen Daoxuan's extraordinary prowess. What is most alarming is his youth. To possess such power at this age, he must have some formidable background. Otherwise, it is hard to believe. Let us confront him together. Han Xianhe advises cautiously. He then reaches out with his hand, summoning the familiar silver moon scythe into his grasp. Observing this, Han Xianyuan also prepares his weapon, the Soul Burial. What exactly is the Soul Burial? Chen Daoxuan remains unaware. However, after two encounters with the Soul Pavilion's formidable warriors, he has gleaned some insight into the soul power emanating from the scythe. Prepare to meet your end, boy. Han Xianyuan shouts as he swings the scythe, unleashing a torrent of dark, spiritual light. Observing the astonishing speed of his attack, Chen Daoxuan shakes his head in disappointment, remaining motionless. As the blade draws near, he swiftly unleashes his sword. The sword's shadow slices through the air, sparking against the scythe's blade, dissipating the force of the attack, and then, with a deft maneuver, with a sharp thrust, he severs Han Xianyuan's left arm. Ah! Han Xianyuan cries in agony, clutching his severed limb and emitting a wretched scream. Meanwhile, Han Xianhe, who had intended to ambush Chen Daoxuan from behind, is taken aback by the horrifying spectacle. His expression shifts drastically, and he hastily retreats to a safer distance. Scoundrel! I will kill you. Han Qinyuan's aged, anguished voice reverberates across the desert. The Soul Pavilion's warriors, rushing from the palace, are left trembling in fear. Who is this young man? How could he possibly sever the second elder's arm with a single strike? Such a terrifying presence could not possibly belong to anyone from the Tianxian continent. As the onlookers grapple with Chen Daoxuan's extraordinary display of power, their shock deepens. Listening to the frantic wails of Han Qinyuan, Chen Daoxian found himself at a loss for words. In a flash, he closed the distance, and with a swift stroke, severed his opponent's head from his shoulders. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as the onlookers huddled together. Han Qianhe sank to the ground, overwhelmed by disbelief. Wasn't he merely a 5-star Xian sect cultivator? How could he possess such overwhelming strength? 2 strikes were all it took. This was truly beyond comprehension. Chen Daoxian turned leisurely, flicking the blood from his sword, his gaze falling upon Han Qianhe, whose legs trembled uncontrollably. A wave of disappointment washed over him. I had expected the Soul Pavilion, as the strongest force on the continent, to possess some measure of prowess. Yet, your performance has left me utterly disheartened. Disappointed? Han Qianhe's expression turned crimson with rage. The Soul Pavilion was the sovereign of the Tianxian realm, a titan of the world. Who was this insolent youth to mock them so brazenly? Fixated on the extraordinary sword in Chen Daoxian's hand, Han Qianhe forced himself to regain composure. If he could not best him, then there remained but one path. Please, Lord Pavilion Master, descend. Han Qianhe's eyes glinted with a manic fervor. Very well, if you wish to witness the true strength of the Soul Pavilion, I shall grant you that privilege today. With that, he produced an ancient black token from within his robes and infused it with his soul power. As the token absorbed his energy, it began to emit a blinding radiance. In that moment, a beam of holy light descended from the heavens, piercing the cold darkness of this void world. Chen Daoxian raised a hand to shield his eyes from the intense brilliance, squinting as he sensed an awe-inspiring aura awakening, reminiscent of an ancient dragon illuminating the surroundings. This presence, so formidable, the holy light radiated across the realm, its overwhelming aura teetering on the brink of shattering this void world. Within the sacred glow, an enigmatic figure began to materialize. Upon witnessing this apparition, the members of the Soul Pavilion fell to their knees in reverence. Even the elder Han Qianhe gazed in awe, tears brimming in his eyes as he beheld the majestic figure descending gracefully. Lord Pavilion Master, he exclaimed, it is he who has slain many, including the second elder. This youth is exceedingly strong. I am no match for him and can only beseech your emergence. Han Qianhe pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Daoxian, enumerating his alleged transgressions. Is that so? A chilling voice resonated through the holy light, sending tremors through the void. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxian replied, his demeanor steely. Not only him, I have also claimed the lives of your 3rd elder and 4th elder. You. Han Qianhe's eyes bulged in fury. The 4 brothers had once earned the Pavilion Master's favor and nurturing, remaining loyal to him as they defended the Soul Pavilion, basking in glory for countless years. Those days had long since passed. It is astonishing that, due to a certain Chen Daoxian, the bond between these 4 brothers has been severed, casting them into the realms of yin and yang. The eyes of the soul, Qianhe, burn with an insatiable hatred and murderous intent as he glares fiercely at Chen Daoxian, gritting his teeth in fury. Having ruthlessly slain 3 esteemed elders of the Soul Pavilion, this transgression is indeed unforgivable. At last, a figure emerges from the sacred light. This individual, appearing remarkably youthful, is clad in a flowing white robe, possessing an elongated stature and an exceptionally unique aura. His captivating eyes and strikingly androgynous features are mesmerizing. Though his voice is distinctly masculine, his cheeks are adorned with a noticeable blush. Yet, most importantly, the aura he exudes is worlds apart from that of an ordinary Xian zone practitioner. The power he emanates is akin to an abyss, as if he could effortlessly shatter the entire Tianxian continent with a mere gesture, a force that defies description. Is this the might of a Xian Zun master? Chen Daoxian finds himself in a state of exhilaration. Rather than fearing the Xian zone, he feels an unexpected thrill. This reaction elicits a hint of appreciation from the Lord of the Soul Pavilion. Young man, reveal your origins, he states indifferently, his tone remaining unruffled. Exuding an air of superiority. Firmly gripping the Zixia spirit sword, Chen Daoxian boldly raises his gaze. My origins are far too significant. It would be wise for you not to inquire. Too significant? The Lord of the Soul Pavilion retorts, in the vast expanse of heaven and earth, among countless realms. There are few backgrounds that could impress me as such. Is that so? Chen Daoxuan replies. Chapter 31. The Supreme Being, Soul Heaven 7. In the vast realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the primordial universe, the forces of the sacred land are indeed formidable. However, they pale in comparison to the imperial clans. Chen Daoxuan had no inclination to invoke his background to suppress his opponent. How could he hope to grow without experiencing a battle against a supreme being? Perhaps, indeed. Raising the sword in his hand, a surge of sword intent coursed through him, mirroring the fervor of his spirit, blood boiling. Observing this, the leader of the Soul Pavilion, Soul Heaven 7, frowned. Do you truly dare to confront me? Yes, replied Chen Daoxuan. His gaze piercing. A tempest erupted beneath his feet, and his sword intent soared into the night sky, shattering it to reveal the true heavens beyond. The two presences expanded into the reality around them. As a one-star soul sovereign, Soul Heaven 7's vast spiritual pressure enveloped millions of miles of mountains and rivers, instilling terror in countless cultivators of Zhongzhou. Soul Heaven 7 regarded Chen Daoxuan's breathtaking sword intent and nodded slowly. The unity of man and sword, quite commendable. With that, he aimed his palm at Chen Daoxuan. In an instant, the void surrounding Chen Daoxuan solidified, rendering him immobile. He could not move. Chen Daoxuan's expression darkened, shock coursing through him. Soul Heaven 7, indifferent to everything, looked down with arrogance. You see, with but a slight gesture, I can strip you of your ability to act. This exemplifies the insurmountable gap between us. Witnessing this scene, those within the Soul Pavilion were filled with fervor. Soul Chinha laughed heartily. Boy, there is no way you can defeat our pavilion master. Today marks your demise. The constricting void stirred a tempest within Chen Daoxuan's heart. The mastery of a supreme being over the forces of the void was indeed profound. Yet, he would never yield. His spiritual energy surged wildly, crackling with intensity, wrapping around him like mist. As the sky was engulfed in sword intent, countless phantom sword images emerged in the heavens, numbering in the millions. Controlling swords with intent. This time, even Soul Heaven 7 could not help but feel astonished. Such an attainment was beyond his reach. He had not anticipated that this young man, despite his age, had already achieved a level of expertise in swordsmanship that rivaled those of the sacred elite. Soul Heaven 7's expression grew complex as he maintained his poised hand, observing Chen Daoxuan. He allowed the millions of sword images to rapidly coalesce in the high sky. When an immensely colossal phantom sword descended from the depths of the firmament, an ancient and profound aura began to permeate the world around them. Such potent sword intent. This youth does not seem to be merely posturing. Soul Heaven 7 had begun to sense the truth. He recognized that the young man before him was far from ordinary. However, even with this realization, he could not afford to relent. The Sacred Soul Palace was not an entity to be trifled with. The thunderous sound of the sword's resonance commanded the very heavens and earth to bow in submission. Countless powerful figures from the Soul Pavilion lay prostrate before this overwhelming display of swordsmanship, their eyes filled with sheer terror. Chen Daoxuan gazed upon that solitary, proud figure. His mind focused, all swords converging as one. With a resounding boom, the colossal sword suspended in the air pierced the void with an unimaginable velocity. Swiftly advancing towards Hun Tianqi, Hun Tianqi hastily summoned the soul burial artifact, striking back in fury. Bang! A brilliant explosion of starlight erupted in the sky, followed by an all-consuming, searing storm of destruction. The tempest ravaged the heavens and earth, rendering the void infinitely fractured, unable to heal for an eternity. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, Hun Qianhe stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. That young man, is he still human? To unleash such a terrifying strike at the 5-star Xian sect level. Below the realm of Xianzun, it seemed there was truly no one capable of matching him. At this moment, far away in the desolate sand dunes, two figures lay concealed, Granny Xinghe and Xingyun. Upon witnessing the astonishing explosion, their jaws dropped in disbelief. How formidable, if it is indeed him. Perhaps it truly can be. Xingyun's lips parted slightly. However, Granny Xinghe's expression turned grave. No matter how strong, it is futile. Pay close attention to the aura of the Soul Pavilion's master. Hearing this, Xingyun closed her eyes to sense. After a moment, her eyes shot open in horror. Hun Tianqi's aura showed no signs of waning or weakness whatsoever. The relentless storm, accompanied by the sound of thunder, persisted in the heavens and the earth for an indeterminate duration before gradually dissipating. Clad in a robe as white as snow, Hun Tianqi emerged unscathed. His exquisite features adorned with an air of nonchalance, as though toying with an insignificant insect. He remained utterly unharmed. A monster, an abomination. Xingyun was thoroughly alarmed. Beside her, Granny Xinghe's heart raced with trepidation. This is why I insisted we cannot fight alongside him. To topple the Soul Pavilion is no simple task. Though she held Chen Daoxuan's immense kindness towards the Xinghe Valley in her heart, she could not wager the lives of her entire clan. This gamble, she could not afford to lose. In the distant sky, Hun Tianqi stood like a proud monarch, surveying the myriad beings of the earth below. At last, his gaze returned to Chen Daoxuan. I have said it before, the chasm between us is insurmountable. If you fail to comprehend this, allow me to make it abundantly clear. For instance, like this. In a flash, Hun Tianqi moved gracefully past Chen Daoxuan. Pff, blood erupted forth. Chen Daoxian's right arm fell to the ground. Young master. Upon witnessing her benefactor lose an arm, Xingyun cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, from the direction of the Soul Pavilion, a cacophony of furious curses erupted. Fool! This is the fate that befalls those who oppose our Soul Pavilion. Now do you grasp the formidable prowess of our esteemed leader? Perish with your belly full of discontent and resentment, as you are ruthlessly trampled to death by our revered master. Ha ha ha, you pitiful wretch. How dare a mere Xian sect challenge our illustrious leader without a moment's reflection on your own insignificance? Those around were nearly driven to madness, completely enthralled by the overwhelming might of the seven souls of heaven. However, this revelry was abruptly shattered by a bizarre spectacle. Before them, Chen Daoxuan, who had lost his right arm, astonishingly sprouted a new limb from the very place of his severance, emerging with a speed visible to the naked eye, confounding all observers. The Shura imperial clan. The seven souls of heaven were suddenly enlightened, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. Is your surname Chen? He inquired, his voice trembling. Imperial clan? What is our master speaking of? Everyone was bewildered. They may not fully comprehend, but the extraordinary insight of the seven souls of heaven allowed them some awareness of the Shura imperial clan. The indomitable Shura clan, ascending step by step to the pinnacle, became an imperial force, a legend that echoed through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was unimaginable that he belonged to the Shura imperial clan. No wonder he had been so audacious before. While the 7 souls of heaven were internally stunned, their murderous intent only intensified. For they understood all too well that should they offend this individual, they would be embroiled in a conflict with the Shura imperial clan. The only course of action left for them was to eliminate this youth from the lower realms entirely. Following that, they would seal the news and execute everyone within the Soul Pavilion. Depart from this place. In doing so, even if the imperial forces sought to investigate, it would not be so simple for them to trace it back to their sacred soul hall. Chapter 32. Shocked, he is actually of dual imperial blood. The malevolent aura of Soul Tianqi surged, its intensity reaching skyward, causing the entire Tianxian continent to tremble ever so slightly. It is said that the Azura imperial clan is indomitable. Today, I shall witness how you can survive after being reduced to mere dust. Soul Tianqi abruptly stretched his palms outward, black lightning dancing incessantly between them. The terrifying and pure energy of destruction began to spread forth. Chen Daoxuan, having recovered from his injuries, remained immobile, unable to utter a word, yet his fighting spirit soared to unprecedented heights. Death, with all his might. Soul Tianqi struck down with a powerful palm. The vast void before him began to collapse. A catastrophic storm of annihilation swept through the fabric of existence. And the foolish souls within the Soul Pavilion, upon witnessing the impending tempest, finally comprehended that their leader intended to obliterate them alongside all else. No, no, my lord, I am fiercely loyal to you. You cannot do this. Soul Qian, he cried out as he beheld the blinding light before him. But alas, it was too late. Under the onslaught of the storm of destruction, Soul Qian's visage twisted in agony, his eyelids rolling back to reveal his emerald irises, ultimately succumbing to profound resentment as he was reduced to mere dust along with the void. Boom! A magnificent mushroom cloud erupted, piercing the heavens. The desolate landscape was engulfed in towering waves of sand, obscuring vision. The matron of the starry rivers, witnessing this scene, was struck with horror and, without hesitation, shielded star rhythm beneath her. Boom, boom, boom. An infinite tempest broke through the firmament, crashing deep into the starry expanse. This compelled the myriad powers across the continents to adopt a solemn vigilance. Such was the full might of a Xianzun-level strike, capable of instilling terror throughout the galaxy. The explosion directly transformed the geography of the central continent, flattening much of the desert into a deep, charred pit. Amidst the rising smoke, a jade arm suddenly erupted from the earth. Star Rhythm emerged from the debris, her face soiled and disheveled, the suffocating sight before her rendering her utterly speechless. Grandmother! Grandmother! Upon realizing that her grandmother had perished to protect her, Star Rhythm lost all composure, embracing her in a fit of tears. Had she known that Soul Tianqi was such a formidable force, she would never have accompanied her grandmother to witness this calamity. Yet now, it was too late. Her grandmother was gone, sacrificed for her sake. Gazing down at her grandmother's disfigured face in her arms, Star Rhythm wept uncontrollably, suddenly shouting towards the direction of Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan, you cannot be defeated. You must slay him. Only you can restore peace to the Tianxian continent. Soul Tianqi, standing high above, surveyed the dissipating smoke at the center of the pit, his expression growing increasingly grave upon hearing Star Rhythm's cries from afar. Why has that boy's aura not vanished? It makes no sense. He should be incapable of movement. But why is he still alive? Han Tianqi found himself at a loss, and with a flick of his sleeve, the thick mist dissipated. The scene that unfolded before his eyes caused his heart to leap into his throat. In the deepest recesses of the scorched earth, Chen Daoxuan hung his head, his arms dangling limply by his sides, appearing much like a living corpse. Moreover, his once raven-black hair had transformed into white. An eerie, seven-colored radiance enveloped his form like auspicious clouds. That was the imperial light of 7 colors. The Rakshasa imperial clan, the gate of life and death. Han Tianqi's exclamation pierced the air with an acute sharpness. This individual was not only of the Azura imperial clan, but also of the Rakshasa imperial clan. How could this be possible? The gate of life and death represented the most frenzied state of the Rakshasa imperial clan. It was said that those who entered this extreme condition would emanate a 7-colored imperial light, greatly enhancing their power while simultaneously losing their sanity for a brief period, transforming into a frenzied beast that would kill anyone in sight. Han Tianqi was utterly astonished. His piercing gaze remained fixed upon Chen Daoxuan, unwilling to blink. Encased in the 7-colored imperial light, Chen Daoxuan stood silently, not uttering a word. Yet, within him surged an immense and unfathomable primordial force, exceedingly rare, both sinister and malevolent. Its ferocity was enough to incite outrage among gods and men alike. It was unmistakable. He was in the state of the gate of life and death. Han Tianqi shook his head repeatedly. As the 7th supreme of the Sacred Soul Palace, how could he, merely safeguarding a branch in the lower realms, have attracted such a monstrous entity from an imperial clan? Moreover, a being with dual imperial bloodlines. What a jest! Yet, the battle had commenced, and retreating at this juncture was futile. The Azura and Rakshasa imperial clans would not let him off so easily. Such naivety had no place in the world of adults. Should this youth return to the upper realms, he would undoubtedly incite the frenzied pursuit of both imperial clans upon himself and the Sacred Soul Palace. Not even the Palace Master's arrival could withstand the might of the imperial clans. Han Tianqi's expression darkened, his heart seething with anger as he silently cursed the fool who had embroiled the Sacred Soul Palace in such a dire predicament. Was this not a harbinger of total annihilation for the Sacred Soul Palace? Up to that moment, Chen Daoxuan exhibited no signs of action, standing there in eerie silence. Han Tianqi's demeanor grew grave, his eyes unblinking, gripping the soul burial blade with increasing intensity. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan lifted his head, his calm gaze coldly fixed upon Han Tianqi, sending a chill down his spine. Han Tianqi attempted to teleport to another void. Unfazed, Chen Daoxuan's expression remained stoic as he tracked his movement. Another teleportation. Yet he was still under Chen Daoxuan's scrutiny. An unsettling feeling crept over Han Tianqi. Before he could voice his inquiry, Chen Daoxuan unleashed a sweeping strike with his sword. The sword energy, traversing the heavens and the earth, was akin to a fleeting shadow, effortlessly severing Han Tianqi's robes without him even realizing it. Gazing at his left shoulder, drenched in vivid crimson, Han Tianqi finally realized that the Chen Daoxuan before him was utterly transformed from the one he had known. It was like the infamous Rashomon. Indeed, Han Tianqi's eyes blazed with fervor. He unsheathed the blade of soul burial, assuming a combative stance. The air around him churned violently, and with a sudden stomp, He shattered the void beneath him, propelling himself directly before Chen Daoxuan, the blade of soul burial slicing forth with a cataclysmic strike. He struck true. A surge of elation coursed through Hun Tianqi's heart, only to be met with the disheartening revelation that he had merely severed a phantom left by Chen Daoxuan. The true entity now loomed above him. Standing on one leg, Chen Daoxuan surveyed the desolate expanse with an air of indifference, betraying no hint of emotional turmoil. Hun Tianqi's eyelids flickered upward, paralyzed by trepidation. Revived, Chen Daoxuan gazed into the distance, soon catching sight of the deceased Star River Granny and the helpless Xingyun. Ultimately, the denizens of Star River Valley had indeed arrived, affirming that his previous endeavors were not in vain. Chen Daoxuan spoke coldly. "You must be able to sense it now? We are no longer in the same dimension." His tone dripped with provocation. In a fit of rage, Hun Tianqi retorted with a mocking smile. "Do not be so arrogant. Even if you are the heir of the twin emperors, what of it? Do not forget, Xian sect and Xian Zun are equally in disparate realms." Chapter 33. An ordinary sword technique, yet unparalleled in the world if the Xuanzong is regarded as the pinnacle of existence across most continents in the lower realms. Then the Xuanzuan masters are undeniably the sovereigns of thousands of continents in the upper realms. You have merely grown white-haired, and your malevolent aura has intensified. Do you truly believe this will intimidate me? As long as your cultivation remains unchanged, forever stagnating at the 5-star Xuanzong realm, you will never pose a threat to me. The cold voice of Hun Tianqi reverberated, laden with boundless killing intent, his robust spiritual energy enveloping him like flames, exerting pressure upon the heavens and the earth. Chen Daoxuan maintained a stoic expression, offering no response. A myriad of colorful lights spread from beneath his feet, and in an instant, his figure vanished. With a mocking laugh, Hun Tianqi turned and unleashed a powerful punch. Just as Chen Daoxuan reappeared, he raised his palm, colliding with Hun Tianqi's fist in midair. Bang! Both men slid back a distance simultaneously. Seeing that he was not at a disadvantage, a more pronounced smile crept across Hun Tianqi's face. It seemed that the Shura Emperor clan's Luo Shimin was nothing remarkable, merely exaggerated by the world. Hun Tianqi shattered the space around him, fiercely sweeping the soul burial blade, while Chen Daoxuan rose with a sword from below, skillfully dissipating the opponent's force and launching a piercing strike towards his brow at an exceptionally cunning angle. Hun Tianqi hastily retreated, strands of hair severed from his forehead. Suddenly sensing a disturbance behind him, he raised his eyes to find Chen Daoxuan's figure had already vanished, and he swiftly turned to position the soul burial blade before him. Chen Daoxuan wielded his sword with fervor, executing strikes at a breathtaking speed. Along the way, Hun Tianqi could only desperately defend himself. Originally, they were not on the same level, yet now he found himself increasingly struggling against the onslaught. Though he was reluctant to acknowledge it, he was profoundly astonished. Luo Shimin could elevate a person's speed and strength to such an extent. No wonder the world speaks of the current emperor, the Rakshasa Emperor by Luo Yin, as someone not to be trifled with. Now, he comprehended the depth of that statement. The two engaged in a fierce offensive and defensive battle in the sky. Numerous powerful beings from the central continent, eager to witness this extraordinary confrontation, braved the risks of potential demise to gather at this location. Observing the once boundless desert now reduced to vast scorched earth sent chills down their spines. The fact that a mere 5-star Xuanzong youth could contend against a Xuanzuan master utterly reshaped their fundamental understanding of the cultivation world. Star Valley Master. Who was that young man, capable of battling the head of the Soul Pavilion like this? An elder, who had long been reclusive, could not help but inquire with a tremor in his voice. Xingyun gazed anxiously at the tumultuous sky of battle, her eyes betraying concern. His name is Chen Daoxuan. Star River Valley. Similarly shaken by that distant presence, Xing Tai stood with the elders upon the eaves, unable to fathom that the fighting energy from the Soul Pavilion, located hundreds of thousands of miles away, could reach them here. Xing Kaier gazed at Chun Mei, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with the Chun couple by the flower bed, and could not help but frown. After a moment, she approached them, asking, "You are exceptionally strong, are you not? Why do you not assist him? Do you not feel concerned?" Before departing, Granny Xinghe had cautioned her never to neglect esteemed guests, specifically reminding her of Chun Mei's unfathomable strength, perhaps even surpassing that of Chen Daoxuan. If Chen Daoxuan hailed from the powers of the upper realm, it was highly likely that Chun Mei served as his protector. Protectors from the upper realm surely possess remarkable abilities. However, in response to Xing Kaier's inquiry, Chun Mei appeared oblivious. continuing to share tales of the upper realm with Madame Chen. This only deepened Xing Kai's confusion as she turned to Chen Tianhai, asking, "Are you not worried about your son?" Chen Tianhai waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's fine, it's fine. With Chen Mei present, should anything happen to Xin'er, she will intervene." Xing Kai was utterly baffled. The Soul Pavilion lay hundreds of thousands of miles away. How could she possibly intervene in time to rescue Chen Daoxuan? Her confusion stemmed from her ignorance regarding Chen Mei's capabilities. Yet, Chen Tianhai was fully aware that Chen Mei stood at the pinnacle of the 9-star Xian Zun, merely a step away from becoming a half-saint. With her presence, no harm could befall Xin'er. Observing the indifference of the three towards the astonishing battle at the Soul Pavilion, Xing Kai tightened her expression and turned away. Contemplating their remarkable composure, it made her, an outsider, appear more like Chen Daoxuan's closest kin. Naturally, her concern lay with whether Chen Daoxuan could completely eradicate the Soul Pavilion, for it pertained to the future of Xinghe Valley and, indeed, the entire Tianshan continent. This was no trivial matter. In the sky, under Chen Daoxuan's calm and collected offensive, Han Tianqi was already drenched in sweat. The most perplexing aspect was that, thus far, Chen Daoxuan's sword techniques appeared utterly unremarkable. Yet, these seemingly ordinary moves effortlessly dismantled the blade intent that Han Tianqi had painstakingly honed over countless years. Even before Chen Daoxuan launched his attack, he seemed to anticipate how to counter, consistently unraveling Han Tianqi's efforts in advance. What sort of comprehension was this? Or perhaps it was not comprehension at all, but a transcendent swordsmanship that even he could not fathom. The clash of sword shadows and blade light sparked an array of stellar flames. A formidable force once again forced Han Tianqi to retreat. In contrast, Chen Daoxuan was unhurried to press the advantage, casually spinning the sword in his hand. His regal demeanor, exuding an air of sovereign authority, left every onlooker utterly mesmerized. That youth was simply extraordinary. Could he be a young master or divine progeny from the upper realm? Who could say? The appearance of such a figure on the Tianshan continent was indeed a privilege for all present. The mighty of the central continent, today, had their eyes thoroughly opened. Chen Daoxuan imparted a lesson to them through sheer strength. It is not the grandiose display of mountain-shaking or storm-brewing techniques that defines true power. Even the most unremarkable swordplay, when wielded with precision, can render an opponent utterly helpless. At this moment, Han Tianqi found himself at a loss against Chen Daoxuan. After a fierce battle, he bore multiple injuries and his breath had noticeably weakened. With a cold gaze, Chen Daoxuan raised his eyes and remarked, "If this is all the skill you possess, let us hasten to conclude this tedious confrontation." Han Tianqi retorted, "What did you say?" His words dripped with disdain, as if to imply that he could dispatch Chen Daoxuan at any moment should he so choose. Such arrogance! The madness in Han Tianqi's eyes intensified. The dark mist behind him surged violently, and his aura abruptly soared as he channeled all his strength into the soul-bearing blade, leaping toward the heavens. The turbulent waves of energy radiated outward in concentric circles, engulfing the sky. Han Tianqi resolved to gamble everything on his most potent strike to determine the outcome against Chen Daoxuan. After all, Chen Daoxuan was merely a 5-star Xian sect disciple. There was no conceivable way he could withstand Han Tianqi's might. If close combat played to Chen Daoxuan's advantage, then Han Tianqi would exploit the absolute disparity in cultivation to secure his ultimate victory with a decisive blow. A magnificent ocean of energy enveloped the entire sky, a breathtaking spectacle that inspired both awe and trepidation. The destructive holy light illuminated the world once more, completely shrouding Han Tianqi's figure. In that moment, an unparalleled aura, imbued with the terrifying pressure capable of annihilating the central continent, descended upon the earth before the trembling eyes of all witnesses. Chapter 34. The Slaying of Soul Heaven 7. Thus the Soul Pavilion no longer exists. The thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, rendering those present momentarily deaf. Even Xingyan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The overwhelming energy ripples clashed with the void, spreading black lightning in all directions, evoking a cataclysmic spectacle that instilled a profound sense of despair within the hearts of the powerful beings from the central continent. Should this strike descend, the vast landscapes of the central continent would be reduced to mere flatness. Even the Tianshan continent might not withstand such a devastating blow. The desperate counterattack of the Xian Zun stronghold truly possessed the capability to obliterate the heavens and the earth. At this juncture, they could only place their hopes upon Chen Daoxuan, yearning for him to conjure a miracle. feeling the immense pressure that threatened to shatter this realm. Chen Daoxuan's expression turned grave. He was uncertain if he could withstand such a strike in his current state. However, there was no room for further contemplation. He had to stake everything on this moment. As he gazed at the ominous sky, where thunder and lightning danced, a colossal scythe shadow emerged. Chen Daoxian took a deep breath and resolutely closed his eyes. It is said that the gate of life and death drives one into a state of utter madness, leading to instability of mind and emotions, even resulting in the loss of reason. Yet, he seemed to have transcended this phenomenon. The purple mist spirit sword was gripped tightly in his palm, and with the fierce winds whipping around his robes, an enormous sword formation, towering to the heavens, manifested upon the ground. Chen Daoxuan's aura fused seamlessly with the entire sword formation, the unity of man and sword. Standing with sword in hand, he held his breath, focused his mind, and fervently harnessed the natural energies of the cosmos for his own use. In that moment, his body resembled a colossal vortex, greedily absorbing the natural forces of the Tianqian continent. The surging energy roared forth like crashing waves, converging entirely upon him. Witnessing this unfathomable sight, Soul Heaven 7's countenance shifted dramatically, realizing he could not allow Chen Daoxian to unleash any more formidable techniques. In a moment of desperation, he decisively brought down the terrifying scythe, still in the midst of gathering its peak power. "Chen, hurry!" Xingyun shouted urgently, raising her hand. In the sky, torrential rain poured down, accompanying the annihilating scythe as it cleaved through the heavens, plummeting with unrelenting force. Everyone instinctively covered their heads. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan's expression sharpened. He thrust his sword fiercely downward towards the center of the sword formation. The sea of sword intent around him swiftly coalesced into a tempest of blades, soaring upward with the might of a dragon breaking through the ranks, confronting the earth-splitting scythe with overwhelming pressure. One sword, absolute transcendence. Chen Daoxuan's voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the cosmos. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, it seemed as though a dragon emerged from the tempest of sword blades ascending into the sky. In the heavens, the collision of two formidable forces unleashed an instantaneous explosion, shattering the surrounding void and sending a cataclysmic tempest surging outward, devouring the cosmos and cleaving the starry expanse. The oppressive aura reverberated across the firmament, astonishing the onlookers, yet it spared those below. Chen Daoxian emerged victorious. With a single stroke, he obliterated the scythe of annihilation. Concurrently, a piercing wail emanated from Soul Heaven 7 as the dragon of sword intent surged towards the vast river of stars, vanishing without a trace. He had triumphed. The realm of Tianqian no longer bore the shadow of the Soul Pavilion. Ha ha ha. The mighty of Zhongzhou, regardless of past grievances, embraced one another in fervent excitement, tears welling in their eyes. Xingyun, trembling and dazed, gazed at the solitary, proud figure of the young man before her, unable to resist the charm exuded by this boy. Her junior by over a decade, Soul Heaven 7 was utterly annihilated. With this astonishing sword strike, Chen Daoxian conclusively answered his earlier proclamation. Nothing remained. As the battle concluded, the tumultuous imperial power within Chen Daoxian dissipated, leaving him engulfed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. He swayed unsteadily, his eyelids grew heavy, and he collapsed into the arms of the timely arriving Xingyun. In that moment of slumber, it felt as though he lay upon an exquisitely soft pillow, murmuring about the fine material. Chen Daoxian, a rebellious youth who rose from the humble beginnings of Tianqian, had, in merely a few days, crafted an unparalleled legend across this continent. The fall of the Soul Pavilion heralded a reconfiguration of the power dynamics in Zhongzhou. Star River Valley, without a doubt, ascended to become the preeminent sect in the world. Numerous sect leaders and clan heads flocked to pay their respects. Some sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with Star River Valley, while others, having heard of Chen Daoxian's single status, aimed to marry their esteemed daughters to him. Suitors lined up from Star River Valley to beyond the grasslands. Chen Daoxian slumbered for a full 3 days and nights. Upon awakening, he was immediately confronted with this matter, which left him with a throbbing headache. He dismissed them all. Chen Daoxian issued a command to Chunmei, who nodded and departed, noticing that he remained unfazed. Xingyun's beautiful eyes flickered as she approached with a bowl of nourishing soup. "Drink some. You have slept for 3 whole days." Chen Daoxian wrinkled his nose at the odor, exclaiming, "The one thing I despise is turtle soup. Take it away." At her command, Xingyun promptly ordered the servant to remove the bowl of soup. Now that peace had been restored to the world, it was time for Chen Daoxuan to return to the upper realm and reunite with his biological parents. Yet, he found himself perplexed. His mother resided in the Rakshasa Emperor realm, while his father was in the Asura Emperor realm. Why were they not together? What had transpired between them? At that moment, Chen Tianhai entered, first offering a smile to Xingyun before approaching his son. Observing his robust complexion brought him relief. However, recalling Chuanmei's earlier words, he remarked, "Xianer, I have taken a brief look at those who have come to propose. A few are quite commendable." Chen Daoxuan responded with a resigned smile, "I have no interest in them." Chen Tianhai retorted, "What a statement. That despicable Nalan Anren nearly became your wife. And now those extraordinary women outside, in terms of beauty, lineage, and character, far surpass Nalan Anren." Chen Daoxuan replied, "Father, perhaps you could speak of matters that pique my interest instead. Have any valuable findings emerged from the ruins of the Soul Pavilion?" Chen Daoxuan, having tasted the richness of life, would hardly settle for anything less. With Xingyun alone, he felt overwhelmed. Moreover, Chunmei and her companions, along with the 28 brilliant shadows of Anyue, each possessed beauty that eclipsed Xingyun's. They had already captivated him, leaving him disinterested in anything inferior. When the conversation turned serious, Chen Tianhai's expression darkened. Xing Tai has been dispatching people to investigate these past few days, but that so-called underground void has already been destroyed. Nothing can be uncovered. Chen Daoxuan nodded. It seemed that to uncover why the Soul Pavilion sought to hunt the souls of those with special bloodlines, he would have to wait for an opportunity to visit the Holy Land. Rising from his seat, he stretched languidly. He then said, "Master of Xing Valley, all gatherings must eventually come to an end. Let us part ways here." Xingyun's eyes flickered with emotion, and she silently lowered her head. Chen Daoxuan added, "Furthermore, I shall soon be departing from the Tianshan continent. I hope you will look after the Chen family of Dongzhou in my absence, even if." As he turned to speak, he noticed Xingyun, silent and despondent, appearing quite disappointed. A wave of curiosity washed over him. "What troubles you?" Chapter 35. Return to the Upper Realm, the terrifying heritage of the imperial clan. In the room, Xingyun's eyes shimmered with despondence as she lowered her head, silent. How she yearned to be Chen Daoxuan's woman. Yet, she knew she could not, for she was acutely aware that Chen Daoxuan would never choose to remain in the Tianshan continent for her sake. Nor would he readily bring the multitudes of Xinghe Valley to the Upper Realm. Moreover, she lacked the courage to forsake everything and follow him. She was not the type of woman who would revolve her existence around a man. As the Valley Master of Xinghe Valley, the burdens she had borne since birth and the pressures she endured far surpassed those of many others. With her grandmother now deceased, having sacrificed herself to protect her, it was because her grandmother firmly believed that only she could lead Xinghe Valley to a brighter future. How could she possibly let her grandmother down? For the first time in her life, Xingyun felt a stirring of emotions for a man. However, the normally composed woman, after a brief struggle with her heartache, chose to let go. She lifted her tear-filled eyes and allowed a serene expression to grace her delicate features. "I understand. You are not one to be hindered by a woman. Perhaps this farewell marks our eternal parting." Seeing her radiant smile, Chen Daoxuan understood that she would not follow him to the upper realm alone. He smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Then, with Xingyun seeing him off, he departed directly. In the square, Chen Daoxuan, Chunmei, and Chen Tianhai ascended slowly into the air amidst the boundless gratitude from Xingyun and the elders. Accompanied by a beam of golden light summoned by Chunmei, connecting heaven and earth, all those in Zhongzhou gazed in astonishment. Within the light, the force soared towards the depths of the firmament. The extraordinary force of the laws of heaven and earth, enhanced by the mysterious shadows of inscriptions, was breathtakingly beautiful and profoundly sacred. Chen Daoxuan merely waved to Xingyun as a farewell, then withdrew his gaze, raising his eyes to the distant end of the golden passage. He was about to return to the imperial clan. How could his heart not swell with excitement? Having lived in the lower realm since childhood, he had always been oblivious to his own lineage. Now, with the identity of a young master, he could finally return home. His heart longed for the warmth of his second home. A beam of golden light shattered the constraints of the Tianshan continent, vanishing into the cosmos in the blink of an eye. Originally, Chen Daoxuan had anticipated a leisurely journey through the stars, but the teleportation array offered no scenic views along the way. Instead, he was engulfed in a dizzying spectacle of celestial rotations and shifting constellations. When he finally sensed his feet touching solid ground, he found himself standing in a silver-white Starstone Plaza. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was so abundant that it made him question his very existence. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a celestial gate, soaring majestically into the sky. Before the gate stood two burly figures, each towering over 10 feet tall, exuding an imposing presence. However, upon seeing Chunmei, the two men visibly recoiled in surprise, immediately advancing with smiles of welcome. You have returned." One of the stout men bowed deeply, his face beaming with obsequiousness. As the chief mate of the imperial palace, Chunmei's status in the Shura Empire is evidently significant. She acknowledged, turning to Chen Daoxuan. "Young master, this is indeed the Shura Empire." "Young master?" She referred to him as young master. The two portly figures gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Chen Daoxuan gazed towards the distant mountains where the sunset and solitary wild geese soared together, and slowly nodded. Accompanied by the equally bewildered couple, Chen Tianhai and his wife, they traversed through the heavenly gate. Once their figures vanished beyond the horizon, the two stout men finally gasped in exclamation. "Young master? Could it be that he is the divine son?" They stood there, mouths agape, unable to regain their composure. The Shura Empire, situated at the center of the universe, boasts an abundance of spiritual energy, surpassing that of the three major imperial factions. As they journeyed, the breathtaking scenery of the mountains was beyond enumeration. Chunmei then remarked, "Our Shura Empire encompasses 3,000 states, each of which is vastly larger than the Tianxian continent." Chen Daoxuan, Chen Tianhai. Chunmei continued, "Therefore, each state possesses dedicated teleportation spiritual arrays. Look, there it is." She gestured towards the distance. Another silver-white starstone plaza emerged, but behind it stood an extraordinarily majestic palace. Soldiers stood solemnly before the palace gates, exuding an air of dignity. An elder, clad in snow-white robes with an ethereal presence, emerged from within the palace and immediately spotted Chunmei. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly approaching. "Miss Chunmei, he is." Chunmei replied, "He's the young master." The elder was instantly taken aback, his eyes welling with tears as he knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "You Fong. Humbly welcome the young master." Chen Daoxuan narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that this elder was, in fact, a profound master. He couldn't help but feel intrigued. Is the imperial clan truly so extravagant as to have a profound master guarding the teleportation array? Noticing Chen Daoxuan's silence, Yu Fong's eyes flickered as he produced a peculiar egg from his sleeve. The egg was quite large, adorned with green algae, and seemed to emanate a powerful life force. Chen Daoxuan furrowed his brow, asking, "What is this?" Yu Fong chuckled, "This is a Qilin egg. In less than a month, a young Qilin will hatch. If the young master desires, you may raise it as a steed. Of course, if the young Qilin were to be made into soup, the taste would actually put away that worthless Qilin egg. Even if the young master wanted a mount, he would not desire such a thing." Chunmei interjected with a roll of her eyes, unable to suppress her disdain. This left Yu Fong feeling quite awkward. Having miscalculated his flattery, he quickly bowed and followed suit. As he watched the young master and his company vanish into the radiant golden light, Yu Fong couldn't help but reflect on the unexpected youthfulness of the young master, who, despite hailing from a realm of scarce spiritual energy, had managed to cultivate to the 5th level of the profound realm. The young master is indeed the young master, exuding the grandeur of an emperor. In the heart of the imperial realm lies 100,000 immortal islands, perpetually suspended in the air, under the influence of the great laws of the Tao. The brilliance of the purple extreme emperor envelopes this land, radiating an infinite majesty. Chen Daoxuan gazes in awe at the colossal immortal islands that stretch beyond the horizon. Even with his typically tranquil disposition, he finds himself profoundly moved by this breathtaking spectacle. Is this truly the Shura Imperial Palace? Chen Daoxuan is astounded. Before his arrival, he had envisioned countless times what the imperial clan might resemble. Yet he never imagined it could be so grand and magnificent. However, Chunmei patiently elucidates. The Shura Imperial Palace resides only at the very center of the 100,000 immortal islands, while the other islands are inhabited by the elders, prodigies, and elite disciples of our imperial clan. In essence, for all who arrive here, it is a supreme honor. Guiding the three of them, they traverse the air, witnessing each colossal island, vast in territory, adorned with mountains and rivers, and resplendent with palatial marvels that dazzle the eyes. Chen Tianhai is nearly overcome with emotion. It is utterly astounding. Is this the profound heritage of the imperial clan? Chapter 36. My imperial father at long last, under the guidance of Chunmei. Chen Daoxuan arrived at the Azura Imperial Palace. This imperial isle, distinct from the other floating islands, was adorned with the most luxurious Yunjing star stones, whose surface, smooth as a mirror, astonishingly refrained from reflecting the sun's rays. The terrain of the isle was flat, devoid of mountains, yet it boasted a serene lake known as the Yaoqi, as well as a section dedicated to the cultivation of celestial herbs, both vigilantly guarded by two formidable great saints. In truth, apart from the realm master Chen Daoxuan and the fifth young lady, Chen Junran, the imperial palace housed merely 8 servants and a single dog. Among those mentioned, the fish keeper of the Yaoqi and the palace gardener were 2 of them. Chen Tianhai and his wife followed closely behind their son, each step taken as if traversing a treacherous path. The presence of such an eminent figure as the great emperor, who commanded 1/3 of the universe, rendered them both awestruck at the privilege of setting foot in this hallowed domain. At that moment, Chen Daoxuan spotted a large yellow dog not far away, wagging its tail in their direction. "Big Yellow, come greet the young master," Chen Mei called out, waving from a distance. Upon hearing her, the dog sprinted over, bowing with its front paws in reverence. To the astonishment of those present, it then spoke. "I, Big Yellow, humbly welcome the young master back. Can it speak?" Lady Chen was utterly taken aback, her scalp prickling with disbelief. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan detected a faint aura emanating from the dog, which astonishingly surpassed the level of a Xian Zun. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Big Yellow, what is your cultivation level?" "Half-saint," replied Big Yellow. "Good heavens! Even a dog in the imperial palace holds the status of a half-saint. No wonder the fish keeper and gardener are both great saints. It seems that among the 8 servants and 1 dog, Chen Mei and her companions are the weakest," Chen Daoxuan pondered. "Bring Xianer here," an unexpected voice boomed, startling Chen Daoxuan. Chen Mei immediately straightened and bowed respectfully. "Yes, my lord the realm master." "The realm master? My father?" Chen Daoxuan gasped, a mix of astonishment and anticipation flooding his senses. Chen Mei turned to Chen Tianhai and his wife. "Please wait a moment longer." All right. Chen Tianhai had little to say. Simply being present here was a tremendous blessing in itself. "Young master, let us proceed," Chen Mei urged, leading the way. Donned in a fitted palace-maid outfit, her form elegantly accentuated, she walked with a poised demeanor that inevitably drew Chen Daoxuan's gaze, causing his thoughts to wander. One cannot help but wonder, what manner of person is my imperial father? By the way, young master, are you acquainted with the sacred lands? Chen Mei suddenly posed an intriguing question. Chen Daoxuan replied, "Please, do elaborate." Chen Mei continued, "Originally, there were dozens of sacred lands in this world, marking an era of great prosperity. However, for reasons unknown, 10,000 years ago, the powers of the sacred lands began to fall one after another. The identity of the perpetrator remains a mystery. The remaining 7 sacred lands suddenly awakened to the realization that their only path to survival lay in aligning themselves with the imperial clan's power. Thus, within the Shura Empire, 3 sacred lands are under our jurisdiction: the Vermilion Bird Sacred Land, the Black Tortoise Sacred Land, and the Xianyuan Sacred Land. Your mother governs the Shumi Sacred Land and the Tidal Sacred Land. The other 2, the Great Wilderness Sacred Land and the Celestial Demon Sacred Land, are overseen by the Songlong Empire." Chen Mei then shifted the topic. "The Holy Soul Palace is located within the Celestial Demon Sacred Land." The mention of the Holy Soul Palace made Chen Daoxuan narrow his eyes and nod slowly. No matter the cost, he must eradicate the Holy Soul Palace. He cannot allow them to continue hunting the souls of others. In this world, all beings, whether poor or wealthy, healthy or sick, every life deserves respect. This is Chen Daoxuan's principle, and it embodies the profound love within his heart. To safeguard this purest form of love, he is willing to embark on a path of invincibility, striving to become the strongest across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. In the imperial palace's grand hall, a long white jade table was adorned with 1,000 sumptuous dishes. The chef, named Yun Zhanghe, stood by, also a formidable figure among the great sages. A great sage ranks at the pinnacle among the powerful in the sacred realm. Yet, this supreme being humbly served as a chef within the Shura Empire. And seeing Yun Zhanghe's content demeanor, Chen Daoxuan could not help but marvel at the invincible strength of the imperial clan. "Lord Realm Master, I shall take my leave now," Chen Mei said with a courteous bow, departing alongside Yun Zhanghe. In the spacious and bright hall, Chen Daoxuan finally laid eyes upon his biological father. Unlike his adoptive father, Chen Daoxuan, who was approachable, this biological father exuded an aura of coldness, solemnity, and dignified authority. The oppressive presence from several paces away struck Chen Daoxuan with a chill. This was his father, one of the three unrivaled emperors of the age, the Shura Emperor, Chen Daoxuan. Xian, you have finally returned. I have long awaited this day for 16 years. Chen Daoxuan approached Chen Daoxuan, placing a hand on his shoulder. As a terrifying existence at the apex of the cultivation realm across the 9 heavens and 10 realms, at this moment, Chen Daoxuan cared solely for his flesh and blood, especially since he had only one son, Chen Daoxuan. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan had already broken through to the 5-star Xian sect realm, Chen Daoxuan felt immense satisfaction. Back then, you were still in swaddling clothes when I had to send you to the lower realms. Do you harbor any resentment about that? Hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, Chen Daoxuan smiled wryly and replied candidly, the imperial clan must cultivate its heirs in this manner. Otherwise, showered with too much affection, one might raise a frivolous and aimless wastrel or a fragile vase lacking resolve, which would be a fatal blow to the entire clan. Chen Daoxuan spoke from the heart. Upon introspection, he believed he might have been even harsher than his father had he been in the same position. Seeing his son so understanding and sensible, Chen Daoxuan felt an immense sense of relief. He had also heard that you encountered some troubles in the lower realm and were nearly coerced by a woman. How is Nalan Anren? Chen Daoxuan smiled calmly. It's all in the past now. When Nalan Anren was mentioned, Chen Daoxuan no longer felt the initial revulsion, but rather indifference. It was of no concern to him. Good, very good. This is indeed my son, Chen Daoxuan, he exclaimed. Come, let us share a few drinks. The father and son took their seats in succession. Initially, Chen Daoxuan felt somewhat restrained, but as time passed, he gradually relaxed and engaged in lively conversation. He was not typically loquacious, but today was an exception, for it was a day of reunion with his imperial father. He felt joy unlike any other day. It must be said, the exquisite wine of the imperial palace was intoxicating. Despite its mild flavor, after just a few cups, he found himself thoroughly inebriated. Observing his son inebriated to the point of unconsciousness, Chen Daoxuan's usually stern countenance softened with warmth. Attending to Chen Daoxuan as he rested was the youngest palace maid, Dongji. Upon learning that his son had mastered a unique cultivation technique, Chen Daoxuan had instructed Dongji, who possessed the 9 cold veins, to care for him. He firmly commanded that no one else, for any reason, was to enter the young master's chamber to prevent any disturbances that might disrupt his son's performance. Chapter 37. Ascending to the pinnacle of the profound sect in the serene waters, a dragon carp swam gracefully, while the large yellow dog occasionally peeked outside. 3 hours later, with a resounding thud, the door was forcefully kicked open. Chen Daoxuan and the blushing Dongji emerged from the young master's quarters. Dongji approached Chen Daoxuan and gently adjusted his attire, her charming face adorned with an enduring blush. Master, what cultivation technique do you practice that allows you to break through realms in an instant? Dongji inquired with genuine curiosity. Moments ago, after an intimate encounter, Chen Daoxuan had entered a meditative state, and his aura began to surge dramatically, propelling him from the 5-star profound sect to the 9-star profound sect's pinnacle. Merely a step away from the realm of the profound sovereign, Chen Daoxuan, caressing her warm cheek, casually remarked, "This is a secret technique I stumbled upon in a hidden paradise. I wish to keep it discreet. Do you understand?" Understood. Dongji nodded earnestly. Such an extraordinary technique, if revealed to the outside world, would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of mighty beings from the Songlong Empire, and even those from sacred forces might dare to take perilous risks against the young master. After all, the act of dual cultivation with a woman possessing a unique bloodline to enhance one's prowess was unprecedented throughout history. The allure was, indeed, overwhelming. However, unbeknownst to Dongji, despite her unwavering loyalty akin to that of Sister Chunmei, the young master harbored his own reservations regarding them. Chen Daoxuan would never disclose the secret of the destruction divine tree to anyone, not even to his biological father or his adoptive parents. Inheriting the power of the god of destruction was his most fervent aspiration, and until that goal was achieved, he would trust no one but himself. To avoid folly was to evade betrayal. Throughout history, how many prodigies have fallen to betrayal by those closest to them, consumed by resentment? Such a fate would never befall him. The imperial palace was vast, spanning millions of miles, and remained eerily quiet both day and night. This solitude deeply impressed upon Chen Daoxuan the meaning of the phrase, "It is cold at the heights." The banquet was equally sumptuous, featuring 1,000 luxurious dishes. Upon witnessing his son's remarkable advancement in cultivation, Chen Daoxuan's expression was not one of joy, but rather grave concern. "Shinner, tell me honestly, where did you acquire that technique?" Chen Daoxuan, meeting his father's serious gaze, replied ambiguously, "It was obtained through a fortuitous encounter." "Impudent child. Do you not trust your father?" Chen Daoxuan chuckled in exasperation. Chen Daoxuan refrained from contesting this statement. "Very well. I am pleased for you to have acquired such a divine skill, but amidst my happiness, I cannot help but worry about something else." As the father and son took their seats, Chen Daoxuan, perplexed, asked, "What is there to worry about?" "Chen Daoxuan, are you aware that your third sister was once the most extraordinary goddess in my Shura Empire?" "Chen Daoxuan, I have heard this from Chunmei." Chen Daoxuan's expression turned somber. From the moment Mare was born, she attracted celestial phenomena, stirring the entire realm. Her imperial demeanor and exceptional talent were unmatched even by your mother and father, let alone those from the Dragon Clan. She was the most promising candidate to inherit the position of our realm's ruler. However, a century ago, she departed the imperial palace to investigate someone, and has never returned since. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan closed his eyes in regret, shaking his head repeatedly. The sorrow of a powerful emperor to such an extent reveals just how significant his third sister was to him. Observing his father's profound grief, Chen Daoxuan chose to remain silent. After a while, Chen Daoxuan regained his composure. The person she sought was named Yi Aoyan, originally the elder brother of the Xuanwu Saint Lord, Yi Aohai. This individual, much like you, made astonishing progress in his cultivation within mere days, leaping from the 3-star Xian sect to the 1-star Xian Venerable. "What?" Chen Daoxuan was astounded. There exists someone in this world capable of such an absolute leap in cultivation. Chen Daoxuan quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. And then what happened? Chen Daoxuan, subsequently, Mare vanished, along with Yi Aoyan and the Huanglong ancestor of the Songlong Empire. What transpired remains a mystery. All I know is that for the past century, not only your mother and I, but even the Qing Emperor has been tirelessly investigating this matter. Yet, despite our 3 great imperial clans turning over the entire primordial universe, we have not yielded any results. The collaboration of the 3 imperial clans has failed to uncover the truth. This matter is undoubtedly complex. Chen Daoxuan, now, although you possess incredible abilities, your rapid cultivation resembles that of Yi Aoyan from back then. I fear that the one who bestowed upon you these powers may harbor a far greater conspiracy. Chen Daoxuan took a sip of soup and replied calmly, "Father, there is no need for concern. I am well aware of my path." Chen Daoxuan squinted slightly, scrutinizing his son's expression, and nodded. "Very well, you have grown up. I shall not impede your desires. But remember, never put yourself in peril when trouble arises. Utilize the resources of our family to resolve it. You are the divine son of my Shura Empire, the embodiment of all my hopes. Mare is no longer here. You must not encounter any misfortune." Chen Daoxuan, "Indeed, I plan to first visit the heavenly demon sacred realm to investigate the sacred soul palace. They, like me, are also searching for those possessing special bloodlines. The difference is, they view them as prey." Chen Daoxuan, "You wish to go to the heavenly demon sacred land?" The heavenly demon sacred land is under the jurisdiction of the Songlong Empire. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan furrowed his brow. Could it be that it is not permissible? Chen Daoxuan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah ha ha, there is nothing to worry about. Whatever you wish to pursue, go ahead and do so. With your father by your side, not even those Dragon Clan fellows dare to oppose you. Moreover, your mother will also shield you with all her might." With such reassurances from his father, Chen Daoxuan felt an overwhelming sense of security. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Chen Daoxuan continued, "Currently, the competition among the 3 great imperial clans for the title of Divine Son has intensified. In comparison to the divine sons of the other 2 clans, who have cultivated for centuries, you, at merely 16 years of age, still exhibit a noticeable gap in cultivation. However, there is no need for concern. Our Azura clan possesses a supreme inheritance, accessible only to the legitimate descendants. Shortly, I shall have Chunmei escort you there." As his words concluded, a glance from Chen Daoxuan summoned Chunmei, who promptly appeared at the entrance. Thus, Chen Daoxuan followed Chunmei as she led him towards the sacred ground of inheritance. Under the luminous moon, the Qin clan's forbidden ground was dominated by 11 towering black spires. The laws of Dao enveloped these towers, rendering them exceedingly enigmatic. Chen Mei halted at a distance of 100 feet, gesturing towards the ninth tower ahead. Do you see that tower? It is your inheritance tower, young master. Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin, nodding slowly. Is the inheritance within these towers truly remarkable? Chen Mei responded earnestly. Indeed, it is. These towers were left by our ancestor, Chen Daoxuan, during ancient times, specifically to benefit future generations. Who? Chen Daoxuan. He is the ancestor of the Chen clan. Chapter 38. The mysterious woman enters the forbidden grounds of the Chen clan. To Chen Daoxuan's astonishment, the esteemed elder turned out to be the ancestor of the Chen clan. It was no wonder he possessed the invincible ancient tome, Sen Luo Wanxiang. At this moment, Chen Mei was still chattering away, speaking of the Chen ancestor. He is a legend in our Shura Emperor realm. Unfortunately, during the battle at the end of the primordial era, all the mighty emperors perished, and he was no exception. Consequently, records regarding him are exceedingly scarce. Was he truly unable to escape? Chen Daoxuan pondered. Then what I saw was his soul. He found himself momentarily speechless, watching the young girl exuberantly recounting tales. By the way, do you know what the greatest power of the Lord of the Realm is? It is the secret technique left by the Chen ancestor, Sen Luo Wanxiang. There are 10 forms in total. Currently, the Lord of the Realm has mastered the 7th form, making him invincible in this world. Chen Daoxuan interjected. Are you implying that my father could defeat my mother? Chen Mei hesitated, her delicate face revealing a subtle change. Well, that's hard to say. Chen Daoxuan sighed. It was difficult for him to imagine the madness that would ensue if his mother, a formidable emperor, were to unleash her full power. Young master, you may proceed on your own. That is a forbidden area, and according to the rules, I cannot enter, Chen Mei said softly. Understood. Chen Daoxuan gently patted her head and continued onward. The 9th tower is my inheritance tower. What about the other 10? Curiously, he gazed at the remaining black towers and noticed the 6th tower from the left was covered in cracks. Intrigued, he approached and reached out to touch the cracked wall, attempting to pry it apart, yet it resisted his efforts. It was only natural. How could a tower left by the ancestor be so easily destroyed by his current self? But why were there so many fissures on this tower? Chen Daoxuan was puzzled. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind rushed from behind him. The unexpected turn of events caused Chen Daoxuan's expression to change drastically. He stepped forward, leaving a phantom shadow in his wake, narrowly evading the incoming danger. To his shock, a flying leaf struck the tower wall. Boom! The explosion unleashed a wave of energy that actually lifted Chen Daoxuan off his feet. He found himself gliding through the air before finally regaining his footing. A single leaf possessed such formidable destructive power. Had he failed to evade it, he might have been severely injured. Who dares to attack me here? Chen Daoxuan whirled around, his gaze locking onto a figure standing proudly atop a tree, illuminated by the moonlight. She was breathtakingly beautiful, an enchanting vision that could captivate a nation. The woman appeared to be only a few years older than him. Her stunning features strikingly divine. Her alluring form, accentuated by a flowing azure dress, was nothing short of perfection. The pair of sparkling eyes, filled with playful mirth, seemed to mock Chen Daoxuan. This left Chen Daoxuan inexplicably furious. Who are you to dare intrude into the forbidden grounds of the Chen clan? The woman in green did not respond. Instead, she delicately plucked a green leaf with her jade-like fingers. Observing this, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to be negligent. He reached out his palm into the air. Sword, come. The purple cloud spirit sword, wielded by Chen Mei, instantly flew into his grasp. Faced with the threat of the mysterious woman, Chen Daoxuan did not hesitate for a moment. He positioned the purple cloud spirit sword before him, and with a swift motion, his other hand grazed the blade, causing the entire sword to tremble and emit a piercing sound. True method of the divine wind and thunder. Chen Daoxuan unleashed the sword. The invisible sword shadow pierced through the void. However, it was unexpectedly shattered by the swiftly flying green leaf. Gulp. His throat constricted tightly. Chen Daoxuan's eyes widened in shock. Had that woman intended to take his life, he would have surely met his demise by now. The woman stood against the wind, a carefree smile gracing her lips, her voice ethereal. As the scion of the Shura imperial clan, is this all your prowess amounts to? Is she belittling me? Chen Daoxuan's expression shifted. He thrust the sword into the ground. Boom. A towering sword formation erupted from the earth. The surging sword energy rolled like tumultuous waves. The overwhelming sword intent spiraling upward seamlessly merged with Chen Daoxuan, much to the astonishment of the woman in green. The convergence of man, sword, and formation. The woman exclaimed in surprise. One sword, dust to dust. Chen Daoxuan's voice thundered through the heavens. The sea of sword intent surrounding him rapidly coalesced into a tempest of blades, piercing through the void with the might of a dragon, crashing fiercely towards the mysterious woman. Within this all-encompassing storm of blades, the woman seemed to perceive a dragon. Her eyes instantly brightened. Without hesitation, she drew her azure jade spirit sword and pointed skyward. Throat-sealing sword technique. A rumbling thunder echoed, the pressure immense and boundless. A colossal sword shadow descended from the heavens. In an instant, Chen Daoxuan felt as if his sword had come to a halt in midair, only to have the dragon-like sword intent severed at the head by the descending sword shadow. The spectral sword dragon exploded into a shower of radiant light. Upon hearing the 4 words just uttered by her, Chen Daoxuan froze in place. The throat-sealing sword technique. The supreme sword technique of the Chen clan. Only the direct descendants are qualified to practice it, and among his 5 sisters, she was the only one who remained in the Shura imperial realm. She is. Shalu, how did you comprehend the unity of man, sword, and formation? As the woman in green spoke, she had already arrived before Chen Daoxuan. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, refreshing his spirit, just like the fresh and transcendent aura she exuded. Every gesture and smile was enough to make one feel as if basking in the gentle spring breeze. Chen Daoxuan, you are. The woman in the green attire, upon hearing this, raised her hand and pinched his face. What do you mean by you? I am your 5th sister. 5th sister. Indeed. It was the first time Chen Daoxuan encountered his biological sister, at least in his memory. Gazing at the playful and nonchalant expression of his 5th sister, Chen Daoxuan scratched his head in confusion. I do not quite comprehend what you mean by the integration of sword and formation. But in comparison to your renowned throat-sealing sword technique, my own technique pales significantly. Naturally, Chen Junren placed her hands on her hips. Chest puffed with pride. The throat-sealing sword technique was created by our father, rendering it unmatched in the world. Indeed, Chen Daoxuan expressed his agreement. Chen Junren then cast a glance at the 6th tower, exhaling softly. That tower is the inheritance tower of our 3rd sister. When she received her inheritance, her overwhelming potential caused the walls of the tower to crack extensively. This event marked a historic moment for the Chen clan. Had our 3rd sister still been here, she would undoubtedly have led our Azura clan to unprecedented glory. So it is our 3rd sister. Chen Daoxuan smiled helplessly. She will return. Chen Junren. What? Their gazes locked. With a resolute and handsome demeanor, Chen Daoxuan declared, I will find our 3rd sister and bring her home. Likewise, I shall lead our Azura imperial clan to heights never before attained. Chapter 39. The Inheritance Vision, Shocking the Imperial Clan. Now that Chen Daoxuan has returned to his family, he must fulfill his responsibilities. As the chosen one, locating his 3rd sister is a task he must undertake. Witnessing her younger brother's maturity, Chen Junren felt a wave of relief. Very well, let us strive together. The siblings exchanged a knowing smile. Under Chen Junren's watchful gaze, Chen Daoxuan strode directly into his tower of inheritance. On a floating island, within an imposing mansion, Chen Tianhai and his wife Han Feishue reclined in rocking chairs, their feet soaking in warm water, while 2 maidservants attended to them. Glancing at the array of spiritual ornaments laid out on the table, Han Feishue hesitated and turned to the poised Qiu Zhu seated nearby. Miss Qiu Zhu, as a distinguished maidservant of the imperial palace, your personal presence is truly unnecessary. Chen Tianhai echoed her sentiment. Indeed, we are already exceedingly grateful to be living our days in the Upper Realms imperial clan. It is far too generous for you to bring us such a bounty of treasures. We feel quite overwhelmed. Qiu Zhu replied, You need not stand on ceremony. The Realm Lord has decreed that your care for the young master in the lower realm merits these gifts. Chen Tianhai responded, While that may be true, this is simply too much. These ornaments are priceless treasures. Even in the upper realm, they would be considered extravagant. Qiu Zhu continued, The young master has many responsibilities ahead, and he may not have much time to visit you. My actions serve to demonstrate to others that you both hold great significance in the young master's heart. Should he neglect his adoptive parents from the lower realm, it could invite gossip and ridicule from others. I aim to convey to our kin that you are individuals of utmost importance to the young master. Do not provoke them. Upon hearing Qiu Zhu's words, Chen Tianhai could only express his gratitude. Meanwhile, Han Feishue recalled the day in their residence when her husband was struck by Nalanda's palm, causing him to spit blood, and tears welled in her eyes. Previously, We were so intimidated by the Nalan family's prestige, so fearful and humble, yet in a blink of an eye. The Nalan family has fallen, the Tang clan has perished, and even the Soul Pavilion of Zhangzhou has met its demise. Indeed, Chen Tianhai sighed deeply. It all feels like a dream. Our son has suddenly become the chosen one of the upper realm's imperial clan. We can hardly sleep soundly, fearing that we might awaken to find ourselves back in the Chun family of the lower realm, subjected once more to the Nalan family's tyranny. Qiu Zhu rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Such is life, ebbing and flowing, clouds gathering and dispersing. One can never predict when one may plummet into despair, just as one can never foresee when fortune may smile upon them. Thus, one must strive for personal endeavors while leaving the outcome to fate. This is the way of heaven. No sooner had she spoken than the entire house began to tremble violently. An earthquake. Chen Tianhai sprang to his feet. No, it is not. Qiu Zhu dashed out of the room, followed by several elderly figures, each exuding an ethereal presence. They hovered above the ground, all gazing in astonishment towards the imperial palace. It was then that Qiu Zhu realized that not only was the entire island trembling, but it seemed as if the very heavens and the vast void spanning tens of millions of miles were quaking as well. What on earth had transpired? In a flash, Qiu Zhu appeared before the elders. Although their cultivation levels far surpassed hers, they displayed utmost respect. It seemed evident that the young master was undergoing a profound inheritance. An inheritance? The Tower of Legacy? Qiu Zhu could hardly believe her senses. One of the elders continued, 1,000 years ago, when the third miss received her inheritance, a similar celestial phenomenon occurred. However, that event was far more terrifying. The sky turned a murky yellow, and 12 colossal demon statues descended from above. A spectacle that was truly. Yet, before the elder could finish his sentence, the entire night sky abruptly transformed into a ghastly yellow. The elder's face blanched with fear. In the next instant, the heavens shifted again, turning a blood red. The crimson sky descended, showering the entire imperial clan in a sinister scarlet glow. Confused clan members looked up in bewilderment. Only the elders, with their wisdom, could fathom the significance of this terrifying omen. The young master was receiving the inheritance of the ancient Shura emperor. This spectacle seemed even more extravagant than that of the third miss, leaving one to wonder how many demon manifestations would arise from the young master's unparalleled talent. 11 dark towers trembled under the blood-red reflections, with the 9th tower already sprouting spiderweb-like black fissures upon its walls. Chen Junran gazed in awe at the scene unfolding before her. She had never witnessed the third sister's inheritance. Yet, the fissures in the tower walls were telling enough. Little 6. Perhaps he possessed a terrifying talent that surpassed all prodigies of this world, much like the third sister. The sky had completely transformed into a blood-red expanse, swirling clouds roiling in the trembling gazes of the onlookers, gradually coalescing into a colossal vortex of flowing crimson clouds. Within the depths of the vortex, thunder crackled ominously. Chen Songyuan stood alone amidst the void above the imperial palace, captivated by the familiar sight. The graceful figure of Chen Tianmai, flickering in the recesses of his memory. Shinner, just like little Mai. Chen Songyuan clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably. He awaited the descent of the demon gods. He yearned for his son too, like little Mai, once again astonished the heavens and the myriad worlds. With such fervent anticipation, he dared not blink. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. At last, the immense blood cloud vortex, as he had hoped, came to a standstill. Crack! Accompanying this was the thunderous sound of the sky shattering. A colossal black foot emerged from the fractured crimson void. It has come. The demon god. The young master truly possesses the same extraordinary ability as the third miss, capable of summoning the manifestation of the demon gods. Many elders are currently overwhelmed with excitement, tears brimming in their eyes. A century ago, the mysterious disappearance of the third miss left an indelible sorrow upon the Shura imperial clan. Today, the return of Chen Daoxuan has once again ignited hope within the hearts of the entire clan. The first demon god appears, bearing an ancient visage with flowing gray locks, scales adorning its chest and arms, while 2 dragons, one blue and one red, coil around its feet. Under the trembling gazes of the onlookers, it descends from the shattered void into the mortal realm. Following closely is the second beast, clad in a robe of blue and white, crowned with a divine diadem, descending with audacity upon a lotus pedestal. The third figure manifests as a humanoid dragon, with fiery eyes and 4 Qilin horns atop its head, its arms resembling the claws of a demon reaching from the depths of hell, drenched in blood. The fourth entity, a skeletal remnant, possesses eyes like those of a specter, entwined with countless black vines, instantly transforming the natural order of the world into an unfathomably sinister abyss. Lastly, the fifth figure stands tall and robust, with a shield in its left hand and an ancient, peculiar weapon in its right. Though headless, it appears to possess a pair of eyes that can perceive the essence of all things in the world. Chapter 40. Ascension to the Pinnacle of 9-Star Xianzun. The heavens and the earth were entirely enveloped by the ethereal images of the myriad demonic deities, causing everyone to hold their breath in that moment. Among them was Chen Daoxuan, who initially felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, tears welling in his eyes. However, he now stood with his mouth agape, utterly speechless in the face of this astonishing spectacle. The 18th demonic deity, an elder with fierce brows and a white beard, stood bare-chested, enveloped in golden radiance, adorned with 2 yellow serpents. The terrifying imagery of these serpents left the members of the Shura imperial clan utterly dumbfounded, too intimidated to act. The 26th demonic deity, with a dragon's body and phoenix wings, bore fierce crimson eyes, soaring majestically across the blood-red sky. The 37th demonic deity, the 52nd demonic deity, the 81st demonic deity, and the 99th demonic deity, with fiery red hair flowing wildly behind him and a bronze-hued, ironclad physique exuding an aura of dominance, gazed upon the world as if it were mere straw beneath his feet, embodying the essence of a king. 99 deities. My son Dao Xin has summoned 99 demonic deities. Chen Daoxuan's exclamation sent tremors through the entire Shura imperial realm. Xian'er has managed to manifest the images of 99 demonic deities within the Tower of Inheritance. This surpasses the 12 deities summoned by Xiaomai in the past. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the sky, obliterating the myriad images of the demonic deities. A destructive tempest swept forth from the Chen clan's forbidden area. Chen Junran, who was closest to the chaos, was taken aback by the scene. But before she could take action, her father, Chen Daoxuan, appeared before her in a strange manner. He raised his hand and pressed down, instantly dispersing the swirling storm of destruction. However, the 11 black towers within the Chen clan's forbidden area had been reduced to rubble. "Father, the towers are gone, all gone," Chen Junran exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide, and her lips parted in disbelief. Those 2 towers were meant for the descendants of Shaolu. Chen Daoxuan affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and chided her lightly. "Silly girl, Xian'er has summoned 99 demonic deities. What does this signify? With such talent, even if I, your mother, and the Azure Emperor were combined, we would pale in comparison to him. In the future, Xian'er may even surpass our ancestors. Perhaps that will not be beyond reach. At that time, Xian'er can establish as many inheritance towers as he wishes for his descendants. Why should we worry about their lack of paths to follow?" Chen Daoxuan was overwhelmed with joy, contemplating how his wife would have reacted to this extraordinary scene. Undoubtedly feeling as exhilarated as he did, the 7-colored cloud pool gradually enveloped the ruins of the forbidden area. In the central zone, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged amidst the rubble, his entire being radiating an essence of profound Dao, shimmering with limitless divine brilliance. At this moment, the aura he emanated had completely transcended the Xianzong realm, directly ascending to the pinnacle of Xianzun, the 9-star Xianzun pinnacle. The distance to the semi-saint realm is merely a step away. At his tender age, to have reached such heights with astonishing speed is indeed unparalleled throughout history. The young master has already attained the pinnacle of the Xianzun level, standing at the peak of the 9-star Xianzun, just like me. Chunmei concealed herself outside the forbidden area, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face, smudging her makeup. Witnessing the young master's remarkable breakthrough brought her even more joy than her own. "Elder sister, is that the young master's aura?" Xiaolan, Zhou, and Dongji arrived in quick succession. Facing their exuberant gazes, Chunmei nodded earnestly, "Yes. This is wonderful." The 4 women embraced one another, and in that moment, tears flowed abundantly. Countless figures from the imperial clan bowed in reverence towards the void, directing their worship towards the imperial palace. Initially, their respect for the young master's return stemmed solely from his esteemed identity. However, at this moment, their hearts overflowed with boundless admiration, akin to an unending river. Ultimately, the imperial clan, too, must command respect through strength. As time slipped by, A month had quietly elapsed before Chen Daoxuan finally opened his eyes. Xianer, little six. Watching his father and elder sister rush towards him with excitement, Chen Daoxuan slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. His calm gaze seemed to harbor an underlying resonance of Dao, subtly flowing. Father, I apologize for having destroyed the inheritance tower here, Chen Daoxuan said with a hint of helplessness. To his surprise, Chen Songyuan not only refrained from anger, but instead patted his shoulder with hearty laughter. Ha, well done. Well done. Chen Daoxuan was taken aback, questioning, what is going on with father? He was somewhat bewildered. Unaware of the celestial phenomena and the manifestation of 99 demon gods that had occurred outside, Chen Songyuan scrutinized his son, expressing concern. You must be hungry. I've had Lao Yun prepare a feast for you, filled with all your favorite dishes. Hungry? Chen Daoxuan rubbed his stomach. I am indeed quite hungry. Strange. It feels like only a short while has passed, yet here I am, famished. A short while? Chen Junran playfully pinched his cheek. You silly boy. You've been meditating for an entire month. What? A month? However, before Chen Daoxuan could fully comprehend this revelation, Chen Junran wrapped her arms around his neck, exclaiming, but our little six is truly exceptional, managing to evoke the manifestation of 99 demon gods during the inheritance, and his cultivation has soared to the pinnacle of Xianzun. With such prowess, you surely bring great pride to father. A month, 99 demon gods? Chen Daoxuan's mind was clouded with questions. He distinctly sensed that he had only been in the process of inheritance for a fleeting moment, and the entire experience had been remarkably serene. How could it have transformed into the manifestation of 99 demon gods in his sister's words? Chen Daoxuan was summoned to the dining table. As he savored the most exquisite delicacies of the imperial palace, he inquired of the two about the events transpiring in the outside world. After listening to fifth sister's vivid recounting, Chen Daoxuan was incredulous and cast a sidelong glance at his father. After repeated confirmations, he was utterly astonished. What a revelation! Third sister had once attracted 12 demon gods, whereas I, astonishingly, had drawn 99. Alas, I had not witnessed the appearance of those demon gods. What a significant loss. Later that night, Chen Daoxuan indulged in a warm bath. Upon emerging from the tub, he was attended by Chunmei, Xiaolon, Qiuzhu, and Dongji, who assisted him in changing. Noticing the crimson blush on their cheeks, Chen Daoxuan felt a sudden surge of emotion. As he did, their faces flushed an even deeper shade of red. Chunmei, sensing the fervent gaze of the young master, which resembled that of a ravenous wolf, shyly murmured, if the young master desires, we are ever ready, any number you wish. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan did not hesitate, swiftly lifting her in his arms. Very well, all four of you. Just then, however, fifth sister's voice unexpectedly pierced through the night from outside the window. Little six, hurry and wash up. Once you're done, put on your clothes. Sister will take you to a delightful place. Chapter 41. My fifth sister takes me to the brothel at night, just as the flames of passion began to ignite. They were abruptly extinguished by a splash of cold water from outside the window. Chen Daoxuan, feeling quite helpless, donned a resplendent blue robe and stepped out of his chamber. In the courtyard, Chen Junran, disguised as a man, appeared like a vision in white, her lustrous hair elegantly tied back. Her delicate features radiated grace, exuding an air of sophistication. With a folding fan in hand and a glimmer of mischief in her bright eyes, she epitomized the essence of a jade-like gentleman. Unmatched in the realm. Fifth sister, what is this? Observing his sister's unconventional attire, Chen Daoxuan was somewhat bewildered. Chen Junran seized his hand and declared, I've told you, I'm taking you to a delightful place, and you must not mention this to father. With a flourish of her delicate hand, the world around them spun and shifted. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves on a bustling night street. Before them stood a striking red building, alive with revelry. On the second-floor balcony, several elegantly dressed young women, upon noticing the sudden appearance of these two handsome youths, were initially taken aback, only to quickly don flirtatious smiles. Gentlemen, come in and have some fun. Chen Daoxuan felt 3 dark clouds hovering over his forehead as he turned around in disbelief. Fifth sister, you've brought me to a brothel? Chen Junran's brows furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Is it unacceptable? Don't you like it? It's not that. He stammered. Please don't pull me. I'm truly not that kind of person. Before he could protest further, he found himself ushered into the establishment. The soft pink candlelight filtered through vibrant lanterns, casting a gentle glow upon the grand hall below. As he observed the young women clad in revealing attire, playfully nestled in the embrace of various men, he was rendered utterly speechless. His fifth sister was truly unconventional, out at this late hour, bringing her own brother to a brothel. No wonder she insisted I keep this from father. If he were to find out, she would surely face dire consequences. Wait. A sudden realization struck Chen Daoxuan. They belonged to the imperial family. As a member of the imperial lineage, especially as the divine son, how could he be in such a disreputable place? Could it be? Chen Daoxuan squinted, casting a wary glance at his sister, suspecting that she might be acting on their father's orders to test his resolve. While Chen Daoxuan was lost in contemplation, a matronly figure gracefully descended the staircase, her movements reminiscent of a water snake. Upon seeing the two unfamiliar yet splendidly dressed young men, her heavily made-up face broke into a wide smile. "Oh, you two young masters are quite handsome. Is this your first visit to our drunken Phoenix Pavilion?" Though the woman appeared to be past her prime, she still possessed a certain allure. Moreover, with fifth sister's beauty, even in her male disguise, any discerning eye would easily recognize her true gender. Before her stood an elderly woman, perceptive yet discreet, who continued to refer to her as young master, revealing her cunning nature. Indeed, it was their first visit. Chen Junren casually tossed a heavy sachet to her, stating, "We have heard that Ji Wanning will be receiving guests tonight, so we thought we would come and take a look." Ji Wanning? Chen Daoxuan's brow furrowed deeply. Could this be the true purpose behind Fifth Sister's invitation? The matchmaker opened the sachet and discovered it brimming with high-quality spirit stones, her aged face instantly breaking into a joyful grin. "Ah, this young master is quite generous. Please, both of you follow me upstairs." "All right." Chen Junren clasped her hands behind her back and followed in her wake. However, Chen Daoxuan halted her with a question. "Fifth sister, who is Ji Wanning?" Upon uttering these words, the once bustling hall fell into an immediate silence. Everyone paused their activities, staring at him with blank expressions. Moments later, the room erupted in laughter. "No way, little brother. You don't even know who Ji Wanning is? Why are you even here at the Zuehuang building?" "Indeed. We are all here for Sister Wanning. I advise you to come back when you are better prepared." As he spoke, unexpectedly, a resounding slap echoed through the air. The man was sent flying out of the window. Gasps of astonishment filled the room, the sound of breath being drawn and sharply resonating throughout. Among those present, apart from Chen Daoxuan and the matchmaker, not a single individual witnessed Chen Junren's swift action. Yet, invisibility did not equate to incomprehension. No one dared to speak carelessly now. With a sense of reverence, they watched the two young individuals ascend the stairs with the matchmaker, entering a private room until the door closed behind them. Only then did they return to their merriment and indulgence. "Is Ji Wanning quite renowned?" In the private chamber, Chen Daoxuan sat down, curiosity evident in his gaze as he turned to fifth sister. He wondered about her intentions for bringing him here at such an hour, solely to see Ji Wanning. Chen Junren pushed open the bamboo window, gazing into the night sky, her charming face reflecting a hint of hesitation. "Where shall I begin?" "Firstly, on the surface, she is the most celebrated courtesan here." "Courtesan?" Chen Daoxuan inquired. "What is her true identity?" Chen Junren replied, "She is the saintess of the Celestial Fox clan." Chen Daoxuan was left utterly perplexed. Chen Junren slapped her thigh. "All right then. Let us start with the Celestial Fox Sacred Land." The Celestial Fox Sacred Land is a territory of the demon clans, dominated by the Celestial Fox and Demon Fox tribes, the mightiest among them. For eons, the Sacred Land was under the control of the Celestial Fox clan's ancestors. After a prolonged period of coexistence, the two tribes have set aside their grievances and unified into one lineage, renaming themselves the Celestial Demon Fox clan. Consequently, the Sacred Land has also been renamed the Celestial Demon Sacred Land. Upon hearing Fifth Sister's words, Chen Daoxuan was astonished. The ancestor of the Celestial Fox was able to unite two different fox tribes? How did he accomplish it? Chen Junren snapped her fingers, exclaiming, "My little six is truly clever, able to sense the underlying conspiracy. Just as you might suspect, the union of the two clans is merely an illusion. This is a long-planned scheme. 3 years ago, led by Yin Lingqi, the Fox Demon clan suddenly launched an assault on the Celestial Fox clan. The Celestial Foxes were overwhelmed. Their ancestors were imprisoned, and over half of their kin perished. However, the saintess Ji Wanning, under the protection of her devoted clansmen, managed to escape from the sacred grounds. Aware of her inability to rescue her ancestor, Ji Wanning devised a plan to come to our Shura Empire, hoping to leverage her beauty to enlist the aid of powerful figures in the empire. Unfortunately, as Chen Junran pondered this, her eyes shimmered, seemingly perplexed by something. Chen Daoxuan, following his intuition, interjected, "Unfortunately, the men who arrived here promised her revenge, but ultimately reneged on their vows, did they not?" Chen Junran was taken aback. "How did you know?" Chen Daoxuan replied, "I guessed." Chen Junran, astonished, exclaimed, "Guessed?" Chen Daoxuan continued, "Yes, fifth sister, as you are a woman, you may not comprehend the minds of men. In the hearts of most men in this world, once a woman steps into the world of vice, she is no longer worthy of cherishing. No matter how beautiful she may be, she is tainted. Once tainted, she is only suitable for fleeting amusement, nothing more." Chapter 42. The Primordial Imperial Clan. Oh. Chen Junran tilted her head slightly, instantly comprehending the implication. In essence, the men who arrived here were solely interested in her. It was inconceivable that anyone would genuinely venture forth to confront a sacred force on her behalf. Chen Daoxuan, having learned of Ji Wanning's exploits, felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. What then is our purpose in seeking her? Suddenly, a shift in his expression revealed a startling thought. Could it be that she possesses a unique bloodline? Chen Junran responded with disappointment. Unfortunately, she does not. Chen Daoxuan, then what brings us here? He held no interest in such a worldly woman, particularly one from the demon clan. Demons? Could such beings truly possess that kind of allure? Peculiar thoughts began to quietly blossom within Chen Daoxuan's mind. Finally, Chen Junran revealed her true intent. "I summoned you here to acquire the most formidable movement technique of the Tianhu clan, the divine butterfly step. Or perhaps, it is the most powerful technique across the realms of heaven and earth." Chen Daoxuan was taken aback. A sacred place capable of offering a technique superior to those of the three great imperial clans? Surely, this must be an exaggeration. Noticing his skepticism, Chen Junran continued, "In truth, do not underestimate the Tianyao sacred land, for it is currently the weakest among the 7 sacred sites. My father once told me that in the primordial era, it was renowned as the Tianyao Emperor realm. Chen Daoxuan, they are an imperial clan." Indeed. Chen Junran's lips pursed slightly. It is said that during the primordial era, there existed a 9-tailed fox whose demonic power was unparalleled. Ultimately, she transcended and became an emperor through her extraordinary prowess. The movement technique she comprehended at the moment of her ascension was none other than the divine butterfly step. As she spoke, Chen Junran raised her delicate finger. Moreover, this Ji Wanning managed to escape from the sacred land precisely because of this unique technique. Despite being merely at the Xianhuang realm, she could employ this skill to evade the onslaught of numerous powerful figures from the sacred lands. Just imagine, if you were to master this technique and subsequently enhance your cultivation, would you not become invincible? Chen Daoxuan grasped the situation. Ji Wanning and the head of the Fox clan, Yin Lingqi, harbored a bitter enmity. Although the Fox clan had fallen from grace, the divine butterfly step had been preserved intact since the primordial era. Chen Daoxuan clarified his thoughts and stated, "You wish for me to assist her in reclaiming the Tianyao sacred land, with the understanding that she will impart the divine butterfly step to me in return?" Chen Junran, "Precisely." Chen Daoxuan, "Very well. In any case, I must visit the Tianyao sacred land. It will be the perfect opportunity to deal with the sacred soul palace as well." As soon as Chen Daoxuan finished speaking, a knocking sound echoed from outside the door. "Enter," Chen Junran called. The door swung open to reveal a group of elegantly dressed young women who lined up before Chen Daoxuan. Each of these maidens possessed distinct features. They were all striking in their own right. The matchmaker gracefully waved a delicate pink and white fan as she approached Chen Daoxuan. "Young master, these are the finest maidens we have. What do you think?" Chen Junran chimed in. "Xiaolu, select 2, will you?" Chen Daoxuan's face flushed, and he waved his hand dismissively. No, don't be shy. I'm your sister, after all. I won't mock you," Chen Junran reassured him. "Really, I don't want to." Chen Junran's brows furrowed slightly. "Are you truly not going to choose?" "Indeed, I will not." Their eyes met, and Chen Junran smiled softly. "Very well. Then I shall choose 2, her and her. The rest may leave." "Understood." The matchmaker was taken aback, pondering how the brother abstained while the sister made the selections. This pair certainly knew how to play the game. She promptly ushered the other maidens out of the room. "Come, join me for a drink," Chen Junran beckoned. Her arms outstretched, her charming face radiating delight. The two maidens, recognizing the disguised young lady before them, complied without revealing her secret, settling into her embrace. Chen Junran reveled in the merriment of their libations, which left Chen Daoxuan utterly speechless. Sister, you are truly no ordinary woman. Time drifted by. As a carriage came to a halt before the Drunken Phoenix Pavilion, the matchmaker quickly dispatched someone to inform Chen Daoxuan that the main guest had arrived. The siblings made their way to the second-floor balcony. Soon, a masked woman draped in snowy silk approached gracefully from outside, though her features remained obscured. Her figure was exquisite, willowy waist, alluringly graceful, and the white corset she wore accentuated her breathtaking curves. The delicate fabric revealed glimpses of her legs, leaving a tantalizing air of mystery. How marvelous! Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, Chen Junran replied, noting her brother's excitement. It is said that foxfolk are born beauties. Xiao Lu, seize this opportunity tonight. Cough, cough. Chen Daoxuan cleared his throat, regaining composure. Let us not jest. I'm merely here to observe. Very well, just observing, Chen Junran teased, her lips pouting playfully, choosing not to challenge his pretense. Before long, Ji Wuning ascended the crimson platform, gracefully taking her seat before the guqin. Without excessive words, she began to play. The haunting melodies initially flowed like spring bamboo shoots cracking through the earth, resonating with a powerful surge, yet soon transformed into a tale of profound sorrow and tragedy. A little fox, in her quest to rescue her grandmother and reclaim her homeland, ventured far from her home to the imperial realm, offering herself as a bargaining chip for an opportunity. Alas, those who came to listen to her music were more focused on the physical than the emotional. Foolishly, she was deceived time and again, yet she remained filled with hope. How pitiable, how tragic, how lamentable. Chen Daoxuan closed his eyes to listen, shaking his head repeatedly. Setting aside the harsh realities of the tale, from the haunting melody of the zither, he could sense the depths of her misfortune. As the final note faded, Ji Wuning rose, her gaze sweeping across the audience, glistening with tears that evoked sympathy. I am but a humble maiden, Ji Wuning, seeking a legendary hero to help me reclaim the territory of the heavenly fox. I beseech you. The words, repeated countless times, flowed from her lips once more. Observing her bowing in gratitude, the men in the audience were instantly captivated. Ji Wuning, choose me. My family boasts 3 generations of wanderers. If you trust me, I will assuredly aid your resurgence. Do not heed him. His so-called lineage of wanderers is but a facade. His father is merely a butcher. Choose me instead. Our Jiang family standing in the 9 provinces is well known. I trust. I am a prodigy of our time. My swordsmanship is unparalleled, effortlessly slicing through the likes of Yin Lingqi. Choose me. My wealth is boundless. My background is invincible. Eager hands were raised, each vying for a taste of this exquisite beauty. Chen Daoxuan gazed at the timid, trembling figure in white and shook his head in resignation. What a pitiable soul. Just as he was about to raise his hand, Chen Junran interjected. According to the rules, should you point her out, you are obliged to spend the night with her. Business can be discussed later. Chen Daoxuan hastily withdrew his hand. However, just as it fell, Ji Wuning's voice rang out with resolute clarity. I choose him. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their eyes towards Chen Daoxuan, following the direction of her pointed finger. Chapter 43. I help you eliminate Yin Lingqi. You teach me the ethereal butterfly step. It is he. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the bewildered youth on the second-floor balcony. Given the events that had transpired earlier, no one dared to provoke him. Me? Chen Daoxuan exclaimed, pointing to himself in disbelief. Indeed, Ji Wuning's tone was particularly resolute. It seemed that prior to her arrival, Hong Yang had discreetly informed her of the earlier occurrences. Otherwise, she would not have been so decisive. Under the collective gaze of envy and admiration, Chen Daoxuan slapped his forehead. Turning to fifth sister with exasperation, is it possible not to sleep? Chen Junran chuckled softly. Others come here to sleep with her, yet you, when a girl offers herself, show disinterest. Chen Daoxuan, no, it's just that she. This young master, please follow me. A maid approached Chen Daoxuan, bowing slightly. Only then did he notice that Ji Wuning was no longer on the high platform. Go on, stop being shy. You have grown up. Chen Junran gave him a gentle push towards the maid. Conflicted thoughts swirled in Chen Daoxuan's mind. However, remembering that the ethereal butterfly step from the Fox clan was a masterpiece of the 9-tailed demon emperor from the primordial era, he steeled himself and followed the maid's lead. Behind him, fifth sister's encouraging voice rang out. Truly, this was beyond words. Chen Daoxuan found himself inexplicably arranged to lie on a soft, fragrant couch. Once the maid departed, he glimpsed through the sheer red curtains at the intricately carved sandalwood chair, the large birch round table, and the green vines adorning the walls. Even noting a swing hanging in the room. Was it normal to have a swing inside? He found it perplexing. At that moment, the door opened, and a graceful figure approached him. Chen Daoxuan lay sprawled on the couch, his heart racing. It was reminiscent of his initial encounter with Chun Mei and the others. Yet this time, Ji Wuning belonged to the demon clan. A demon clan. Chen Daoxuan felt a sense of unease. Are demons akin to us? Why did it feel so chilling? The curtains were drawn back, revealing Ji Wuning, who had removed her white veil, her enchanting and exquisite visage evoking a sense of pity. Her peach blossom eyes were captivating, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, reminiscent of autumn waters. Despite no longer being pure, she still bore a rosy complexion, exuding an alluring shyness. As the saintess of the Fox clan, she was indeed a vision that stirred the heart, just as Fifth Sister had described. However, the name Ji Wuning. No peace. No wonder her family had lost tranquility. Young master, in this moment of spring, amidst such beautiful scenery, Wait a moment. Chen Daoxuan interrupted urgently. He remained apprehensive. You mean that? Ji Wuning tilted her head in confusion. Chen Daoxuan gritted his teeth and spoke plainly. I can assist you in eliminating Yinlingqi. Having received numerous guests, it was the first time Ji Wuning encountered a man who would so boldly make such a promise to her. Her beautiful eyes flickered. And then? Chen Daoxuan replied. As a condition of exchange, I require you to impart the divine butterfly step to me. He was forthright, clearly stating the terms of the transaction. Chen Daoxuan did not wish for her to misconstrue his intentions, thinking him akin to those outside who were merely lured by her beauty. Ji Wuning was taken aback. You seek the divine butterfly step. Chen Daoxuan affirmed. Indeed. Ji Wuning responded. The divine butterfly step is the supreme technique of my celestial fox clan. How can I trust you? In other words, while she might tolerate being deceived regarding her body, she could never accept being duped by a scoundrel into relinquishing the divine butterfly step. The mention of the time-honored technique passed down through generations of the nine-tailed fox made her exceedingly vigilant. It was clearly regarded as a treasure of her clan, one she cherished dearly. A smirk played at the corners of Chen Daoxuan's mouth. Very well, if you doubt my abilities, perhaps you could have Hong Yang test me. I would not mind. Hong Yang, ostensibly the proprietor of this establishment, was merely a graceful yet seasoned woman of age. However, upon his first glance, Chen Daoxuan discerned that this elderly lady had attained the mastery of the Xianzun realm. Furthermore, within the Xianzun tier, she held a remarkably high standing. Xianzun was not a common rank even in the upper realms. Possessing such exceptional cultivation could only indicate one thing. She had likely held a position of great esteem in the celestial fox holy land. Ji Wuning gazed in astonishment at the young man reclining gracefully, realizing he could see through Hong Yang's true nature. Such sharp and seasoned insight seemed wholly inconsistent with his youth. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Wuning said, Very well, wait here while I fetch Hong Yang. With that, she turned and departed. As she left the room, the lingering fragrance of her presence filled the air. Chen Daoxuan sat up suddenly, recalling that he had forgotten to inquire about the purpose of the swing, as well as the large birchwood round table that was significantly larger than the typical household table. Did it not take up too much space? Moreover, there was a wooden horse sculpture by the window. How peculiar. Upon finding Hong Yang, Ji Wuning conveyed the young gentleman's request to her. Upon hearing this, Hong Yang's expression shifted. How could he know of the divine butterfly step? It was essential to note that this supreme technique was not commonly known. If not within the Fox clan, it would certainly require a formidable background for one to be aware of it. Could he possibly be sent by Yinlingqi? Hong Yang's demeanor grew serious, suddenly realizing that the situation might be far more complicated than it appeared. Yinlingqi. Ji Wuning was taken aback by this revelation. The matchmaker pondered. The Azura Emperor's realm is the territory of the Chun clan's imperial lineage. Even if Yinlingqi had 1,000 audacities, he would never dare to cause a ruckus here openly. However, if he were to send someone to lure us to the holy land of celestial demons and then capture us, Ji Wuning began to feel an inkling of trepidation. What shall we do? The matchmaker coldly snorted, her eyes filled with murderous intent. There is no need for alarm. Among the Fox Demon clan, only Yinlingqi possesses the power to challenge me. If he thinks he can force us back with a mere wretched boy, that would be a grave underestimation of my capabilities. After all, I am the grand leader of the Celestial Fox clan, having commanded the three armies for over 10 millennia. Ji Wuning, accompanied by the matchmaker, returned to the chamber. To her surprise, upon entering, she beheld Chen Daoxuan riding a wooden horse, creaking as he swayed. Ji Wuning's delicate face immediately flushed. Chen Daoxuan halted instantly, curiosity evident in his voice. Miss Ji, may I inquire why you have a swing placed in your room? It was a question posed with feigned ignorance. Ji Wuning turned her back, stamping her foot in indignation. Chen Daoxuan asked, what? At that moment, the matchmaker approached. Her gaze appraising Chen Daoxuan from head to toe. Do you desire the ethereal butterfly step of my fox clan? Chen Daoxuan unabashedly replied, indeed. The matchmaker's lips curved into a sly smile. Very well. Let me witness your prowess. With that, she raised her hand towards Chen Daoxuan, gripping fiercely. Chapter 44. The shock of the grand leader of the sacred land. This child is destined to defy fate. A fissure of black space suddenly manifested within the room, shaking the very atmosphere. As the matchmaker gestured invitingly, Chen Daoxuan calmly stepped into the spatial rift. In the serene solitude of the deep mountains, under the luminous night sky, the matchmaker, known as Yin Hongyu, slightly stretched her limbs. Her fathomless eyes instantly glimmered with a dark crimson allure. I was once the grand leader of the sacred land of demonic beasts. Young hero, do exercise caution. If you have anything to say, now is the time. It is not too late. Boom. An overwhelming aura surged forth from the wilderness, rippling through the air, as cracks appeared in the sky, extending deep into the clouds, causing the very fabric of this realm to shatter. 8-star Xianzun. Indeed, quite formidable. Upon sensing the opponent's aura, Chen Daoxuan nodded in approval. Such power, when compared to the 1-star Xianzun, Han Tianqi, he had faced earlier, was on an entirely different level. The grand leader of the sacred land, impressive. Yet, why the surname Yin? Chen Daoxuan was unfazed by her imposing presence, instead adopting the demeanor of an elder inquiring of a junior. This left Yin Hongyu perplexed, and she promptly responded to his query. Because all members of the Fox Demon clan bear the surname Yin, only the Celestial Fox clan carries the surname Ji. Chen Daoxuan, you know well that this is not what I meant. Yin Hongyu gritted her teeth, because Ancestor Ji Su treated me exceptionally well. Knowing I am a Fox Demon, she still entrusted the command of the three armies to me. Throughout the years, she has never regarded us Fox Demons as outsiders. Yet that scoundrel Yin Lingqi, driven by his selfish desires, brazenly attacked the Celestial Fox clan, leading to tremendous casualties on both sides. Upon reflecting on this, Yin Hongyu let out a self-deprecating smile. I, as a member of the Fox Demon clan, cannot condone Yin Lingqi's actions. Ironically, Ji Yoha, who is none other than Wu Ning's father, betrayed the Celestial Fox clan at a critical juncture, switching allegiances to Yin Lingqi. At the mention of her cowardly father, Ji Wuning cast her gaze downward, filled with sorrow. Moreover, her younger brother Ji Wuming had also turned traitor. The complexities of the Fox clan are not easily expressed in mere words. Yin Hongyu extended her arms, her nails rapidly elongating, her gaze becoming even more enchanting. Are you certain you wish to remain silent? Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but chuckle. What should I say? That I am sent by Yin Lingqi, or that I merely wish to deceive you with my ethereal butterfly step? If not words, then let us engage. Yin Hongyu stepped forward, her figure abruptly vanishing from sight. Faced with the sudden appearance of this cunning old fox, Chen Daoxuan reached out effortlessly and seized her approaching wrist. Yin Hongyu's expression shifted dramatically as she realized she could not escape. In shock, she looked up, only to be met with Chen Daoxuan flicking his fingers, landing a light tap on her forehead. The air erupted with a wave of heat. As Chen Daoxuan intentionally loosened his grip, Yin Hongyu swiftly retreated, clutching her forehead, trembling violently. Commander, Ji Wuning exclaimed in astonishment, unable to comprehend why a mere tap on her forehead could inflict such pain. Chen Daoxuan had indeed been restrained. Yet Yin Hongyu remained unconvinced. You brat, what is your cultivation level? Yin Hongyu demanded through gritted teeth. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, Chen Daoxuan replied nonchalantly. I do not appreciate being called a brat. If you wish to reclaim the sacred land, you would do well to learn how to converse with me. Such assertiveness. Ji Wuning, observing from the periphery, could not help but cover her mouth in astonishment. Yin Hongyu's expression was equally tense, fearing that too many words might lead to her downfall. Without further ado, she initiated an attack, her palm reaching through the air to conjure a black gun, which manifested in her grip. As she launched another offensive against Chen Daoxuan, The barrage of gunfire resembled an overwhelming tide, and even before the assault reached him, the residual force had already leveled hundreds of surrounding mountains. Beneath the deluge of gunfire, Chen Daoxuan remained unfazed, wielding his finger as a sword to defend himself. Regardless of the ferocity of Yin Hongyu's onslaught, he stood his ground, not retreating an inch. Astonishingly, he blocked every attack with just a single finger. Ji Wuning gazed at this scene, utterly shocked. How could he be this powerful? It was almost monstrous. As Yin Hongyu prepared to unleash 5 foxtails, engaging Chen Daoxuan in a life-or-death struggle, Ji Wuning urgently shouted, "Commander, stop." Clang. Another crisp sound echoed. Yin Hongyu swiftly distanced herself. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she regarded Chen Daoxuan. In truth, even if Ji Wuning had not intervened, through their skirmish thus far, she had come to a startling realization: the young man before her was far beyond her in strength. "Who on earth are you?" Yin Hongyu questioned, astonished by his youth and unfathomable prowess. In the face of the 2 foxes' astonishment, Chen Daoxuan, composed and unperturbed, tucked his sword-like finger behind him. Exuding an aura of a supreme being, he stated coolly, "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Simply understand that I can assist you in reclaiming the sacred land." Yin Hongyu's expression grew grave. "But that Yin Lingqi is not like me. He is a Xiansheng powerhouse. Moreover, he has the Holy Soul Palace allied with him, and the Palace Master is also a Xiansheng." The Holy Soul Palace? Chen Daoxuan's eyes narrowed. What an intriguing establishment. "I shall assist you in obliterating the Holy Soul Palace as well." Such a bold proclamation. To him, the alliance of 2 Xiansheng powerhouses seemed trivial, as though he could extinguish them with a mere snap of his fingers. How could someone so young possess such audacity? Just as Yin Hongyu was engulfed in astonishment, the world around them suddenly shifted. In the next moment, the 3 found themselves inexplicably back in the opulent chamber. "Xiansheng, you are a Xiansheng powerhouse," Yin Hongyu exclaimed in disbelief. The ability to teleport instantaneously is a privilege reserved solely for those who attain the esteemed realm of the Xiansheng. This is a hallmark exclusive to the mightiest among them. However, this remarkable feat is not within the arsenal of Chen Daoxuan himself. Casting a glance towards the door, he humbly admitted, "My sister is a Xiansheng. It is likely she summoned us all back here. As for myself, I am merely at the pinnacle of the Xianzun." Gulp. Both Yin Hongyu and Ji Wuning swallowed hard, their eyes wide with disbelief. The woman disguised as a man outside possesses cultivation that surpasses his own? My heavens! As Yin Hongyu grappled with her astonishment, a terrifying yet irrational thought began to take shape in her mind. Could it be that these 2 individuals hail from the esteemed Qin imperial lineage? Beyond this, she could fathom no other logical explanation. With a sense of urgency, Yin Hongyu and Ji Wuning knelt, imploring, "We sincerely apologize for our earlier transgressions. We hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us." Ji Wuning added, "We are truly sorry for our unfounded suspicions." The 2 remained on the ground, bowing repeatedly. Chen Daoxuan sighed, "Please, rise." He understood their concerns. Were their positions reversed, he too would have exercised caution. After all, in this world, not everyone is as fortunate as he, able to maintain a low profile without the burden of overwhelming strength. Many still lead lives fraught with hardship. "Now, please entrust me with the divine butterfly step. In my capacity as the heir to the Shura Empire, I promise to assist you in eliminating Yin Lingqi and the Holy Soul Palace." Chapter 45. Acquiring the ethereal butterfly dance and journeying to the sacred land of celestial demons in the Shura Emperor realm. "Young master, he is the divine son of the imperial clan." Yin Hongyu and Ji Wuning were struck with disbelief, their astonished gazes fixed upon Chen Daoxuan. Ji Wuning, with tears in her eyes, closed them and asked, "Are you truly the divine son of the Shura imperial clan?" Chen Daoxuan calmly nodded, "Absolutely," with tears of hope. Ji Wuning had long awaited the arrival of a man who could stand up for her and assist her in reclaiming the sacred land. After enduring countless deceptions, she could hardly believe that fate had finally shown her mercy by sending the divine son of the imperial clan. A divine son, whose identity and status far surpassed that of the mere sacred land. However, the sacred land of celestial demons ultimately fell under the jurisdiction of the Songlong Emperor realm. If the Shura divine son were to intervene recklessly, realizing this, Ji Wuning's expression grew complex. "Young Master Chen, are you truly willing to risk offending the Songlong Emperor realm for me?" "Indeed," Chen Daoxian began to utter, but was interrupted by the resounding voice of his 5th sister, Chen Junran, echoing through the room. in the 9 heavens and 10 earths across the vast universe. My little brother can go wherever he pleases and slay whomever he desires. Do you understand? Ji Wanning struggled to suppress her emotions. The implication of her words clear. Did this mean that the Songlong Emperor realm was insignificant in the face of the Shura Emperor realm? Having heard tales of the Shura Emperor realm's notorious tyranny, she was now fully enlightened. She promptly replied, I understand, with a slight lift of her enchanting eyes. She gazed intently at Chen Daoxuan. Young Master Chen, I am willing to bestow upon you the ethereal butterfly dance. Ah, splendid, Chen Daoxuan replied with a satisfied nod. To avoid interrupting their enlightening exchange, Yin Hongyu discreetly stepped outside, her heart heavy with concern. The ethereal butterfly dance was a treasure of the Celestial Fox clan, a legacy that had been passed down through generations, now under the control of the ancient fox ancestor. Years ago, a powerful figure from the Songlong Emperor realm had attempted to compel the ancient fox ancestor to surrender this treasure, but she had sworn to resist. The Dragon Clan, known for their pride, sought to maintain their reputation and thus covertly supported Yin Lingqi to undertake this task, allowing the Dragon Clan to avoid blame. Alas, the ethereal butterfly dance was known to be in the possession of only the ancient fox ancestor and Ji Wanning herself. Even Wanning's father could not claim it. Yin Lingqi's acquisition of the sacred land and Wanning's father's betrayal of the Celestial Fox clan left only Wanning, who remained resolute in her defiance. This demonstrated the ancient ancestor's remarkable discernment. She had not erred in her judgment of Wanning. Yet, Wanning was now faced with an inescapable choice. She could not bear to witness the annihilation of her clan, since the reality of harboring a precious legacy had become a crime. It was better to allow Wanning to make her own choice, to overthrow Yin Lingqi's tyranny, and lead the sacred land of celestial demons into the embrace of the Shura Emperor realm. In doing so, the 7 great sacred lands would see the Shura Emperor realm claim dominion over 4, effectively securing half of the starry expanse. I have faith that the Chen imperial clan would not refuse such an opportunity. Young Master Chen, could you please raise your leg a bit higher? Like this? No. Higher still, otherwise I shall feel discomfort. Ah, must the transmission of power be so cumbersome? There is no alternative. It is how my ancestor imparted this sacred technique to me. Yet, this seems to cause a slight ache. Fear not, it will subside shortly. On the soft couch, Ji Wanning propped Chen Daoxuan's leg upon her fragrant shoulder, utilizing a special secret method to circulate the 24 small and large circulatory pathways, applying force downward. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Daoxuan's leg was elevated almost to his ear. At that moment, he distinctly sensed waves of scorching energy coursing through his thigh meridians, wildly spreading forth, akin to a deluge breaching its banks, surging into the fields. With the force of this onslaught, the internal landscape of his body was rapidly transformed, leading to an extraordinary metamorphosis of his leg's meridians. Indeed, the divine butterfly step was not merely a technique of movement, but a unique method to alter the state of all the meridians in the thighs and calves. Under this extreme transformation, Chen Daoxuan felt his breath grow increasingly labored, and a wave of dizziness enveloped his head. Chen, call me young Master Chen. Very well, young Master Chen, you must endure. I intend to increase the intensity further. MMM. 6 hours passed in silence. Bang! The door was kicked open. Ji Wanning and Chen Daoxuan emerged from the chamber in succession. Have you already mastered it? Chen Junran approached her brother, her eyes filled with anticipation. Indeed. A smile graced the corners of Chen Daoxuan's mouth. The instant his foot advanced forward, even Chen Junran, possessing the prowess of a profound sage, could only perceive a fleeting shadow. When she regained her senses, she was astonished to find Chen Daoxuan had already materialized behind her. Gazing into the empty grand hall, Chen Daoxuan spoke leisurely. Shall we proceed to the holy land of the celestial demons now? Right now. Ji Wanning was taken aback. Chen Daoxuan furrowed his brow and turned. What? Are you unwilling? No, it's just. I did not expect you to make a decision so swiftly. Ji Wanning was momentarily flustered. Chen Daoxuan, do not misconstrue. I merely wish to eradicate the sacred soul hall sooner and, in passing, assist you with Yin Lingqi. Chen Daoxuan had not betrayed her trust. This was the best outcome for both Ji Wanning and Yin Hongyu. This time, with Chen Junran, the true guardian. By Chen Daoxuan's side, he would be emboldened. His obsession with the sacred soul hall grew ever more resolute. The holy land of the celestial demons. In a small border town, the townsfolk appeared gaunt, standing in long lines on the street. Among the queue were strong men, women, the elderly, and children. all undergoing the monthly routine examination. What were they being examined for? Blood. Examine whether there exists a trace of special bloodlines within the blood. Ever since Lingqi assumed control of the heavenly demon sacred land, this routine inspection has become a part of daily life for the populace. To put it plainly, the Sacred Soul Palace aided him in seizing power, and in return, he is tasked with assisting the Sacred Soul Palace in the search for unique bloodlines. However, as the saying goes, a corrupt upper beam will result in a crooked lower beam. Once the entire sacred realm becomes tainted, even the lords of various cities begin to act lawlessly, shamelessly using routine inspections to strip the people of their meager wealth. Clearly, the laws of the sacred land stipulate that each inspection requires merely a drop of blood. Yet, upon arrival, it has transformed into an entire jar. Is this not a matter of life and death? Sir, please show some leniency just this once. I have an elderly mother who is 80 and a toddler who is just learning to speak. My wife and I are working 3 jobs each month, and we cannot bear such pressure. I truly cannot produce any additional spirit stones. If you continue to push me, we, as a family of 5, may have no choice but to take drastic measures. A gaunt man, covered in scars, knelt on the ground, weeping in despair. The city lord sat before the table, his eyes filled with disdain, which then transformed into a semblance of helplessness. Tyrone, you truly put me in a difficult position. Do you not realize that those from the Sacred Soul Palace are merciless killers? The city lord deliberately cast a glance at the Sacred Soul Palace envoy, who lay nearby on a rocking chair, eyes closed in slumber. The man, equally apprehensive, allowed his voice to diminish. I know, but I have done my utmost. I now sleep merely 1 hour each day. What? You still manage to sleep for an hour? The city lord exclaimed in astonishment, rising to approach him and grasping his ear. Do you not realize that your neighbor, old Wang, barely sleeps, even for the duration of a stick of incense, before he must go out to labor? How can you be so audacious as to still demand an entire hour of sleep? Listen to this. Listen. And yet, he dares to blame his poverty? Chapter 46. Annihilate the Sacred Soul Palace. Confronted by the Lord's inquiry, the crowd hastily bowed their heads, too intimidated to utter a word. However, a man named Talon was overwhelmed with anxiety. My lord, old Wang. He passed away last night. The Lord gasped. What? He is dead. Talon trembled as he replied, yes, he worked himself to death in the mines. The Lord shook his head in disappointment. Alas, such a fine individual, lost just like that. Shouldn't you survivors strive a bit harder? A wretched existence is better than no existence at all. Do you understand? The Lord was not ignorant of the suffering of mortals. Rather, he found it beneath him to empathize. Yet his words were akin to pouring salt into the wounds of these already despondent souls, further extinguishing their flickering hope. If this continued, the entire city would perish. An elderly man, 70 years of age, could no longer contain his indignation. He struck the ground with his cane, awakening the slumbering envoy of the Sacred Soul Palace. Who dares? Barked the envoy, rising in fury, causing the crowd to hastily kneel. The old man was the first to bow low. Furious veins bulging on his forehead, the envoy shouted, Who was it that raised such a ruckus? Speak, or I shall slay you all. At this proclamation, the crowd recoiled from the old man, pointing fingers in accusation. The elder, now the target of animosity, wept. You, alas. The old man understood the weakness of the others. After all, in the sacred land, rebellion was utterly futile, swiftly crushed by merciless force. As the envoy prepared to draw his blade, the old man resignedly raised his gaze. Heavenly Fox ancestor, where are you? Please return and glance upon your people. That old hag has long since returned to the stars. Since you are so loyal, I shall send you to accompany her. With that, the envoy struck down mercilessly. The terrified onlookers turned their heads or shielded their eyes. Blood splattered across the ground. Soon after, a cry of alarm from the Lord echoed through the hall. The old man, having awaited the sting of pain in vain, dared to open his eyes, only to be astonished to find the envoy of the Sacred Soul Palace lying lifeless on the ground. What? Who are you? The Lord, in a state of panic, retreated behind his guards. The guards, confronted by the sudden appearance of 4 individuals, were equally apprehensive, each one trembling with trepidation, unwilling to advance. As the crowd cautiously opened their eyes, they beheld the miraculous sight of 4 figures who had rescued the elder. The death of the envoy was, without a doubt, the most terrifying event for them. Jiwaning could scarcely believe her eyes. In merely 3 years, the heavenly demon sacred land had descended into such chaos. Witnessing the plight of the people, her enchanting visage twisted into a grimace. How can someone like you even dare to call yourself a lord? With gritted teeth, Ji Wanning advanced toward the Lord, her fingertips beginning to extend ominously. Seeing this, the Lord shouted in alarm, "Stop. Do you realize the gravity of the situation you found yourself in? You have just slain an envoy of the Sacred Soul Temple. The Sacred Soul Temple is merely an external force. How dare they act with impunity in our sacred land?" Ji Wanning took a violent step forward, instantly sending the guards flying, and seized the city lord by the throat, lifting him off the ground. The city lord, suspended in midair, attempted to struggle, but soon realized his efforts were futile. Upon witnessing the extraordinary strength of the woman before him, he immediately altered his tone. "No, noble heroine. Spare my life. I meant to say, that envoy of the Sacred Soul Temple, he deserved to die. Well done, my lady. Scoundrels. Truly a disgrace to our heavenly demon's sacred land." With a decisive snap, Ji Wanning broke his neck and, as if discarding refuse, tossed him out through the main entrance. The terrified citizens outside fled into the flower beds, clearly at a loss in the face of such a spectacle. Observing their pallid faces, Ji Wanning felt a pang of sorrow and stepped forward to offer comfort. "Fear not, I am Ji Wanning. Ji Wanning, the Holy Maiden, has returned." At the sound of her name, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Ji Wanning clenched her fists and spoke earnestly. "Please, remain calm. Once we vanquish the Sacred Soul Temple and Yinlingqi, our heavenly demon's sacred land will once again find peace." Bravo! A little girl could not help but clap her hands, only to be swiftly silenced by her mother, who pulled her back. The return of the Holy Maiden did not seem to instill hope. Rather, it fostered a sense of panic, as if they were trying to evade a plague. Witnessing their frantic expressions, as if they were fleeing from a calamity, Ji Wanning's heart ached. "Please believe me, I have returned to settle the score." Ji Wanning. There is no need for further words, Chen Daoxuan interjected. The hearts of the people were not as steadfast or united as she had imagined. In the face of overwhelming adversity, many simply wished to survive, regardless of how they might endure. To live, by any means, was preferable to death. Ji Wanning's gaze fell, heavy with sorrow. In Hongyu gently patted her head, offering a resigned smile. As the commander of the heavenly demon's sacred land, she was accustomed to such scenes, and turned respectfully to Chen Daoxuan, cupping her hands. "Young Master Chen, shall we first seek out Yinlingqi or the Sacred Soul Temple?" "The Sacred Soul Temple," Chen Daoxuan replied decisively. Yinlingqi, having recently acquired great power within the sacred land, would never relinquish it easily. The Sacred Soul Temple, however, posed a different challenge. Should they attack Yinlingqi, it might alert the Sacred Soul Temple and result in substantial losses. Chen Daoxuan steadfastly believed that breaching the Sacred Soul Temple would bring him great rewards. "Very well, then let us first eliminate the Sacred Soul Temple." In Hongyu was indifferent. The strategic significance was the same regardless of which faction they targeted. Soon, the four departed from that place. In the courtyard, the frightened populace began to murmur. "The Holy Maiden has returned. This is a fortuitous opportunity. If we promptly inform the elder of the fox demons, perhaps we shall no longer need to offer blood in the future." That makes sense. However, the saintess is our sole hope. Is it truly right to betray her in such a manner? You are foolish. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not be so naively straightforward as you. Indeed, even the venerable Tianhu is no match for Yinlingqi. What do you think Ji Wanning could possibly accomplish upon her return? Is it still worth betraying her? Let me tell you, if we do not forsake her, what awaits us next will be the blades of slaughter throughout the city. Come, come, come. Do not heed the fool. If he will not go, we shall. The crowd rallied together, surging forth like a tide toward the city's outskirts. Before long, before a majestic ancient palace, the void was suddenly torn asunder, revealing a pitch-black rift. Chen Daoxuan and his companions emerged sequentially from the spatial fissure. Gazing upon the towering celestial palace, Chen Daoxuan's eyes narrowed with a smile. "Let us commence." Ji Wanning nodded earnestly and stepped forward into the void. With a fierce grip of her hands, she bellowed towards the front. "You wretched beings of the Holy Soul Palace, come forth and meet your demise." As she shouted, the overwhelming aura of the nine-star Xianhuang realm surged forth, sweeping across the heavens and the earth, while three pristine white fox tails burst forth from beneath her gown with a swift flourish. Chapter 47. A singular descent to conquer the sacred land. The majestic ancient palace was instantly enveloped by the overwhelming aura of the peak of the Xianhuang realm. The figures seated in meditation within the sacred altar abruptly opened their eyes. These individuals were the esteemed celestials of the Sacred Soul Hall. Upon sensing this familiar aura, several of them swiftly soared into the sky. Ji-Wanning, it is indeed you, the leading man. With silver hair cascading over his shoulders and youthful features, revealed a hint of madness in his otherwise calm and enigmatic gaze upon spotting Ji-Wanning. The last time they had attempted to besiege Ji-Wanning, she had managed to escape. Later, they learned that she had fled to the Azura Emperor's domain, further igniting their resentment. Yet they dared not tread there lightly due to the presence of the Chen imperial clan. They had to suppress their unwillingness deep within. Who would have thought that after 3 years, she would return, voluntarily presenting herself? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it just 4 who have come? Chen Daoxuan inquired with indifference. Beside him, In Hongyu replied with a stern voice, Indeed, they are the 3rd celestial, Sol Tianjin, the 4th celestial, Sol Timing, the 5th celestial, Sol Tianan, and the 6th celestial, Sol Tianyu. Chen Daoxuan shook his head in exasperation. A group of insignificant fish dares to consider themselves exalted, calling themselves celestials. It seems the people of the Sacred Soul Hall are quite arrogant. You dare speak such words? Sol Tianan, known for his fiery temper, bellowed in outrage, his voice stirring a fierce tempest. The Sacred Soul Hall had always stood firm, and never had anyone dared to come here and act recklessly. At this moment, numerous disciples and elders of the Sacred Soul Hall rushed out of the palace, and upon seeing the 4 intruders in the sky, disdain was etched on every face. In this world, few could label us as insignificant. Young man, reveal your origins, said Sol Timing, typically gentle and refined, as he stepped forth. His chilling gaze appraising Chen Daoxuan. He found nothing particularly remarkable about him. Instead, it was the proud woman behind Chen Daoxuan who particularly caught his attention. Unconsciously, he sensed an intangible pressure from her that bore a striking resemblance to that of the hall master, which he found somewhat absurd. It was unlikely. In response to Sol Timing's inquiry, Chen Daoxuan gathered the sword intent of spiritual light at his fingertips and then stepped forward towards the 4 of them, exuding a defiant demeanor, as if he looked down upon everything. My origins are rather immense. It would be best for you not to know. Chen Daoxuan relished the thrill of battle, which was why he hadn't allowed his 5th sister to take action directly. Otherwise, against these 4 minor figures, she could effortlessly reduce them to dust with merely a flick of her finger. Origins too immense? Sol Timing's initial reaction to this statement was not as lofty as Sol Tianxi's had been on the Tianxian continent. Instead, his expression grew somewhat grave. After all, this was the upper realm, the formidable youth who has arrived in the Holy Land, even if not hailing from one of the 3 great imperial clans, surely comes from one of the other 6 sacred realms. As Hun Tianming pondered whether to confront this young man, Hun Tiannin could no longer contain himself. 4th brother, why waste words with this brat? Watch me twist his head off, and let that wretched fox, Ji-Wanning, see that he is not some wild man who can help her out. With a resounding crash, as he shattered the void beneath him, Hun Tiannan's figure shot towards Chen Daoxuan. 5th brother, Hun Tianming raised his hand to stop him, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Hun Tiannan, with his incredible speed, closed the distance of 100 zhang. His palm, enveloped in a black tempest, tore through the void as it struck directly at Chen Daoxuan's chest. In that moment, Ji-Wanning paled in horror. Yet, Chen Daoxuan, wielding his finger as a sword, made no defensive motion. Instead, he executed a swift upward sweep. With a sickening sound, Hun Tiannan's body was cleaved in 2, a cloud of blood mist exploding forth as he fell. 5th brother, 5th brother. The 3 sovereigns of the Sacred Soul Palace were simultaneously alarmed. Below, the elders and disciples of the Sacred Soul Palace fled in terror towards the hall. A powerful sovereign, just like that, was slain? Ji-Wanning stared in disbelief at Chen Daoxuan's back, struggling to comprehend how he could possess such overwhelming strength. Even In Hongyu now understood. It was clear that Chen had not been earnest during their earlier confrontation. 1. Chen Daoxuan spoke leisurely, his gaze calm. His imposing aura, devoid of anger yet brimming with authority, instantly sent chills down the spines of the 3 men. They realized they should not underestimate him. This youth was far from ordinary. Funeral soul. Boom, boom, boom. 3 auras of the Xian sovereign erupted simultaneously, shaking the very heavens. 3-star, 6-star, 8-star Xian sovereigns. Chen Daoxuan observed as the 3 summoned their funeral soul blades, shaking his head in disappointment. Then, a tremendous spiritual pressure emanated from within him, firmly suppressing their auras. Peak of 9-star Xian sovereign. The 3 sovereigns gasped in shock. How could this youthful figure, so seemingly tender and innocent, possessed such terrifying cultivation. At this moment, they recognized the gravity of the situation. Perhaps what he stated was indeed true, and his origins were profoundly significant. Fourth brother, what shall we do now? Han Tianjin, eyeing Chen Daoxuan with trepidation, leaned in closer to Han Tianming and whispered, "The palace master and our elder brother have only just departed. And now this little monster has arrived, clearly prepared. That little fox truly possesses remarkable cunning to have found such a character." Han Tianming nodded in agreement. "Regardless, we must delay until the palace master returns. The problem is, there is also In Hongyu. How shall we stall?" A young man at the peak of 9-star Xian sovereign, alongside an 8-star Xian sovereign, if they were to join forces. The three of them are hardly adversaries. After much contemplation, Han Tianming reached a resolute conclusion. It was futile to attempt to impede them. The only course of action was to elevate our aura to its zenith, thereby signaling to the esteemed lord of the hall. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." With a sudden surge of determination, Han Tianjin clenched his fist. With a fierce roar, an overwhelming aura erupted forth, piercing the heavens. The other two, witnessing this, unleashed their own auras in unison. The three of them radiated a golden light, breaking through the sea of clouds and ascending towards the distant starry river. In Hongyu's delicate countenance transformed in alarm. "Quickly, stop them. They are conveying information to In Lingqi." "No need." Qin Junran reassured her with a comforting gesture on her shoulder. The celestial demon sacred land is composed of numerous continents. The celestial demon Fox clan, under In Lingqi's command, is separated from here by vast expanses of starry sky. A considerable distance indeed. For a Xianzun powerhouse to transmit their aura, time is required. During this interval, I trust that Xiao Lu will be more than capable of clearing the Holy Soul Hall and will have ample time to seek the answers he desires. Moreover, even if In Lingqi arrives, she is here. Xiao Lu, proceed with your actions. Qin Junran spoke softly. Understood. Chen Daoxuan stepped forward. In an instant, with merely 2 fingers, he severed Han Tianyu in half before anyone could comprehend the events unfolding. Sixth brother. No. Chapter 48. Before the Imperial Clan. The ants of the Holy Land kneel in submission. Blood splattered upon the bodies of Han Tianjin and Han Tianming. Without a moment to mourn, they immediately swung the blade of mourning towards Chen Daoxuan with ferocity. Yet, what they severed was merely a phantom left by Chen Daoxuan. His true form, like lightning, returned in the void. In the astonished gaze of all, the 2 arms gripping the blade of mourning were swiftly severed. Han Tianjin and Han Tianming clutched their severed limbs, retreating hastily. As formidable practitioners of the Xianzun realm, they could not discern Chen Daoxuan's movements. How could this happen? Pain twisted Han Tianjin's face, while Han Tianming's expression turned grave. Their cultivation levels were nearly equal, yet this terrifying speed could only indicate that Ji Wanning had entrusted the godly butterfly step to him. Blood stained half of Han Tianming's body, in stark contrast to the hysterical Han Tianjin. He maintained his composure. His gaze turned icy as it bore down on Ji Wanning, stating, "Back when the Songlong imperial realm demanded your Tianhu clan to relinquish the godly butterfly step, both you and that old fox Ji Su refused vehemently. Now, you have bestowed it upon an outsider. Are you not afraid of invoking the wrath of the dragon clan?" Realization dawned on Han Tianjin, fourth brother. "Are you saying that the young man just now used the godly butterfly step?" "Indeed." Ji Wanning gritted his teeth. "I have given it to Chen Xiao, so what? Do not use the Songlong imperial realm to pressure me. I fear them no longer." Han Tianming seemed to hear the greatest joke. "Haha, you are too naive. The strength and tyranny of an imperial clan is beyond your imagination." Ji Wanning dismissed him with a curl of her lip. "The Navi one is you. You are only aware of the Songlong imperial clan. Have you ever considered that those standing before you could also belong to other imperial clans?" "What did you say?" A sudden chill ran down his spine. "Other imperial clans?" Observing the gleeful expressions of Ji Wanning and In Hongyu, a shiver crept over Han Tianming's back. The imperial clans. They had previously gone to the Shura imperial realm. Could it be? Clenching the stump of his severed arm, he crumpled his blood-stained robe. His trembling gaze fixated on Chen Daoxuan. His voice quivered as he spoke. You cannot be? He is the son of the Shura imperial clan, Chen Xiao." Before Chen Daoxuan could utter a word, Ji Wanning preemptively revealed his true identity. With that single proclamation, it was as if divine retribution had descended. In an instant, countless individuals within the sacred soul hall collapsed to the ground. The Shura imperial clan, the son, He hails from an imperial clan, and moreover, he is the son of an imperial clan. No, it cannot be. This is impossible. You are merely a little fox, despite possessing some charm. It is inconceivable that an imperial scion would advocate on your behalf. Han Tianming found it difficult to comprehend, unable to believe his ears. At that moment, In Hongyu interjected. Do not forget what you just mentioned. Even the Songlong imperial realm has long desired the divine butterfly steps of our Tianyao fox clan. Have they not? The divine butterfly steps, an ancient legacy left by a formidable emperor, certainly caught the attention of the Songlong imperial clan. Why then? Could it not also attract the interest of the Shura imperial clan? Moreover, given that Songlong imperial clan's repugnant nature, yearning for something while refusing to let the world perceive them as oppressing their vassal forces, they covertly nurture Yinlingqi to disrupt the Fox clan. In contrast, consider the Zhuke sacred land, the Xuanwu sacred land, and the Xianyuan sacred land. Observe how these three great sanctuaries have allied with the Shura imperial clan. Throughout the ages, how has the Shura emperor treated them? Not only did he not belittle them, but he also permitted the prominent members of his clan to engage in extensive intermarriage with the elites of the three sacred lands. This exemplifies the grand vision of the Shura emperor. Otherwise, why would all the sacred forces take pride in aligning themselves with the Shura imperial clan? Ji Wuning boldly declared, Han Tianming, I am unafraid to tell you that I plan to lead the Fox clan in allegiance to the Shura imperial clan. If you possess the capability, then attempt to stop me. With the backing of the Shura imperial clan as scion, what does she have to fear? As vassals, consider the sacred soul palace. In the eyes of the dragon domain as powerhouses, they are likely regarded as inconsequential, akin to a mere grain of sand. Ji Wuning publicly revealed Chen Daoxuan's identity to instill despair in the members of the sacred soul palace. However, this action displeased Chen Daoxuan immensely. With a disdainful glance, he directed his cold gaze at the proud little fox, his expression frosty. Do you believe yourself to be clever? Upon uttering these words, the heavens and the earth trembled. Ji Wuning, taken aback, turned around, and upon meeting Chun's icy stare, hastily knelt in the void. No, I merely wish to clarify your identity to them. Chen Daoxuan narrowed his eyes. Ji Wuning, are you attempting to instruct me on how to act? Ji Wuning lowered her head, feeling disheartened. No, I realize my mistake. The essence of governance lies in a balance of reward and punishment, not an unyielding indulgence. Only then did Chen Daoxuan retract the murderous intent from his gaze, speaking indifferently. Remember this in the future. Do not engage in such schemes before me. I do not appreciate it. Yes. Both Ji Wuning and In Hongyu bowed their heads, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. It seemed he truly was the scion of Shura. Han Tianming stood agape, his eyes wide with shock. It was over. The sky had fallen. In that moment, Han Tianming and Han Tianjin, having lost an arm, dared not harbor any resentment towards Chen Daoxuan. All that filled their eyes was fear and despair, all thanks to Ji Wuning. Chen Daoxuan, feeling a sense of ennui, turned his indifferent gaze towards Han Tianming. You are an astute individual. Enlighten me as to why the Sacred Soul Palace has been persistently collecting souls with unique bloodlines. What is the purpose behind this endeavor? He actually came for this. Upon hearing these words, the terror in Han Tianming's eyes deepened, seemingly even more intense than when he had learned that his opponent was a scion of the imperial clan. Han Tianming's lips quivered uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Why, you might as well kill me. Chen Daoxuan, curious. He'd rather die than speak. Yet, he does not strike me as someone capable of such unwavering loyalty. Could this secret be entangled with something of greater consequence? Chen Daoxuan's curiosity intensified. If you tell me, I will grant you a chance at survival. What do you say, Chen Xiao? Ji Wuning gazed at him in astonishment. It dawned on her that what Chen Xiao had said earlier was indeed true. He was merely lending her a hand. In truth, his primary concern lay with his own interests. As a scion of the imperial clan, Chen Daoxuan seemingly held the power of life and death over anyone. Such was the might of the imperial lineage. However, even as he extended the offer of clemency to the two, Han Tianming and Han Tianjin continued to tremble uncontrollably. This only served to heighten Chen Daoxuan's curiosity. If you remain silent, I shall investigate on my own. I am certain someone will. No. Han Tianming shook his head in despair. Chen Xiao, do not attempt to pursue this matter. It would bring no good to your Shura imperial clan. Chen Daoxuan, Chen Junran, what could possibly exist in this universe that would dare threaten the might of the imperial clan? Could it be that this is somehow connected to the mysterious disappearance of the third sister a century ago? Chapter 49. Guardian of the Underground Chamber of the Holy Soul Palace, Second Sovereign. In a critical moment, Han Tianming audaciously issued a threat to Chen Daoxuan, the scion of the imperial lineage. Was it mere bluster, or did it harbor deeper implications? Chen Daoxuan furrowed his brow, contemplating that if this were indeed true, it could pose a significant threat to the enigmatic forces of the imperial family, likely linked to the mysterious disappearance of his third sister years ago. After all, with her formidable talent, which was said to be on the brink of reaching the emperor realm, it was unfathomable for her to vanish without a trace. Evidently, Han Tianming was astute. He knew precisely what to say to ensure his survival. In stark contrast, Han Tianjin, standing nearby, appeared wide-eyed and foolish. Chen Daoxuan slowly nodded, and with a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, severing Han Tianjin's throat without hesitation. With an air of nonchalance, he strode past Han Tianming, coolly advising, "Stay here and refrain from making foolish attempts." Han Tianming, filled with trepidation, glanced at Chen Junran and assured, "Fear not, I shall not flee." He discerned that the girl's strength perhaps surpassed that of Chen Daoxuan. Attempting to escape beneath her watchful gaze would likely lead to a fate akin to that of his third brother. As he watched his brother's lifeless body fall to the ground, Han Tianming exhaled deeply, resigned to gamble for a sliver of hope. "Fifth sister, let us venture inside together," Chen Daoxuan suddenly remarked, turning back. "Very well," Chen Junran replied, clasping her hands behind her back as she walked forward. Witnessing this, Han Tianming was utterly astonished. The girl was none other than the fifth miss of the Shura imperial clan, Chen Junran. No wonder he felt an overwhelming pressure akin to that emanating from the lord of the palace. The presence of both the divine son and the divine daughter graced the sacred land of the celestial demons, an impressive spectacle indeed. Han Tianming maintained a stoic expression, standing motionless in the void, his face betraying no discernible emotions. He was evidently a cunning individual. As he observed the Chen siblings entering the main hall of the Holy Soul Palace, Ji Wuning and Yin Hongyu simultaneously fixed their vigilant gazes upon Han Tianming. Inside the hall, an eerie silence prevailed. The denizens of the Holy Soul Palace stood trembling at the sides, faced with the Chen siblings. They not only refrained from obstructing their path but eagerly vied to offer directions when asked. The name of the imperial family held significant weight, often. The mere mention of those two characters instilled fear far greater than raw strength. Only when Chen Daoxuan truly ascends to the status of a powerful emperor could he command respect through his own might. An elder of the Holy Soul Palace, hunched over and wearing a sycophantic smile, followed closely behind Chen Daoxuan, guiding him while saying, "Lord of the palace, no. That beast Han Wuxing has kept us busy over the years, capturing individuals with special bloodlines and imprisoning them in the subterranean palace, personally overseen by the second sovereign Han Tiandu. The specifics of what lies within remain unclear even to me. However, Chen Xiao, the Soul Heaven Crossing is also a 9-star Xian Zun like you, so please exercise caution." Hearing the elder's warning from the sacred Soul Palace, Chen Daoxuan revealed a faint smile and inquired, "What is your name?" The elder responded, "I am called Han Qianshan, but from this day forth, I shall adopt the surname." Upon hearing this, Chen Junran frowned and asked, "And Qianshan?" The elder confirmed, "Indeed, it signifies a return to the shore." Chen Daoxuan, Chen Junran. The three descended the spiral staircase, and as they ventured deeper, the temperature plummeted, the chilling and eerie atmosphere becoming increasingly palpable. This path seemed to lead to the underworld, each step weighing heavily on their hearts. At the bottom of the dim spiral staircase, a cell forged from mysterious iron appeared before Chen Daoxuan and Chen Junran, exuding an oppressive sense of suffocation. The cell door was peculiar, completely airtight, adorned with strange engravings that left the siblings baffled. It depicted a cross-shaped wooden frame, upon which a bare man was bound, surrounded by various shackles. Yet, despite being nailed to the frame, the man's gaze remained remarkably clear and tranquil, as if he could see through the fabric of the world. "What is this?" Chen Daoxuan pondered, having never encountered such a design before. The elder scratched his head in confusion. "I am not certain either. It is said that a mysterious powerful being established this place with a mere wave of their hand, without any human intervention. Thus, the reason behind the enigmatic patterns drawn by this mysterious figure remains an unsolved enigma." Upon hearing the elder's words, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Junran exchanged glances. It seemed that the mysterious powerful figure must belong to the enigmatic force behind the sacred Soul Palace. The more mysterious the matter, the more intrigued Chen Daoxuan became. "Open the door," he commanded. The elder hesitated, raising his hands in embarrassment. "Chen Xiao, only Han Wuxing and the soul heaven crossing within possessed the key to this door." "Then let us break it down." Chen Junren suddenly drew her sword and swept it across the dark iron door. Sparks flew, yet the door bore no marks whatsoever. "This." Chen Junren's face paled in shock. Chen Daoxuan was equally astonished. His fifth sister was a two-star Xian Xing, yet she could not breach this door. Just as Chen Daoxuan was reeling from this revelation, the second Tianzuan inside seemed to have heard the commotion from the sword strike. With a creak, the door swung open. In an instant, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Junren swiftly positioned themselves behind the door. Soul Heaven Crossing merely observed Han Qianshang standing there, looking dazed like a quail. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Qianshang, how did you end up here?" Han Qianshang, flustered, stammered, "Well, a few uninvited guests have arrived outside." "Uninvited guests?" Soul Heaven Crossing inquired, perplexed. What manner of uninvited guests? Soul Qianshang stiffly raised his hand, pointing behind him. "Look back," he urged. Soul Tiandu, taken aback, did not have the chance to turn before a powerful arm forcefully encircled his neck from behind. In the struggle, both Soul Tiandu and Chen Daoxuan unleashed the profound pressure of their 9-star Xianzun realm. Yet, despite their might, Soul Tiandu found himself unable to break free. As his eyes grew increasingly bloodshot and his face turned an ominous shade of blue, his malevolent gaze fixated on Soul Qianshang. His legs thrashed about as if seeking to strike down the traitor before him. Soul Qianshang trembled in fear and quickly turned away. "Let go of me." Soul Tiandu exerted all his strength to grasp Chen Daoxuan's arm. Noticing the diminishing intensity of Soul Tiandu's struggles, Chen Daoxuan's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Yes, relax. It's perfectly normal to feel a bit dizzy at first. Just like that, take a deep breath. Experiencing a sense of suffocation initially is also quite normal. Gradually, Soul Tiandu finally fell still. The esteemed second master of the Sacred Soul Hall, a pinnacle Xianzun powerhouse, was thus strangled to death by Chen Daoxuan. This scene sent a chill down Soul Qianshang's spine, compelling him to kneel on the ground. "Our Sacred Soul Hall's secrets must lie within. Chen, please, do enter." Chapter 50. The conclusion. The situation has completely reversed. Chen Daoxuan, accompanied by his sister, arrived at the underground chamber of the Sacred Soul Hall. The sight before them caused their expressions to darken significantly. It was an expansive, circular chamber, devoid of any furnishings save for the surrounding walls of mysterious iron. Notably, the floor was engraved with bizarre patterns, a celestial expanse. In this starry sky, various extraordinary creatures could be seen. At the center stood a woman, bare-chested with 6 magnificent white wings, clad in strange attire that revealed her snow-white legs. With her hands clasped in fervent prayer and her eyes closed, she appeared to be making a wish. Such a figure, characteristic of a formidable being or a deity, was entirely unfamiliar to Chen Junren. The exotic creatures surrounding her were also species she had never encountered. No wonder her brother had always been so concerned about the Sacred Soul Hall. Upon arriving here, she began to grasp the unsettling nature of this place. "Xiaolu, have you noticed anything unusual?" Chen Junren suddenly inquired. In response, Chen Daoxuan's gaze scanned the surroundings, ultimately resting on the 6-winged woman on the ground. "It seems there is a magical array here." "Indeed," Chen Junren replied sharply. "Moreover, it appears to be a teleportation array." "A teleportation array? To where?" "That mysterious force." The gravity of Chen Daoxuan's expression deepened. Chen Junren, shedding her previously carefree demeanor, adopted a serious tone. "If it truly leads there, given my current cultivation, I may not be able to handle it." Chen Daoxuan did not dispute this. If that mysterious force were indeed the culprit behind their sister's disappearance, then a forceful intrusion would necessitate enlisting their father as assistants. "Go fetch father," Chen Daoxuan decisively stated. Chen Junren gasped in astonishment. "You want father to come personally?" "Yes, this is the most prudent course of action. Otherwise, if we startle them and they shift their location, it will become exceedingly difficult to find them again." Chen Daoxuan's choice was made with the intent of locating their sister. However, the fact remained that their father was one of the 3 great emperors of the realm. The idea of alarming him was something Chen Junren had never contemplated. She had initially thought to simply call upon Uncle Jiu or visit the Xuanwu sacred land to seek assistance from their sister, but now, seeing Xiao Lu's insistence on summoning their father, she felt cornered. "Very well, you go find father, and I will remain here to keep watch," she conceded. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "No, you should go while I stay." That's unacceptable. It's far too perilous here. It is precisely because of the danger that I must remain. I possess the butterfly immortal step, which allows me to escape in critical moments. Absolutely not. Chen Junran firmly grasped Chen Daoxuan's shoulders, her delicate face flushed with indignation, leaving no room for further words. You are the divine son of the Chen clan, burdened with the mission of inheriting our father's position as the realm master. Regardless of what transpires, you must remain unscathed. Moreover, she raised her hand to caress Chen Daoxuan's face, her eyes brimming with affection. I have but you as my younger brother. Fifth sister. Chen Daoxuan fell silent. It was only after his return that he had come to know her, yet she was willing to shoulder the peril alone at such a critical moment. Was this what the world referred to as blood being thicker than water? In that instant, Chen Daoxuan truly felt the essence of kinship. At that moment, he seemed to fear nothing, as if a new purpose had emerged in his life. He forcefully pressed fifth sister's head against his chest. Then, under the tremor of her beautiful eyes, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered a single phrase. Chen Junran clutched her brother's shoulders, her lips parting slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you truly? Chen Daoxuan affirmed, yes. Heed my plans. Seeking third sister presents us with an unparalleled opportunity that we cannot afford to miss. Having just returned to the upper realm, Chen Daoxuan displayed terrifying strength, remarkable temperament, decisive demeanor, and extraordinary wisdom. Their gazes locked, and Chen Junran grew increasingly convinced that this little brother of hers would undoubtedly surpass third sister in prowess, leading the Chen imperial clan toward unprecedented glory. Very well. Be cautious. I shall return momentarily. Without further hesitation, Chen Junran waved her hand, tearing through the fabric of space, vanishing into the rift. As the space mended, only Chen Daoxuan remained in the secret chamber. He lowered his gaze to the peculiar six-winged woman on the ground and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Such strange attire, unlike that of the Tianqian continent or the Shure Empire. Moreover, this woman's appearance seems rather different from that of others. It's quite peculiar. Outside, Yin Hongyu and Ji Wuning stood 100 paces apart, their eyes fixed intently on Han Tianming, not daring to exhibit any carelessness. Ever since the siblings Chen Daoxuan and Chen Junran entered the main hall of the Sacred Soul Palace, Han Tianming had remained there, silent, occasionally glancing up at the sky. His behavior rather odd. Within the main hall, the onlookers were paralyzed with fear. Those who had once commanded the winds and rains in the sacred land of heavenly demons were now being subjected to a dimensional suppression by a divine son of the imperial clan. Not only had he slain 3 powerful Tianzuan, but he had also entered the main hall, leaving them in a state of confusion about his intentions. It was utterly humiliating. Yet, they were from an imperial clan. Even if they committed the most outrageous acts, they dared not utter a single word of protest. Of course, this was compounded by their ignorance of the fact that the second Tianzuan had already perished outside the dungeon, which intensified their terror. Weak, helpless, and pitiable, the moment had finally arrived. Suddenly, the long-silent Soul Tianming lifted the corners of his mouth into a subtle smile. What has arrived? Ji Wuning could not comprehend. Yet at this moment, Yin Hongyu sensed impending misfortune. Quick-witted, she immediately aimed to whisk Ji Wuning away from the scene. However, Soul Tianming swiftly intervened, blocking their path. Bang! Their palms collided. Yin Hongyu staggered back a mere half-step. In contrast, Soul Tianming, propelled backward, had evidently anticipated this, and with the force of the rebound, he seized Ji Wuning's delicate waist, and with a swift motion, struck her neck. Ji Wuning had yet to grasp the situation when she succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing into Soul Tianming's embrace. Soul Tianming, what are you doing? Are you not afraid of Chen Xiao's wrath? Yin Hongyu threatened through gritted teeth. Yet, Soul Tianming merely smiled, casually hoisting Ji Wuning onto his shoulder. Commander Yin, reflect on this. That Chen Xiao killed 3 of my brothers without uttering a single word. Such a ruthless individual. Do you truly believe he would grant me a chance for survival? Yin Hongyu was left speechless. Thus, it became evident that Soul Tianming had never intended to surrender from the outset. He was merely waiting. Boom. Just as Yin Hongyu lifted her gaze, 3 exceedingly terrifying auras suddenly rippled forth from the starry expanse. The surrounding dozens of continents trembled under the weight of these 3 presences. Half-saint, 2-star mystical saint, 5-star mystical saint. The identities corresponding to these 3 auras were, Yin Hongyu exclaimed in astonishment. The first supreme, Soul Tianyang, the lord of the sacred soul palace, Soul Wuxing. The The Seven-Tailed Holy Monarch, Yin Lingqi. Chapter 51. The ruthless decision of soul whooshing. Yin Lingqi gazed fiercely at the delicate, ethereal figure before her. A tempest of murderous intent swirling in her eyes, mingled with profound trepidation. Yin Lingqi, the seven-tailed fox who had overturned the Fox clan, stood youthful with crimson short hair, adorned with red eyeshadow beneath her eyes, her skin smooth as cream and her lips reminiscent of crimson ribbons. An aura of sinister charm enveloped her, epitomizing the wickedness of the demon fox. Upon seeing her former subordinate, now a traitor, so close at hand, a more pronounced smile crept across Yin Lingqi's face. "Oh, my illustrious commander, how delightful to see you again." As she spoke, she delicately licked her elongated crimson nails, betraying a barely contained bloodlust. Yet, she refrained from acting hastily, allowing Han Tianming to narrate the events that had transpired here. "What did you say?" "The son of the Shura imperial clan, Chen Daoxuan, and the goddess." Chen Jun ran upon hearing the revelation. Yin Lingqi was taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically. Han Tianming, feeling dejected, nodded. The arrival of the son and daughter of the imperial clan rendered the once defiant Yin Lingqi's countenance dark and foreboding. Meanwhile, Han Wuxing and Han Tianyang shared solemn expressions. As formidable beings of the sacred land, the only force capable of instilling fear in them was the imperial clan's influence. Now, the Shura imperial clan dared to disregard the agreements between the two great imperial clans, brazenly unleashing a massacre in the celestial demon sacred land governed by the Songlong Empire. Were they truly intent on igniting a war between the imperial clans? If a conflict erupted between the two great empires, the consequences would be catastrophic for the entire universe. Having comprehended the gravity of the situation, Yin Lingqi's cold demeanor fluctuated between calm and turmoil. In contrast, Han Wuxing appeared rather unperturbed. He patted Yin Lingqi on the shoulder and scoffed. "A son and a daughter of the imperial clan. How could they possibly pose a threat to us?" "But they are backed by the imperial clan," Yin Lingqi retorted. Han Wuxing squinted slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. "The imperial clan? Who truly knows?" "What?" Yin Lingqi's complexion drained of color. Han Tianyang and Han Tianming stood silently behind the esteemed master, their expressions indifferent. Whatever decision their master made, they would comply without question. After all, Han Wuxing commanded the entire Sacred Soul Hall, earning not only respect, but also admiration from the seven celestial lords for his strength, vision, and strategy. In his despair, Han Tianming awaited the return of the revered leader of the Sacred Soul Hall. Upon witnessing the ruthless glimmer in Han Wuxing's eyes, Yin Lingqi instantly grasped the implication of his words. He suggested that if they eliminated Chen Daoxuan and Chen Junran here, along with the witnesses, namely Yin Hongyu and Ji Wanning, this place would become an enigma, a mystery echoing the inexplicable disappearance of the Chen family's third young lady a century ago, as if she had vanished from the mortal realm. To abstain from action is to persist in turmoil. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Lingqi slowly nodded. The act of confronting the godson of the killing emperor clan is fraught with peril. However, given the circumstances, should they still entertain the hope that this godson would show them mercy, they would be foolish indeed. Death is inevitable. It is far better to gamble for a chance at survival. Yin Lingqi concealed his murderous intent behind his gaze. Suddenly, a gentle and resplendent smile graced his face as he turned to Yin Hongyu, saying, "Great leader, there is one matter that perplexes me. We are both of the fox spirit lineage. If that is the case, why do you choose to betray us in this critical hour and assist those duplicitous members of the Tianhu clan?" "Betray?" Upon hearing this, Yin Hongyu's phoenix eyes blazed with fire. What a farce. I, Yin Hongyu, was once but a lowly little fox. Had it not been for the Tianhu matriarch, who recognized my exceptional talent and devoted herself to my guidance, disregarding my fox spirit origins and advocating for my position as great leader against all odds, I would not be here today. Yin Lingqi's gaze turned icy. Do you not wonder why she entrusted a mere fox spirit with command over the three armies? The position of great leader is tantamount to that of a marshal, the most powerful authority beneath the Tianhu matriarch. Meeting her gaze, Yin Hongyu replied solemnly, "Because she values and trusts me, and seeks to demonstrate to all our kin that the Tianhu clan is willing to unify with us, sharing both honor and disgrace." Ha 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 ha, what a splendid notion of shared honor and disgrace. Han Tianming seemed to hear the greatest jest. Yin Hongyu, are you truly naive or merely feigning ignorance? The Tianhu matriarch is exploiting you, rendering the entire Fox Spirit clan more susceptible to her control. Lingqi spread his hands. Behold, what do we call this? It is the plight of those enmeshed in their own turmoil, while the onlooker sees clearly. The one who ought to awaken is you. For thousands of years, Han Tianyong, the Tianhu matriarch's treatment of our Fox Spirit clan is known by all. Yet you, in collusion with Han Wuxing, have wrought havoc upon our clan, leading to its fragmentation and grievous losses. You are the true villain, unforgivable. Suddenly, 5 fiery red fox tails sprang forth from behind Yin Hongyu, her body emanating the overwhelming aura of an 8-star mystic sovereign, surging like a tidal wave. Just as she prepared for a desperate battle, a large hand emerged from the void before her, striking directly at her face. It was Han Tianyong. The swiftness of his attack was astonishing. At that moment, another figure appeared like a wraith, directly meeting the attack with his chest. Bang! The force of the palm surged into Chen Daoxuan's body, causing vast swathes of the surrounding void to collapse. Yet, confronting Han Tianyong's almost stunned gaze, Chen Daoxuan emerged unscathed. His curiosity piqued as he observed him intently. Still not inquiring? Chen Daoxuan asked with a smile. This left Han Tianyong in shock. He swiftly retreated to stabilize himself, gazing in astonishment at the youth before him, who had emerged unscathed from his full-force strike, feeling an inexplicable sense of wonder. This individual was none other than the Azura god's son, Chen Daoxuan. Han Tianming's expression grew solemn, and Lingqi and Han Wuxing both nodded in agreement. The imperial clan scion. The gazes of the 4 individuals converged upon Chen Daoxuan, as if attempting to pierce through his very essence. Meanwhile, the rescued Yin Hongyu swiftly approached, introducing Lingqi, Han Wuxing, and Han Tianyong to him in succession. You are the lord of the Sacred Soul Palace? Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan fixed his penetrating gaze upon Han Wuxing, his tone betraying no hint of concealment regarding his anticipation. This left Han Wuxing somewhat perplexed. What? Chen Daoxuan, with a countenance radiating the blessings of the heavenly officials, inquired, Tell me, why do you collect the souls of those with special bloodlines? Should you provide me with an answer to this question, I might consider granting you a reprieve. Chen Daoxuan's inquiry could be seen as an act of divine grace. For his curiosity regarding the enigma behind the Sacred Soul Palace was insatiable. However, Han Wuxing appeared momentarily taken aback before he could not help but emit a chilling laugh. It seems you have yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What situation? Chen Daoxuan pressed. With an air of superiority, Han Wuxing regarded him with disdain. If I were to slay you here, do you truly believe anyone would uncover what transpired? TSK. An act of silencing, a meticulous cleanup. I presume. Chen Daoxuan clapped his hands. Indeed, you are worthy of your title as the Lord of the Sacred Soul Palace, recognized by that mysterious force. You certainly possess audacity. Yet, there is one aspect you have miscalculated. You lack the capacity to kill me. Chapter 52. The terrifying pressure that shakes the galaxy unable to kill you? Unlike Lingqi, who harbors a profound fear of the imperial clan, Han Wuxing remains unperturbed among the 4. With a steady gaze, he scrutinizes Chen Daoxuan and surveys his surroundings before speaking in a measured tone. Are you implying that your immortal body, born of the Shura imperial lineage, coupled with the frenzied bloodline of the Rakshasa clan, renders you invulnerable to my strikes? Or are you suggesting that your 5th sister, Chen Junran, has a chance to escape this place? He has yet to sense Junran's presence, leading him to surmise that she must be concealed in the shadows. In response to Han Wuxing's confident inquiry, Chen Daoxuan raises his right index finger and gently shakes it before a smirk graces his lips. Neither of those. Han Wuxing raises an eyebrow. Oh? With a confidence that rivals his opponent's, Chen Daoxuan retorts in a flippant tone. What I mean to convey is that you are simply not my match. Oh dear, Lingqi exclaims, slapping his forehead. It seems, Wuxing, that you have been underestimated. Han Wuxing lets out a resigned sigh. Indeed. Tianyong, subdue him. Understood. As the foremost heavenly sovereign and a semi-holy powerhouse, Han Tianyong possesses overwhelming prowess over Chen Daoxuan. Yet, he remains perplexed. Why did his previous strike land squarely on the young man's chest without any apparent effect? Han Wuxing, cunning and astute, is equally baffled, which is why he has sent Han Tianyong to test the waters against Chen Daoxuan. Observing these cunning old foxes banding together, Chen Daoxuan claps his hands together, creating a sharp sound. Are you truly certain you wish to engage in a war of attrition rather than confronting me as a quartet? What did you say? Hun Tianyang exclaims. Hun Tianming gasps in disbelief. Hun Wuxing stands speechless. Yin Lingqi is equally taken aback, as if turned to stone. Such audacity. An audacity that knows no bounds. Yin Lingqi suddenly finds himself harboring a significant desire to eliminate Chen Daoxuan. Though he is wary of the imperial clan, he, like Hun Wuxing, is no ordinary individual. The thought of vanquishing the divine offspring of the imperial clan ignites a fervor within him. Hun Tianyang, designated as the vanguard against Chen Daoxuan, steps forward with unwavering resolve. His overwhelming aura disrupts the heavens and earth, sending cracks spiraling outward into the vastness of the cosmos. A semi-holy being. Even with the vast disparity between him and a Xian sovereign, in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, it is merely a matter of degree. The two stand in stark contrast, one powerful, the other relatively weak, locked in a tense standoff. Meanwhile, the others remain vigilant, ever watchful for the potential ambush of the Shura goddess. Yin Hongyu's expression is one of grave seriousness. Ji Wuning remains in their grasp, and at this critical juncture, she could very well serve as a bargaining chip against Chen Xiao. This cannot be allowed. The soul of Tianyang cast a piercing gaze upon Chen Daoxuan, scrutinizing his aura, and couldn't help but scoff. With your peak status as a Xianzun, there is no conceivable way you could triumph over me. Rather than being swiftly defeated by a single blow, you might as well summon your sister to emerge. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand. She is currently examining your underground teleportation array. Yin Lingqi, upon hearing this, displayed a look of astonishment. What underground teleportation array? The expressions of the three from the Soul clan instantly darkened. Chen Daoxuan glanced at the seven-tailed holy monarch. Yin Lingqi, are you not aware? Beneath the sacred soul hall lies a teleportation array, adorned with the image of a woman clad in peculiar attire, her back graced with 6 wings, seemingly engaged in some form of prayer. Yin Lingqi, I cannot comprehend this at all. Yet, he inexplicably felt a burgeoning curiosity. Soul Tianyang remarked. It appears that the situation for Tiandu is dire. Fourth brother, why not accompany the hall master inside for a closer inspection? With both the holy monarch and myself here, this young lad cannot stir up much trouble. An ascendant and a 5-star Xian saint should easily subdue a peak Xianzun. If they faltered, they might as well abandon their pursuits. However, Soul Wuxing remained silent, his expression grave as he focused intently on the main hall's direction. Silence. An unsettling silence. Soul Tianming also sensed something amiss. Logically speaking, if his sister were indeed investigating something there, he should not have mentioned it at such a moment. Soul Tianyang, bewildered, asked, Fourth brother, are you suggesting he is intentionally luring you inside? Soul Tianming replied, Indeed, the formidable beings of the Rakshasa Empire excel in employing various peculiar formations. Do not forget, Chun Junran is also the daughter of the Rakshasa Emperor. What Soul Tianming articulated was precisely the concern residing in Soul Wuxing's heart. The more Chen Daoxuan spoke, the less they would dare to venture inside, thus fulfilling his intentions perfectly. Chen Daoxuan felt a surge of delight, assured that the teleportation array would remain intact, and thus he harbored no further apprehensions. In a flash, he appeared in the sky, overlooking the 4 individuals. His smile gradually faded, and with a gesture, he pointed skyward. That was the sword technique of the Shura imperial clan. Yin Lingqi involuntarily took 2 steps back. Even with his formidable cultivation as a 5-star Xian saint, he could not afford to treat the most potent sword technique of the primordial universe lightly. The sword technique of sealing the throat. A single strike to seal the throat, with none spared. Soul Tianyang's legs trembled. Disbelief etched on his face. Impossible. The sword technique of sealing the throat is the mightiest sword move in existence. At his age, he could not have mastered it. Chen Daoxuan's cold gaze surveyed them, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this is not the sword technique of sealing the throat. Yet, as the words left his mouth, an enormous azure sword formation, towering tens of thousands of feet, ascended from the void. The grand brilliance of the formation illuminated the heavens, casting azure shadows far and wide. The terrifying sword intent surged from within the formation, as if it sought to evaporate the very firmament itself. A fusion of man, sword, and formation. The 4 were once again struck with astonishment. Even if this is not the sword art of the throat piercing, the fact that this young man can master such profound techniques at such a tender age is enough to instill fear in the hearts of the proud descendants of the other 2 great imperial clans. This youth, it seems, is destined to defy the heavens. Han Wuxing finally realized that Chen Daoxuan's existence would pose a potential threat to his master lurking in the shadows. Without hesitation, he bellowed, "If you do not take action now, then when will you?" Han Tianyang gritted his teeth, understanding that he could not allow this young man to successfully execute his technique. He immediately transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the heavens. Faced with this formidable semi-holy realm powerhouse charging at him with overwhelming momentum and murderous intent, Chen Daoxuan wore an unexpected smile, radiating warmth and calmness. He had no intention of gathering strength. Instead, he simply pointed his finger downward. The first technique of all things. Heaven's decision. The all things. The all things of the Azura Emperor. Upon hearing this terrifying name that could send shivers down the spine of any powerful being, the four figures trembled in shock and looked up in disbelief. It turned out that the massive sword formation was merely an illusion. As the array's brilliance shattered, the heavens were cleaved open by a mysterious force, revealing the vast expanse of the boundless starry sky. All the stars flickered in response to this supreme power's pull. A terrifying pressure that swept across the universe instantly left the 9 heavens and 10 earths, along with countless sovereigns, aghast and pale with fear. Chapter 53. The Universe and the Celestial Decree. It was as though the sound of the great Tao exploding resonated through the cosmos, sending ripples cascading from the depths of the universe. In the cold, dark expanse of space, a colossal and enigmatic celestial body, reminiscent of a black hole, loomed ominously. It seemed to embody the divine retribution that consumed all in its path, tearing through the vast river of stars and hurtling towards the holy land of celestial beasts. Under the weight of this terrifying pressure, many powerful beings from the continent gazed in astonishment. Upon witnessing this unknown entity capable of annihilating everything, their faces betrayed a sense of schadenfreude as it directed its course towards the Holy Soul Palace. In this vicinity, the sky had transformed into a murky yellow, riddled with cracks, as if the very fabric of reality was on the brink of collapse. A massive black hole materialized above the continent, captured in the gaze of all living beings. Despite its incredible speed, it appeared only as a small dot gradually enlarging in the depths of the sky, with the edges of the black hole glowing ominously. Gulp. Sol Tianyang felt his throat tighten in disbelief. How could he possibly withstand such a force? How could a mere mystic sovereign conjure a devastating technique capable of threatening the existence of this world? Was that truly the embodiment of the universe? As he gazed up at the unknown celestial body, trembling with fear, he thought of Chen Daoxuan. How could a mere mystic sovereign wield such a formidable power? Beside him, Yin Lingqi stood in stunned silence, equally awestruck. What did the embodiment of the universe even look like? He had no inkling. The pressing question was whether it mattered if it was real or not. Such astonishing destructive power, once unleashed, who could survive? With a furtive glance at the haughty figure of Chen Daoxuan, standing defiantly in the air, Yin Lingqi felt a surge of admiration for him. This madman. Did he intend for them all to perish together? Cursing inwardly, Sol Tianyang realized that the laws of the void here were spiraling out of control. Even if he wished to tear through the void and escape, it was beyond his capacity. In his moment of despair, he was taken aback to see the palace master and Yin Lingqi abandon him and the fourth brother, soaring away into the heavens. Desperately, he shouted, "Master, don't leave me behind." He attempted to pursue them, but a powerful magnetic field began to sweep through the fractured space, the great Tao roaring as the laws became chaotic. With his abilities, he could not break free from this confinement. Helplessly watching as Sol Wuxing and Yin Lingqi ascended ever higher. In that moment, he finally comprehended that, despite being the supreme sovereign of the Holy Soul Palace, revered by many, in the eyes of the palace master, he was merely the highest-ranking dog. When the master chose to abandon him, a dog was simply a dog, indistinguishable from the others. At least in that moment, there was no difference whatsoever. The earth and mountains crumbled entirely, rivers flowed backwards, evaporating into mist that enveloped the heavens, coinciding with the thunderous collapse of the Holy Soul Palace, leaving the ground marred and desolate. This world was evidently on the brink of annihilation. In a state of utter despair, Sol Tianming stared blankly at the ruins of the Holy Soul Palace, suddenly finding himself to be quite ridiculous, and he sank to his knees. The beauty upon his shoulder slipped away in an instant. Yin Hongyu appeared with a swift motion, catching her, and then quickly distanced herself from Sol Tianming. gazing at the scene of infinite destruction. Soul Tianming inexplicably felt a laugh rising within him. We have no way out, and yet you still think of saving her. What significance does that hold? In Hongyu embraced Ji Wuning, her gaze fixed resolutely on Chen Daoxuan's retreating figure, her tone unwavering. I believe that Chen can lead us to safety. Believe him? Soul Tianming responded with hands clasped behind his back. I suspect that his audacity in employing such a cataclysmic technique as the all-encompassing destruction must stem from a premeditated escape route. Escape route. Both Soul Tianyang and In Hongyu turned their attention to him. Soul Tianming continued. But what could that escape route possibly be? The laws and the void, all influenced by the all-encompassing destruction, are beyond control. To tear through the void and flee from here is utterly impossible. Therefore, I conjecture that the escape route he has in mind must be that mysterious teleportation array in the underground chamber of the Holy Soul Palace. In response to Soul Tianming's inquiry, Chen Daoxuan neither confirmed nor denied it. Soul Tianming asserted, but you're mistaken. That array can only be activated by Qiu. Soul Tianyang abruptly interjected. Fourth brother, what are you attempting to do? Qiu? Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly. Qiu what? Soul Tianyang, you shall not uncover the truth. We will never betray that esteemed individual. Soul Tianming, incredulous, pointed towards the heavens. Brother, open your eyes. We have been forsaken. What purpose does it serve to continue our loyalty to that person? Soul Tianyang's expression darkened. The significance lies in. As the celestial retribution was about to descend, Chen Daoxuan, feeling quite helpless, resorted to his final means. At that moment, a peculiar mark appeared on his brow. This was the technique he had comprehended within the Tower of Inheritance, the realm of extreme void. Chen Daoxuan's hands danced in the air as he formed seals before him. The entire world trembled violently. The impending celestial retribution, which seemed poised to fall, appeared to be swallowed by the void, vanishing unexpectedly, carrying with it the astonishing power of destruction. Then it emerged from another void, altering its trajectory, and barreled directly towards Yin Lingqi and the others with ferocious intent. How could this be? Soul Wuxing had barely escaped this land, only to find that the devastating celestial body had suddenly materialized before him. In a moment of urgency, both could only unleash their abilities and defend with all their might. Boom! A terrifying energy storm erupted, conjuring a colossal mushroom cloud within the cosmic expanse. The entire starry river twisted violently amidst the cacophony of explosions. Its aftershocks boundless. Energy collided repeatedly, causing numerous continents to tremble incessantly. In the wake of this tempest, at least a dozen continents have suffered catastrophic devastation. The heavenly decision, as the foremost technique of the myriad phenomena, was unleashed by Chen Daoxuan, exhibiting an astonishing might. One can only imagine the spectacle that would unfold if his father, the formidable Emperor Chen Songyuan, were to wield the heavenly decision. Fiery storms intertwined like threads, encircling countless celestial bodies, creating a breathtaking scene that left both Han Tianyang and Han Tianming utterly astounded. We are alive. Ha ha ha. Astonishingly, we have survived. At the critical moment, he redirected that force to another dimension. Spatial displacement. The two brothers embraced, weeping. Having escaped the jaws of death, their singular desire was to live fully, particularly as they witnessed the utter obliteration of the Hall Master and Yin Lingqi. Han Tianming ultimately resolved to relinquish his persistence. Chen Xiao, if I disclose everything I know, can you assure my safety? Their gazes locked. Chen Daoxuan nodded slowly. I cannot guarantee, but I shall endeavor to do my utmost. Chapter 54. Either you die, or I perish. Chen Daoxuan did not boast that he could certainly protect him. Yet, such an honest response, instead, brought a sense of reassurance to Han Tianming. Raising his gaze towards the gradually calming sea of clouds, which veiled the endless starry realms, Han Tianming approached Chen Daoxuan directly. Our sacred soul hall has always been in pursuit of souls belonging to those with extraordinary bloodlines, solely to entrust these souls to one individual. According to the Hall Master, this person is named Qiu Fei. Specifics regarding his identity and background remain shrouded in mystery. The only certainty is that he possesses immense power and invariably arrives at the secret chamber via the underground teleportation array. Qiu Fei? Chen Daoxuan pondered. Is that all? Han Tianming replied, indeed. It's difficult to discern the truth. Moreover, knowing merely a name is of little utility. Chen Daoxuan turned his gaze towards Han Tianyang, who, caught off guard, shivered and hastily declared, "You should inquire with the fourth. I know nothing." "Huh? You wish to evade responsibility?" Chen Daoxuan retorted. "What purpose do you serve then?" Just as Chen Daoxuan was about to take action, a fiery red fox tail suddenly emerged from the void between them, piercing through Han Tianyang's chest before either of them could react. "What?" Chen Daoxuan gasped in shock. Immediately, another fiery fox tail erupted from the ground, swiftly constricting Han Tianming's neck. "Chen!" Han Tianming could not utter a word, his eyes filled with despair as he looked towards Chen Daoxuan, yearning for survival. However, with a sickening crack, Han Tianming's neck was twisted mercilessly. "This is Yin Lingqi's aura. He is still alive. How could this happen?" Yin Hongyu sensed the terrifying demonic energy enveloping from all directions, instantly thrown into a state of panic. "Ascend to the skies," Chen Daoxuan commanded. Upon hearing this, Yin Hongyu swiftly took to the air, carrying Ji Wuning. On the ground, Chen Daoxuan surveyed his surroundings, acutely aware of every subtle movement. Unexpectedly, he had summoned the first form of the all-embracing universe, yet could not vanquish Yin Lingqi. It seemed this seven-tailed fox still possessed considerable strength. Cough! From amidst the distant ruins, the disheveled Yin Lingqi finally emerged. He knelt there, violently coughing blood, looking exceedingly wretched, his aura significantly diminished compared to before. "He lives. He has survived, but now bears grave injuries." Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan first signaled for Yin Hongyu to distance herself, then, pointing his finger as if it were a sword, he aimed at his adversary. "Is that soul, Wuxing, dead?" Chen Daoxuan inquired. Yin Lingqi licked the blood from his arm, unsteadily rising to his feet. At a critical moment, he shielded me from a fatal blow. "For you?" Chen Daoxuan questioned. "Why would he risk his life to protect you?" Yin Lingqi chuckled coldly. "What reason do I have to divulge that to you?" With that, he fell silent. On a face twisted in a grotesque grimace, a sneer resembling that of a malevolent spirit emerged. In a fleeting moment, 7 fox tails surged through the void, unreservedly launching an assault. Observing this, Chen Daoxuan swiftly evaded, flickering across the ground in a frantic dance, shifting positions incessantly. Yet, despite possessing the unparalleled agility of the Celestial Fox clan, he found himself struggling to withstand Yin Lingqi's relentless onslaught. It was not merely Yin Lingqi's velocity that outmatched him, but rather the harrowing combat experience of this demon fox. In the brief exchange, Yin Lingqi began to decipher Chen Daoxuan's evasion techniques, even predicting several of his movements in advance, narrowly escaping with his life. The clash intensified, with one attacking and the other dodging, growing increasingly fierce. Chen Daoxuan sought an opportunity to counterattack, but as the battle wore on, he realized his only option was to evade, and the task became ever more daunting. At that moment, Ji Wuning gradually regained consciousness. Her starry eyes opened to a chaotic world, her delicate face transforming in shock. What has transpired? In the next instant, she beheld Yin Lingqi, rage igniting within her gaze. Yin Hongyu pulled her aside and recounted the events that had unfolded during her unconsciousness. Upon hearing the conclusion, Ji Wuning's mouth fell agape. The term Sung Luo Wan Xiang. It was a name known to all among the 3 great imperial clans and 7 sacred grounds. To think that such a young individual, Chen Xiao, had already mastered the first form of Sung Luo Wan Xiang, such a terrifying talent. Surely, even the 3rd young lady of the Azura imperial clan would find it challenging to contend with him. "Kid, cease your struggles," Yin Lingqi exclaimed. "Rather than suffer at my hands, it would be far better to meet your end swiftly. Did you hear me?" He twisted his waist, relentlessly pursuing Chen Daoxuan in midair with his 7 fox tails. Like 7 bolts of crimson lightning, the tails struck fiercely, each blow rending the void and creating gaping black fissures. In this contest, Chen Daoxuan began to show signs of fatigue. Yet, upon hearing Yin Lingqi's words, he felt a surge of energy, focusing all his attention as he dodged several more strikes, unable to suppress a sneer. "What? Are you afraid that this commotion will attract the attention of my imperial clan behind me?" Yin Lingqi remained silent, his fury manifesting as he transformed into a blurred shadow, charging directly at Chen Daoxuan. From his erratic movements, it was evident that Chen Daoxuan's suspicion was well-founded. The situation was indeed favorable for Chen Daoxuan as they continued to engage in battle. The two ascended from the ground, battling amidst the clouds. As a 5-star mystic saint, Yin Lingqi's cultivation far surpassed that of Chen Daoxuan, and in their desperate exchange, Chen Daoxuan sustained numerous injuries, his blood staining his robes. However, to Lingqi's astonishment, rather than weakening, this young man seemed to grow even more formidable as he bled, launching a counteroffensive. Is this the frenzied bloodline of the Azura Imperial clan? After evading the opponent's sword energy several times, Lingqi was filled with a rage that made him want to curse. The Azura bloodline, regardless of the severity of wounds sustained, would heal rapidly. The Rakshasa bloodline grew increasingly frenzied and powerful with each confrontation. In a short span, he could not be vanquished. If this continued, reinforcements from the Azura Empire would undoubtedly arrive. Contemplating this, Lingqi could only bitterly leap into the heavens. Distancing himself from Chen Daoxuan, his eyes brimming with venomous hatred. You, Brad. Everything I painstakingly obtained has been lost because of you. Just wait, just wait. After his furious outburst, he turned and fled. However, in his frenzied state, Chen Daoxuan would not allow him to escape unscathed. With fangs bared, Chen Daoxuan fixed his gaze upon the retreating figure, wild with madness. Boom. In an instant, as the ground shattered beneath him, Chen Daoxuan surged forward with incredible speed, launching himself into the starry expanse. Through a series of extraordinary flashes, he effectively obstructed Lingqi's escape route. The two once again found themselves locked in confrontation. Either you perish, or I shall. Chapter 55. The arrival of the most powerful emperor of the age, a torrent of blood energy surged forth, imposing its dominance over the entire Holy Land Star region. The potent bloodline power of the imperial lineage drew even the greedy gazes of supreme beings from certain forbidden zones. The three reigning emperors of the age were all in their prime, which resulted in the closure of these forbidden places, preventing the supreme beings from emerging. Chen Daoxuan, possessing the bloodline of two emperors, emanated an overwhelming aura that incited both avarice and madness among the supreme beings in those forbidden realms. With an indifferent expression, Chen Daoxuan manifested two radiant imperial lights from his back, unperturbed by the overwhelming demonic aura of Lingqi. Seven-tailed demon saint, why do you seek to silence others? Lingqi, with piercing eyes and a menacing visage, retorted, silence others? I understand not what you speak of. Do you truly not understand? Or do you simply dare not acknowledge it? Chen Daoxuan's eyes glinted with bloodlust as he abruptly halted his advance. With outstretched palms, a cerulean great formation appeared beneath him. Indeed, when I first mentioned the teleportation array within the underground chamber of the Holy Soul Palace, you feigned ignorance. Even I was deceived, mistakenly believing that the secrets of the Holy Soul Palace were unrelated to you. However, why the urgency to eliminate Han Tianyang and Han Tianming? The act of silencing others is merely a precaution to prevent the named Xiu Fei from being divulged further. Furthermore, in Han Wuxing's final moments, he shielded you from a lethal strike with his own body. I believe I have ample reason to suspect that you may be the most crucial pawn in Xiu Fei's scheme, or perhaps you are Xiu Fei himself. Lingqi was taken aback, her disheveled hair billowing behind her with the force of her aura. Moments later, she threw her head back and erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. What nonsense about Xiu Fei and pawns. You insolent brat, should you wish to battle, I shall oblige. Yet, if you intend to employ these unfounded titles to deliberately delay, awaiting reinforcements from your imperial clan, I must declare. The so-called inheritor of the dual emperors is nothing but a farce. With a leap into the air, Lingqi unleashed her 7 foxtails, shattering the starry sky as they descended with tremendous force. In response, Chen Daoxuan swiftly pointed his finger skyward. Man, sword, and formation fused seamlessly. A torrent of sword intent surged from the cerulean array, soaring upwards in a magnificent river of sword energy, shattering the massive illusions of the descending fox tails with an unstoppable force before the astonished gazes of the powerful beings in the Holy Land. With a flourish, Chen Daoxuan drew his sword, and boundless sword light transformed into a colossal golden dragon, its roar reverberating through the cosmos as it darted past. Faced with such a terrifying strike, Lingqi quickly conjured a towering crystal shield to protect herself. Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed throughout every corner of the Holy Land. Vast expanses of void shattered, and the essence of the Tao collapsed, unleashing a cataclysmic storm of destruction that swept across the realm. With the tips of his toes lightly touching the void, Chen Daoxuan's figure flickered backward. However, before he could stabilize himself, a massive rift tore open before him. Lingqi was still alive. I will kill you, Lingqi shouted, striking toward Chen Daoxuan's chest. The distance was negligible, and Chen Daoxuan had no means to evade. Resolutely anchoring himself in the void, he concentrated his power in his right hand and fiercely swung his clenched fist toward Yin Lingqi's face. Bang! Bang! The two struck each other simultaneously. Chen Daoxuan's sternum caved in entirely, and with a grim expression, he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Yin Lingqi, too, was sent spiraling backward through the void, trailing a streak of white mist for thousands of miles. Shaking his head vigorously, his vision gradually cleared. Only then did he see Chen Daoxuan standing there, unscathed, his previously shattered sternum having returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. This is outrageous. It's impossible to defeat him. Yin Lingqi turned to flee, but Chen Daoxuan once again intercepted him. You little brat, can't you just let me go? Yin Lingqi cursed vehemently. Chen Daoxuan patted his chest and replied calmly, I have said it before. If you reveal the secrets behind the sacred soul palace, I shall grant you a path to survival. Impossible. I would rather die than divulge it. Yin Lingqi suddenly stomped his foot, and the half of his fox tail that had vanished behind him unexpectedly re-emerged from the void behind Chen Daoxuan. With a flick of the tail, it ensnared Chen Daoxuan's neck. The terrifying power of the Xian Sheng was beyond Chen Daoxuan's capacity to break free. Yin Lingqi tightened his grip, lifting him overhead. Will you let me go or not? Their gazes locked. Chen Daoxuan, infuriated, spat in his face. This action ignited Yin Lingqi's wrath, and with a crack, he snapped Chen Daoxuan's neck. Chen Xiao, Ji Wuning exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Daoxuan's seemingly severed neck astonishingly returned to normal. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes gleamed with an unforgiving coldness. Tell me the answer, or you shall undoubtedly perish. Yin Lingqi was on the brink of madness. What kind of perverse bloodline does the Shura imperial clan possess? Even a broken neck does not lead to death, and the recovery speed is simply otherworldly. Once more, Yin Lingqi twisted his neck. Yet, in less than a second, vitality returned to Chen Daoxuan's eyes. After several iterations, Yin Lingqi knelt on the ground, cradling his head in despair. What must I do for you to let me go? Chen Daoxuan spat out a mouthful of blood onto his face. Tell me the answer. Yin Lingqi, with his head drooping, his gaze hollow and filled with despair, murmured. Just kill me. Chen Daoxuan, perplexed, asked, You would rather die than speak? Yin Lingqi managed a self-deprecating smile. Indeed. Don't ask me why. All I can say is that you have no idea just how terrifying those individuals truly are. Yin Lingqi resignedly released the foxtail, simultaneously raising his head and closing his eyes, awaiting death. Chen Daoxuan found it incomprehensible what kind of power could compel such a formidable Xiansheng warrior to willingly embrace death without betraying them. At that moment, Chen Daoxuan lifted his gaze to the boundless starry sky. Father, it appears we must investigate the other side of the teleportation array. Father? At these words, Yin Lingqi opened his eyes in astonishment. Above, two figures materialized in the void like ephemeral bubbles. One was a robust middle-aged man, his expression resolute yet refined, standing beside a captivating young woman clad in green. The Shura Emperor, Chen Songyuan? Hiss. Yin Lingqi could not help but draw in a sharp breath. In that instant, even the distant Forbidden Grounds witnessed the arrival of this most powerful emperor, and the sovereigns within recoiled, no longer daring to covertly observe his son. The Shura Emperor had personally arrived. He manifested within the domain governed by the Songlong Empire. A multitude of reverent and adoring gazes emanated from various continents. Filled with utmost respect, Chen Songyuan remained indifferent, fully acknowledging his son's performance today. My son Daoxuan indeed possesses the bearing of an emperor. He then directed a piercing gaze towards the trembling Yin Lingqi. Little fox demon, you truly refuse to speak, do you? Chapter 56. The True Strength of a Father. The arrival of the great emperor in the Holy Land. This was an occurrence few had anticipated. Now, with a single utterance from the Shura Emperor, those who had been fervently speculating about the identity of the young man engaged in fierce combat with the seven-tailed demon sage were brought to a profound realization. This youth is none other than the divine heir of the Shura Emperor realm. You are. Chen, Yin Lingqi stammered, lifting his gaze in disbelief, his tongue faltering, unable to articulate a complete thought. The overwhelming imperial might was sufficient to shake the very fabric of the universe. It is no wonder that the world speaks of Chen Songyuan as the foremost among the three great emperors. Indeed, he is extraordinary. I am Chen Songyuan. The cold voice resonated, echoing in the ears of every living being, carrying an absolute pressure that violently assailed Yin Lingqi's soul. Yin Lingqi's resolve crumbled, and in despair, he fell to his knees, his eyes hollow and filled with hopelessness. "All right, I shall tell you." Chen Daoxuan, after struggling for so long, he found himself overshadowed by his father's calm inquiry. "Is this the might of an emperor? How enviable." 2 streams of tears unwittingly cascaded down his cheeks. Trembling, Yin Lingqi raised his head, gazing at the Shura Emperor, Chen Daoxuan. "Qiu Fei is the master behind the Holy Soul Palace." Chen Daoxuan, "Who is Qiu Fei?" Yin Lingqi, with a foolish smile, replied, "He is the younger brother of the Shumi Lord, Qiu Huan." Upon hearing this, countless eyes widened in astonishment. Not only Chen Junran, but even Chen Daoxuan could not help but feel his brow twitch in disbelief. Chen Daoxuan was left puzzled, unable to comprehend the significance of this Qiu Huan. Chen Daoxuan appeared incredulous, confirming once more, "Can you assure me that you are not deceiving me?" Yin Lingqi's complexion turned pale as he shook his head frantically. "No, I would never dare. I absolutely would not." He was already terrified to the point of kneeling. Clearly, he was thoroughly intimidated by Chen Daoxuan's overwhelming imperial presence. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Daoxuan narrowed his gaze, fixing it upon Yin Lingqi for a prolonged moment before suddenly pointing a finger at him. Yin Lingqi, upon witnessing this, turned pale with fright. "I have already revealed everything I know. You cannot go back on your word. Senior, you are the Shura Emperor," he cried out in desperation. Yet, in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, there was not a trace of compassion. With a mere flick of his finger, he casually pierced forward. Puff! Yin Lingqi's body was instantly reduced to a pulp. A 5-star profound saint was rendered no different from a trivial insect in the presence of Chen Daoxuan. Such is the might of an emperor. Before an emperor, all cultivators are but mere livestock. The one who promised to spare your life was Xin'er, not I. What value is there in such a promise? With Chen Daoxuan present, the powerful figures from various holy lands swiftly retreated into the shadows. Soon, they arrived at the ruins of the Holy Soul Palace, which lay in utter disarray. Fortunately, the sky had regained its azure hue. Ji Wuning and Yin Hongyu stood not far away, both frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe too forcefully for fear of inciting the displeasure of the world's mightiest emperor. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan showed no inclination to acknowledge their presence. "Xin'er, do you truly believe that the forces behind the Holy Soul Palace may be connected to the disappearance of Xiaomai?" Chen Daoxuan inquired, his brow furrowed. "Indeed." Chen Daoxuan nodded earnestly. "So far, there is no definitive evidence to substantiate this claim. However, I am a man who trusts his instincts. Even in the absence of proof, various signs indicate that the power lurking behind the Holy Soul Palace is the only entity bold enough to threaten the Azura Emperor realm and to act against the imperial family's precious daughter. Beyond this, I cannot conceive of any other possibilities. After all, my sister is a descendant of 2 great imperial clans. And as for the Zonglong Emperor realm, despite the conflict between me and Yin Lingqi, there has been no sign of the Dragon Clan intervening. This suggests that the so-called Dragon Clan may not hold as much sway in the face of the Azura and Rakshasa imperial clans, let alone possess the audacity to confront my sister. Father, this presents us with our best opportunity to locate my sister," Chen Daoxuan stated with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, he would not have summoned his father to come. Chen Daoxuan understood his son's reasoning and nodded in agreement. "Junran, you wait outside while I take Xin'er inside to investigate." With that, he snapped his fingers. The once ruined main hall of the Holy Soul Palace began to levitate, and before long, it had been restored to its former glory. Could this be the principle of temporal reversal? Witnessing such a miraculous scene, Chen Daoxuan gazed at his father's retreating figure, his eyes ablaze with admiration. Just how formidable was his father? It seemed that even if he were to ascend to the rank of emperor one day, surpassing his father would require significant effort. Moreover, this father, hailed as the strongest man across the realms, had been described by the elder ancestor Chen Lu as a somewhat disappointing descendant. How powerful must that elder ancestor be? Thus, Chen Daoxuan followed in his father's footsteps, traversing the familiar corridor and descending the spiral staircase. However, the entire Holy Soul Palace now exuded an unusual tranquility. His father had restored the structure but had not revived the deceased disciples and elders within. It remained uncertain whether the principle of time reversal could not resurrect the dead, or if it was a deliberate choice by his father. Finally, Chen Daoxuan accompanied his father to the underground chamber. The door was closed, the once impenetrable door of mysterious iron, which no one could breach according to Han Xianshan, now lay shattered before Chen Daoxuan, reduced to a heap of iron sand with a mere gesture. On the ground was a peculiar pattern depicting a woman clad in strange attire, sprouting 6 wings, seemingly engaged in a prayer of sorts. Not only did Chen Daoxuan feel a momentary daze upon first encountering the intricate design, but Chen Daoxuan also found himself particularly intrigued. Both father and son sensed an underlying peculiarity in this image, yet they chose not to dwell on it, recognizing that excessive contemplation would yield no benefit and merely consume their time. Let us proceed, Chen Daoxuan urged as he and his son stepped into the center of the magical formation. With the third sharp crack of his fingers, the array began to activate, and the ethereal images became increasingly blurred. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, their figures vanished within the array. Within a serene valley, where the air was crisp and the stars adorned the night sky, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan materialized simultaneously, startling 2 swift mice hidden in the nearby grass, which darted away in alarm. "Where are we?" Chen Daoxuan inquired, noticing that the stone walls flanking the valley were engraved with the same 6-winged female figure, prompting him to frown. "This place. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is not in the slightest inferior to that of the Shura Emperor's realm. Moreover, 7 brilliant stars aligned in a straight line illuminated the night, rendering this world exceptionally bright. The 7 stars in conjunction. We are in the Shumi sacred realm. What he spoke of is indeed true." Chen Daoxuan appeared somewhat reluctant to be here. Chen Daoxuan sidled up to his father, a look of curiosity glinting in his eyes. "Could it be that a past romantic interest of yours resides here?" Chen Daoxuan shook his head in exasperation. "Do not entertain such fanciful thoughts. My unease stems from the fact that this Shumi sacred realm is under the dominion of your mother." Chen Daoxuan pondered. "What exactly transpired between you and mother?" Chapter 57. The mother's friend. Why could it be her? Chen Daoxuan gazed into the distance, his eyes shimmering slightly, as he clasped and unclasped his hidden palm within his sleeve. The moonlit grass, adorned with fireflies, swayed rhythmically in the gentle breeze. Following his father's gaze, Chen Daoxuan distinctly heard a woman's cough emanating from within the valley. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Who is she?" "Her name is Chioya, a friend of your mother," replied Chen Daoxuan. "A friend of my mother?" Chen Daoxuan's brows furrowed. If she were indeed a friend of his mother, why did his father appear to harbor a somewhat complex expression? Since the teleportation array connects this place, it signifies that the woman in the valley is inextricably linked with the forces behind the sacred soul palace, Chen Daoxuan asserted. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Moreover, the 6-winged female patterns on the cliffs bore a striking resemblance to those found in the underground chambers of the sacred soul palace. The investigation had led them to this point. Chen Daoxuan was far from willing to relent. "Father, if it is inconvenient for you, allow me to enter the valley and meet her." As he spoke, he prepared to set forth, only to be firmly restrained by his father's hand on his shoulder. Confused, Chen Daoxuan turned back. The expression on Chen Daoxuan's face was fraught with conflict. "She holds significant weight in your mother's heart. Now that matters have implicated her, I believe it is best for me to see your mother." Significant weight, and yet, if my third sister's safety is at stake, I am certain that even if mother were here, she would understand our actions. "No." Chen Daoxuan, seeing his son's determination, once again intervened. "Father, as the foremost among the 3 great emperors recognized throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it is perplexing to witness you exercise such caution over a frail woman." Chen Daoxuan genuinely did not comprehend. "Father, I have not seen mother in 16 years. I trust she would not punish me for a friend." Closing his eyes, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "It is not the same." "What is different? What is her connection to mother, to the extent that even I—" Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes, a look of helplessness washing over him. "The reason your mother was able to ascend to emperor was due to her support beside her. In that battle, she even sacrificed her essence, employing a formidable forbidden technique, descending from the great sage realm to that of a mere mortal." "What? From the great sage realm to a mortal?" Chen Daoxuan gasped, utterly astounded. The woman in the valley had indeed paid such a hefty price for his mother's ascension. Yet, if she shared such a close bond with his mother, why then did she covertly support the sacred soul palace? Or was it possible that their assumptions were fundamentally flawed, and that the forces behind the Sacred Soul Palace had no connection to his sister? Chen Daoxuan's thoughts were in disarray. Chen Daoxuan, equally perplexed, placed a comforting hand on his son's shoulder. I am pleased to see your concern for family. As for whether Qiuya is related to the disappearance of Xiaomai, I must first consult your mother to ascertain the truth. You should remain here and not enter the valley. I will return shortly. Chen Daoxuan gazed up at the vast starry sky, reflecting on the countless years spent apart from his beloved. His face etched with resignation, while his eyes sparkled with boundless anticipation. He took a step forward, and in an instant, his figure vanished into the expansive heavens. If the Holy Soul Palace is indeed linked to Qiuya, does that not imply that Qiuya is connected to the Rakshasa imperial clan? Yet, this notion seems utterly nonsensical. Throughout my journey, I have not concealed my identity. What dog would recognize its master, yet still dare to bite? Such logic eludes me. No, this is all wrong. Chen Daoxuan vigorously shook his head, redirecting his gaze to the cliff face. His eyes narrowed slightly. Upon closer inspection, the engravings bore signs of great antiquity. Great antiquity, connected to the underground formation of the Holy Soul Palace. The Holy Soul Palace knows my identity and seeks to kill me. A friend of my mother. Chen Daoxuan's eyes lifted coldly, his deep black irises flickering in the night. With a swift motion, he transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished from his original position. In the valley, the Qing Tung cottage resembled a hidden abode of immortals, serene and elegant. Bamboo groves, a pond, flower beds, and pavilions, everything was present. Inside, the dim candlelight cast flickering shadows, and a woman seemed to hum a gentle tune, her earlier coughs now absent. Chen Daoxuan stood at the door, his expression indifferent. The moment he raised his hand to knock, the golden bells hanging from the eaves chimed softly. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere shifted dramatically, heightening Chen Daoxuan's vigilance. Here we go, came the woman's voice from within. Shortly after, the door creaked open, revealing a mature and alluring woman, draped only in a white bath towel, standing before Chen Daoxuan. She appeared as though she had just emerged from a bath. Cool droplets cascaded from her porcelain skin and collarbones, descending into the enticing depths of her form, creating a mesmerizing sight. The abrupt visual shock caused Chen Daoxuan's cheeks to flush crimson, and he instinctively raised his hand to shield his gaze. Qiuya curiously observed the bashful young man before her, her gentle voice breaking the silence. You are Chen Daoxuan? How do you know? Chen Daoxuan stammered, utterly astonished, peeking through his fingers. With a gentle smile, Qiuya gracefully stepped forward, her long, beautiful leg advancing, as she brushed aside the hair at Chen Daoxuan's ear. These 2 moles are the best proof. You even know that I have 2 moles near my ear? Chen Daoxuan exclaimed, astonished. Qiuya's smile deepened. Not just that, there's one on your backside as well. Chen Daoxuan fell silent, finally lowering his hand to scrutinize her fully. This woman had impeccably cared for her skin, rivaling even the most youthful maidens. Her curvaceous figure accentuated her grace, especially her gentle demeanor, radiating an irresistible charm. The allure of a mature woman was vividly displayed, exuding an enchanting elegance. It is believed that men of any age would find themselves irresistibly drawn to a woman of such stunning beauty. Yet, beneath this captivating exterior, what kind of heart lies concealed? Chen Daoxuan yearned to uncover the truth. This was precisely why he disregarded his father's arrangements and resolutely chose to come here. Don't just stand there foolishly, come inside, the woman urged, clutching a towel to prevent it from slipping and tugging at Chen Daoxuan's sleeve, pulling him into the room. It is often said that one should not enter a woman's chamber late at night, as it could tarnish one's reputation. However, Qiuya appeared unconcerned by such notions. Perhaps, in her eyes, Chen Daoxuan was merely a child, a younger generation. Upon entering the room, Chen Daoxuan surveyed his surroundings and discovered that it was not solely a domain for women. Remnants of men lingered as well. On the wall hung a bow, marred by rust. Noticing Chen Daoxuan's gaze, Qiuya hastily clarified, that belongs to an old friend of mine. It has remained there for so long because it is hung too high to retrieve. She then proceeded to fetch a chair and, right before Chen Daoxuan's eyes, stood upon it. Yet, despite her determined tiptoeing, she was still just shy of reaching it, unable to grasp it. Chapter 58. The Stories of Father and Mother Help me. Qiuya persistently stood on her toes, straining to reach the rusted bow hanging on the wall. Throughout this endeavor, Chen Daoxuan quietly stood behind her, gazing up at her. Once a formidable being of the great sage realm, now she could barely grasp a mere rusty bough suspended high above. She had once dedicated so much for her mother. Could it be that she would now commit an act that would betray her? Chen Daoxuan found it difficult to connect his sister's disappearance with this individual, and with a helpless shake of his head, he waved his hand casually. The bough detached itself from the wall and fell into her embrace. Unexpectedly, Qiuya slipped and tumbled from her chair. Chen Daoxuan reacted swiftly, steadying her from behind. After a moment, Qiuya's beautiful eyes quivered, and she couldn't help but be moved. Xiao Xian has truly grown up. Chen Daoxuan immediately stepped back, his face flushing with warmth. Qiuya, seemingly oblivious, took the rusty bough to the table, her enchanting gaze fixed upon it, revealing an undeniable affection. Speaking of which, at your birth, not only did I hold you, but the owner of this bough also cradled you. Chen Daoxuan settled across from her. Who is the owner of this bough? With a soft expression, Qiuya lifted her eyes. His name is Mei Changchu. Mei Changchu. Noticing Chen Daoxuan's evident confusion, Qiuya smiled. You probably haven't had the chance to meet your mother yet, have you? No. That explains why you were unaware of Mei Changchu. Back in the day, your mother, Mei Changchu, and I were the best of friends. We three grew up together, traversing the vastness of the world, competing against the pride of the Dragon Clan, and pursuing the path to becoming emperors. Our bond was akin to that of siblings, transcending the boundaries of gender and surpassing even familial ties. Is it truly devoid of any romantic implications? Indeed, Chen Daoxuan, puzzled, inquired. Then why do you hold this bough in such regard? You do not understand. Just as many did not comprehend back then, they assumed there must be some special sentiments among the three of us. They could not fathom that pure friendships between men and women could exist in this world. Among those individuals was, of course, your father, whom you would meet later. At the mention of his father, a hint of disdain flickered in Qiuya's eyes. Your father is a man of profound thoughts, yet with an exceedingly narrow mind. Mind your words. Qiuya remained composed. I do not accuse him unjustly. Back then, he was overly concerned about Mei Changchu's close bond with your mother. Viewing them as childhood friends with innocent affection, hence he often targeted him. When your father needed the 9-grade elixir the most, it was Mei Changchu who risked his life, venturing into the Songlong Emperor's realm to secure the most crucial dragon elixir for him. Yet afterward, rather than expressing gratitude, your father was consumed by jealousy when your mother sent Mei Changchu healing elixirs. How could he? At this point, Qiuya rose from her seat in indignation. How could he take advantage of your mother's seclusion to annihilate the entire Mei clan? Chen Daoxuan was taken aback. What on earth? Mei Changchu was injured while obtaining the dragon elixir for his father, and his mother brought him healing medicine. His father killed his entire family out of jealousy? Chen Daoxuan was at a loss for words. Qiuya continued. It is precisely because of your father's madness that the Qilin ancient god clan was utterly destroyed in an instant, leaving only Mei Changchu, who turned white-haired overnight and became a hall demon in the Rakshasa imperial realm, withdrawing from the world. He is now revered as the Qilin Rakshasa. Qilin. So he is a Qilin. Chen Daoxuan's curiosity was piqued. What does being a hall demon mean? Qiuya was momentarily stunned. After sharing so much, he did not inquire about the specifics, but was only interested in the hall demon, this little cub, seemingly just like his father. Qiuya took a deep breath, her expression softening. A hall demon holds a status second only to your mother in the Rakshasa imperial realm. There are 6 in total: Fire Rakshasa Shuahao, Evil Rakshasa by Kuei, Shadow Rakshasa Ho-Hot, Ice Rakshasa by Roliu, Night Rakshasa Murongyi, and Qilin Rakshasa Mei Changchu. Each of them possesses the power of a holy master. This is also the strongest foundation under your mother as the ruler of the imperial clan. Chen Daoxuan grasped the meaning. These 6 hall demons were akin to the holy realm subordinates left by his father in the imperial palace, representing the pinnacle backbone of the imperial clan. In short, your father is an exceedingly selfish individual. He cares only for himself, his possessiveness surpassing all else, be it your mother or you. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan interjected. I believe you might be harboring a rather strong prejudice against my father. Qiuya chuckled lightly. Strong? You simply do not understand him. Your father would do anything for his own ambition, even if it means becoming deranged and losing his humanity. Ambition? Chen Daoxuan interrupted. He is already the most powerful emperor in the world. What more ambition could he possibly have? Qiuya replied, My dear child, A man with great ambition will not lose his drive simply because he is invincible in the world. He will continue to seek more and deeper things. I share this with you not to incite discord between you and your father, but to advise you to remain vigilant in his presence. The more Chen Daoxuan listened, the more absurd it seemed. Are you suggesting that my father might even kill me? Chuya replied, perhaps. Never underestimate the unpredictable. Sighing, Chen Daoxuan stood up, turning his back to her. From what I've heard from my father, you once opened a forbidden law and burned your own energy sea to assist my mother in achieving her imperial path. For this, I am grateful to you. It is precisely for this reason that today, when you spoke disrespectfully to my father, I have granted you the mercy of sparing your life. Let it be so. With that, Chen Daoxuan strode towards the door. Throughout the entire exchange, Chuya remained seated, neither rising to bid him farewell nor engaging in any argument. Instead, she sat quietly, her hand still clutching the bath towel, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Creak, as Chen Daoxuan pushed open the door, a refreshing breeze greeted him, invigorating and delightful. He inhaled deeply, gazing at the luminous night sky and the two intricately carved six-winged women upon the stone wall. Suddenly, curiosity piqued. He pointed towards them. Are those exquisite six-winged figures your creation, Aunt Xiao? Upon hearing this, Chuya shook her head. No. They were already here when I first took residence in this valley. She continued. In fact, it was the uniqueness of these carvings that drew me to settle here. Chen Daoxuan inquired, when did you arrive? Chuya replied, approximately 400 years ago. 400 years. Chen Daoxuan's gaze quivered slightly. This did not align. The timeline was inconsistent. His sister had gone missing a century prior, while she had moved here 4 centuries ago. These events simply did not correspond. It could not have been her. Chapter 59. The First Encounter with Mother, the Rakshasa Emperor, by Luoyin. Chen Daoxuan clenched his fists, his gaze fixed upon the cliffside. Seizing the opportunity, Chuya donned a new outfit and stepped beneath the eaves. Observing his silhouette, reminiscent of his father in his youth, Chuya lowered her gaze in melancholy and inquired, is there something amiss with the stone carvings on the cliff? Chen Daoxuan pondered how to respond. Should he directly question her about her connection to the Sacred Soul Palace? Yet, he feared that even if there were a connection, she would not confess it. Thus, he chose to remain silent, amplifying the already awkward atmosphere. Time passed, and suddenly, the air before him quivered. The space was torn open by a vast black fissure. Moments later, his father's somewhat disheveled figure emerged from within. Father, your clothes. Chen Daoxuan exclaimed in disbelief, noticing the tattered state of his father's garments. Following closely, a stunningly exquisite woman stepped forth from the void. She possessed an extraordinary beauty. Her moon-like brows and starry eyes, crimson lips and white teeth, combined to form a visage of near perfection, as regal as an ice lotus. Draped in a flowing azure gown with wide sleeves, her figure was graceful, akin to an orchid in a secluded valley. Her icy, ethereal gaze mirrored that of her father, radiating the unparalleled pride possessed only by an emperor. To her, the mightiest beings of the world seemed insignificant, akin to mere blades of grass. As this magnificent beauty approached, cold and aloof, Chen Daoxuan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Chuya hastily interjected, Xiaoxian, this is your mother. My mother. Chen Daoxuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. He had not anticipated that his mother, as the fifth sister had claimed, was indeed recognized throughout the realms as the most beautiful woman. Simultaneously, she was revered as a formidable emperor by Luoyin, the Rakshasa Emperor. Mother, Chen Daoxuan uttered first. Bai Luoyin nodded with warmth, her eyes scanning her son as if admiring a priceless treasure, filled with love and tenderness. Indeed, at such a young age, you have already reached the pinnacle of the profound master realm. You are truly my son. Stepping forward, Bai Luoyin embraced him. In contrast to the restraint and calm exhibited by his father upon their first meeting, it was evident that the mother was far more emotional. Chen Daoxuan could feel her body trembling, yet words eluded him, caught in his throat. Perhaps it was the presence of Chuya, or perhaps the absence of shared memories between mother and son. Whatever the reason, he found himself unable to articulate the myriad thoughts he had contemplated. Observing his wife and son in an embrace, Chen Daoxuan chose not to intrude, understanding the moment's significance and standing aside respectfully. After a time, they finally parted. Bai Luoyin wiped away the tears of happiness from her face and was about to speak when Chen Daoxuan leaned in, suggesting, my dear, Since our son has returned for this rare reunion, why not move to my quarters for the next few days? At his words, Bai Luyan's charming face instantly turned cold. Reunion? Chen Daoxuan's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, the lady has once again broached the most unwelcome topic. Where are Xiao Mai and Lu Yao? One has been missing for a century, while the other remains trapped in the forbidden lands of the immortal demon mine. You speak of a rare reunion? What constitutes a reunion? Chen Daoxuan felt a sudden heaviness in his head. My lady, Lu Yao ventured into the immortal demon mine to investigate Xiao Mai's whereabouts. Now that Xianer has returned, he too shall join us in our search. Must you remain so despondent? Our two great imperial clans are united as one family. If we are willing to cooperate. Enough. Bai Luoyan abruptly cast aside his outstretched hand, her beautiful eyes nearly ablaze. Your heart is consumed solely by ambition. You possess no regard for children, family, or even for me. Chen Daoxuan, you. As a powerful emperor, receiving such a reprimand, even from his wife, would naturally provoke his temper. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand only to let it fall again. Upon witnessing this, Bai Luyan's fury surged. What? Shall we engage in a fight? Chen Daoxuan turned away, rubbing his forehead. No fighting, no fighting. Chen Daoxuan. How stimulating it is to witness a reunion between parents. So this is the scene. Xianer, should you wish to investigate the hidden forces behind the Sacred Soul Palace, your mother will fully support you. In the days to come, remain by my side, Bai Luoyan declared. Chen Daoxuan glanced at his father, whose expression was one of uncertainty, and nodded helplessly. Very well, the Shura and Rakshasa empires are both my homes. It matters not where I reside. Not at all. Bai Luoyan grasped Chen Daoxuan's hand, her expression exceedingly serious. With your mother present, the entire Rakshasa empire can be yours at any time. However, the Shura empire is different. It belongs solely to him. Including you. You too shall belong to him. Chuya indeed. Chen Daoxuan. The situation seems rather intricate. Yet, thankfully, it appears to remain within manageable bounds. Chen Daoxuan turned his gaze towards his father. Father, you may return for now. I will promptly send word should I uncover any leads. Very well. Chen Daoxuan forced a serene smile. Shall I see you off, father? Chen Daoxuan turned back to his mother, receiving Bai Luoyan's assent. The father and son then tore through the void, returning to the sacred land of heavenly demons. Upon the sudden arrival of this world's mightiest emperor, Yin Hongyu and Ji Wuning instinctively knelt before him, demonstrating their utmost respect. Father Xiaolu, what is the situation over there? Is there any news regarding Sister San? Chen Junran inquired anxiously. None as of yet, Chen Daoxuan replied tersely. Before being pulled aside by his father, Chen Daoxuan sighed in resignation. You witnessed your mother's temper just now. Chen Daoxuan, indeed. Chen Daoxuan stated. As for that Xiaoya, she is not a good person. You must remember, regardless of what she tells you, do not place your trust in her. Chen Daoxuan remained silent. Chen Daoxuan placed a firm hand upon his son's shoulder, his expression grave as he advised. The discord between your mother and me has persisted for a long time. You need not feel troubled by it. There is but one thing you must understand. Your father is the only person in this world you can trust completely. Furthermore, my position as the Lord of the Realm shall eventually be passed down to you. Do you comprehend? Their gazes met, observing the profound seriousness etched upon his father's face. Chen Daoxuan nodded in agreement. By the way, father, I took the liberty of assisting the Tianhu clan in reclaiming the sacred ground. They wish to pledge their loyalty to our Chun imperial clan from now on. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Ji Wuning's eyes glistened with tears, brimming with gratitude. She and Yin Hongyu exchanged a pitiful glance directed at Chen Daoxuan, the Tianyao sacred land, belonging to the Dragon clan. If they were to shift allegiance to the Shura imperial clan, it could very well ignite a conflict between the two great clans. However, to their astonishment, Chen Daoxuan responded without a moment's hesitation. Very well, I agree to this matter. Just like that? Splendid. Ji Wuning and her companion were overjoyed and bowed deeply. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. His father's demeanor felt somewhat peculiar. It was as if everything unfolded precisely as he had planned. Chapter 60. The Realm of the Rakshasa Emperor. Despite harboring some doubts, Chen Daoxuan had only just returned home and was not well acquainted with the intricate circumstances surrounding the two imperial clans. He chose to feign ignorance for the time being, escorting his father and fifth sister away from the sacred grounds. Currently, the Holy Soul Palace had been annihilated, and Yin Lingqi had perished at his father's hands. Yin Hongyu was fully capable of single-handedly assisting Ji Wanning in reorganizing the heavenly demon sacred land. There was no need for Chen Daoxuan to concern himself with the affairs of the sacred grounds. Chen Daoxuan then called out to the heavens, only to be mysteriously whisked away by his mother back to the Shumi sacred realm. In the valley, Bai Luoyan summoned the Shumi realm master, Qiu Huan. Upon witnessing the vividly lifelike stone carvings adorning the cliffs on either side of the valley, Qiu Huan expressed her confusion. Sister Xia, have you truly never encountered any suspicious individuals lurking in the valley? Xiaya replied, no, as you know, I am merely a mortal now. Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyan felt a twinge of pain in her heart. So, someone has exploited Xiaya's inability to sense others' auras, deliberately linking the teleportation array to this place and leading traces of the forces behind the Holy Soul Palace towards us? Qiu Huan responded, it is indeed a possibility. The three great imperial clans have always been mired in deceit and intrigue. Even though 2 of the clan leaders have married and produced 5 daughters and a son, achieving complete unity between the 2 clans is unlikely. Observing the 3 women, Chen Daoxuan initially directed his focus toward the other 2 imperial clans. Mother, have you never considered another possibility? He inquired. What do you mean? Bai Luoyan asked. Chen Daoxuan suggested, for instance, a certain external force that even you are unaware of. At this remark, Xiaya burst into laughter. Silly child, the cosmos is vast and boundless, yet our imperial clans are equally unfathomable. The balance of the universe has been established. How could there possibly be any force unknown to the imperial clans? Chen Daoxuan countered. But during a casual conversation with my 5th sister, I heard there are numerous forbidden forces that are exceptionally formidable. Xiaya replied, the Forbidden Realms are indeed powerful. Many mighty emperors have met tragic ends in their twilight years, all thanks to the supreme beings of those forbidden lands. Yet your parents are too strong. Even among the great emperors of history, their prowess far surpasses that of their predecessors. In their prime, they could even breach the once invincible immortal demon mind. Do you think any other forbidden realm would dare to act against their daughter? Xiaya's aunt's words resonated with logic. However, the more she spoke, the more Chen Daoxuan felt that if such a situation were true, it would likely go unnoticed by the 3 imperial clans. And if the 3 clans turned against each other in suspicion and war, the true beneficiary would undoubtedly be the hidden instigator lurking in the shadows. Enough of this matter. I shall leave it to Qiu Huan to investigate. Xianer, your mother has much more to discuss with you. Come home with me. Bai Luoyan effortlessly tore through the void. The spatial tunnel leads directly to the realm of the Rakshasa Emperor. Through this temporal passage, Chen Daoxuan could even behold a vast ocean. Bai Luoyan remarked, our Rakshasa clan not only possesses the bloodline of madness, but our manipulation of spatial power far surpasses that of other ancient tribes. Once we return home, I shall teach you at length. Very well, Chen Daoxuan nodded. The opportunity to learn such skills was undoubtedly a blessing, and he would never refuse it. Farewell, Lord of the Realm, came a voice of utmost respect from behind, resonating through the skies and spreading across miles of territory. In the blink of an eye, Chen Daoxuan followed his mother to the Rakshasa Imperial Palace. This was an isolated island, perched upon the Azure Sea. The island was distinctly encircled by an extraordinary barrier formation. It is said that the Rakshasa clan excels in spiritual formations. Upon his arrival, Chen Daoxuan was deeply struck by this merely through observation. The layout of our Rakshasa realm differs significantly from that of the Azura realm. Chen Tsungyuan commanded 3 mighty saints, employing them within the palace. This was his method of ruling. However, his mother was not entirely in agreement. Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly, gazing towards the distant sea. I can sense that those directions seem to emanate an extraordinary aura. What? Bai Luoyan exclaimed with astonishment. Are you saying that you can perceive the presence of 6 Hall Rakshasas here? Chen Daoxuan, touched, inquired. Are they truly Hall Rakshasas? Bai Luoyan was utterly shocked. The prowess of Hall Rakshasas was undeniable, and those at such a level possessed remarkable abilities to conceal their auras. Currently, they were not intentionally radiating any fluctuations. How was Xianer able to perceive their presence? Such a capability typically required one to at least reach the level of a Xian emperor, yet he was merely at the pinnacle of Xianzun. Watching her son's acute sensitivity, Bai Luoyan felt immense pride. Xianer, please tell me honestly. How many forms of the all-encompassing manifestation did you acquire within the inheritance tower of the Azura Imperial Palace? All-encompassing manifestation? Chen Daoxuan understood. His use of the first form of all-encompassing manifestation during the battle at the heavenly demon sacred land seemingly had already alarmed his mother. However, the ancestor had instructed him not to disclose his identity to anyone, including his father. If that included his father, then it certainly included his mother as well. Contemplating this, Chen Daoxuan smiled wryly. How should I express this? It's all right. If you do not wish to speak, then do not. Your mother is not like your father. I will not force you to do anything you dislike. To his surprise, his mother directly alleviated the concerns in his heart. It must be said that interacting with his mother was indeed far more relaxed than with his father. It was as if his mother could understand his thoughts, to know what he was feeling, needing, and yearning for. Before long, Bai Luoyin led Chen Daoxuan to a peculiar pyramid. Before them stood a colossal pyramid, towering as high as a mountain, beneath which lay a passageway, its entrance adorned with a deep blue spiritual array. The power of this array was formidable. Even from a distance, Chen Daoxuan could feel waves of sharp pain radiating against his skin. Moreover, the area was suffused with an abundance of purple mist, signifying an exceptionally potent energy from the earth's veins. Although Chen Daoxuan lacked knowledge of spiritual arrays, he could intuit that such a place, rich in the auspicious energy of purple, would significantly amplify the power of the array. Noticing her son's gaze grow fervent, Bai Luoyin smiled radiantly. What do you think? Do you wish to learn about spiritual arrays and barriers? Yes, Chen Daoxuan replied eagerly. Then let me teach you right away. Come, let us enter. With that, the mother and son ventured into the forbidden grounds of the Rakshasa clan. Bai Luoyin did not return home for feasts of exquisite delicacies or philosophical discussions about life. Instead, she devoted herself to imparting the highest and most supreme techniques of the Rakshasa clan to her son with utmost urgency. In this world, strength alone spoke volumes. Bai Luoyin harbored a singular ambition. She wished for her son to surpass her, to become the true sovereign of the realms across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. If one were to speak of her aspirations, this would be it. Chapter 61. The 3 sacred lands fall victim to invasion months later. The 3 mighty sacred lands of the great wilderness, Shumi, and Tides were besieged simultaneously by a mysterious force. Despite their valiant resistance, the sacred lands suffered grievous losses, with Lord Lin Hao of the Tides succumbing in battle. The news of this calamity spread like wildfire, shocking the entire cosmos. Among the 7 sacred lands, the 4 under the jurisdiction of the Azura Empire remained untouched by invasion. This surely signifies something profound, does it not? In a martial arena within the realm of the Rakshasa Empire, a corpulent man incessantly ranted, his words laden with implications that the enigmatic invaders were none other than agents of the Azura Empire. The crowd gathered, their voices rising in fervor as they absorbed his words. Seeing the growing unrest among the listeners, the stout man raised his voice further. I have long warned you about the Azura Empire's insidious ambitions, known to all. Now do you believe? They first employed ruthless tactics to annex the heavenly demon sacred land, and now they have commenced assaults on other sacred lands. Is this not a clear declaration of war against us and the Azure Dragon Empire? A wave of astonishment swept through the square. An elderly man, pushing through the throng, struck his staff upon the ground and declared angrily, You must be accountable for your words, Zhuzi. Our realm's lord and the Azura Emperor Chen Daoxuan are united in marriage. The man, referred to as Zhuzi, chuckled mirthlessly. And what of it, old ghost? Do not forget, we are all of imperial lineage. Rivalries among the imperial families have always been fraught with deceit and self-interest. How could one allow emotions to dictate their actions? The crowd murmured in agreement. Indeed, that is a reasonable assertion. The Azura clan has always been treacherous and cunning. Otherwise, our realm's lord would not have distanced herself from Chen Daoxuan. Their marriage is but a fade, and their relationship has long been a matter of public knowledge. Thus, within the Rakshasa Empire, opinions on the relationship between the 2 clans largely diverged into 2 factions. One faction believed that since the realm lords had united in matrimony, it signified a long-standing alliance between the 2 imperial families, advocating for mutual trust and understanding to truly overcome past grievances and unite as an indomitable force. The opposing faction, however, argued that the 3 imperial clans should maintain a balance of power against stronger foes. What does this mean? It signifies an alliance of the weaker against the stronger. Given that the Asura Empire is currently recognized as the mightiest, the Rakshasa Empire should forge an alliance with the Dragon Clan. Only in this way can the equilibrium among the three imperial families be preserved indefinitely. Juzi evidently belonged to the latter camp. Noticing that the old ghost had been rendered speechless by his counterargument, Juzi's eyes gleamed with mischief as he continued, "You are all aware of Chen Daoxuan's visit to our imperial palace, are you not?" The clan members nodded in unison. Heir Juzi, allow me to pose a question to you all. In your hearts, who do you believe should be the divine heir of our Rakshasa imperial clan? Should it be Bai Ming, or should it be Chen Daoxuan? This inquiry is exceedingly sensitive. I am astonished that Heir Juzi would dare to voice it in public. Many present immediately recoiled, hesitant to express their opinions. Bai Ming is the son of Bai Ruoliu, the nephew of the Realm Lord. He is currently the most esteemed and promising candidate for the position of divine heir within the Rakshasa imperial clan. Chen Daoxuan, though the biological son of the Realm Lord, bears the surname Chen. As long as he carries the Chen name and not Bai, the divine heir position cannot be his. Heir Juzi, as a loyal supporter of Bai Ming, took the risk of raising such a question to provoke the clan members into careful contemplation regarding the nomination of the divine heir. Most of the people shared his sentiments, leaning towards Bai Ming, yet they dared not voice their dissent. After a prolonged silence, as no one expressed their support, Heir Juzi grew irate. What is there to hesitate about? Chen Daoxuan recently ventured to the heavenly demon sacred land, and the Tianhu clan betrayed the Dragon Clan, joining forces with the Shura Emperor's faction. Should the divine heir position fall into his hands, I can assert with certainty that within 6 months, the Rakshasa imperial clan will be usurped. Heir Juzi's eyes widened, his tone resolute, leaving many clan members aghast. At that moment, a questioning female voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. If Chen Xiao were to inherit the divine heir position, and our imperial clan was not thereby consumed, would you then hold yourself accountable? A striking beauty in ethereal robes, with legs that seemed to stretch for eternity, approached through the throng. It was Qin Enna. Upon seeing her, Heir Juzi's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a hint of trepidation. He then forced a strained smile as he stepped forward to greet her. "Sister Qin, you truly have a knack for jesting. I was merely sharing my thoughts for the betterment of our clan. This notion of accountability is an exaggeration. Wouldn't you agree?" "Cease your frivolous banter," Qin Enna retorted, halting before him with her arms crossed. "Heir Juzi, I am aware of your unwavering loyalty to Bai Ming, but the divine heir position is not one you should speak of so recklessly. If you wish to incite discord within the clan, consider the consequences yourself." Heir Juzi's face twitched in shock. "By the heavens, begone." Qin Enna spat the word at him, unwilling to hear his excuses. As a prominent figure among the 28 illuminations of the Dark Moon, Qin Enna was not only stunningly beautiful but also possessed formidable strength. At a young age, she had already attained the rank of 5-star mystic sovereign and bore a unique bloodline, the Berserker bloodline. Her frenzied combat style instilled fear in many of her peers. After being chastised, Heir Juzi dared not utter another word, and the others dispersed in silence. As he watched Qin Enna's figure recede into the distance, a quiet fury began to simmer within his eyes. Leader, a quaint courtyard in the verdant hills. Upon entering, Qin Enna immediately spotted Ling Yuan sitting alone at the stone table and approached her swiftly. "You summoned me in such haste. Is there a task at hand?" Ling Yuan, upon hearing this, shook her head in confusion. "I am not entirely certain. It is the command of Lord Bing Luosha. We are to await young Master Chen here." "Young Master Chen?" Qin Enna clenched her hands tightly. "Will he truly come to meet us?" "That should be the case," Ling Yuan replied. Both women felt a surge of anticipation, for they, as members of the Dark Moon's 28 glories, shared the same mission as the 4 maidens of the Shura imperial clan, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ji. Their existence was devoted to young Master Chen, and in this life, their hearts belonged solely to him. "By the way, what is the situation at the Holy Land?" Ling Yuan inquired. "The Shumi Holy Land is under the protection of Qiu Huan, so it remains stable. However, the Tide Sovereign has been slain, and chaos has ensued there. The Holy Land, having aligned with the Imperial clan, sought refuge, yet now, with the 3 major Holy Lands being successively invaded, it is rumored to stem from the disputes within the Imperial clan. In such a dire situation, the Tide Sovereign's demise will undoubtedly sow fear among the people of the Tide Holy Land. Bai Ming has already gone there to provide reassurance," Qin Enna explained. "Bai Ming, Ling Yuan's beautiful eyes turned cold. He is, after all, the greatest obstacle to young Master Chen's inheritance of the divine title. Chapter 62. A Fool Makes Choices. I desire both imperial clans. The heirs of the imperial clans are pivotal to their future. The contest for the heir has always been a matter of great significance for the imperial powers, fraught with bloodshed and violence. Had it not been for Bai Luyan's ascension to emperor in her time, she could never have inherited the position of the realm's sovereign as a woman. As a female, her son bears the surname Chen, not Bai. This has rendered Chen Daoxuan's arrival a subject of much controversy. Bai Ming, a person of narrow-mindedness and short-sightedness, poses a lethal threat to our Rakshasa imperial clan should he inherit the title of heir. Ling Yuan took a deep breath, hoping fervently that young Master Chen would soon calm the sacred land. At the very least, this would allow the clansmen to witness his capabilities, far surpassing those of Bai Ming. Only then could the doubters among his kin awaken to reality. In any case, our Dark Moon 28 glories must rally behind young Master Chen, even if he is disinterested in contesting for the position of heir. We shall do our utmost to support him, Chen Daoxuan declared earnestly. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause suddenly resonated from outside the courtyard. Chen Daoxuan has arrived. We greet young Master Chen. The two women promptly turned to Chen Daoxuan, bowing respectfully, their beautiful eyes fixated upon him, their cheeks flushed with emotion. I am gratified by your heartfelt intentions. As for the contest for the heir, I shall certainly vie for it, Chen Daoxuan declared as he entered the courtyard, articulating his true thoughts. He seeks both the Shura and Rakshasa imperial clans. It is foolish to make a choice. Upon hearing young Master Chen's genuine intentions, Ling Yuan was overjoyed. If you wish to contend, we shall be your finest weapons. Chen Daoxuan echoed her sentiments. Indeed, we exist for your service. They were both nurtured by their mothers. In this regard, Chen Daoxuan harbored unwavering belief. After months of companionship, he had come to feel that his mother's love for him surpassed all else in this world. Seating himself at the stone table, Chen Daoxuan spoke candidly. Calming the sacred land is essential, yet this is merely a supplementary endeavor. To truly become the heir of the imperial clan, the foremost consideration remains strength. Thus, I have been diligently training under my mother's guidance, aiming to secure absolute superiority in the forthcoming contest for the heir and to dominate all. An imperial heir who cannot stand unrivaled within the clan would be a laughingstock. Furthermore, during this time, Chen Daoxuan inquired with his mother about the potential threats he might face in inheriting the title of heir, primarily concerning Bai Ming. Bai Ming is the son of the Ice Rakshasa Bai Roliu, currently at the 9th star of the mystic sovereign realm, comparable to his own strength. However, in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, anyone within the same realm is but a mere dog, easily vanquished. Thus, he does not fear Bai Ming. The true obstacle lies with Bai Roliu's adopted son, the Black Dragon Bai Chen, who hails from the Songlong imperial realm. Yet, due to his lack of parents, an obscure origin, and an inherently terrifying talent, he was regarded as an outcast by the Dragon Clan, who relentlessly suppressed him. Eventually, the Black Dragon wreaked havoc in the Dragon domain, causing chaos. Afterward, he fled to the realm of the Rakshasa, where he fortuitously found salvation at the hands of Bai Roliu, thus becoming his adopted son. Notably, since the mysterious disappearance of the third sister a century ago, the world has unanimously recognized 3 unparalleled prodigies with the potential to ascend to imperial status. The first is the second sister, Chen Liao, who guards the forbidden area of the immortal demon mine. The second is Huang Chang, the strongest prodigy of the Hualong lineage within the Dragon Clan, endowed with supreme bones. And the third is the Black Dragon, Bai Chen, a being of innate chaos, who simultaneously possesses the mightiest flames and the most formidable ocular power. All 3 have practiced for over a millennium, rendering Chen Daoxuan comparatively younger and at a significant disadvantage. Bai Ming poses no threat whatsoever. He should not be regarded as a person. What you must do now is cultivate with me and lend me your strength, Chen Daoxuan stated calmly. Cultivate together. Ling Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this possibly assist you? Chen Daoxuan replied, I have mastered a unique technique. By cultivating with a partner of exceptional physique and bloodline, I can achieve a tremendous enhancement in my cultivation. This secret is to be known only by the 2 of you. The remaining members of the Dark Moon 28 stars must remain ignorant. Ling Yuan responded, understood. Yet, she still did not comprehend. Had they not cultivated together before? Although puzzled, she refrained from inquiring further. upon seeing Chen Xiao rise. Both of them exchanged knowing glances and followed him into the small wooden cabin. The koi in the pond and the sparrows on the eaves occasionally peeked in. 10 hours later, bang, the door was kicked open. Chen Daoxuan and the two women emerged from the small wooden cabin in succession, feeling the surging energy within him. Akin to a mighty river flowing into the sea, Chen Daoxuan immediately seated himself cross-legged in the courtyard. Ling Yuan and Qin Yina stood guard over him. However, as Chen Daoxuan's hand seals transformed, a massive azure formation suddenly arose from the ground. The radiant spiritual array emitted scorching rays of light, completely cloaking his figure. With the enhancement of this spiritual array, his breakthrough would be far more stable. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiao could so swiftly and adeptly master such a formidable spiritual array. Ling Yuan and Qin Yina exchanged glances, their faces still flushed with astonishment. What a monstrous talent! It is worth noting that it took them a full decade to cultivate to this level of spiritual array. The protective formation enveloped him, the essence of the Tao resonating profoundly. A terrifying aura, reminiscent of an ancient deity awakening, suddenly permeated the courtyard, causing the two women's expressions to change dramatically. In the next moment, the residual waves spread outward into the sky. The firmament was torn apart by countless pitch-black lightning bolts, the world quaking incessantly. As the sacred light of myriad Tao manifestations ascended and cascaded down, converging upon Chen Daoxuan. As the atmosphere underwent a dramatic transformation, the heavens and earth abruptly changed their hues. It was clearly daytime, yet in the blink of an eye, one could not see beyond their outstretched hand. Almost immediately, a colossal vortex of colorful clouds emerged high in the sky, descending with the power of myriad laws, enveloping the world below. The denizens of the Rakshasa Emperor's realm were struck with astonishment, hastily soaring into the air to gaze in this direction. Could it be? Someone was attempting to break through to the realm of the Xianzun and ascend to the status of a half-saint. Was it young Master Bai Ming? The crowd marveled at the immense vortex of vibrant clouds, illuminating the inky sky, their exclamations echoing. Yet, this aura felt somewhat unfamiliar. It did not resemble that of young Master Bai Ming. No, this could not be Bai Ming. What are you saying? Besides Bai Ming, who else in our imperial lineage possesses the 9-star Xianzun realm? There is someone. Have you forgotten? That son of the Azura, could it be? Hiss. The crowd appeared to have grasped something, their minds thoroughly bewildered. In an instant, the heavens shattered and the earth quaked. As the overwhelming aura finally transformed before the astonished eyes of all present, successfully ascending to the half-saint realm. However, it seemed that was not the end. That aura was still on the rise. Was he attempting to directly ascend to the Xian Saint? Such a feat was inconceivable, utterly impossible. Chapter 63. Ascension to the 1-star Xian Sage. Golden clouds enveloped the heavens, blanketing vast expanses of mountains and rivers in infinite grandeur. The landscapes, mountains, rivers, lakes, and plains, were adorned with a mystical golden veil. In this celestial realm, golden light lingered, and myriad laws descended. Within every domain shrouded in Tao radiance stood countless figures, their gazes vacant and entranced. Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged amidst the golden mist, his aura swirling chaotically, forming a colossal vortex of energy that relentlessly emanated a formidable pressure of the sacred realm. Chen Xiao had accomplished the unimaginable. He had transcended the half-saint realm and directly ascended to the Xian Sage realm. Ling Yuan gazed upon the pure essence of the sacred realm permeating the atmosphere, unable to restrain her tears of joy. What an extraordinary talent this was. Throughout history, there had been no accounts of anyone achieving such a rapid elevation in cultivation. Outside, the world was in a frenzy, utterly awestruck by the terrifying spectacle. Yet, at that moment, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness lingered within the depths of his spiritual sea. The destruction divine tree had already grown to hundreds of feet tall, yet why had the first divine mechanism still not descended? Where was the discrepancy? Chen Daoxuan roared in frustration, venting the dissatisfaction that brewed within him. Was his cultivation insufficient? Were there unique bloodlines not of the highest caliber? Why, after such arduous battles, had his cultivation soared, yet not a single divine mechanism from the destruction divine tree had manifested? Why? Chen Daoxuan was on the verge of exploding with rage. The destruction divine tree, the most prestigious of his many trump cards, had always been his utmost concern. The more it tantalized him, the more he yearned to witness the magnitude of its divine mechanisms. while the outside world marveled at his youth and his entry into the one-star Xian Sage realm. Who could truly understand his perspective? To him, the Xian Sage was inconsequential. Ascending to the Xian Sage realm paled in comparison to the divine mechanisms of the destruction divine tree. Tang Shuebua, Chunmei, Xingyun, Dongji, Ling Yuan. Qin Ina, it seemed they were still insufficient. Chen Daoxuan felt utterly speechless. However, after a brief outburst, he gradually regained his composure. Never mind. Haste does not yield the best results. Chen Daoxuan suddenly opened his eyes, and in that instant, all traces of the sacred aura dissipated into nothingness. What was this about haste? Qin Ina tilted her head in curiosity, puzzled by his words. Chen Daoxuan replied, "It's nothing." Rising to stretch his arms, he noticed numerous figures observing him from a distance. He knew that his ascension to the Xian Sage realm would undoubtedly astonish many. After all, Xian Sage experts were scarce even among the imperial clans. Disregarding the onlookers, he turned his gaze to Ling Yuan and inquired, "You mentioned that the sacred lands have been invaded, correct?" Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan began to recount the details of the invasion of the 3 sacred lands to him, leaving no stone unturned. Qin Ana, the tidal sanctuary has fallen into chaos following the death of the Holy Lord. Upon receiving the news, Bai Ming hastened there to offer solace. To pacify the sanctuary is to win the hearts of the people, and Bai Ming has already seized the initiative in this regard. Ling Yuan, Chen Xiao, I have instructed my sisters to prepare the comforting supplies in advance. Excellent. Chen Daoxuan appreciates subordinates who act with prudence and foresight. Let us depart for the tidal sanctuary at once. Tidal sanctuary. As the body of Holy Lord Lin Hao was just interred, Chen Daoxuan descended with the dark moon's 28 glorious figures. In the sky, a vast rift tore through the heavens. The ethereal silhouettes of the 28 glorious figures stood majestically to either side, parting the way for Chen Daoxuan, creating a spacious celestial pathway. Upon the arrival of Chen Xiao, all within the sanctuary knelt in reverence. The Grand Elder Lin Tu, accompanied by the Saintess Lin Inger and over 1,000 elder attendants, donned mourning attire to receive him. Subordinates Lin Tu and Lin Inger greet Chen Xiao. The two bowed deeply before Chen Daoxuan and straightened their postures. It was then that Chen Daoxuan noticed a flicker of indignation upon Lin Inger's countenance. "It appears you harbor some discontent towards me," he remarked with a faint smile. At this utterance, the atmosphere shifted palpably, and the crowd's expressions changed. Lin Inger chose not to respond, prompting Lin Tu to interject. "Brother Hao has just been laid to rest. Inger is yet to emerge from her grief. Should there be any offense, we hope Chen Xiao will exercise understanding." Lin Tu's smile was laden with insincerity, and Chen Daoxuan could discern the thoughts of those present. Among the 7 great sanctuaries, only the 4, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Xian Yuan, and Celestial Demon, under the dominion of my Shura imperial clan, remain unscathed. I suspect you are perplexed and bewildered by this, are you not? Chen Daoxuan surveyed the assembly, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Lin Inger, inquiring with a smile. Lin Inger glared, her anger unmistakable. Yet, due to Chen Daoxuan's stature, she could not afford to provoke him, even if she believed the Shura imperial clan to be the architects of her father's demise. She could only swallow her resentment and remain silent for the sake of greater ambitions. "Do you choose not to speak?" Chen Daoxuan, unfazed, turned to Lin Tu. "Elder Lin, what are your thoughts?" Lin Tu momentarily faltered, then replied, "Perhaps the true culprits are wary of your noble lineage and thus refrain from acting against your sanctuaries. Perhaps?" He dared to utter the word perhaps. Chen Daoxuan's expression shifted. "Have you never considered that we, the Shura imperial clan, could be the culprits?" "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, countless bewildered gazes converging upon Chen Daoxuan. This was indeed a shared suspicion, yet lacking evidence. None dared to indiscriminately tarnish the imperial clan's reputation. Yet now, the scion of the Azura imperial clan audaciously poses such a question. What could this mean? The populace knows little of Chen Daoxuan, but when confronted with such an inquiry, regardless of their inner thoughts, the only response that could escape their lips is singular, and must be this one. There is no room for doubt. Lin Tu firmly declared his answer. As the esteemed elder of the sacred land, he is well aware of what to say and what to refrain from uttering in the presence of young Master Chen. Very well. Chen Daoxuan, too, is disinclined to provide an explanation. At times, explanations are utterly futile, akin to the absurdity of dropping trousers to relieve oneself. An exercise in redundancy. Chen Daoxuan is not incapable of eloquence. He merely finds little value in justifying himself or exonerating his actions, since they are all apprehensive of him due to his status. He chooses to disregard it for the moment. He will observe the unfolding of events. Young Master Chen, please follow me. Lin Tu personally guided Chen Daoxuan, swiftly leading them to an exceedingly grand estate. Such opulent residences, dedicated to serving the masters, abound within the title's sacred land. Whenever a member of the Rakshasa imperial clan descends, they invariably come here to indulge in luxury. This reflects the attitude of the vassal forces. Chapter 64. The Mysterious Woman in Black Robes. The prophecy of eternal night after ensuring the safety of Chen Daoxuan and the 28 illustrious figures. Lin Tu departed with the saintess. Along the journey, the members of the Lin clan exchanged glances, their silence betraying their unease. The arrival of two direct descendants from the imperial clans brought them no comfort. Instead, many felt as if they were perched on needles. Once they boarded the carriage, Lin Inger finally dared to voice her discontent in a hushed tone. Chen Daoxuan is truly shameless, daring to come to our tide's holy land at such a time. Shoo! Shoo! Lin Tu quickly hushed her with a finger to his lips. Child, have you lost your mind, speaking so recklessly? Aunt, Lin Inger replied, I am not mad. I am well aware that we cannot provoke the Azura imperial clan, but Brother Bai is still with us. After all these years of unwavering loyalty to the Rakshasa imperial clan, can Brother Bai truly turn a blind eye to such grave matters? Lin Tu gently patted her head. Silly child, there is an old saying. The heart of a saint is as deep as the abyss, and the might of an emperor is unfathomable, especially when it comes to imperial clans. Lin Inger, incredulous, asked, so, if Brother Bai chooses to ignore us, are we to let this blood debt go unpunished? Absolutely not. Lin Tu's eyes burned with a fierce intensity, his murderous intent palpable. We sought refuge with the Rakshasa imperial clan for the sake of peace, yet now that Hao has been slain and our kin have suffered grievously. If they choose to cower in this moment of crisis, we shall break free from their control and turn to the Dragon Clan. Turn to the Dragon Clan. Lin Inger was taken aback by her uncle's audacious notion. But father often warned me that the Dragon Clan is notoriously proud and cunning. Regardless of their cunning, they are the oldest lineage among the three great imperial clans. Do you not wish to avenge your father? Lin Tu pressed. I do wish to, but... Lin Inger hesitated. There are no buts. The conversation transpired within the confines of the carriage, with Lin Tu employing a spiritual barrier to isolate their discussion, believing it would ensure their privacy. Little did they know, every word and action was laid bare before Chen Daoxuan. In the room, a verdant spiritual formation shimmered brilliantly. Above, within a mirage-like scene, the exchange between Lin Tu and Lin Inger was projected with remarkable clarity. What kind of formation is this? The 28 maidens encircled Chen Daoxuan, their eyes wide with astonishment. The Rakshasa imperial clan was renowned for its mastery of spiritual formations, yet such a wondrous array was a sight they had never encountered. Chen Daoxuan offered no elaborate explanations, for this was a secret taught to him by his mother, one not to be shared with outsiders. The malice of the Lin family runs deep. They even contemplate betraying us to seek refuge with the Dragon Clan. Qin Ana exclaimed with indignation. One can understand their perspective. Chen Daoxuan replied calmly. He had always been a man of reason, only resorting to displays of force when faced with those who shunned rational discourse. Now, I need you all to investigate across various locations, searching for any useful clues from the sites of battle. Understood. In unison, the 28 luminaries responded with a resounding cheer. And then, under the guidance of Ling Yuan, they dispersed simultaneously. Chen Daoxuan dismantled the spiritual formation and stepped out to the eaves. Savoring the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms in the courtyard, gradually closing his eyes. Meanwhile, in another equally grand estate courtyard, a figure clad in black conveyed all that he had witnessed. Beneath the eaves stood Bai Ming, his gaze growing increasingly frenzied. This Chen Daoxuan had indeed pursued them, Xiao Xiao. You were right. His arrival in our Rakshasa Empire is aimed at fulfilling his father's ambitions, seeking to entirely engulf our Rakshasa lineage. Bai Ming ground his teeth, his fists trembling with rage. Behind him, a graceful silhouette cloaked in a loose black robe lowered her voice. The Chen clan has always posed the greatest threat to all powers across the heavens and the earth. If we allow them to act with impunity, it is likely that an unprecedented era of darkness is about to descend. The arrival of eternal night has always been her prophecy. Initially, Bai Ming believed her to be mad, but as events unfolded, he could no longer dismiss her words. For thus far, all her prophecies had come to pass. Bai Ming was now utterly convinced of her. Xiao Xiao, what shall we do next? The woman in black replied. Send someone to keep a close watch on him. Bai Ming responded. We are already monitoring him. The woman continued. That is insufficient. Bai Ming, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, You can't possibly mean for me to deploy everyone, can you? The woman in black smiled and nodded. This, Bai Ming stammered. But if I do that, not only will I lack security around me, but even the Dark Moon 28 luminaries will have no one to oversee them. They are the true instruments of Chen Daoxuan. The woman in black chuckled coolly, her conviction unwavering. It will not matter. His methods can only be wielded by him alone. Bai Ming. As night fell, Chen Daoxuan remained seated in the courtyard, fixated on a chessboard conjured from spiritual energy, staring at it for several hours without moving. This chess game was the very one that had once graced Chen Lunyang's table. With a mere glance, Chen Daoxuan committed every piece to memory. Heaven is the game, earth as the board? No. It should be. The Tao is the game. Heaven as the board, the stars as the pieces? Still not right. Chen Daoxuan's skill in chess was commendable, yet every time he gazed upon this board, he felt as if his perspective was woefully limited. What truly constituted the grand strategy of the ancestor? Greater than the Tao? What in this world could surpass the 3,000 paths? Chen Daoxuan dared not even contemplate it. If such a thing existed, it would likely be the divine tree of destruction, deeply hidden within his spiritual consciousness. Yuan, has your return come so swiftly? Chen Daoxuan suddenly waved his sleeve, promptly erasing all the pieces from the luminous chessboard. In the next moment, the void trembled slightly. The figure of Ling Yuan suddenly emerged with startling clarity. Young Master Chen, I have just discovered this in a valley. Please take a look. As she extended her delicate hand, it revealed a peculiar piece of gray shell. Chen Daoxuan inquired, What is this? Ling Yuan's expression turned grave. It is the shell of the Xuanwu. Xian. Chen Daoxuan exclaimed. Are you referring to the Xuanwu sacred land? Ling Yuan glanced around, ensuring that the spies were at a considerable distance, then leaned closer to Chen Daoxuan and whispered, I am certain, I have seen this with Lord Hua Luosha. It is indeed this. Chen Daoxuan rubbed his hands together, feeling that matters were growing increasingly troubling. The underlying forces behind the Sacred Soul Palace had just begun to reveal some clues, and now the three great sacred lands had suffered an invasion. Furthermore, the four sacred lands of the Shura imperial clan remained unscathed, and now this piece of Xuanwu shell had surfaced. All signs seemed to indicate that the Shura imperial clan was the instigator behind it all. But this was illogical. The matron of the Xuanwu sacred land was my fourth sister. Even if it were a frame-up, there was no reason to cast aspersions upon her. That would be utterly absurd. Chen Daoxuan's brow furrowed deeply. What is happening? Is my fourth sister helping father to deal with mother, unafraid of being reprimanded? No. There must be some extremely vital aspect that has been overlooked. Chapter 65. The first is the vermilion bird. The second is the black tortoise in the sacred land of the black tortoise. Chen Daoxuan furrowed his brow, pacing restlessly. Ling Yuan, with a composed expression, assured him. Rest easy, young Master Chen. I have already cleared the fragments of the black tortoise shell that fell at the scene. Chen Daoxuan responded with a smile. It is of no consequence. Those who seek to instigate a war among the imperial clans will undoubtedly come fully prepared. As Chen Daoxuan observed, within the grand hall of the sacred land, Lin Ingo occupied the seat of the sovereign, summoning all the elders of the Lin clan for a council. Eldest Miss, behold what we have discovered in the vicinity of the Coral Sea. Upon confirmation, this object is a soul bone belonging to the Black Tortoise clan. Fragments of the Black Tortoise's shell. It was indeed the sacred land of the Black Tortoise. Lin Ingo clenched her jaw, her beautiful eyes aflame with fury. Everyone was aware that the sacred lands of the Black Tortoise and the Vermilion Bird had always been esteemed vassals of the Shura imperial clan. Now, amidst their battle with the invaders in the Coral Sea, the discovery of the Black Tortoise shell fragments was tantamount to catching the culprits red-handed. The evidence was irrefutable. The Shura imperial clan has gone too far, exclaimed an elder, infuriated to the point of spitting blood. His 8 sons had perished in the battle at the Coral Sea. This blood feud could not be forgiven. Yet, they were fundamentally outmatched by the imperial forces. Suppressing her rage, Lin Inger turned to seek the counsel of the Grand Elder. Uncle, what should we do now? Still young, Lin Inger lacked the capacity to govern the clan. With her father slain, all matters fell to the Grand Elder's authority. Lin Tu maintained a stern countenance, his gaze particularly grim. If we wish for vengeance, we must rely on the power of the imperial clan. Though we do not yet know the stance of the Rakshasa imperial clan. Just then, two sets of footsteps approached, drawing the attention of all present in the hall. "Brother Bai," Lin Inger exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer, rising immediately. Bai Ming, acknowledged as the son of destiny by the Rakshasa imperial clan, brought with him a glimmer of hope for revenge. "Greetings, young Master Bai." Lin Tu was the first to kneel, followed by the other elders, their voices echoing throughout the hall, creating a melodious resonance that pleased Bai Ming's ears. "Please rise." Bai Ming, with an air of nonchalance, walked along the path cleared by the elders, directly approaching Lin Inger. He gently ruffled her hair and inquired with a smile, "Why did you not summon me for the clan meeting?" Lin Inger hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Lin Tu stepped forward to alleviate the awkwardness. "Well, young Master Bai, we have just discovered this item in the Coral Sea." As he produced the gray fragments from his sleeve, Bai Ming instantly recognized them as black tortoise remains. He then glanced at the woman in black robes, who maintained her head bowed, her face obscured by her cloak. Her voice chimed like silver bells. "It is widely known that the Shura imperial clan wields two sharp blades. One is the vermilion bird, the other is the black tortoise." Bai Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. "Thus, this matter sufficiently proves that it is indeed the Shura imperial clan that has invaded the three sacred lands, is it not?" The woman in the black robe nodded slightly. At this juncture, with the evidence irrefutable, many elders within the grand hall struggled to contain their fury. Lin Tu, perceiving the opportune moment had arrived, immediately knelt, clasping his fists and shedding tears. "Young Master Bai, I implore you to stand for our Lin clan of the title Sacred Land. We beseech you to champion our cause." The others followed suit, kneeling and weeping in unison. Lin Inger pressed her forehead heavily against the cold ground, her nails scratching two lines into the surface as she trembled. Observing her quivering form, Bai Ming lifted her gently. "Sister Inger, since I have come, I shall certainly advocate for you." "What? Such a significant matter?" And he is agreeing so readily. Lin Tu and the other elders were taken aback. Lin Inger, however, was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Brother Bai, is it truly so? You are willing to assist us?" Bai Ming replied, "When have I ever deceived you?" He then ascended the stone steps and, without hesitation, seated himself in the position of the Holy Lord. From his elevated vantage, he proclaimed with pride, "Your title Sacred Land has long been steadfast in loyalty to my Rakshasa imperial clan. Now that such a grave incident has occurred, we shall not remain passive. Today, I represent the Rakshasa imperial clan to assure you that if the Shura imperial clan refuses to surrender the perpetrator, I shall ensure they pay a price tenfold for their transgressions." Such audacity! Lin Tu raised his gaze, feeling the weight of those words, and respectfully inquired, "Might I ask, young Master Bai, what are your intentions moving forward?" Bai Ming glanced at the woman in the black robe. A sound, inaudible to others, swiftly reached his ears. With the black-robed woman's guidance, Bai Ming felt resolute. Did not the Shura imperial clan send forces to assault our sacred land? Since they dared to strike at us, we too shall retaliate upon their sanctum and eliminate their holy lord. I plan to first annihilate the Xuanwu sacred land, and then negotiate with them. The war among the imperial clans is no trifling matter. I believe even Chen Daoxuan would hesitate to engage us lightly. Bai Ming's words were delivered with such conviction that, in Lin Inger's eyes, he appeared remarkably dashing and formidable, to the point where she felt an overwhelming inclination to offer herself to him. Just then, however, the sound of two pairs of footsteps approached from afar. The Lin clan was convening a meeting, and outsiders were prohibited from entry. The only ones permitted were likely. Amidst the astonished gazes of the assembly, Chen Daoxuan, accompanied by Ling Yuan, strolled in with an air of nonchalance. "It is he." The crowd gasped in shock. Lin Tu, filled with trepidation, lowered his head. Lin Inger anxiously grasped Bai Ming's hand, her face pale. Among those present, only Bai Ming, by virtue of his status, could rival Chen Daoxuan. After all, Chen Daoxuan was the son of Shura, while Bai Ming was universally acknowledged as the most fitting heir to the title of the son of Rakshasa. Chen Daoxuan regarded Bai Ming with curious scrutiny as he occupied the esteemed position. For a moment, disappointment washed over me as I shook my head. I had expected that those vying for the position of the divine son would possess remarkable talents, yet I found myself confronted with this. "What?" Bai Ming exclaimed in a fit of rage, rising from his seat. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Daoxuan smiled, and inquired. Considering the matters concerning the two great imperial clans, do you dare to assert that the perpetrator hails from the Azura clan before the truth is unveiled? Bai Ming, who has granted you such audacity? Chen Daoxuan's words held a semblance of logic. Moreover, the prospect of war between the imperial clans was no trivial matter. It would usher in an unprecedented calamity for the entire universe. Yet, Bai Ming had agreed too readily, seemingly neglecting his own identity, stance, and the grave repercussions that such a hasty agreement might entail. The two parties stood at an impasse, and in mere moments, the victor was apparent. Bai Ming, enraged, turned crimson, his neck thickening with indignation. Do not flaunt your bravado here. This is a matter internal to my Azura clan. Do not forget, you bear the surname Chen. You are utterly unqualified to contend for the position of the Azura divine son. With a slight smirk, Chen Daoxuan raised his gaze nonchalantly, as though observing a mere pig. While I discuss the affairs of the sacred land with you, you attempt to draw me into a debate over the divine son position. Very well. Even if this is a contest for the divine son, do you truly believe that with your appearance and intellect, you are worthy of becoming the Azura divine son? Has it come to pass that my Azura clan is devoid of heirs, or has a mere mountain pig been elevated to the heavens? Chapter 66. Oh, how I relish a good argument. You. Bai Ming trembled with rage, nearly losing his composure. I am, after all, your cousin. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Chen Daoxuan. When discussing the sacred land, he brings up the contest of the chosen one. Mention the contest of the chosen one, and he resorts to family ties. This fool's thought process is truly extraordinary. Chen Daoxuan, visibly moved, remarked, moreover, you claim you wish to reassure them on behalf of the Rakshasa imperial realm, which is somewhat acceptable. Yet you follow that by declaring your intent to annihilate the Xuanwu sacred land. Do you even comprehend what the Xuanwu sacred land represents? Bai Ming, with a sense of unjustified confidence, responded, Isn't it just Chen Changel? I know she is the wife of the Xuanwu sovereign, but what of it? What of it? Chen Daoxuan, and who is her mother? Who is her husband's mother-in-law? Bai Ming, Chen Daoxuan, you may boast and vent your frustrations outside, and I would have refrained from intervening. But this is the title's sacred land. Since you intend to speak on behalf of the Rakshasa imperial clan, you must understand what can and cannot be said. With such a loose tongue, are you not afraid of facing punishment upon your return? Bai Ming is, at the end of the day, merely the nephew of Bai Luoyin, a nephew who wishes to harm the daughter and son-in-law of Bai Luoyin. Such words would be deemed absurd even by Lin Tuesday. Thus, at this juncture, aside from Lin Inger, who, naive and blinded by hatred, continues to flatter him with brotherly affection, the others present felt a sense of awkwardness. Now, with Chen Daoxuan's arrival, Lin Tu gained clarity on one crucial matter. Bai Ming had no chance whatsoever in the contest for the title of Rakshasa, chosen one. Even though he possessed a favorable surname, the disparity in intellect placed him at an absolute disadvantage. Unless a significant upheaval occurred within the Rakshasa imperial clan, he could not possibly have any opportunity to become the Rakshasa chosen one. Having come to this realization, Lin Tu was further convinced of his desire to secretly ally himself with the Dragon clan. Meanwhile, Bai Ming, oblivious to all of this, remained entangled in concerns over his dignity. With so many witnesses present, how could he possibly return to the Lin clan without redeeming his face? Moreover, he was the first to extend an olive branch to the Lin clan. Indeed, Bai Ming's eyes sparkled with newfound resolve as he positioned himself atop the moral high ground. Launching a probing inquiry at Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan, I concede that I did not expect you to be such a master of rhetoric. In a war of words, I am no match for you. Yet, in light of the substantial events that have transpired in the title's sacred land, it took you days to arrive. At the very least, in terms of caring for the Lin clan, you cannot measure up to me. Am I correct? Bai Ming crossed his arms, adopting a posture of unwavering determination. Is he truly one who enjoys a reasoned discourse? Chen Daoxuan nodded with a smile. Engaging in reason is indeed commendable. How coincidental. For he too relishes it. In response to Bai Ming's probing inquiry, Chen Daoxuan leisurely raised his right hand, shaking his index finger from side to side. Your assertion is incorrect. Incorrect? Bai Ming stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Which of my statements was incorrect? Chen Daoxuan replied, every single one. Uffed. Ling Yuan, standing behind, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Bai Ming was on the verge of exploding. You are clearly being unreasonable. I arrived first, remember that. Chen Daoxuan shrugged. I concede that you arrived before me, but what does that signify? Bai Ming retorted, what do you mean? Chen Daoxuan casually gestured towards the elders of the tidal sacred land. Look at their expressions. Do you truly believe your arrival has made any difference to them? Bai Ming followed his gaze and noticed the elders avoiding eye contact, unwilling to engage. None dared to speak a word in his defense during such a critical moment. He felt utterly bewildered. Chen Daoxuan smiled gently. You may have come before me, yet you are incapable of resolving the issue at hand. Mere verbal reassurances cannot win hearts. In this dire situation, what they yearned for most was someone to take charge, to unveil the true culprit, and to avenge the holy master Lin Hao. Chen Daoxuan's words were powerful and resonated deeply with the crowd. Yet, all signs pointed to the murderer being from the Azura imperial clan. And he himself was the Azura son. What implications did his statements hold? Facing the puzzled gazes of the assembly, Chen Daoxuan posed a soul-searching question to Bai Ming. Tell me, what good is your early arrival? Were your previous assertions not entirely erroneous? Bai Ming stammered, his mind momentarily blank. Why did it seem that he had a point? He stood there, looking dazed like a startled deer caught in the open field, causing Lin Ingo to instinctively want to distance herself from him. No, this can't be right. After some contemplation, Bai Ming suddenly looked up. You say my early arrival is of no use. Does that mean your late arrival is beneficial? If I cannot solve the problems here, do you think you can? Well said. Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction, revealing a smile that seemed to bestow divine blessings. At least now, you have uttered a correct statement. Indeed, I can address the issues here. What? The crowd gazed at him in stunned silence. Lin Inger had not anticipated that the Azura son, whom she had been wary of, would openly declare such intentions. Through his demeanor and speech, it became evident that Chen Daoxuan was not as reckless as Bai Ming. While they could not trust Bai Ming's promises, Chen Daoxuan's assurance ignited a fervent curiosity about how he intended to resolve their plight. Old Lin, too, his eyesight failing, approached tremblingly. Chen Xiao, you say you will help us identify the true culprit? Chen Daoxuan affirmed, indeed. Hiss. Lin too gasped in shock. Then, what if the murderer truly comes from? His legs quaked in fear, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Chen Daoxuan comprehended the hatred and anguish that resided within them, as well as their humility and helplessness. Thus, he took the initiative to speak. I can assure you with utmost responsibility that if the perpetrator indeed hails from the Azura imperial clan, I shall personally slay him before your very eyes. One murderer, I shall execute one. A multitude of murderers, I shall execute them all. Bai Ming suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, just moments ago, you had the audacity to accuse me of boasting, yet here you are. Are you not engaging in the same folly? To suggest killing one of your own kin for the sake of the tidal sacred land. How dare you utter such words? Do you believe the people here are fools, easily deceived by your fabrications? Tears of mirth streamed down his face as he laughed. Chen Daoxuan found himself at a loss for words. Demonstrating remarkable patience, he waited until Bai Ming dried his tears before responding. They will believe me. Bai Ming inquired. What is your reasoning? Chen Daoxuan replied, because my mother is the Rakshasa Empress, and my father is the Azura Emperor. Should anyone from either side attempt to instigate a civil war between our clans, I shall regard them as traitors. Chapter 67. The Great Wilderness Sacred Land. Chen Daoxuan, with a gaze as cold as ice, swept over the crowd. The overwhelming aura of a sovereign, unyielding and formidable, sent a chill down the spines of all present. This youth possesses an extraordinarily commanding presence. Lin too was taken aback, his eyes instinctively avoiding direct contact. He had never encountered a young individual capable of exerting such pressure as Chen Daoxuan did. What are you doing? Do not forget that he is the son of Shura. Bai Ming could hardly bear it. Despite arriving first, he found himself overshadowed by this outsider. Yet, reality often unfolds in such stark contrasts. When Chen Daoxuan spoke, his voice exuded undeniable authority, captivating those around him with sheer charisma. This damned charisma and power were precisely what Bai Ming lacked. Seeing Bai Ming's plan to placate the situation fail, the mysterious woman cloaked in black finally spoke. The Xuanwu shell is currently the only lead in our pursuit of the true culprit. Chen Daoxuan furrowed his brows at her words. He replied calmly, then we shall first venture to the Xuanwu sacred land to investigate. Young Master Chen. Ling Yuan's countenance paled. The Lord of Xuanwu was, after all, young Master Chen's brother-in-law. Was he truly disregarding familial ties? Chen Daoxuan smiled, signaling to Ling Yuan to remain calm. He then turned his attention to Lin Tu and Lin Ying'er, stating, "We must discern right from wrong before proceeding. I am willing to take you along. Do you dare to accompany me?" "Certainly." Lin Ying'er was resolute. Her eyes brimmed with tears, driven by an unwavering desire to avenge her father and fallen kin. Lin Tu, however, hesitated. The cloaked woman seemed adept at manipulating emotions. Seizing the moment to voice Lin Tu's concerns, Lin Ying'er is the sole bloodline heir of the holy master Lin Hao. If anything were to happen to her, would the tide's sacred land not be reduced to a mere disarray? Chen Daoxuan could not help but inquire with a chuckle, "What do you imply, young lady?" The black-cloaked woman replied, "Let Lin Ying'er remain here, and Elder Lin Tu may accompany us to the Xuanwu sacred land." This woman appeared to have been well prepared, and it seemed she was Bai Ming's strategist. Had she deliberately orchestrated such a convoluted scheme to retain Lin Ying'er? What could her true intentions be? After pondering, Chen Daoxuan smirked. "Very well, Yuan, you all shall stay behind to ensure Lin Ying'er's safety." Ling Yuan's expression changed dramatically. "Young master, we are here to protect you." Chen Daoxuan swiftly interrupted her. "There is no need for further discussion. My decision is made." Ling Yuan's beautiful eyes quivered as she gazed at his stern visage, ultimately acquiescing to his command. "Yes, I shall obey." The Xuanwu sacred land lay several dozen ancient star systems away from the tide's sacred land. The distance was exceedingly vast. Even the strongest of the Xuanwu could hardly reach it within 3 to 5 days, even if they tore through the void tirelessly. On this journey, Chen Daoxuan set forth with Lin Tu, Bai Ming, and the enigmatic woman in black, heading westward. He finally found the time to leisurely admire the vast cosmos, countless continents, and myriad beings. Reflecting on several months prior, he recalled being merely an inconspicuous youth of the Xianling realm on the Tianxian continent. Had it not been for the consumption of 2 ninth-grade pills, leading to a meteoric rise in strength, he would have lacked the courage to reject the marriage proposal from the Nalan family. In the blink of an eye, a few fleeting months had passed. Now, he had ascended to the Xianxing realm, becoming a truly supreme powerhouse of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Such an astonishing transformation felt like a fleeting dream, surreal yet undeniably real. 3 days later, they would arrive at the Xuanwu sacred land. Under the starlit sky, Bai Ming stamped his foot and raised his hand, pointing towards a colossal galaxy ahead, saying, "This." Lin Tu, bewildered and astonished, turned his gaze only to see the dark-robed figure's haunting eyes, prompting him to immediately lower his head. Chen Daoxuan stood at the forefront of the four, seemingly oblivious to their expressions, gazing at the galaxy while slowly nodding. The main hall of the sacred land should be located there, right? Following Chen Daoxuan's direction, Bai Ming spotted a silvery continent, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, that is it." He fixated on Chen Daoxuan's back, his eyes filled with a frenzied intensity. Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded, casually tearing through the fabric of space with his hand. In the next moment, the four shattered the void, arriving instantaneously in this silvery world. The air here was exceedingly frigid. The twisted coastline, blanketed in solid ice, appeared devoid of any life. It was fortunate that the four possessed formidable strength, according to Chen Daoxuan's assessment. Even a powerful being from the Xian sect would likely survive no more than 3 seconds in this environment. Moreover, the air was not the only aspect that was chilling. The abundant spiritual energy from the earth's veins rivaled that of the Xumi sacred land. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Daoxuan floated in the air, smiling as he jested. It is no wonder this is a sacred site left by the ancient divine clan. The spiritual energy here can indeed rival that of the imperial clans. Upon hearing this, Bai Ming chuckled, albeit insincerely. To think it could compare to our imperial clan is quite a stretch. Chen Daoxuan replied, "Indeed, I merely spoke in jest. Feel free to take it lightly." "That fellow." Bai Ming glared at his back, grinding his teeth in frustration. Chen Daoxuan gazed into the distance, faintly spotting a colossal hall reaching towards the heavens at the coastline's edge. His interest piqued. "Is that the Xuanwu Sacred Hall?" "Yes, indeed." Bai Ming feigned calmness. Chen Daoxuan chose not to elaborate further and directly proceeded towards that direction. As the two gradually distanced themselves, the perplexed Lin Tu finally approached the dark-robed woman, whispering, "Miss, this is clearly the great wilderness sacred land. What is happening here?" The dark-robed woman cast a cold glance. "You need only cooperate, and my dragon clan will naturally assist you in avenging your grievances." Lin Tu replied, "Understood." He discerned the underlying meaning. The dragon tribe seems poised to ally with Bai Ming here to eliminate Chen Daoxuan. In such matters, he could only observe the outcome, daring not to intervene. The Great Wilderness Sacred Land is the oldest among the 7 sacred lands, renowned since ancient times. Why, you may ask? Because it was once the birthplace of numerous formidable emperors. Throughout the vast annals of history, even though they have long since succumbed to the relentless passage of time, their names continue to echo through the ages. However, as time marches inexorably on, the once celebrated Great Wilderness has devolved into a veritable hell on earth due to its exceedingly harsh environment. It is said that within the boundless expanse of today's Great Wilderness Sacred Land, there exists but a single individual, Hua Donan, whose cultivation has reached the threshold of the Xian Emperor, tantalizingly close to the realm of the Emperor. What perplexes many about this man is that, despite not having ascended to the Emperor's realm, his lifespan far exceeds that of an ordinary emperor. Rumor has it that he has lived for 300,000 years and remains undying to this day. The frigid palace looms like a giant standing sentinel in this world, majestic and insurmountable. Upon Chen Daoxuan's arrival, he hovered silently in midair, confronted by the diverse gazes of the 3 individuals behind him. Tilting his head slightly, a smirk played upon his lips. Are you not yet prepared to take action? Chapter 68. The third miss of the Thunder Dragon clan, Lei Xiao What? The black-robed woman, poised to strike, felt her delicate figure tremble in the chilling wind. Her violet eyes, filled with disbelief, gazed upon the slender, aloof silhouette before her. Could it be that he knows everything? Then why did he deliberately leave the Dark Moon's 28 brilliance in the title's sacred land? The black-robed woman found herself utterly perplexed. This was not the behavior one would expect from a clever individual. Perhaps there lies a hidden scheme. Just as Bai Ming prepared to act, the black-robed woman suddenly restrained him, turning to the figure of Chen Daoxuan with a charming smile. What is it that young Master Chen is saying? Bai Ming was taken aback, unable to comprehend why she had yet to make a move. Chen Daoxuan smirked slightly. It's nothing. If you do not wish to engage, then let us venture inside and see. I, too, am curious about what treasures lie within this magnificent ancient palace. The black-robed woman's face turned frosty as she exchanged a glance with Bai Ming. He, momentarily bewildered, suppressed his murderous intent and forced a strained smile. Very well. The Xuanwu sacred land belongs to the ancient divine clan, but as for what divinity entails, I cannot say. Perhaps we should explore together. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan turned around, his curiosity piqued. You have never been inside? Bai Ming replied, I visited in my childhood, but I cannot recall. This foolish man. The black-robed woman shot him a glare. At times, she wished this imbecile would remain silent to avoid making errors. Chen Daoxuan observed the exchange with indifference. Then let us proceed. With that, he led the way toward the towering, frigid ancient palace. The grand entrance stood ajar, its surface encrusted with frost, seemingly untouched for ages. Beneath the thick ice, one could faintly discern intricate carvings, eroded by time, rendering them indecipherable. As Chen Daoxuan approached, his steps faltered momentarily before he struck the door with a powerful punch. What are you doing? Bai Ming yelped in fright from behind, nearly startled to death by the sudden blow. However, the solid ice shattered under the force of his strike, collapsing inward. Upon the great black iron door, strange and incomprehensible patterns were etched, depictions of the sun, moon, stars, the changing seasons, and scenes of spring planting and autumn harvest. To their astonishment, it was not the 6-winged woman. Chen Daoxuan remained silent as he entered the ancient palace. The dim passageway was illuminated by the golden aura emanating from him, leaving the black-robed woman and Lin Tu in a state of shock at the purity of his energy. Initially, the black-robed woman had intended to act as soon as they arrived, but now, she hesitated. Her instincts warned her that this azurous sun before her was far more complex than he appeared. The 4 traversed the icy corridor, delving deeper into the ancient palace, its shadowy walls cloaked in a layer of solid ice. Chen Daoxuan observed that the solid ice beneath his feet bore the distinct marks of someone having tread upon it. This indicated that the place was not uninhabited. The mere thought of enduring such harsh conditions piqued his interest considerably. One by one, he forcefully kicked open the doors of various chambers, only to find them stark and empty, devoid of anything save for the pervasive cold. Unbeknownst to them, the 4 had already arrived at the Grand Hall. To Chen Daoxuan's astonishment, despite the biting chill outside, the hall was remarkably warm, untouched by the encroaching ice. Even the elevated seats were draped in a layer of soft blankets. This was not the sacred land of Xuanwu, a surmise Chen Daoxuan had made early on. But where was this place? Why had they brought him here? With a sense of bewilderment, he ascended the stone steps and, under the watchful gaze of the three behind him, unceremoniously took a seat upon the throne. He looked down upon the three, regarding them as subordinates. This condescending posture irked Bai Ming considerably. Propping his chin thoughtfully, Chen Daoxuan took a keen interest in Bai Ming's furious expression, maintaining a calm demeanor. Previously, you sought to forge a connection with me, claiming to be my cousin, yet now you conspire with outsiders to lure me here, intending to take my life. Bai Ming, I am curious. If our uncle were to learn of this, would he spare you, the traitor? His words struck home. Stripped of his facade, Bai Ming ceased to feign innocence. Indeed, I intend to kill you because you pose the greatest threat to my realm, the Rakshasa Empire. A threat? Chen Daoxuan retorted. Am I a menace to the Rakshasa Empire, or to the position of the son of God you covet? You are well aware of the answer, are you not? Bai Ming was rendered speechless by the retort. Chen Daoxuan shook his head in disappointment. I once heard from Fifth Sister that only those from the Dragon Clan enjoy posturing with false pretenses. I did not expect that you, hailing from the Rakshasa Empire, would adopt their ways. Upon hearing this, the woman in the black robe swiftly removed her hood, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Our Dragon Clan has always acted with integrity. We have no need for pretense. Chen Daoxuan replied, You are undoubtedly from the Azure Dragon Empire. Bai Ming let out a cold laugh, introducing her. Indeed, this is the third young lady of the Thunder Dragon Clan from the Azure Dragon Empire, Lei Xiaoxiao. The mention of the Thunder Dragon Clan caused Chen Daoxuan to feel another wave of disappointment. She is not Huang Chong. Lei Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you implying? Huang Chong, the widely acknowledged foremost talent of the Dragon Clan. One of the three unparalleled prodigies destined to ascend to the throne across the universe. Lei Xiaoxiao burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. You truly overestimate yourself. Do you think it requires Huang Chong to deal with you? Chen Daoxuan casually dismissed her. I merely find it uninviting to engage with someone of your caliber. At that moment, a tremendous aura of semi-saintly power erupted from Lei Xiaoxiao. Simultaneously, Bai Ming's aura of the nine-star Xuanzuan realm surged throughout the hall. The entire grand hall trembled violently. Yet amidst the fervent breaths of the two, Chen Daoxuan was taken aback to discover that everything within the grand hall remained utterly intact. Bai Ming, with a frenzied glint in his eyes, declared, Chen Daoxuan, I must confess that I have never regarded you as a true cousin. This is due to the insatiable ambition of your Shura imperial clan. The simultaneous assault on the three great sacred lands, was it orchestrated by your kin? You know the truth. Today, in alliance with Xiao Xiao, I shall eliminate you, thereby sending a clear message to Chen Songyuan. As long as my Rakshasa imperial clan and the Dragon Clan stand united, even he shall not prevail against us. Bai Ming's rhetoric was grandiose, yet it stemmed from a covetous desire for the position of the divine son. Chen Daoxuan, indifferent to his ramblings, rose with a flick of his robe and cast a dispassionate glance at the bewildered Lin Tu, saying, if you wish to assist them, feel free to join in. Lin Tu, momentarily stunned, hurriedly explained, I am but a member of a sacred land. I cannot afford to offend any of you. Three prodigies, representing the three great imperial clans. Even with 1,000 times more courage, I would not dare to involve myself. Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I shall spare your life. Before his words had fully settled, his figure abruptly appeared between Lei Xiaoxiao and Bai Ming, a hand pressing down on each of their shoulders. Boom! An overwhelming and boundless force compelled both to their knees, astonished and alarmed. Chapter 69. A blow too feeble, the stone slab beneath shattered with a resounding crack. Both Bai Ming and Lei Xiaoxiao were taken aback by the sheer force. How could such power exist? Lei Xiaoxiao found it utterly incredulous that there could be someone whose strength surpassed even that of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, it was not merely the strength. The swiftness displayed moments ago was beyond their comprehension. Chen Daoxuan, with one hand resting on a person, appeared rather bored. You too are exceedingly weak. It baffles me how you have managed to survive within the imperial lineage. You. Lei Xiaoxiao's anger flared, her delicate face turning purplish. A strange purple crystalline aura erupted from her body, radiating a dazzling violet light. Thunderous booms echoed as countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the void above. Chen Daoxuan, possessing an agility surpassing that of lightning, swiftly returned to his seat. Observing the spectacle of Lei Xiaoxiao enveloped in electricity, with sparks flying, he remarked with interest. Is your dragon clan considered a special bloodline? Special bloodline. Lei Xiaoxiao's expression shifted dramatically. You over the past few centuries. Individuals with special bloodlines have mysteriously vanished from various regions. Could it be your doing? Chen Daoxuan smacked his forehead. I'm but a youth. How could I be responsible? Nonetheless, Lei Xiaoxiao's reaction piqued his curiosity. Initially, he believed that the forces behind the Sacred Soul Palace were closely tied to the Dragon Clan. However, it now appeared that perhaps a more profound mystery was indeed unfolding, one that even the three great imperial clans could not comprehend. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Lei Xiaoxiao glared at Chen Daoxuan. Bai Ming, what are you waiting for? If you wish to defeat him, you must give it your all. Bai Ming also grasped this reality and ceased his hesitation. Clenching his fists, an overwhelming surge of power enveloped him. The frenzied demon force. He had mastered the frenzied physique of the Rakshasa Empire to perfection, yet it still fell short of the threshold of the Luo Xingtian. One radiated a tempestuous aura, while the other crackled with electricity. As heirs of two great empires, they held a definitive advantage over others within the same realm. Attack. Lei Xiaoxiao took the lead, elegantly waving her hand as a whip forged from purple crystalline lightning materialized in her grasp. The crack of the whip echoed through the grand hall, its trajectory resembling a flash of thunder. With a resounding crash, it obliterated the chair atop the stone steps. But then he vanished. Lei Xiaoxiao gasped in shock, unable to detect Chen Daoxuan's whereabouts. Above, Bai Ming suddenly looked up, forcefully stamping the ground, propelling himself toward Chen Daoxuan in midair. But in the next instant, Chen Daoxuan appeared directly above him, delivering a swift kick to his face. With a sudden eruption, blood gushed from Bai Ming's mouth, accompanied by the ominous sound of his nasal bone fracturing. He collapsed onto the ground, causing the smoke to billow around him. Bai Ming. Lei Xiaoxiao's complexion turned pale with shock. However, a powerful hand encircled her slender waist, and in an instant, Chen Daoxuan executed a suplex, causing her head to crash against the ground with a thud. The view beneath her skirt was laid bare, her body half crushed against the earth. Heavens! Lin Tu stared in disbelief at the trembling jade legs on the ground, completely stupefied. Both of them were scions of the imperial family. How could they be so easily overwhelmed by Chen Daoxuan? Even if Chen Daoxuan had ascended to the realm of Xianxing, he was merely a first-star Xianxing. It seemed inconceivable that he could exert such terrifying dominance. As the ethereal smoke gradually dissipated, Chen Daoxuan seized one of Lei Xiaoxiao's ankles and yanked her from the ground. Her robes were tattered, revealing glimpses of her beauty. Her face bore the marks of severe injury, and with venomous eyes, she glared fiercely at Chen Daoxuan, suddenly reaching out to strike at his vital points. In a flash, Chen Daoxuan responded with a swift knee strike. The impact landed squarely on Lei Xiaoxiao's face. Her entire body shuddered violently, and her arms, along with her flowing hair, fell limply to the sides. Was this truly the third miss of the Zilong clan? So easily defeated. Disappointed, Chen Daoxuan shook his head, discarding her like a lifeless dog. He then strode towards Bai Ming. Bai Ming's nose felt unbearably sore, his head buzzing. Upon seeing Chen Daoxuan approach, he instinctively crawled backward, his eyes filled with shock and fear. No, please don't kill me, cousin. I was wrong. Bai Ming cried, covering his bleeding mouth, shaking his head in despair. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, but now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself in such a wretched state. Chen Daoxuan remarked, "Look at your disgraceful conduct. If the Azura imperial clan were entrusted to you, would it not tarnish the clan's prestige?" Bai Ming felt a surge of unwillingness but was overwhelmed with fear, resorting to sycophancy. "Yes, cousin speaks truly. I am but a worthless fool." Chen Daoxuan retorted, "How repulsive. A person like you dares to vie for the title of divine son of the imperial clan? You possess no spirit whatsoever." Initially, Chen Daoxuan had intended to take him back and leave his fate to his mother. Yet, the more Bai Ming displayed his cowardice, the more Chen Daoxuan found him intolerable. With a swift motion, he stomped on Bai Ming's calf, his eyes filled with disdain. "If you had even a shred of courage to challenge me, I might have regarded you with some measure of respect. But now, crack! Ah!" The hall echoed with Bai Ming's agonizing screams. Having broken his leg, Chen Daoxuan finally ceased his actions. Ultimately, such a disgraceful being deserved punishment from his mother. After all, he was not yet the divine son of the Azura imperial clan. Buzz! At this moment, a sudden sound of a sword echoed from behind. To his astonishment, it was merely a phantom left by Chen Daoxuan. The black-robed man, who had appeared so unexpectedly, found himself stabbing into thin air. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings and soon noticed that Chen Daoxuan had already manifested not far away. This man, adorned with purple lightning, bore a striking resemblance to Lei Xiaoxiao. Yet his aura surpassed hers significantly. He even seemed to overshadow Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan scrutinized him from head to toe, unable to suppress a smile as he inquired, "You have been lying in wait for so long before making your move. Truly, you possess great patience." The black-robed man's expression darkened ominously. "Brother, be cautious." Cough, cough. "He is incredibly strong." Lei Xiaoxiao struggled to rise, offering her warning. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan curiously asked, "You are her brother?" The man retorted sharply, "I am Lei Ganglai, the scion of the Lei Long clan." Boom. As he spoke, the terrifying aura of a two-star Xian saint surged through the hall, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. A two-star Xian saint, indeed. Chen Daoxuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Not bad, but unfortunately, you have crossed paths with me." Arrogant. Lei Ganglai leaped into the air, unleashing a dazzling sword strike imbued with celestial lightning. The furious tempest of lightning surged forth, wreaking havoc as it shattered the walls of the hall with explosive force. The scene descended into chaos. Chapter 70. The extraordinary of this era. Who can compete? Boom. Standing atop the vast ice field, the ancient palace, with a history spanning countless millennia, crumbled with a thunderous roar. Amidst the raging storm, as Chen Daoxuan elegantly glided backwards, Lei Ganglai, filled with uncontrollable fury, pursued him with his sword drawn. Yet, despite his ferocious onslaught and transcendent swordsmanship, he was unable to land even a single hair on Chen Daoxuan. Lei Xiaoxiao and Bai Ming, having swallowed their healing elixirs, gazed in astonishment at the two combatants clashing in the sky, utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, Chen Daoxuan appeared to be toying with Lei Ganglai, effortlessly navigating the myriad sword shadows and arcs of lightning, as if strolling leisurely in the park, akin to a jester entertaining a monkey. Both being Xiansheng powerhouses, how could Lei Ganglai, a two-star Xiansheng, be unable to touch him? Lei Xiaoxiao, her eyes wide with disbelief, felt her bloodied lips tremble. She could hardly fathom that the body technique of the Shura imperial clan could surpass that of their Zonglong empire by such a margin. Wait, could it be the divine butterfly step? Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon Lei Xiaoxiao. Previously, when Chen Daoxuan assisted the Tianhu clan in regaining their power, the Tianyao Fox clan had betrayed them, aligning with the Shura imperial clan. To express their gratitude for his immense favor and to signify their allegiance, the Tianhu clan might have imparted the divine butterfly step to him. Such a notion was not beyond imagination. Yes, it must be so. Brother, do not engage him in close combat. That is the divine butterfly step. Lei Xiaoxiao, suppressing the pain in her nasal bones, shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, Lei Ganglia's expression shifted dramatically. With a light tap of his toes in the void, amidst flashes of thunder, he swiftly created a safe distance between himself and Chen Daoxuan. The divine butterfly step? Lei Ganglai was taken aback, glancing at his younger sister. Wasn't the Tianhu clan adamant about never relinquishing the divine butterfly step, even at the cost of their lives? Lei Xiaoxiao's delicate face tightened. He previously saved the saintess of the Tianhu clan. Perhaps that impudent girl, not knowing the gravity of the situation, taught it to him. In the vast heavens and earth, only the divine butterfly step could render the imperial clan's body techniques obsolete. Who would have thought that Chen Daoxuan had mastered the secret ancient body technique of the imperial clans? Lei Ganglai trembled with rage. Long ago, the ancestor had proposed to subdue the Tianhu clan and subject them to severe interrogation, believing they would not dare to perish rather than divulge the divine butterfly step. However, the short-sighted members of the Fire Dragon clan opposed the ancestor's counsel, claiming such actions would chill the hearts of the people and deter those who might wish to ally with our dragon clan. How ridiculous! Lei Ganglia's grievances further corroborated the rumors of discord within the dragon clan. Chen Daoxuan had no interest in listening to his complaints. This is indeed the divine butterfly step. Therefore, do you intend to concede? Huh. Lei Ganglai lowered his head, letting out a sinister laugh. After a moment, he suddenly erupted in fury. As a formidable warrior of the dragon clan, there is no surrender, only death in battle. Boom. His overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the entire great wilderness sacred land. In the throes of his utmost fury, the surging essence of thunder reached its zenith. Even if you possess the ethereal grace of a butterfly, what of it? If you have the capability, attempt to evade my strike. Lei Ganglai forcefully brought his hands together, compressing the void in his palms to an unimaginable degree. The wrath of the thunder god, a beam of sacred violet lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping his form entirely. Behind Lei Ganglai, a colossal shadow of thunder coalesced in the sky, towering over the earth with supreme majesty, manifesting before the astonished onlookers. Lin Tu gazed in horror at the terrifying thunder giant, his complexion paling. Is this the power of a dragon tribe warrior? The stormy thunderclouds gathered in the firmament, obscuring the sun and sky. Beneath this overwhelming divine might, even a semi-saint like Lin Tu found it difficult to breathe, a dull ache resonating in his lungs. Bai Ming was equally taken aback, astonished that Lei Ganglai could unleash such formidable strength. It is crucial to note that as the scion of the Thunder Dragon clan, Lei Ganglai was not unparalleled among the dragon tribe. Setting aside the imperious Huang Chong, he was still overshadowed by Qing Li, the scion of the Azure Dragon clan, Huoling the heir of the Fire Dragon clan, and Feng Tianqing, the heir of the Wind Dragon clan. The Dragon tribe, as one of the three great imperial clans, boasts a history that is the most venerable, were it not for internal discord. Their profound heritage might well surpass even that of the Azura imperial clan. The overwhelming divine pressure shattered the heavens, causing the entire ice field to begin melting, soon transforming into an endless, tumultuous sea. On the vast ocean surface, Chen Daoxuan stood calmly, gazing up at the immense figure with a faint smile. Let me witness the prowess of your dragon clan's prodigies. I hope you shall not disappoint me. Even in the face of impending doom, Lei Ganglai remained defiant, raising his hand in fury. Immediately, the giant behind him mirrored the gesture, crashing down with a thunderous clap. With a resounding crack, the sky shattered. The colossal hand descended upon Chen Daoxuan with a fierce force, enveloping the surrounding space within its grasp. Lei Ganglai's expression twisted in rage as he bellowed, "If you possess the courage, then flee." Flee? Chen Daoxuan was perplexed. Why would he flee? Confronted with the titanic hand descending from the heavens, Chen Daoxuan drew his finger as a sword, suddenly launching an upward strike, a radiant arc cutting through the skies. With a resounding impact, the sword energy surged through the cosmos, tearing the enormous palm asunder. As the giant hand was ripped apart, a crimson gash appeared on Lei Ganglai's own palm, the excruciating pain causing his face to contort. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he glanced up to find Chen Daoxuan had already materialized before him. Slap! Chen Daoxuan's palm struck his face, creating a massive indentation in the sky. Lei Ganglai, along with the towering giant behind him, plummeted into the sea, sending up a spray of water that reached toward the heavens. Witnessing this astonishing scene was beyond comprehension. Lei Xiaoxiao, Bai Ming, and Lin Tu stood in stunned silence. "Brother!" Lei Xiaoxiao cried out, tears streaming down her face. A vast expanse of crimson emerged upon the ocean's surface. The aura of Lei Ganglai, once formidable, withered at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, he had perished. He is dead. Bai Ming, terrified, stumbled backward, retreating through the waves. Lin Tu gasped, equally startled. The two cast fearful glances at Chen Daoxuan, unable to conceal their dread. Was this man even human? Had he not just returned from the lower realms? How could he possess such overwhelming strength? With a single strike, he had vanquished Lei Ganglai, even in his state of divine wrath. No, that cannot be. My brother is a two-star Xianshang. He cannot be dead. Lei Xiaoxiao shouted as she plunged into the depths of the sea. Bai Ming's heart raced, and he finally grasped the folly of opposing Chen Daoxuan. In this era, where three imperial families stood united, countless prodigies emerged. Yet, compared to Chen Daoxuan, it seemed all these talents were destined to fade into obscurity. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect was that Chen Daoxuan had yet to unleash his full potential. Such unfathomable power, so difficult to gauge. Who could possibly contend with him? The more Bai Ming pondered, the more he felt a chill creep up his spine. Overcome with fear, he knelt upon the ocean's surface, facing Chen Daoxuan, and cried out through his tears, "I truly understand my mistake, cousin. If you would spare me this once, I promise to return and proclaim to all my supporters. The Rakshasa Divine Son must be you. It can only be you." Chapter 71. with eyes veiled. You will submit to Chen Daoxuan as the son of the Rakshasa. Your attitude is commendable. However, Chen Daoxuan requires no assistance from you. To ascend as a son, one must exhibit strength commensurate with that position, instilling hope within the clan, rather than merely seeking the support of others. Bai Ming, I am not like you. As Chen Daoxuan spoke, Lei Xiaoxiao emerged from the sea, cradling the lifeless body of Lei Ganglai, gazing at her brother's neck, cruelly broken and his visage a ghastly sight. Lei Xiaoxiao seethed with hatred, raising her head to declare, Chen Daoxuan, may you meet a wretched end. Chen Daoxuan replied, Lei Xiaoxiao vowed, as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure our paths do not diverge until one of us perishes. Chen Daoxuan shrugged innocently. It was you who plotted to kill me. How is this now my fault? Lei Xiaoxiao seethed. It is entirely your fault. Not a single one of your Shura imperial clan is virtuous. All those surnamed Chen deserve to die. Chen Daoxuan. Engaging in reason with a woman is akin to playing music to a cow. Lei Xiaoxiao clutched her brother's corpse tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. How infuriating. I am utterly no match for you. If you wish to kill me, grant me a swift end. Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. This Lei Xiaoxiao hails from the Lei Dragon clan, a lineage of the ancient divine race. Their bloodline power far surpasses that of Chun Mei and her kin. If the destruction divine tree can harness the strength of the ancient divine clans, perhaps it could unlock the first divine mechanism. Contemplating this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and inquired, Do you truly wish to kill me? Lei Xiaoxiao glared fiercely. Yes, I wish to see you suffer 1,000 deaths. Chen Daoxuan responded. Very well, then I shall offer you a chance. I shall not utilize the butterfly fairy's ethereal steps. And I shall blindfold myself while granting you both your hands. Lei Xiaoxiao exclaimed. What did you say? Blindfolded, and with both hands. What is he implying? Bai Ming and Lin Tu exchanged bewildered glances, failing to comprehend Chen Daoxuan's intentions. No matter how formidable he may be, blindfolded and without hands, he could not possibly stand against a half-saint level opponent, could he? Chen Daoxuan then added, Of course. I have a condition as well. You must engage in dual cultivation with me. Lei Xiaoxiao, you. To think he would be so irreverent. Lei Xiaoxiao's anger surged within her chest. Yet, if he truly intended to blindfold himself, grant her hands, and refrain from using the ethereal steps, to kill him might not be impossible. Lei Xiaoxiao regarded Chen Daoxuan warily. Why should I trust you? Chen Daoxuan replied, Because you have no other choice. To defy me is to court death. To believe, at least, offers a glimmer of possibility. In such circumstances, anyone would fight desperately for survival. To Lei Xiaoxiao, Chen Daoxuan's proposition seemed nothing more than an attempt to desecrate her before her demise. Trampling upon the supreme dignity of the dragon race is akin to an elderly lady leaning against a wall to sip thin porridge, utterly absurd, devoid of substance, and disgraceful. Observing her momentary hesitation, Chen Daoxuan began to paint grand visions, muttering to himself, Truth be told, should I be blindfolded, I might not stand as your equal, let alone contend with your two hands. This agreement is exceedingly disadvantageous for me, yet why do I persist? Because I believe this represents an unprecedented challenge for me. Lei Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. Very well, who fears whom? Come forth. This left Bai Ming utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Due to the frigid nature of the great wilderness sacred land, which proved unfavorable for dual cultivation, Chen Daoxuan opted to lead them to an unknown continent nearby, where he pried open the wooden cabin of a hunter nestled deep within the mountains. What he sought was the enhancement of the divine tree's power. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Xiaoxiao silently trailed behind, her piercing gaze fixed upon his back as she entered the cabin, as if harboring some nefarious intent. The Azure Dragon Empire, with its lineage tracing back to the primordial era, boasts a rich and profound history. Presently, the Azure Dragon Emperor wields dominion over the realm, dividing the dragon domain into 7 territories: the Azure Green Realm, Azure Yellow Realm, Azure Flame Realm, Azure White Realm, Azure Dark Realm, Azure Wind Realm, and Azure Thunder Realm. At this moment, within the Azure Thunder Realm, 2 figures engaged in imparting knowledge were deeply engrossed in dialogue amidst the vibrant, undulating waves of the colorful thunder pool. As waves lapped against the shore, Lei Xiaonan, utterly exhausted, collapsed into the embrace of the dragon clan's divine son, Qing Li, as if all vitality had been drained from her body. She was fatigued yet profoundly satisfied. Brother Qingli, when will you finally agree to marry me? Lei Xiaonan gazed affectionately at his divine visage, asking earnestly. Qingli, looking up at the azure sky, replied with a hint of solemnity, now is not the time. Once again, those words. Lei Xiaonan's gaze fell, heavy with disappointment. As the eldest daughter of the Thunder Dragon clan, she remained unmarried, waiting for Qingli to bestow upon her a rightful title. Alas, no matter how understanding, obedient, or considerate she was, it could not elicit a shred of compassion from him. Qingli rose and stepped ashore, stretching his arms. With a mere glance, Lei Xiaonan dutifully approached to assist him in dressing. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Qingli's expression darkened. Hastily, he concealed himself behind a nearby rock formation, while Lei Xiaonan quickly leaped into the colorful thunder pool, feigning a relaxed, bathing demeanor. Miss, grave news. The newcomer was Lei Xiaonan's personal maid, who, upon arrival, collapsed to the ground in tears. Observing the maid's tears cascading down, an ominous premonition gripped Lei Xiaonan's heart. Chueying, what has happened? Chueying cried out, just now. The soul lamp of the young master has extinguished. Boom. Those words struck like a bolt of lightning, nearly toppling Lei Xiaonan. The extinguishing of the soul lamp signified the death of Xiao Lai. Tears welled in Lei Xiaonan's eyes, disbelief etched on her face. How could this happen? Chueying replied. I am equally perplexed. The ancestor is furious over this matter. Young lady, you must go and take a look. All right. Lei Xiaonan swiftly made her way to the shore, hastily donning her garments. During this time, she cast a furtive glance at Qingli, who was concealed within the rockery, and shook her head at him, signaling him to remain hidden. She wished to prevent their little scandal from being exposed, lest it tarnish Qingli's standing as the son of the divine in their Canlong Empire. Qingli, indeed, could not suffer any disgrace due to her actions. Lei Xiaonan and her maid, Chueying, hurriedly departed. Only then did Qingli emerge. Lei Ganglai has perished? Qingli was equally astonished. Among the 7 bloodlines of the dragon domain, none had witnessed a young master meet such an untimely demise. At least, to his recollection, none had. In this world, those audacious enough to harm the young master of the dragon clan were solely the other 2 imperial families. This matter would surely stir significant turmoil. Qingli suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. With a swift motion, he tore through the fabric of space and vanished into the rift. Chapter 72. The first divine mechanism arrives. In the wilderness, groundhogs peeked out from their burrows, while monkeys on the eaves occasionally gazed around. 12 hours passed. Bang! The monkey was sent soaring into the sky by a powerful punch. Chen Daoxuan and the flushed, perspiring Lei Xiaoxiao emerged from the small wooden cabin one after the other. Please excuse me for a moment, Chen Daoxuan said, vanishing from sight in an instant. Observing this, Lei Xiaoxiao sank onto the grass, quickly producing a pill and swallowing it. Then, she settled into a meditative state, striving to restore her strength. Unaccustomed to such trials, she had fainted numerous times, yet she had persevered until now. Although she did not comprehend why he had to leave temporarily, it afforded her ample time to recuperate and utilize the pill to swiftly regain her vitality in preparation for the impending battle of life and death. Sweat drenched her flowing hair, cascading down her shoulders, while her face bore an expression of fury and determination. For a full 12 hours, she remained silent, not for any other reason, but to uphold her pride. Brother, Xiao Xiao will surely avenge you. In the vast wilderness, the undergrowth thrived. The fervent vitality ignited the growth of all living things around, thriving wildly. Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged amidst the grass, his entire being entwined with the laws of the universe. Exuding an ethereal aura, a wondrous 9-colored radiance enveloped his upright form, and a terrifying divine power, seemingly alien to this world, was quietly burgeoning within him. As his consciousness descended into the sea of awareness, the sky of his spiritual realm transformed into pure gold. Towering waves, reaching heights of 100 feet, crashed upon one another, reverberating through this realm. The divine island. Astonishingly, the destructive divine tree had grown over 10-fold compared to before. Chen Daoxian's astonished gaze lifted. Unable to calm, indeed, the ancient divine bloodline is utterly distinct from other special bloodlines. It was as if he had opened a window thus. As long as he continued to seek a partner of the ancient divine lineage, he would reap tremendous benefits. Naturally, Chen Daoxian's foremost concern remained those 7 destructive divine mechanisms. He yearned to discover whether, Nourished by the ancient divine bloodline, the destructive divine mechanisms would descend as anticipated. With such weighty thoughts, Chen Daoxuan flew directly to the divine tree. Before him, the divine tree, illuminated by the nine-colored radiance, appeared resplendent and enigmatic. An unprecedented sense of oppression filled him with trepidation. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan's once clear vision began to blur, as the towering ancient tree seemed to stand amidst the vast cosmos. Each green leaf reflecting a star. The myriad pathways transformed into an endless river of stars, encircling the divine tree in radiant splendor. A hazy mist of light quietly hovered above the divine tree, carrying the power to shake the very universe, slowly beginning to rupture. Crack! A fissure emerged on the surface of the luminous mass. The vast expanse of the starry sky trembled. Suddenly, with a crack, a rift widened. Boom! The entire celestial sphere erupted into a cataclysmic storm of destruction. The sight of countless stars perishing resembled an unprecedented apocalyptic disaster, forcefully toppling Chen Daoxuan into an abyss of unfathomable depth. Everything felt illusory, oscillating between profound truth and grand deception. Chen Daoxuan knelt upon the ground, trembling incessantly, his vision blurred by sweat, and his heart racing uncontrollably. Was that merely an illusion? Gazing at the grass illuminated by divine light, shimmering in golden hues, Chen Daoxuan gradually lifted his eyes. He discovered that he had returned to the sea of his consciousness. Before him, the colossal tree of destruction still radiated resplendent colors. However, as Chen Daoxuan raised his head, he was astonished to find, suspended in midair, at an unknown moment, a peculiar compass enveloped in nine-colored divine light. The Emperor's weapon, the ancient Emperor's star compass. Unfamiliar terms quietly surfaced in his mind. The Emperor's weapon. Chen Daoxuan sprang to his feet, a look of ecstatic joy sweeping across his face. The first divine mechanism of the god of destruction had arrived. It was indeed the Emperor's weapon. Thunder rumbled, echoing through heaven and earth. The vast starry sky shuddered. Sitting cross-legged, Lei Xiaoxiao suddenly shivered when she opened her eyes. She realized that the once bright world had transformed into night. In the distant eastern horizon, a golden beam of light pierced through the darkness, bridging the heavens and earth. There, an extraordinarily terrifying aura surged upward with wild ferocity. That was the aura of Chen Daoxuan. 2-star Xian Sage. 3-star Xian Sage. Lei Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in panic as she shook her head frantically. Impossible. This cannot be happening. His aura was still ascending. 4-star Xian Sage. 5-star Xian Sage. A chilling terror surged within her heart as Chen Daoxuan's cultivation rapidly soared within this fleeting moment. He leapt to the realm of 5-star Xian Sage. Such an occurrence was utterly unbelievable. Lei Xiaoxiao was engulfed in despair. She could not comprehend what that scoundrel had done to achieve such a horrifying leap in strength. Not even Huangshan could accomplish such a defiance of the heavens. No, not just Huangshan. Even if the long-lost Chen Tianmai were alive, he would not be capable of reaching this level. The terrifying ascent of Chen Daoxuan's cultivation completely shocked Lei Xiaoxiao, as well as Lin Tu and Bai Ming. Only now did they awaken to the realization of just how extraordinary this individual was. Such a prodigy would likely soon attain the path to becoming an emperor. Indeed, even the 3 great emperors of this era would be effortlessly surpassed by him. No, he must not survive. Otherwise, my dragon clan shall be utterly annihilated by his hand. Lei Xiaoxiao's expression, once filled with shock, gradually morphed into madness as she summoned the whip of thunder with a flick of her wrist. Just as she was about to make her move, Chen Daoxuan's figure suddenly materialized in midair. What is this? Lei Xiaoxiao gazed at him, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura of his divine presence, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. Chen Daoxuan replied, I have merely transcended a few realms. There is no need for alarm. As he spoke, he tore a strip from his sleeve to blindfold his eyes, then clasped his hands behind his back, exuding an air of calmness. I shall fulfill my promise to you. As for whether you can take my life, that depends on your skill. Chen Daoxuan, a man of his word, never faltered in his commitments. Despite being utterly terrified at that moment, Lei Xiaoxiao felt a surge of respect for him upon realizing his unwavering resolve. He was a man who commanded both admiration and fear, evoking a strange sense of intrigue within her. He possessed courage. Lei Xiaoxiao acknowledged his commitment to keeping his word. Yet, she knew she must kill him. For the sake of vengeance and the future of her dragon clan, she could not show any mercy. Divine thunder descends. With a graceful flourish of her hands, the colossal form of a thunderous giant emerged behind her. As Lei Xiaoxiao unleashed the whip in her grasp, the giant followed suit, delivering a catastrophic strike that threatened to rend the very fabric of the heavens. Chapter 73. The demise of Lei Xiaoxiao. A blinding flash of lightning rent the heavens asunder. Chen Daoxuan stood poised in the void, the resounding thunder reverberating through the firmament. With closed eyes and focused mind, he softly intoned, "Extreme void law realm." The space before him twisted wildly, resembling a colossal beast of the void, which opened its gaping, dark maw to ruthlessly devour the thunderous shadows. Swallowed whole, Lei Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in horror. How could this be? Though she had covered her eyes, she had paid a tremendous price, offering her first time as the exchange. This had allowed her to blind him. If, under such unequal conditions, she still could not defeat him, it would be the height of irony. Memories of the small cabin flooded her mind, the countless times she had fainted, regained consciousness, and fainted again over those 12 hours. Her eyes began to redden. Chen Daoxuan, today, it is either your death or mine. I will not rest until I have my vengeance. Suddenly, Lei Xiaoxiao began to dart around Chen Daoxuan at breakneck speed, lightning bursting forth, crackling from all directions, attempting to confuse his hearing. Meanwhile, Bai Ming and Lin Tu stood atop the mountain, oblivious to the events that had transpired within the small cabin, unaware of the sudden surge in Chen Daoxuan's cultivation to the 5-star mystic saint realm. All they knew was that, at this moment, Chen Daoxuan was honoring his promise. Daring to face a life-and-death battle against a formidable Dragon Clan warrior, even blindfolded, allowing her hands. Such resolve alone commanded profound respect. As Lei Xiaoxiao unleashed relentless probing strikes, Chen Daoxuan seemed to possess eyes all over his body, evading each attack with remarkable precision. Frustrated by her futile efforts, Lei Xiaoxiao's fury ignited. She halted in midair, bringing her hands to her chest, rapidly forming seals. World destruction, thunder calamity. Boom, boom, boom. The roiling black thunderclouds above grew agitated, each bolt of the impending calamity potent enough to obliterate the world. Sensing the overwhelming tempest of lightning descending upon him, Chen Daoxuan, with hands clasped behind his back, suddenly executed a mid-air somersault. With a sweeping kick, he unleashed a breathtaking sword aura with his foot, tearing the sky asunder. A sword forged from a foot. Bai Ming and Lin Tu gasped in astonishment. Chen Daoxuan had truly epitomized the unity of man and sword. The torrents of thunder calamity could not withstand the cutting force of his kick, exploding into clouds of thunder mist, dissipating into the wind. Lei Xiaoxiao narrowly evaded the strike. But as she lifted her gaze, she was taken aback to find Chen Daoxuan standing right before her. He raised his left leg, higher than his shoulder, and then, with a powerful whip-like kick descending from above, struck down with tremendous force. The entire sequence unfolded like lightning, leaving Lei Xiaoxiao no opportunity to react. Bang! The kick landed squarely atop her head. Lei Xiaoxiao's eyes bulged, her body following the momentum like a broken kite, plummeting from the heights into the ravine below, raising a cloud of dust and debris. So formidable. Bai Ming's throat gurgled as he stood in stunned silence. Chen Daoxuan removed the tattered cloth before him, and with a swift motion, he appeared in the mountain gorge, gazing at the feeble and fading Lei Xiaoxiao lying on the ground. With a tone of resignation, he remarked, "If you had no intention of killing me from the very beginning, would you not have avoided this dismal fate?" Hearing this, Lei Xiaoxiao, with lips as pale as death, offered a self-deprecating smile, cough, cough. "Do you think that is possible?" Chen Daoxuan, puzzled, inquired, "Why is it not possible?" Lei Xiaoxiao's chest had caved in, her vision gradually blurring, yet she grit her teeth and asserted, "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. The assault on the 3 sacred lands is merely your Azura clan's show of force." Chen Daoxuan replied, "So even now, you steadfastly believe that it is our Azura imperial clan that has invaded the 3 sacred lands?" Lei Xiaoxiao countered, "If not, then who? In this world, there are only 3 imperial clans. Of the sacred lands governed by the 2 clans, both have faced invasion. Who else but the Azura clan could be the instigator?" Like any ordinary person, Lei Xiaoxiao made the most basic of judgments. However, to Chen Daoxuan, such intuitive reasoning seemed foolish and easily manipulated. Her consciousness began to blur, blood mixed with tears trailing down her cheeks. She felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness, regretting that she was to perish at Chen Daoxuan's hands. Throughout the entire ordeal, he had remained silent. It was not that he would not take responsibility after the fact, but rather that he preferred not to offer excessive explanations. One statement sufficed. Those who believed would do so unconditionally, while those who did not would find any amount of explanation futile. Chen Daoxuan quietly watched as Lei Xiaoxiao, filled with resentment, drew her final breath. He then half-squatted and gently closed her eyes. In your next life, be a wiser person and do not be so foolish. As he spoke, Lin Tu, supporting the limping Bai Ming, approached him. Upon hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, Bai Ming felt perplexed. Previously, Lei Xiaoxiao had displayed uncanny foresight. How could such an astute woman be so naive? Young Master Chen, Lin Tu began, wishing to clarify his non-involvement in the matter. Chen Daoxuan raised a hand. It is all right. No need for extensive explanations. I understand your predicament. For someone like Lin Tu, a powerful figure in the sacred lands caught amidst imperial clan disputes, it is indeed challenging. Chen Daoxuan held no resentment towards him. Having resolved the matter at hand, Chen Daoxuan candidly expressed his desire to uncover the truth and indicated that he needed to visit the Xuanwu sacred land to meet his fourth sister and brother-in-law. Bai Ming immediately offered to guide him, filled with remorse and a longing for redemption. Unfortunately, his fate would only be determined upon his return to the Azura Empire, where it would be left to Bai Luoyin to address. However, just as the group prepared to depart, Chen Daoxuan suddenly seized Lin Tu with a grave expression, lifting his gaze towards the heavens. What is the matter? Lin Tu, perplexed, furrowed his brow in curiosity. There is nothing up there. Bai Ming appeared equally bewildered. Yet, in the next moment, a series of thunderous dragon roars erupted from the skies. The deafening sound resonated through the very fabric of the universe, its oppressive force radiating across the vast starry expanse. Following this, the void was torn asunder, revealing a gaping rift from which numerous cold, emotionless figures emerged. Hundreds of elderly men, each exuding an overwhelming aura. They were either Xianzun or Xianzong. The weakest among them possessed the cultivation of a 3-star Xianzong. Such a terrifying foundation could not be rivaled by any lineage among the 7 sacred grounds. What sent chills down Lin Tu's spine was the presence of an exceptionally formidable aura behind those elders, akin to the most terrifying black hole in the universe. The suffocating pressure, bordering on despair, surpassed anything that a Xian Sheng could wield. No, it couldn't be. A great sage. Bai Ming collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Such beings, when surveyed across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, were exceedingly rare. Even within their own Rakshasa empire, among the 6 hall masters, only the Kiran Rakshasa Mei Changchu and the Night Rakshasa Murong Yi had barely reached such a realm. Chapter 74. The Dragon Ancestor, the Supreme Sage. The sacred land of the Great Wilderness is already situated in the depths of the cosmic abyss, rather remote. Presently, the continent where Chen Daoxuan finds himself is not far from the Great Wilderness. However, the formidable beings who have suddenly torn through the void from the starry skies to arrive here emanate an aura that can only be described as terrifying. Lightning crackles across the heavens, gradually forming an endless sea of thunder that envelopes the sky. Within the thunderous expanse, over 100 elder figures clad in dark robes stand in formation on either side. A woman, voluptuous and adorned in purple robes, strides forth with her long, proud legs, accompanied by an exceedingly fearsome silver-haired elder. That elder is actually a supreme sage? As the suffocating pressure descends from the heavens, Chen Daoxuan's expression grows increasingly grave. He hardly expected that upon merely unlocking the first divine mechanism and acquiring the ultimate imperial weapon, the ancient emperor's star disk, he would encounter such a terrifying existence. Could this be the will of heaven? While Chen Daoxuan scrutinizes the elder in purple robes, the elder's eyes are filled with rage. Little sister, Lei Xiaonan gazes in shock at the lifeless figure lying behind Chen Daoxuan, her pale visage swiftly contorting into an expression of sheer fury. Her blood-red eyes bore into Chen Daoxuan. Did you do this? Lei Xiaonan's voice is remarkably hoarse. The other elders are equally enraged, shrouding this realm in their wrath and murderous intent. What exactly are these individuals? Lin Tu can discern their formidable nature. Yet, remembering Chen Xiao's earlier understanding and tolerance towards him, and considering the future of the tidal sacred land, Lin Tu ultimately steels himself and steps forward. Facing the imposing elder, he respectfully clasps his fists in greeting. I am Lin Tu, the Grand Elder of the tidal sacred land, Honored to meet you, esteemed senior. The cold, piercing gaze of the elder in purple robes does not waver from Chen Daoxuan despite Lin Tu's words. The ominous intent of murder is unmistakable. Nevertheless, Lin Tu bravely interjects, esteemed senior, this is the Shura divine son, Chen Daoxuan. Upon hearing this, Lei Xiaonan glares furiously. What do you mean by that? Lin Tu replies, it's nothing. I merely wish to convey that he is the only son of the Shura emperor and the Rakshasa emperor. The events of today cannot be clarified in mere words. I implore you all to allow me to explain in detail. Lin Tu's calm and gentle tone, imbued with sincerity yet maintaining dignity, causes the dragon elders present to exchange glances. However, the elder in purple robes appears indifferent to this. His furious gaze remains fixated on Chen Daoxuan, his words slow and deliberate. Was it you who killed Xiao Lai and Xiao Xiao? Lin Tu interjects, esteemed senior. There are reasons behind this. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan places a hand on Lin Tu's shoulder, raising his head to face the elder and bluntly declares, yes. Lin Tu's expression shifts to one of shock as he frantically shakes his head at Chen Daoxuan. After all, this is a supreme sage. What kind of being could a dragon clan supreme sage be? Surely, it must be at the level of a dragon ancestor. One of the 7 dragon ancestors. Upon contemplating the identities of Lei Ganglai and Lei Xiaoxiao, Lin Tu could scarcely conclude that the astonishing elder in the purple robe before him was none other than the sovereign of the Songlei realm, the ancestor Lei Long. It was indeed a terrifying matter that such a fierce contention among the younger generation had summoned the dragon ancestor in person. Even more alarming was the fact that this location was exceedingly distant from the 2 great imperial clans, the Azura and the Rakshasa. Even if he wished to send word, it would take several days to summon reinforcements. This was exceedingly disadvantageous for Chen Daoxuan, potentially lethal. As anticipated, upon hearing Chen Daoxuan's admission, the murderous intent radiating from ancestor Lei Long intensified. He harbored no intention of concealing his desire to obliterate Chen Daoxuan entirely. Ancestor, leave this person to me. Lei Xiaonan stepped forward at this moment. Unlike Lei Xiaoxiao, she was a bona fide Xiansheng powerhouse, a 4-star Xiansheng. Lei Xiaonan's gaze bore down upon Chen Daoxuan, her formidable aura enveloping her ample form without reservation. Her jade-like hand gestured through the air, and dark purple lightning danced joyfully in her palm like flames. Oh! Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Daoxuan felt a surge of intrigue. This sister was markedly different from the previous 2, possessing an astonishing mastery over lightning. Your name is Chen Daoxuan? Lei Xiaonan inquired solemnly. Indeed, Chen Daoxuan replied. Very well, you are bold and accountable, which is commendable. Yet, you should never have provoked my dragon clan. Boom. A tremendous sacred might surged skyward in an instant, shattering the heavens. As she stepped forward, she traversed 100 zhang in the blink of an eye. The force of her palms surged forth directly toward Chen Daoxuan's chest. How swift! Bai Ming exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that this woman could reach such incredible speeds. However, even with Lei Xiaonan's remarkable swiftness, the only thing her palm struck was an afterimage left by Chen Daoxuan. Before she could react, she felt a powerful hand firmly grasping her waist. And in the next moment, she was lifted effortlessly into the air. Xiaonan, ancestor Lei Long was taken aback, hastily raising his hand. Chen Daoxuan held her aloft with one hand, speaking with composure, she is not my opponent. If you wish to avenge the prior 2, come at me yourself. What? This boy dares to challenge ancestor Lei Long directly. At that moment, not only were Lin Tu and Bai Ming rendered speechless, but even the elder members of the dragon clan, as well as Lei Xiaonan, who was held high above, were left in shock. An elder of the dragon clan appeared to find the situation utterly ludicrous, his eyes gleaming with the supreme arrogance unique to the dragon clan. He sneered, little brat. Even if your parents arrived, they would have to address our clan's ancestor as senior. What makes you think you are worthy to spar with an ancestor? Address as senior? Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but chuckle. Are you certain that is the correct term and not an insult? You, the dragon clan elder retorted. Do not engage in a war of words. Our battle is far from over. A melodious cry echoed from Lei Xiaonan above. With a sudden crack, Chen Daoxuan was taken aback to find that he was left clutching nothing but a fragment of his clothing. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Lei Xiaonan swiftly appeared behind him, raising her foot without hesitation to strike at Chen Daoxuan's vital points. Thud! The blow landed with undeniable force. Bai Ming, startled, instinctively assumed a posture reminiscent of a hen laying an egg, his expression darkening. However, soon the air was filled with the anguished screams of Lei Xiaonan. Ah! Clutching her leg, she stumbled backward, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Chen Daoxuan. Unfazed, Chen Daoxuan maintained his gaze upon the venerable Lei Long, his fervent eyes betraying an eagerness to engage in combat. Was this fellow a monster? Lei Xiaonan, in pain, leaped on the spot, genuinely astonished. What man in this world could cultivate his vital points to such terrifying heights? Lei Long took a deep breath. Though reluctant to concede, he could not help but utter, "Nwaner, retreat. You are no match for him." A slight smile graced Chen Daoxuan's lips, fully in agreement. Wise counsel. Lei Long's expression darkened instantly. I have lived for 200,000 years and witnessed the rise and fall of numerous mighty emperors. Yet, I have never encountered such a presumptuous and ignorant youth as you. Young man, do not accuse me of bullying the weak. 10 moves. After 10 moves, if you still draw breath, I shall grant you your life. Chapter 75. The Thunder Dragon Ancestor gets serious. The Thunder Dragon Ancestor astonishingly decided to engage that young man in a one-on-one duel. The elders of the Dragon Clan, momentarily displaying expressions of schadenfreude, eagerly anticipated witnessing the moment when Chen Daoxuan would be vanquished by the Ancestor's might. The Shura clan's extraordinary regenerative abilities are indeed formidable. However, as long as the technique employed is sufficiently powerful and expansive, it could obliterate him in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Thus, even the Shura clan does not possess an invincible existence. It all hinges on the identity of the adversary. With a decisive step forward, the Thunder Dragon Ancestor summoned a tempest of laws that thunderously descended upon the realm. Before Chen Daoxuan could brace himself, the overwhelming force of these laws had completely suppressed the surrounding environment. How formidable! Chen Daoxuan's expression shifted dramatically. Caught off guard, he nearly succumbed to the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, he clenched his fists and bent his body to withstand the pressure. The oppressive aura of a grandmaster was capable of shaking entire star realms. The vast galaxy trembled in response to the terrifying might of the Yellow Dragon Ancestor. As he observed the ancient dragon beginning to raise his palm, the unmasked intent to kill emanating from him was palpable. Rather than succumbing to fear, Chen Daoxuan felt an exhilarating rush. With a sudden flourish, he pointed his fingers towards the heavens. The azure sword formation on the ground rapidly materialized, its overwhelming sword intent surging like a tidal wave. Even the Yellow Dragon Ancestor, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback by the astounding prowess of this young man's swordsmanship, which had evidently reached an extraordinary level. No wonder the young master had fallen to his hands. It was astonishing that the Shura clan had birthed such a prodigious talent. It seemed the ancestor's decision today was indeed wise, even if it risked conflict with the Shura Emperor clan. We cannot allow the emergence of another emperor-level powerhouse from their ranks. Indeed, that is correct. The elders, caught in a frenzy, held a viewpoint starkly different from that of the other 6 clans, embodying the fiery and impulsive nature of the Thunder Dragon clan. Life and death are fated. We must act decisively. If we continue to hesitate, when will the Dragon clan ever reclaim its former glory, dominating the realms as in the primordial era? At this moment, the expansive azure formation was saturated with sword intent, its terrifying power capable of altering the very fabric of the world. Witnessing Chen Daoxuan's astonishing talent, the Thunder Dragon Ancestor's murderous intent intensified. With a swift motion, he pressed down with his withered hand, shattering the vast distances of the heavens, causing the void to implode, collapsing downward in a sweeping manner. Faced with this world-shattering strike, Chen Daoxuan's fervent gaze gleamed with brilliance, reaching a peak of exhilaration. With a single stroke, he aimed toward the heavens. Within the sword formation, resplendent rays of light burst forth as countless sword shadows sliced through the void, charging toward the collapsing space. The sword shadows cascaded like a torrential rain, colliding with the invisible gale descending from above. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Yet, this time, Chen Daoxuan's sword formation faltered. The colossal palm strike, akin to an unstoppable force, relentlessly crushed the incessant rain of swords, ultimately bearing down on Chen Daoxuan's position with overwhelming might. Lin Tu's eyes revealed a glimmer of despair as he swiftly fled the scene with Bai Ming. Suddenly, the earth trembled and collapsed. A burst of flames shot skyward. What was once a stretch of verdant mountains had instantaneously transformed into an inferno, a hell on earth. Above, the The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. The land had succumbed to fire, with smoke curling into the air. The searing magma, stirred by the tempestuous winds, occasionally erupted into towering waves, colliding with the thunderous bolts descending from the heavens. The presence of Chen Daoxuan had completely vanished. Lin Tu fell to his knees atop a distant peak. He was dead, slain by the hands of the Dragon Clan's ancestor. Was this not a fitting end? Bai Ming, as if struck by a sudden realization, turned to grasp Lin Tu's shoulders. As long as you keep my entrapment of him a secret, once I ascend to become the godson of the Rakshasa, I shall help you find the true culprit. Lin Tu remained silent. Boom. Suddenly, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from afar, captivating everyone's attention. As the crimson magma exploded into a massive splash, a figure gradually emerged from the heart of the molten sea. He was astonishingly alive. At that moment, all present were left in shock and awe. How could this young man have survived the onslaught of the yellow dragon ancestor? How had he achieved such a feat? A magnificent nine-colored radiance enveloped Chen Daoxuan's bloodied form. Though he had survived, the injuries he sustained were harrowing. His garments lay in tatters, and one arm was gruesomely mangled. Yet, that grievous wound was rapidly healing at a perceptible rate. In mere moments, his right arm had returned to its former state, its smooth skin unmarred by even the faintest scar. Could this be the power of the Azura bloodline? Lei Xiaonan covered her mouth in disbelief. The yellow dragon ancestor nodded slightly. While the Azura bloodline possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, it harbors a fatal flaw. The more severe the injury, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy. But, Lei Xiaonan interjected, why does it seem that his aura has not diminished? Indeed, the yellow dragon ancestor's eyes glinted with madness, for within him also flows the bloodline of the Rakshasa. The Azura bloodline can instantaneously heal all wounds, while the Rakshasa bloodline offers boundless spiritual energy, growing ever stronger in battle. The fusion of these two bloodlines represents the most flawless lineage in existence. Coupled with Chen Daoxuan's unparalleled mastery of the sword, he has surpassed all his contemporaries. Contemplating his immeasurable future, the yellow dragon ancestor resolved to abandon all pretenses. He must unleash his full power to eliminate this threat once and for all. This second strike would claim his life. The yellow dragon ancestor's cold gaze locked onto Chen Daoxuan. At a certain moment, he suddenly raised his hand, and a strange azure lightning materialized in his palm, ominously manifesting. Lei Xiaonan and the elders were taken aback, witnessing the manifestation of azure lightning. Startled, they swiftly ascended into the heavens, fleeing towards the starry expanse. What was happening? Why was everyone retreating? Bai Ming felt somewhat bewildered, sensing that the venerable elder was about to unleash his true power. Bai Xiao, we should also make our escape. Lin Tu remarked, sensing a terrifying crisis. Bai Ming nodded in agreement, and together they soared into the sky. Across the entire unknown continent, countless beings remained blissfully unaware of the unparalleled catastrophe that was about to descend upon them. With a whoosh, a second surge of silvery lightning materialized in the palm of the Thunder Dragon ancestor. The convergence of these two extraordinary bolts of lightning enveloped the realm in an overwhelming pressure. Exotic flames, Chen Daoxuan had heard of before. Yet, this peculiar lightning was a first for him. To his astonishment, this old fellow harbored two forms of unparalleled lightning within him. It seemed he was prepared to exert his full strength in this second strike against him. Chen Daoxuan's expression turned grave. The initial attack had been a mere jest for the old dragon, yet it had still inflicted considerable suffering upon him. If the Thunder Dragon ancestor were to unleash his full might next, he would undoubtedly find himself on the brink of death. This was no trifling matter. Chapter 76. The most terrifying extreme Dao imperial weapon in the world, the ancient emperor's star-determining disc. All others have fled into the cosmic expanse. On this unknown continent, apart from the native beings, only the Thunder Dragon ancestor and Chen Daoxuan remain. The Thunder Dragon ancestor cradles a green anomalous lightning in his left hand and a white anomalous lightning in his right. Just as Chen Daoxuan anticipated that he might release these two forms of lightning, he witnessed the Thunder Dragon ancestor wave his hands through the air. To his astonishment, the two differently colored lightnings floated into the sky, swiftly writhing and causing the surrounding void to collapse endlessly. Suddenly, a third red anomalous lightning appeared. 3 types? Chen Daoxuan was utterly astounded. With no one else present, the Thunder Dragon ancestor felt free to speak candidly, disregarding the pride of his dragon clan. having lived for so long, do you think I possess no hidden cards? Boom. As the fourth golden anomalous lightning and the fifth blue anomalous lightning manifested, the heavens and earth could no longer bear the weight. Countless spatial cracks appeared like spider silk. The five forms of anomalous lightning radiated an exceedingly terrifying wave of energy, causing the void to shimmer with endless distortion. Chen Daoxuan finally grasped the magnitude of the threat he faced. A tightening sensation gripped his heart. In a moment, his tense expression unexpectedly relaxed. Observing Chen Daoxuan's calm demeanor, the Thunder Dragon ancestor was utterly baffled as to why he suddenly appeared unafraid. Could it be? The Thunder Dragon ancestor immediately looked up and scanned his surroundings, yet found no suspicious figures. The distance from here to the two great imperial clans was vast, logically. The commotion here should not have reached Chen Daoxuan and Bai Luoyan. As long as those two did not arrive, he would have no chance of survival. The Thunder Dragon ancestor smirked ominously and directed both hands toward the five forms of anomalous lightning, pressing toward the center. This old man actually intends to fuse the five forms of anomalous lightning into one. Witnessing this reckless act, Chen Daoxuan was completely taken aback. Indeed, the great sage. Unlike any opponents he had encountered before, this ancestral figure of the Dragon clan was undoubtedly among the most formidable of the great sage rank. When the five astonishing forms of anomalous lightning coalesced in the Thunder Dragon ancestor's palm into a resplendent five-colored lightning lotus, an extremely terrifying wave of destructive energy instantly spread across the heavens and the earth. The unknown continent began to tremble violently. Mountains and rivers collapsed. The ground shattered. The seas flowed upwards, transforming into ethereal mist. Amidst this cataclysmic spectacle of earth-shaking upheaval, countless weak and helpless beings perished. Feeling the plight of those ordinary and fragile beings facing widespread extinction during calamity, Chen Daoxuan was suddenly filled with fury. You, old dragon, are utterly unmerciful to harm so many lives. This statement left the Thunder Dragon ancestor perplexed. Lives? Are you referring to these lowly humans on this continent? Lowly. Boom. The aura of a five-star profound saint surged wildly from within Chen Daoxuan, his eyes igniting with fierce flames. Every life deserves respect. Did your father not teach you this? The Thunder Dragon ancestor was taken aback, finding it amusing. Chen Daoxuan must be idle, teaching you such futile notions? Chen Daoxuan retorted. It was my adoptive father, Chen Tianhai, who imparted these lessons to me. The Thunder Dragon ancestor scoffed. That only proves your adoptive father is an ignorant fool. When one consumes cattle and sheep, do they ever pity them? You, born of an imperial lineage, should not regard those lowly mortals as lives. Chen Daoxuan, filled with indignation, countered passionately. What a joke. No wonder it is said in the mortal realm that heaven and earth are unkind, treating all creatures as mere fodder. If every strong being of the imperial lineage were as indifferent as you, then I shall be the one to change all of this. As his words fell, an ancient and exquisitely crafted compass suddenly appeared in his palm. The Thunder Dragon ancestor glanced at the unknown artifact, seeing Chen Daoxuan's confidence, and sneered disdainfully. You can change nothing. Because of you, you are destined to die. Hell's divine lotus. With a wave of his sleeve, the Thunder Dragon ancestor summoned the five-colored thunder lotus, radiating the might of destruction, transforming into a slender beam of light that tore through the heavens at an unfathomable speed towards Chen Daoxuan. The scene of the world shattering incessantly was heart-stopping. Yet, Chen Daoxuan remained unfazed, infusing his spiritual energy into the ancient imperial star compass. Subsequently, he hurled it into the air. The immense pressure released by the flying compass astonishingly surpassed that of the five-colored thunder lotus. Imperial might. How is this possible? The Thunder Dragon ancestor was horrified. When the compass collided with the five-colored thunder lotus in midair, silence reigned for a fleeting moment. With a resounding boom, the five-colored thunder lotus was utterly overpowered, instantly reduced to ashes under the sweeping imperial might. Within the luminous imperial aura, a force of ultimate destruction seemed poised to obliterate the entire universe. Even though the Thunder Dragon ancestor had retreated into the starry sky, that divine light of utmost power relentlessly pursued him. Ancestor. Lei Xiaonan and the others cried out in alarm. What is that? Lin Tu's eyes bulged with blood, never having witnessed such a spectacle. No, don't, at that moment. The Thunder Dragon ancestor completely surrendered, yet before he could take any defensive action, he was enveloped by the terrifying divine light. The old man's anguished cries echoed through the starry expanse. In an instant, he was obliterated. The formidable divine light unexpectedly cleaved through the very fabric of the starry river they inhabited, causing countless celestial bodies to explode in a cataclysmic display, the repercussions of which reverberated across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, stirring every corner of the primordial universe. Chen Daoxuan was astounded by the immense power of the ancient emperor's stellar compass, which surpassed his wildest expectations. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the fact that had he not been the chosen successor of the god of destruction, his current strength would have rendered him utterly unqualified to wield such a magnificent artifact. The supreme beings of the cosmic forbidden zone were drenched in cold sweat, utterly taken aback by the unparalleled imperial weapon. Throughout history, while extreme imperial weapons have indeed made their appearance, none could ever be compared to the ancient emperor's stellar compass. This was the very weapon once wielded by the god of destruction, a name so fearsome that it had faded into obscurity in the present universe. Ancestor, Lei Xiaonan, in a state of despair, knelt beneath the starry sky, his gaze fixed upon the remnants of his ancestor, reduced to nothingness, weeping in agony. Behind him, the elders of the Thunder Dragon clan erupted in hysterical cries and roars. Who could have anticipated that a being of such esteemed status as the Thunder Dragon ancestor would not only fail to fulfill the promise of vanquishing Chen Daoxuan in 10 moves, but would instead fall victim to his counterattack? At that moment, Chen Daoxuan intended to retrieve the ancient emperor's stellar compass, but suddenly felt an overwhelming depletion of strength. As if his very essence had been siphoned away, his eyelids grew heavy, and he unexpectedly lost consciousness, resembling a serene yet lifeless corpse adrift in the starry expanse. This spectacle left Lin Tu and Bai Ming in astonishment, while Lei Xiaonan and the dragon elders regarded him with a frenzied gaze. Chapter 77. My little six has caused quite a stir. Chen Daoxuan was utterly exhausted. Kill him. With a single command from Lei Xiaonan, all the elders erupted with overwhelming momentum, charging towards the quietly floating figure of Chen Daoxuan. Wasn't he the bloodline power of the Rakshasa Emperor clan boundless? Observing this scene, Lin Tu was consumed with anxiety. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded everything else and instantly flashed to shield Chen Daoxuan, drawing his sword and sweeping it forward to forcefully repel the powerful beings of the Dragon clan. Senior Lin Tuesday. Bai Ming exclaimed in shock. Lei Xiaonan glared at Lin Tu, an infinite murderous intent lurking in his gaze. Lin Tu, do you wish to oppose my Dragon clan? Lin Tu hurriedly explained. No, I do not wish to. Lei Xiaonan retorted. Then step aside. He has killed the ancestor of my Lei Long clan. His crime is unforgivable, and he must die today. Lin Tu insisted. No, that cannot happen. Then you shall accompany him to the grave. Lei Xiaonan flashed forward, directly appearing before Lin Tuesday. The disparity between a 4-star mystical saint and a half-saint was immense. Facing the oncoming palm wind from Lei Xiaonan, Lin Tu's spirit trembled violently, his skin ablaze with pain, as if he were witnessing the wrath of the heavens. However, at that very moment, the void between them was suddenly torn apart. With the timely arrival of a graceful figure in azure, the clash of palm forces resounded with a thunderous boom. Caught off guard, Lei Xiaonan was thrown backward, while the newcomer seized Lin Tu's arm with one hand and encircled Chen Daoxuan's waist with the other, swiftly retreating with both men. The exchange between the two sides occurred in the blink of an eye, a mere flash before they parted ways. Gazing in astonishment at the unexpectedly beautiful woman, Lei Xiaonan scrutinized her from head to toe. Who are you? The woman in azure casually tucked a strand of her flowing hair behind her ear, her aquamarine eyes sparkling with a playful smile as she replied. Chen Junran, the 5th goddess of the Shura clan. Chen Junran? Lei Xiaonan's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of wariness. Although Chen Junran's cultivation was merely at the 2-star mystical saint level, 2 entire realms below him, she had been training alongside Chen Songyuan. During that time, what abilities had she managed to acquire from him? It was hard to fathom. Yet, even if she was formidable, what of it? The death of the ancestor could not go unpunished. Having just arrived, Chen Junran was unaware of the ongoing conflict. Upon seeing her younger brother still breathing, she smiled serenely. It seems Little Six has already clashed with the Dragon clan? In response to the inquiry from the 5th miss of the Shura Emperor clan, Lin Tu's expression grew complex as he hurriedly replied, yes. He has not only fought with them, but also killed their young master and 2nd miss of the Huang Long clan. Oh, upon hearing this, Chen Junren's eyes sparkled with excitement. Has little six grown so powerful? As soon as she spoke, Lei Xiaonan and the others darkened in countenance. However, the words spoken by Lin Tu caused a sudden shadow to fall over Chen Junren's once cheerful visage. Chen Xiao, he even killed the Huanglong ancestor. A tremor gripped her heart as disbelief washed over her. She raised her gaze towards Lin Tu, only to find no jest in his demeanor. Shocked, she began to worry whether she could safely escort Xiao Lu away from this perilous location. After all, they were in the territory of the Songlong Empire, and the demise of a dragon ancestor could very well incite the wrathful vengeance of the dragon clan. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Junren's expression grew solemn as she turned to the fiercely agitated Lei Xiaonan. Altering her tone, she clasped her fists in a composed manner. This matter was an overreach by my little brother. As compensation, my Shura imperial clan is willing to offer a 9th-grade elixir. What did you say? Lei Xiaonan interrupted. Additionally, 10 volumes of sacred realm techniques. Lei Xiaonan clenched his fists tightly, as though deeply offended. Our ancestor was slain. And you think these trifles can serve as compensation? Chen Junren, you are utterly despicable. Take him away, quickly. Chen Junren forcefully pushed her brother towards Lin Tu, and, in that instant, unleashed a surge of power from her 2-star Xiansheng realm. Observing her charge towards the Dragon Clan warriors, Lin Tu hurriedly scooped up Chen Daoxuan. Just as he prepared to flee, several dragon elders circled around, blocking his escape route. Behind them, Chen Junren and Lei Xiaonan had already engaged in a fierce confrontation. With powerful winds swirling around them, the dragon elder who obstructed Lin Tu's path fixed his gaze on the youth in Lin Tu's arms, coldly warning. Your Songlong Sacred Land's master was slain, and it is highly probable that it was at the hands of Chen Songyuan. Why must you now oppose our dragon clan for the sake of an enemy's offspring? Lin Tu lowered his gaze in silence. The elder's words struck a chord within him. Initially, he too believed that the death of the master was the doing of the Shura imperial clan. Yet, after witnessing Chen Xiao's determination to uncover the truth, even being deceived into the great wilderness sacred land, he began to realize that the situation was far more intricate than he had imagined. I trust Chen Xiao's judgment. Perhaps the true culprit lies elsewhere. Elsewhere? The dragon elders exchanged glances, and one elder scoffed derisively. You are a grand elder of a sacred land. How can you speak so naively? 2 great imperial clans have been invaded. If the perpetrator is not from a 3rd imperial clan, who could it be? Could it possibly be those forces from the lower realms? Boom. In the distance, as Chen Junren struck Lei Xiaonan in the chest, he coughed up blood, his body soaring through the stars. What? The elders gasped in astonishment as they witnessed the young lady, who held an absolute advantage in cultivation, sending her opponent flying with a single blow. How could the Chen family members all be so formidable? Was there not a single ordinary person among them? With her hands now free, Chen Junren, the elders blocking the way, hurriedly scattered in all directions. Each gaze directed towards her was filled with astonishment and dread. Chen Junren fixed her eyes upon these frail, aging dragons, who appeared to be on the brink of their final days, and spoke in a low voice. You claim that the 3 great sacred lands have been invaded, but I ask you, has the great wilderness sacred land suffered any losses? It is common knowledge that the great wilderness sacred land is the domain of a singular individual, the Holy Master, Hua Donan. Notably, during Chen Daoxuan's recent battle in the Great Wilderness, the ancient palace remained unscathed, and Hua Donan did not intervene at any point. Chen Junren's words echoed the concerns harbored in Lin Tu's heart. One elder, upon hearing this, was filled with rage and stepped forward to argue. While the Great Wilderness sacred land has not been attacked, the other continents under its jurisdiction have suffered varying degrees of invasion. If you do not believe me, you may go and see for yourself. See for what? Chen Junren, drawing her sword, pointed it menacingly at the man. You dragon clan are nothing but hypocritical, cunning creatures. Be wise and step aside, or I shall leave no trace of you. You, the dragon elders were already perturbed. Suddenly, an inconspicuous figure appeared behind Chen Junren, unnoticed by anyone. Lord Realm Master. The elders bowed deeply in the starlit sky. Chen Junren was momentarily taken aback. The Azure Dragon Emperor. Chapter 78. The Grand Entrance of the Azure Dragon Emperor. The Azure Dragon Emperor. Is that truly the Azure Dragon Emperor? Lin Tu and Bai Ming gazed in astonishment at the middle-aged man in azure robes, exuding a serene aura behind Chen Junren. Both of them displayed expressions of sheer disbelief. Chen Junran herself was equally taken aback, rendered motionless. She understood that if a mighty emperor wished to erase her and Xiao Lu from existence, it would merely require a glance. Her beautiful eyes gazed longingly at Xiao Lu, who remained peacefully asleep. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned to face the figure before her, bowing respectfully. I am Chen Junran, honored to meet you, Uncle Azure Emperor. She referred to me as uncle. The Azure Emperor narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing this petite girl from the Qin clan. Your brother has slain an elder of my dragon clan. What do you believe should be done about this matter? The inquiry from a powerful emperor, even if delivered with a calm demeanor, plunged Chen Junran into despair. She hesitated to respond, recalling how she had nearly admonished Xiao Lu not to harm an elder of the dragon clan. How could she have anticipated that Xiao Lu, upon returning from his trials in the lower realm, would possess the strength to slay a dragon elder? Was it due to his extraordinary prowess? Or was that elder simply too weak? The answer remained elusive. Chen Junran remained silent, reluctant to speak. The Azure Emperor, sensing her hesitation, extended his hand, brushing against her exquisitely delicate face. You are a clever girl. You should realize that this matter cannot be easily dismissed. Choosing silence will not ensure your safety. I understand. Chen Junran responded, fully aware of the gravity of an elder's status, particularly one from an imperial lineage. The Azure Emperor pressed on. So, what is your answer? Chen Junran quietly observed Xiao Lu, recalling the hope he represented upon his return to the upper realm, being the first among her 5 sisters to reunite with him. Her eyes began to glisten with tears, yet she maintained her courage, standing tall before the formidable emperor, lifting her chin. I will exchange my life for his. The Azure Emperor's expression shifted slightly. Upon hearing her declaration, everyone present was taken aback. Chen Junran was prepared to sacrifice herself for her brother. Such an act was utterly incomprehensible within the Dragon Clan. The courage displayed by Chen Junran momentarily rendered the Azure Emperor speechless. The Dragon Clan was populated by powerful beings. If they could muster even a fraction of the cohesion found in the Shura clan, they would not have descended into such a fragmented state as they were today. To offer your life for his. This boy must be of paramount importance to you within your Shura imperial clan, the Azure Emperor remarked, his gaze lingering on Chen Daoxuan. Evidently still shaken by the recent display of extreme power. The supreme imperial weapon was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, the Dragon Clan possessed one as well, currently in his grasp. The overwhelming force encountered in this celestial realm was unprecedented in its ferocity, evoking a sense of curiosity within the Azure Emperor regarding Chen Daoxuan. Such intrigue was both inevitable and unreserved. Chen Junran, with a playful glint in her beautiful eyes, remarked, he is the only male descendant of the Qin clan, so naturally, I must protect him. This has nothing to do with gender. The Azure Emperor rubbed his forehead and turned his gaze toward Lei Xiaonan and the others. Feeling a sense of exasperation, I instructed you to think thrice before acting, yet you ignored my words, and now you have stirred trouble, haven't you? In response, Lei Xiaonan hastily countered, no, my lord. It was actually Chen Daoxuan who first killed my brother and sister. The Azure Emperor questioned, if it were not for your sisters scheming to lure him into a trap, would the subsequent events have unfolded? As the Dragon Clan sovereign, he possessed the capability to uncover the truth swiftly. Without such prowess, he could never maintain order in the tumultuous Azure Dragon Empire. With reddened eyes, Lei Xiaonan bowed his head in silence, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He glared fiercely at Chen Junran and declared, if she is willing to take death for Chen Daoxuan, then let my lord grant her that mercy. What? The elders exchanged astonished glances, utterly shocked. Was the young lady truly considering a compromise? However, upon reflection, it became evident that for many years, the Azure Emperor's leniency towards the Shura imperial clan had brought shame upon the Dragon Clan. If they were to forfeit this opportunity, not only would Chen Daoxuan escape, but Chen Junran would also be freed, leaving their ancestors in the heavenly realm restless. With that thought, the elders felt compelled to heed Lei Xiaonan's wishes, petitioning the Azure Emperor. As long as they could eliminate the one named Chen, it mattered little who it was. Better to kill one than none at all. Very well. Let her be the one to perish, the Azure Emperor finally pronounced. As he rendered judgment, a flicker of relief appeared in Chen Junran's eyes. Little Six could survive. That was sufficient. After all, she had lived from the very beginning to protect Little Six. Now, with his remarkable prowess and astonishing growth, She realized she was no longer worthy of being his guardian. Lin 2. Take little six back to the Shura Empire and inform our mother of the events here. Chen Junran smiled radiantly. Lin 2 nodded with difficulty, his mouth agape. As the Azure Emperor tore through the fabric of space, Chen Junran stepped into the rift, yearning for one last glance at her brother, yet ultimately refraining from looking back. For every smile, every gesture of her brother was already etched deeply in her mind, never to be forgotten in this lifetime. There was no need to add to the sorrow. Half a month later, Chen Daoxuan lay languidly upon a golden silk couch, awakening to reveal a gentle visage akin to jade. This maiden, with elegantly arched brows and a refined nose, possessed captivating, radiant eyes. Clad in a snow-white alchemist's robe, she exuded an air of nobility. The alchemist's badge adorning her chest was inscribed with 9 stars, signifying a 9th-tier alchemist. My elder sister once remarked that there exists no longer a pill emperor in the world. Rather, my sister Chen Luohong stands as the most formidable alchemical master across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Upon contemplating this, Chen Daoxuan abruptly sat upright. You are my elder sister? Indeed. The gentle aura of Chen Luohong blossomed with the smile gracing her face, enveloping Chen Daoxuan in a refreshing warmth akin to a spring breeze. Recalling the fierce battle in the star domain of the Zonglong Emperor realm, a sudden tremor coursed through his mind. Subsequently, under Chen Luohong's puzzled gaze, he promptly assumed a meditative posture, delving into his inner consciousness. When he beheld the ancient emperor's astral compass hovering beside the divine tree, a wave of relief washed over him. Curiosity piqued. He raised his eyes. How did I return safely? He only remembered feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his head, and after utilizing the ancient emperor's astral compass, he suddenly lost consciousness. Beside him were only Lin 2 and Bai Ming. Even united, they could not possibly contend with the 4-star Xian Sheng Lei Xiaonan. The chilling implications sent a shudder through Chen Daoxuan's thoughts. Observing his unease brought satisfaction to Chen Luohong, who immediately offered comfort. It was Xiao Wu who exchanged her life for your safe return. Boom. A tremendous aura surged forth from the Rakshasa Imperial Palace in an instant. Do not be overly agitated. Chen Luohong interjected. The Qing Emperor does not dare to harm Xiao Wu. Their dragon clan lacks the courage to do so. Chapter 79. Xiao Lu already possesses the potential to lead the imperial clan in the room. Chen Daoxuan's bloodshot eyes brimmed with an insatiable murderous intent. Despite his elder sister's attempts at consolation, the fact remained that 5th sister found herself in peril because of him. Chen Daoxuan said nothing as he dressed and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to exit the room, Chen Luohong abruptly blocked his path. Where do you think you are going? Chen Luohong demanded. With an impassive expression, Chen Daoxuan replied, to the Zonglong Imperial realm to bring 5th sister home. I have already told you, they dare not harm her. Besides, Mother has already rushed to the dragon domain upon receiving the news, Chen Luohong insisted. And my father? Chen Daoxuan inquired. Chen Luohong's complexion shifted slightly. Father may be preoccupied with some matters, so... What? Chen Daoxuan exclaimed incredulously. 5th sister has been captured. Her life uncertain, and father chooses to turn a blind eye? It's not that he is ignoring her. I believe father has his own plans. Chen Luohong attempted to explain. Enough. Chen Daoxuan interjected. He had initially dismissed Aunt Qiu's words, but now, if something were to happen to 5th sister, his father, the mightiest emperor, refusing to venture to the dragon domain, such an act would be unforgivable. Chen Daoxuan's body remained frail, a stark contrast to the expected vigor of one with the Rakshasa bloodline. Chen Luohong, curious about his condition, asked, First, tell me why you have become so weakened. One extreme Dao imperial weapon, Chen Daoxuan confessed. An extreme Dao imperial weapon. Chen Luohong echoed in disbelief. I have said all I needed to say. Elder sister, I must go to the dragon domain now. Do not obstruct me. Chen Daoxuan attempted to push past his sister, but as their shoulders collided, an overwhelming force, rivaling that of the Thunder Dragon ancestor, surged towards him. Elder sister, it was a formidable saint-level presence. The collision forced Chen Daoxuan back several steps, leaving him utterly astonished. Their gazes locked, and Chen Luohong reassured him, with mother present, 5th sister will return. You do not understand, Chen Daoxuan replied, attempting to circumvent his sister once more. What is it that I do not understand? Listen to your elder sister, and rest well. Everything is under mother's careful arrangement, Chen Luohong urged, blocking him again. Chen Daoxuan raised his eyes, realization dawning upon him. But how can mother contend with the entirety of the dragon domain? If I were the Qing emperor, I would seize this opportunity to eliminate mother. This would shift the balance from 3 emperors to 2, a far better outcome than our current predicament. Chen Luohong, upon hearing this, nodded appreciatively. No wonder mother often praises you in my presence, saying you are as astute and strategic as father. Xiao Lu, rest assured. Mother will be fine, for all 6 of us Rakshasa from the hall have set out with her. Mother stated that she would go all out. If the Qing emperor refuses to release her, she will annihilate the Songlong imperial realm, mobilizing the entire force. Chen Daoxuan asked, astonished. Indeed, mother is a person of decisive action. You will come to understand. Trouble. Chen Daoxuan's expression suddenly changed dramatically as he firmly grasped his elder sister's shoulders. How many Saint Realm powerhouses do we still have in our Rakshasa Empire? Chen Luohong, perplexed by his agitation, replied, including me, there are 2. What's wrong? A tremor coursed through Chen Daoxuan, his eyes filled with trepidation. He had long harbored concerns that, somewhere in the vast and boundless universe, there might exist a mysterious force unknown even to the 3 great imperial clans. The fact that their mother had led 6 Rakshasa Hall masters out to rescue their 5th sister afforded this unknown entity a prime opportunity to launch an assault on the Rakshasa Empire. Who is the other Saint Realm powerhouse? Chen Daoxuan inquired. It's Bai Chan, the adopted son of my uncle, whose cultivation has long surpassed his. Reaching the great Saint Realm. However, his temperament is rather eccentric. He often secludes himself in the forbidden grass hut, immersed in his own studies. Chen Luohong had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation and was unaware of why 6th was asking such detailed questions. Bai Chun, 2nd sister, Chen Lu, Huang Chong of the Dragon Clan, and Bai Chun of the Rakshasa Clan. 3 unparalleled prodigies destined to ascend to the realm of emperors. Suddenly, realization dawned on Chen Daoxuan. He gazed intently at his elder sister, his expression grave. What I am about to say may be hard for you to believe. If my suspicions are correct, a mysterious force will soon invade our Rakshasa Empire with the intent of utterly toppling our imperial clan. Chen Luohong gasped in shock, invading us. Listen to me, Chen Daoxuan urged. With our mother and the 6 Rakshasa Hall masters absent, and my own body too weakened to defend our kin, we must rely on you and Bai Chun to confront this threat together. You must find Bai Chun immediately and inform him of this matter. Remember, if anything unforeseen occurs, the 2 of you must not act alone. You must unite to face the enemy. His resolute tone mirrored that of their father from years past, which made Chen Luohong acutely aware that she could no longer regard 6th as a mere child. He had truly grown up, possessing the latent capability to lead an imperial clan. With this thought, Chen Luohong smiled with satisfaction. All right, I will follow your arrangements. Once the elder sister departed, Chen Daoxuan summoned the Dark Moon's 28 stars, instructing the swiftest among them, Qin Ana, to hasten to the Shura Empire and convey his concerns to their father. Regardless of his father's thoughts, it was imperative to inform him at this juncture. This would not only clarify his stance, but also, should he indeed be the orchestrator behind this turmoil, Chen Daoxuan's foresight might instill a sense of caution in his father, thereby disrupting his plans. Of course, the latter scenario was not one he wished to witness. Despite his lineage from 2 great imperial clans, he sincerely hoped for his family to embody warmth, unity, love, and trust, rather than succumb to internal strife, deceit, and disintegration, leading to mutual destruction. Under the hasty arrangements made by Chen Daoxuan, the entire Rakshasa Empire began to adopt a state of heightened vigilance. The patrolling clansmen increased in number, and the elders diligently performed their duties, guarding their respective altars. Upon learning of this development, Bai Ming, accompanied by his loyal follower Heir Zhuzi, hastened to Chen Daoxuan's side. Your mother did not punish you? Chen Daoxuan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing them, having anticipated a harsher fate from his mother. Bai Ming chuckled awkwardly. My aunt knows I am a timid and conflict-averse person. After this lesson, I shall never provoke you again, and I will ensure that the entire clan supports you, backing your ascension as the divine son of our Rakshasa lineage. Chen Daoxuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. But my surname is Chun, not Bai. Bai Ming responded dismissively. What difference does that make? As long as the blood of our Rakshasa clan flows within you, your surname is of little consequence. Moreover, my aunt mentioned that once you become the lord of the Rakshasa realm, you may select one of your future sons to bear the surname Bai, thus securing your place in the family tree. Chen Daoxuan sighed. All right. My mother truly possesses an unconventional mindset. It is fortunate that she is an emperor, otherwise, she might not have the authority to maintain such order. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the horizon, startling countless individuals, including Chen Daoxuan, who craned their necks to look. The invaders had arrived. Chapter 80. The mysterious masked man appears. Not just one expert of the profound realm. Ling Yuan gazed into the distance and solemnly instructed, Green Ruo, Xinu, you two must hasten to provide support. Understood. The two women accepted their orders and instantly transformed into two streaks of azure light, vanishing into the horizon. Boom, boom, boom. Soon after, an astonishing aura erupted from all directions. Each location was led by an expert of the profound realm, clearly indicating that the invaders were fully committed this time. This directly validated Chen Daoxuan's conjecture. These individuals aimed to annihilate the Rakshasa imperial clan, while both his mother and the 6 hall lords were absent. The Rakshasa imperial clan was embroiled in fierce battles across various locations. For those who had lived in the imperial realm, accustomed to peace since childhood, this was undoubtedly a nightmare. After a prolonged era of tranquility, there were always those yearning for war. Yet, when conflict unexpectedly arrived and the enemy materialized before them, they fled in a most disheveled manner. Fortunately, the imperial clan possessed formidable strength and profound heritage. Under Chen Daoxuan's meticulous planning, all battlefronts mounted effective counterattacks, maintaining the overall line of defense within a controllable range. Hey, cousin, how long do you think this war will last? Bai Ming trembled in fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably, perfectly embodying the essence of cowardice. Chen Daoxuan shook his head helplessly. The true strong have yet to make an appearance. It is futile to discuss a resolution. Those presently engaged are merely distractions meant to divert the attention of our Rakshasa imperial clan, a mere assortment of pawns. The genuine adversaries are undoubtedly lurking in the shadows, ever poised to launch a surprise attack on the imperial palace. Bai Ming slumped to the ground, almost clinging to Chen Daoxuan's leg in desperation. Well, as long as I am by your side, I am assuredly safe. Chen Daoxuan replied, that is not entirely the case. Bai Ming looked up in astonishment. Do not try to deceive me. You have slain the Thunder Dragon ancestor. Who in this world, aside from emperors and profound emperors, could possibly be your match? Chen Daoxuan responded, regrettably, I find myself inexplicably weakened at the moment, no longer possessing the prowess I once had. What? Bai Ming exclaimed. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan shifted his tone and smiled down at him. The enemy's ultimate target must be the imperial palace. The imperial palace. Bai Ming thought he had arrived at a place of absolute safety, only to realize he was in the most perilous location instead. Zhuzi, quickly take me away from here. He suddenly shouted in urgency. Zhuzi hurried over, hoisting the panicked Bai Ming onto his shoulder and swiftly darting into the skies. It is fortunate that this fellow did not become the divine son. Otherwise, our Rakshasa imperial realm would truly become the laughingstock of the myriad realms. Ling Yuan rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. Bai Ming, who always advocated for the invincibility of survival, was not immortal. In the end, what awaited him was merely a grave. What significance did it hold? At present within the vast imperial palace, only Chen Daoxuan and Ling Yuan remained. The cacophony of battle raged on, tumultuous waves crashing around them. Seated in a rocking chair, Chen Daoxuan's gaze traversed her long, elegant legs, sweeping upwards across the plains and snow-capped mountains, finally resting upon her exquisitely delicate visage. Noticing her palpable anxiety, he inquired with a smile. Have you encountered such a scene before? Never. Ling Yuan replied sternly. Indeed, Chen Daoxuan continued, as a prominent imperial clan, how could you face the horrors of invasion without the upheaval of an era? Ling Yuan was momentarily taken aback, observing the young master calmly savoring his tea. She found it peculiar. Chen Xiao, are you not afraid? After all, you returned from the lower realms without having faced such grand spectacles. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. One cannot evade fate. There exist truths in the lower realms that our imperial clan has yet to comprehend, Chen Daoxuan remarked, his tranquil eyes scanning the horizon. Suddenly, from a certain direction, a terrifying figure materialized. Cloaked in red clouds and a black robe, adorned with a yellow patterned mask, the figure stood with arms relaxed, facing the wind, obscuring any discernible features. He deliberately concealed his strength, emitting no aura whatsoever. Seeing this figure approach within mere thousands of feet of the imperial palace, Ling Yuan, filled with righteous indignation, drew her sword, unleashing the fierce energy of the 7 stars, Xinzun. Just as she prepared to charge into battle, Chen Daoxuan's voice rang out urgently, "Do not engage. You will perish." Caught off guard, Ling Yuan halted mid-stride, her skirt billowing in the wind as she instinctively pressed down on its hem. Turning back in disbelief, she exclaimed, "Chen Xiaoyu." Without averting his gaze, Chen Daoxuan maintained a distant stare at the masked figure, his tone seemingly calm, yet laden with gravity. "He is formidable." "Formidable?" Ling Yuan questioned, her eyes fixed on the mysterious figure. "I sense no aura from him. How do you determine he is so powerful, Chen Xiao?" "Intuition," he replied. "My instincts tell me that this individual may surpass even the Thunder Dragon ancestor." "What?" Ling Yuan's face paled, and just then, she was taken aback as the masked man began to stride towards them through the air. With each step he took, his presence seemed to cover an unfathomable distance, drawing ever closer to the imperial palace. As Ling Yuan felt her breath catch in her throat, at last, 2 figures tore through the void, appearing before the palace. "Sister!" Chen Daoxuan exclaimed with immense joy upon recognizing the newcomers. His gaze then fell upon the silhouette clad in black attire, wielding a slender spiritual sword, standing behind his sister. Was that Bai Chun, one of the 3 most formidable prodigies of the realm? Chen Daoxuan narrowed his eyes, eager to witness the prowess of this universally acknowledged future emperor of the Rakshasa imperial realm. Chen Luohong turned her head, signaling Chen Daoxuan not to be afraid. Her cold gaze fixed upon the enigmatic figure in the mask, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Struggling to discern his identity, "Is it that you conceal your true visage out of shame?" The masked man chuckled softly, his voice raspy and eerily unsettling. "The eldest daughter of the Chen family remains as amusing as ever." Chen Luohong furrowed her brows, filled with suspicion. "You recognize me?" The masked man cast his gaze towards the horizon, exuding an air of detachment, as if he had transcended the mundane. "Indeed, not only that. I once held you in my arms." Chen Luohong responded, bewildered. "What do you mean? Held me? Who besides the Shura and the Rakshasa has ever embraced me?" At that moment, the masked man shifted his attention to Bai Chun, "Little black dragon. Though you are indeed a dragon, you willingly pledge your loyalty to the Rakshasa clan. Does your heart not ache?" Bai Chun smirked disdainfully, lifting his gaze. "The dragon clan regards me as an outcast. I must accept this outcome. Moreover, sooner or later, I shall personally annihilate the dragon realm." The masked man, rather than expressing anger, erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, truly, you are the little black dragon, possessing spirit. I shall eagerly await the day you bring about the destruction of the dragon realm." Bai Chen pondered. "So, who is this individual? What is his purpose here?" Chapter 81. The Mysterious Masked Man, an unmatched power. Bai Chun and Chen Luong, 2 formidable great saints, stood poised. Behind them was Chen Daoxuan, who had recently dispatched an ancient ancestor of the dragon clan through enigmatic means. In the face of such an imposing assembly, the masked man exhibited not a trace of fear. Rather, he gazed down upon them with an air of haughty disdain. He remained silent, standing serenely in the void. Bai Chun, with a flick of his wrist, conjured a ball of black flame that erupted from his palm with a resounding pop. In an instant, the temperature of the surrounding air began to rise at an alarming rate, transforming the atmosphere into a searing furnace, with even the fabric of the void warping in response. This was the chaotic black flame. Chen Daoxuan's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes as he fixed his gaze upon the chaotic black flame, which danced like a dark sprite in the wind, provoking a tempest of emotions within him. Such a rare fire possessed a power that exceeded even the 5-colored of the Thunder Dragon ancestor. With just this black flame, Chen Daoxuan could almost ascertain that, even if the Thunder Dragon ancestor and the Black Dragon Bai Chun were of equal cultivation, the latter's true might would undoubtedly surpass that of the former. "Make your move," commanded Chen Luohong, as she shattered the void beneath her feet, transforming into an invisible bolt of lightning. The masked man casually raised his hand and struck at the nearby void, targeting Chen Luohong, who was taken aback and swiftly crossed her arms before her chest. With a resounding impact, Chen Luohong was sent reeling through the air, sliding back dozens of feet before managing to regain her footing. Meanwhile, Bai Chun, wielding a slender sword, closed his eyes in concentration, enveloping the blade in the chaotic black flame while channeling spiritual energy to the tip of his other hand, gently flicking it against the sword. The blade vibrated at a high frequency, emitting a piercing shriek that piqued Chen Daoxuan's interest. Both he and Bai Chun practiced the art of sword fusion. But while Chen Daoxian preferred to manipulate the sword with his fingertips, Bai Chun employed a flicking motion. Blade of the boxed sword. Bai Chun uttered softly. Suddenly, delicate fissures resembling spider silk rippled through the space surrounding the masked man. The sword chi quietly permeated these fractures, showcasing a perfect fusion of spatial laws and sword techniques, granting Chen Daoxian significant insight. Crack, crack. Suddenly, vast sections of space shattered, unleashing an endless barrage of sword shadows that surged towards the masked man. Each shadow was enveloped in the chaotic black flame, and any single one could pose a lethal threat to a saint-level warrior. The myriad sword shadows formed an enormous cage of sword chi. Yet, to Bai Chen's astonishment, the cloaked masked man seemed to glide effortlessly through this cage. His movements ethereal and undisturbed. He not only evaded the onslaught of tens of thousands of sword chi with ease, but also occasionally waved at Bai Chun with a casual nonchalance. The implication is that his move was utterly feeble. That movement technique, could it be the legendary butterfly immortal step? Bai Chun, incredulous, widened his eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxian immediately interjected, "No. The masked man's technique, while not the butterfly immortal step, is astonishingly swift. More importantly, as of now, the three of us still cannot detect any fluctuations of energy emanating from him. To be able to toy with two formidable saints. Could this individual truly be a being of the Xuandi level?" Chen Daoxuan's gaze narrowed slightly, fixated upon the figure, not daring to blink. If the opponent were indeed a Xuandi-level being, then apart from invoking the ancient emperor's fixed star disk once more, there would be no superior alternatives. However, after his last use of the fixed star disk, he felt as though his very essence had been drained. Could he truly manage to employ it again now? Suddenly, the sword technique of sealing the throat. The heavens and earth trembled abruptly. That circular sword chi cage shattered under the influence of some mysterious law. The masked man stiffly lifted his head, seemingly unable to control himself within the law, and opened his mouth. Simultaneously, a colossal sword shadow, exuding an astounding aura, tore through the heavens before plunging directly into the open mouth of the masked man. With a piercing thrust, it pierced through the cosmos. Yet, to Chun Luohong's astonishment, at the last moment, the masked man unexpectedly broke free from the constraints of the law, swiftly retreating a step to evade the oncoming sword shadow effortlessly. The sword shadow plunged into the earth, causing the veins of the land to surge with energy. In an instant, the sea began to churn with monstrous waves, and even the ground of the imperial palace island cracked incessantly, releasing a searing aura. No. Chen Luohong's delicate face turned pale. "Sister, focus on the enemy. I'll handle this," Chen Daoxian declared at that moment. Extreme Void Law Realm. Under Chen Daoxuan's mastery of superspace control, the turbulent energy of the land began to gradually stabilize. To his surprise, his brother possessed such advanced spatial techniques. As Chen Luohong sighed in relief, she exchanged a glance with Bai Chun, without the need for words. They charged towards the masked man, one to the left and the other to the right. Engaging in lethal strikes, since their previous attempts proved futile, they would resort to close combat. The Rakshasa clan, renowned for their prowess in melee, certainly did not earn their reputation lightly. Yet, even with both of them unleashing their full might, the masked man remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of disarray in his steps, instead moving with a leisurely grace. This only deepened Chen Daoxuan's scowl. Recalling the earlier sword strike, he discerned that the masked man had deliberately freed himself from the constraints of the law at the last moment of the sealing the throat sword technique. In other words, his sister's technique posed no threat to him whatsoever. He could escape at any time he wished. No, this person is far too powerful. After Chen Daoxian stabilized the energy of the earth vein, he immediately shouted into the air, "Elder sister, Bai Chun, flee from him at once. You are no match for him." What? Upon hearing this, Bai Chun swiftly retreated to a distance of 10,000 feet. However, Chen Luohong was somewhat taken aback. Just as she was puzzled and glanced towards her brother, a large hand stealthily passed in front of her. In an instant, it grasped her by the throat. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, like a flash of lightning. "Elder sister." Chen Daoxuan's expression darkened, and the hand concealed within his sleeve had quietly grasped the ancient emperor's star compass. "Do not act recklessly." The masked man chuckled softly. shifting his gaze to Bai Chen. At this moment, Bai Chen's pupils had transformed into an eerie shade of dark red. The masked man fixed his eyes upon those orbs, inquiring with a smile, "Is this the chaotic divine eye? The chaotic divine eye?" Chen Daoxuan followed suit, looking on, with the chaotic black flame and the chaotic divine eye. It seemed Bai Chen was ready to give his all, yet at such a critical juncture, the elder sister was ensnared by that accursed masked man. "Do not concern yourself with me." Chen Luohong suddenly bit down on the masked man's hand. The pain sent the masked man into a furious rage, and a hint of terrifying aura inadvertently emanated from him, plunging the entire Rakshasa Empire into an abyss of despair. What was that aura? It was not from the Xian Emperor. It was. Chapter 82. The fourth emperor. The entire Rakshasa Empire trembled abruptly. In countless battlefields, everyone fell into despair under the terrifying spiritual pressure that was inadvertently revealed. A stranger, the aura of an emperor. He is an emperor-level powerhouse. Ling Yuan hurriedly shielded Chen Daoxuan behind her, her gaze filled with disbelief as she looked up at the mysterious masked man. How could there possibly be a fourth emperor-level powerhouse in this world? It is inconceivable. The emperor-level beings stand at the pinnacle of the ancient universe, with the three existing emperors already heralded as the Shining Era. How could a fourth one possibly emerge? Moreover, at the moment of their ascension to emperorship, any emperor would cause a stir throughout the cosmos. It is impossible. At this moment, Chen Luohong and Bai Chen exchanged bewildered glances, desperately trying to discern the true identity of the masked man. No wonder they were unable to prevail. Facing an emperor-level powerhouse as an opponent rendered their chances futile. Emperor. Chen Daoxuan's gaze fell, his fists trembling with rage. His mother had brought 6 Hall-level Rakshasas to the dragon domain, and the Qing Emperor along with the other dragon ancestors would undoubtedly be awaiting them. This meant that, among the current emperors, only one remained unoccupied. Confronted with Chen Daoxuan's furious gaze, the masked man smiled with crimson eyes. "Xianer, what do you wish to say?" "Xianer." The masked man's voice suddenly shifted, resonating with a familiarity that struck Chen Daoxuan and Chen Luohong. "Father." Chen Luohong stared, tears brimming in her eyes as she choked out, "Father, is it really you?" "Ah, it is I," the masked man responded. Yet, Chen Daoxuan bellowed thunderously, "He is not." Not. Chen Luohong could hardly believe her ears. She was the eldest daughter, having spent the most time with her father. "Xiao Lu, it seems we were all mistaken. Father truly intends to engulf the Rakshasa Empire and even the dragon domain. But such actions would never be forgiven by mother. What do you plan to do about her?" With tears in her eyes, Chen Luohong gazed at the masked man, questioning him. The masked man responded with a chilling smile, his cold eyes betraying an endless indifference. "Who knows?" Chen Daoxuan's expression shifted slightly, his voice heavy as he declared, "He is not our father, eldest sister." Do not be deceived by his disguised voice. Not. Chen Luohong was perplexed. The voice of their father had emerged, and the aura of an emperor was unmistakable. How could it not be him? Bai Chen, too, was confused, yet he remained focused, scrutinizing the masked man for any sign of weakness. The atmosphere became tense. Beneath the mask, the voice echoed Chen Songyuan's words. "Xianer, are you unable to accept this reality?" Chen Daoxuan retorted, "Do not call me Xianer. It disgusts me. If you wish to prove that you are my father, then remove your mask, and let me see." The masked man fell silent, his gaze evidently trembling for a moment, a look of shock illuminating his eyes. This reaction, precisely captured by Chen Daoxuan, reinforced his suspicions, prompting him to declare, "If he were indeed my father, then by my father's formidable methods, he would have surely brought the 3 great saint servants of the Shura Emperor Palace and summoned Chunmei and the others to stabilize me. Even De Huang would be dispatched to the battlefield to swiftly resolve this conflict. Yet, as it stands, the battlefield remains within controllable limits. Thus, I am convinced that this man cannot be my father." His thunderous voice reverberated through the realm of the Rakshasa Emperor, forcing countless souls to confront the reality. This individual dares to impersonate the Shura Emperor, attempting to incite war between the 2 imperial clans. Under Chen Daoxuan's furious rebuke, the masked man's eyes grew increasingly fierce. A torrent of malevolence and imperial might surged from within him, enveloping the entire universe in a terrifying pressure. The imperial authority suppressed all realms, unstoppable. Millions of beings prostrated themselves on the ground, while numerous supreme beings of forbidden lands trembled in fear secretly coveting the emergence of a fourth imperial powerhouse. Who could this be? This question lingered in the minds of all present. The masked man's cold red eyes, brimming with boundless hatred, fixed upon Chen Daoxuan. Shinner, I lament not being able to witness your birth. Had I been there, I would never have allowed you to grow so strong. Chen Daoxuan swiftly retrieved the ancient emperor's star compass, aiming it at him. Indeed, that is a great regret. Today, you shall die by my hand. What? By Chen? Chen Luohong and Ling Yuan simultaneously dropped their jaws. What is he saying? He intends to annihilate an imperial powerhouse. Chen Daoxuan's madness elicited a mocking laughter from the masked man. Ha! If your father were here, I might fear him to some extent. But you? What are you? In the eyes of an imperial powerhouse, all beings are but ants. Even though he sensed that the peculiar compass in Chen Daoxuan's hand seemed to be an extraordinary imperial weapon, he remained unafraid. The emperors of this age are all exceptionally formidable beings. Setting aside the primordial era, they are far more powerful than their predecessors. A mere imperial weapon. What can it do to me? Today, I shall show you that your self-proclaimed invincible trump card is nothing more than a mayfly attempting to shake the heavens. The masked man's words inexplicably struck a familiar chord within Chen Daoxuan, as though he had heard them somewhere before. Nonetheless, the arrow is drawn and must be released. Chen Daoxuan no longer feared his inability to annihilate this self-important emperor. After all, the ancient emperor's star compass is the foremost divine mechanism of the god of destruction. Incomparable to the so-called extraordinary imperial weapons that people speak of, what he feared was his current state, unable to successfully summon the ancient emperor's star disk. Furthermore, his elder sister remains in his grasp. The masked man, treading upon the void, clutched Chen Luohong's delicate neck with one hand, elevating her high as if to present a trophy to Chen Daoxuan. His cold, domineering gaze radiated unparalleled arrogance, looking down upon all of creation. Make your move. I am eager to see how far you can soar after slaying an aged dragon. Upon hearing these words, Chen Daoxuan lowered his gaze with indifference and posed a singular question. You are the master behind the Holy Soul Palace, are you not? The masked man's crimson eyes narrowed, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. What a clever lad you are, to deduce this. However, as I hold your sister's life in my grasp, let us not dwell on whether you can slay me. I shall ask you this. Do you dare? Dare? Chen Daoxuan exclaimed, suddenly lifting his head. Directing his focus towards the masked man, he channeled all his spiritual energy into the ancient emperor's star disk. An unprecedented and transcendent force erupted, resounding through the heavens. Under this overwhelming aura of destruction, all present were struck with terror. Chen Luohong's eyes sparkled with astonishment, as if she saw the reflection of her younger self in Xiao Lu. The young Xiao Lu had been equally breathtaking, astonishing the three great imperial clans time and again. Sister, I am truly sorry. Rather than succumbing to his threats and accompanying you in death, I would sacrifice you alone to save countless kin. A tear of blood fell from Chen Daoxuan's eye. The ancient emperor's star disk finally radiated supreme, destructive might. With fierce determination, he hurled it forth. Chapter 83. The True Identity of the Masked Man, the Proud Emperor. You wretched scoundrel, how can you disregard your sister's life? The masked man was evidently taken aback as Chen Daoxuan unhesitatingly hurled the supreme imperial weapon. Above the vast firmament, the fabric of space began to collapse on a grand scale. The masked man's gaze was fixated on Chen Luohong, his eyes betraying a hint of turmoil. And at a critical moment, he unexpectedly flung her towards the horizon. The overwhelming imperial might enveloped his form, causing the myriad stars to tremble incessantly. In the face of this unparalleled strike, the masked man could not help but erupt into three thunderous laughs. As he clenched his fists, a colossal beast emerged behind him, standing amidst the starry sky, exuding an unfathomable aura of terror. The beast was wreathed in crackling thunder, and upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a resplendent golden tortoise. Upon its back, a golden serpentine creature radiated an astonishing brilliance. The tortoise and the serpent seemed to command the infinite laws of the cosmos, channeling all the natural forces of the universe into the masked man's fist. The Xuanwu clan? At this moment, countless individuals were struck with horror. When had a mighty emperor of the Xuanwu sacred land emerged, unbeknownst to them? It was him. Chen Luohong stared in astonishment at the familiar figure, memories surfacing of a spirited man sitting at her home, dining with her sister. The divine king's overlord fist. The masked man's black robe billowed ominously. The surrounding air surged deep into the starry river, causing the myriad realms to tremble violently. It seemed as though he had transcended the very essence of the Tao. From the cosmos, the ultimate power coalesced, all converging into the punch he unleashed. Heavenly laws resonated, and the grand Tao harmonized. In the rift of the shattering cosmic expanse, the supreme fist collided fiercely with the ancient imperial star plate, unleashing a cataclysmic tempest that swept outward. The nearest Wei was the first to be reduced to ashes in the wake of the storm. As the obliterating tempest approached the Rakshasa Emperor's realm, the sky collapsed, the Tao vanished, and the stars shattered, leaving countless onlookers in despair. Chen Daoxuan had not anticipated that the clash between the ancient imperial star plate and a mighty emperor would summon such a world-ending calamity. Yet he was utterly spent. In his blurred vision, he beheld the collapse of the heavenly Tao and the anguished cries of countless souls. Was it all to come to an end? Chen Daoxuan swayed unsteadily, and in a daze, he reclined upon the soft, fragrant couch, burying his face deep into the pillow, surrendering to slumber. Young master. Gazing at the young master, who had collapsed into her arms, utterly unconscious, Ling Yuan felt her initial fear dissipate like mist. The Dark Moon's 28 glories had been destined since birth to protect the future young master. Thus, she should not fear death, at least in this moment. To die alongside the young master here was a solace for her lifetime. Young master, if there is a next life, I shall guard you by your side once more. A single tear slipped down her cheek. Confronted by an overwhelming aura of destruction that loomed over the entire Rakshasa Empire, amidst the cries and despair of countless clansmen, only Ling Yuan steadfastly held the young master in her embrace, fearless of life and death, unwavering in her resolve. Release our young master, you scoundrel. Suddenly, a familiar voice resounded from the heavens, shattering the oppressive silence. Chunmei. Ling Yuan's eyes flew open as she gazed upward, and indeed, Chunmei, Xiaolon, Qiuzhu, and Dongji had all arrived. And there, standing behind them, was the indomitable figure, the most powerful emperor of the age, the Azura Emperor, Chen Daoxuan. In the sky, Chen Daoxuan's appearance rekindled hope among the despairing populace of the Rakshasa Empire. Those who had harbored doubts about him were instantly engulfed in shame. Not only was Chen Daoxuan not the perpetrator of their invasion, but he also emerged at a critical moment to rescue them. As the destructive energy bore down, his typically refined and scholarly demeanor turned icy. As he formed a seal with his hand, the collapse of the starry sky slowed significantly. A mysterious and terrifying imperial might swiftly permeated the realms, as if 3,000 paths were fused into one, effortlessly manipulated by Chen Daoxuan, enforcing unbreakable rules to suppress the devastating force sweeping across the myriad worlds. The fifth form of the all-encompassing phenomena, reversal of extremes. As Chen Daoxuan reached out with his hand, an endless divine aura surged from the depths of the universe, swiftly enveloping the vast expanse of starry sky caught in the tempest of destruction, transforming it into a scene of tranquility. Within the domain of reversal of extremes, all violent energies extinguished, and all things returned to silence. The world was hushed. The powers of the masked man and the ancient imperial celestial compass were rendered powerless within this terrifying domain. However, the serene atmosphere lasted but a moment before it was abruptly shattered by the rapidly spinning ancient imperial celestial compass. Crack! A fissure appeared in the domain, and under Chen Daoxuan's incredulous gaze, the crack widened, unleashing a force so terrifying that it sent a chill through him, shattering the domain barrier and hurtling towards the masked man with ferocity. No, no. The masked man looked in despair at the ancient imperial celestial compass, which bore down upon him with overwhelming divine might. His mask began to fracture, ultimately revealing a face of sheer terror that, upon meeting Chen Daoxuan's eyes, left him utterly astonished. Yao Yin! Chen Daoxuan exclaimed in shock. But at that moment, the starry sky trembled violently once more. A domineering and mysterious power materialized from the void, transforming into a vortex of colorful energy, descending upon the cosmos. Within the vortex, a peculiar long pillar of profound iron descended slowly, ultimately revealing itself to the onlookers as a colossal cross of the same material. This cross, which had arrived before Yao Yin, firmly withstood the devastating blow of the ancient emperor's celestial star plate. To the astonishment of all, the power emanating from the cross seemed to transcend the boundaries of this realm, as if it were a force that surpassed all established paths. Yet, it was still unable to withstand the might of the ancient emperor's artifact. Upon collision, it began to shatter into fragments. Nevertheless, its arrival granted Yi Aoyan a fleeting moment of reprieve to escape. Witnessing this, Yi Aoyan's face contorted with rage as he glared at Chen Songyuan and at Chen Daoxuan, who lay unconscious in Ling Yuan's embrace. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of light, fleeing toward the infinitely distorted, multicolored vortex. Yi Aoyan, is Xiao Mai's disappearance linked to you? Chen Songyuan roared, his fury radiating an overwhelming presence that rendered the very cosmos breathless. His wrath embodied the essence of what it means to be the most formidable emperor of the age. Even the denizens of the Rakshasa Empire were acutely aware of the terror that this man represented. As Yi Aoyan approached the vortex, he momentarily halted, his face twisted into a grotesque mask of hatred. If you wish to know, then come pursue me, and cease to address me by my name. I am now the Emperor Aoyan. Chapter 84. Brothers turn against each other, all for Changlo. Recollection. The proud Emperor Tian stood before a familiar visage, now twisted with madness, laughing maniacally from within the vibrant whirlpool. Chen Songyun's sorrowful eyes glimmered faintly. 500 years ago, at the Xuanwu Sacred Land, as a sanctuary that had loyally served the Shura Empire for generations, the sudden arrival of Emperor Chen Songyuan left the entire Xuanwu Sacred Land in astonishment. The Holy Master, Yi Wuwen, led over 1,000 elders from the clan to welcome the emperor's descent. As the imperial might cascaded down from the depths of the heavens, countless individuals within the sacred ground bowed in reverence. Among the crowd, two brothers simultaneously lifted their heads, their gazes drawn to the two figures descending from the sky. Initially awed by Chen Songyun's imposing stature, they soon found their attention gravitating towards the maiden in the lotus robe beside him. She was ethereal and pure, akin to a celestial snow lotus, beautiful yet untouchable. Brother, look quickly, she is so beautiful. Shu, do not speak carelessly. That is the Shura Emperor. He may have already heard us. I meant no disrespect. I simply find her truly stunning. Lower your head, though the brothers whispered. Their voices were captured effortlessly by Chen Songyuan in the profound silence of the moment. Those who have attained the Emperor's realm possess senses that surpass ordinary comprehension. Just as the sound of a mosquito's wings buzzing can be discerned by an emperor, distinguishing its gender with ease. Chen Songyuan cast a glance toward the trembling youths kneeling amidst the crowd, but chose not to punish them. Guided by Yi Wuwen, he strode directly toward the sacred altar. The altar was a site reserved for significant ceremonies. Now, with the Shura Emperor present, it was customary for the most gifted youth of the clan to present their achievements to Emperor Chen. Next, the young master, Yi Aoyan. As a white-clad youth took the stage, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Beside Chen Songyuan, Chen Changel, who had been yawning, initially assumed this would be no different from the previous so-called prodigies of the sacred land. However, just as she was about to take a sip of water, an overwhelming energy storm erupted from the altar. Xianzong. Chen Changel set down her cup, unable to hide her astonishment. The youth on the altar had remarkably reached the same 6-star Xianzong level as she had. In this humble sacred ground, a genius emerged who could rival the esteemed daughter of the imperial clan. Such an occurrence completely reshaped her previous understanding of the sacred land. Upon perceiving his daughter's competitive spirit, Chen Songyuan calmly remarked, "This is the bloodline of the ancient divine clan. Among the 7 sacred lands, only the Xuanwu and Zhuke clans have the potential to give rise to mighty emperors in the future. Do you understand now?" "Yes." Chen Changel nodded emphatically, gazing at the spirited youth before her, and then made a request. "Father, I wish to ascend the stage and compete with him." This took Yi Wuwen by surprise. To his astonishment, Emperor Chen promptly consented. As this imperial heiress ascended the sacred platform, Yi Wuwen exchanged knowing glances with the perplexed Yu Aoyan, hoping his son would comprehend the gravity of the situation. The individual before them was an imperial scion of immense nobility, utterly distinct from their own lineage. It was imperative that she not be harmed in the slightest. Yi Aoyan, though unaware of his father's deeper intentions, was smitten by Chen Changel's charm. During the contest, he restrained his full abilities, yet ultimately found himself unceremoniously kicked off the sacred platform by Chen Changel, inciting a chorus of cheers and applause from the elders present. His eyes were filled with admiration for the enchanting Chen Changel. However, his younger brother, lacking understanding, rushed onto the stage, engaging in a chaotic brawl with Chen Changel. The entire affair was fraught with peril, as their exchanges grew increasingly lethal. Fortunately, Yi Wuan intervened just in time, halting his younger son and kneeling publicly to apologize to Chen Changel. In that moment, the bewildered Yi Aoyin and the impetuous Yi Aohai finally grasped the stark difference in status between themselves and the imperial heiress. The master-servant relationship was now distinctly defined in their minds. Subsequently, due to the arena match, Chen Changel and the Yi brothers forged an unbreakable friendship. They trained together and traveled as companions, becoming inseparable confidants. Chen Changel even set aside her noble status, frequently inviting the two to the Shura imperial palace for leisure. Within the palace, they genuinely experienced the profound heritage of the imperial clan. An elderly fish-keeper, a gardener clad in a conical hat, and a chef, all possessed cultivation levels far surpassing that of their father. Even a dog within the imperial palace boasted astonishing semi-saint prowess. Such disparities deepened their respect for Chen Changel. However, as time passed, Chen Changel blossomed into an even more captivating beauty. Her previously austere figure subtly developed alluring curves, and her exquisite visage captivated both brothers, rendering them utterly entranced. It is often said that there is no such thing as a purely platonic relationship between men and women. Indeed, the brothers soon found themselves pursuing Chen Changel, transcending the boundaries of status and class. This led to numerous fierce confrontations between them, all for the sake of Changel, ultimately straining their fraternal bond. The elder brother, Yi Aoyin, resorted to flattery in his attempts to win her affection. Younger brother Yi Aohai, in contrast, exuded an air of confidence, boldly proclaiming his intention to embark on the supreme path alongside Chen Changel. It is often said that a man must be warm-hearted to be truly caring. Ironically, however, the reality is that those who fawn and flatter invariably end up with nothing to show for their efforts. When Chen Changel resolved to marry Yi Aohai, a momentous upheaval occurred within the Xuanwu Holy Land in less than 3 days. The Holy Master Yi Wuan fell victim to a mysterious assassin, meeting his untimely demise. In his final moments, he unexpectedly left behind a will, designating his second son, Yi Aohai, as his successor. This development marked the end of the bond between the two brothers. Yi Aoyin, consumed by fury, departed in haste. Centuries later, he returned with astonishingly enhanced powers, leaving the Holy Land in awe. To thwart his plans of annihilating the Xuanwu Holy Land, the unparalleled prodigy Chen Tianmai, who had ascended to the realm of the Xian Emperor, ventured forth alone. Yet, unexpectedly, both he and Yi Aoyin vanished without a trace. Chen Daoxuan, I could have addressed you as father-in-law, yet your interference in Changel's choices has cost you the allegiance of this proud Emperor Aoyin. Do you feel remorse? Upon hearing Yi Aoyin's frenzied roar, Chen Daoxuan stood impassively, shaking his head in resignation. I have never influenced Changel's decisions. The man she has always cherished is your brother. I refuse to believe it. You will not deceive me. The man whom Changel holds dearest in her heart must be me. It is me. It is me. Yi Aoyin laughed wildly, venting his pent-up frustration. Just then, a golden hand suddenly emerged from a vibrant vortex behind him. Like a chick being seized, he was grasped tightly and forcefully pulled inside. The terrifying scene left all present trembling in fear. Even Chen Daoxuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Chapter 85. The 9 heavens and 10 earths may not constitute the entirety of this world. That golden hand, seemingly emanating from a realm of higher dimensions, displayed a terrifying power that even made the so-called mightiest emperor, Chen Daoxuan, feel an inexplicable sense of trepidation. However, an instinct whispered to him that perhaps within the mysterious world of that vortex lay traces of Xiaomai. Clenching his fists, Chen Daoxuan, witnessing the vortex gradually dissipating, could no longer restrain himself and took a step forward. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. It was the awakened Chen Daoxian. Xiaoxian, your third sister might be there. Allow me to go. Chen Daoxuan's expression was resolute. Their eyes met, and Chen Daoxian firmly declared, No, you cannot go. Chen Daoxuan replied, You. Chen Daoxian pointed towards the vortex and said, Father, do you not see the unreasonably slow disappearance of that space? A spatial vortex, when it wishes to vanish, does so in an instant. Yet, that colorful vortex is dissipating quite slowly, as if it is deliberately designed to lure you in. Chen Daoxuan, known for his meticulous thoughts, was certainly aware of this. However, his desire to find Xiao Mai was overwhelming. I must see her alive or dead. As his father was about to force his way through, Chen Daoxuan suddenly exclaimed, "To retrieve your third sister, you must remain patient. Do not fall into their trap." Chen Daoxuan's advance faltered slightly as he regarded his son with a complex expression. Noticing his father had finally calmed down, Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief and continued. "Moreover, if the aura within is so potent, why do they not emerge directly to confront us in a decisive battle? The answer is simple. There exists in this world a presence they deeply fear." Chen Daoxuan, incredulous, asked, "Are you implying?" Chen Daoxuan recalled an elder he had encountered on the Tianxian continent and smiled knowingly. Who knows, he believed that the elder was silently observing from some distant place. Should the enemies within the colorful vortex dare to breach the boundary, the elder would promptly appear and obliterate them. On the surface, the world regarded Chen Daoxuan as the strongest being among the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, in reality, Chen Daoxuan was acutely aware that their clan's ancestor, Chen Luanian, was still alive, a legend from the primordial age. Perhaps his cultivation had already surpassed that of an emperor and reached the realm of the divine. The god of destruction, is he not a god? Under his son's fervent persuasion, Chen Daoxuan finally suppressed his unwillingness and regained composure. The father and son sat silently, watching the slowly rotating colorful vortex gradually fade into nothingness, disappearing from their sight. Their gazes remained unwaveringly resolute. With Chen Daoxuan's arrival, the crisis of the Rakshasa Emperor's domain was entirely averted. Bai Luoyan has yet to return. To avoid suspicion, Chen Daoxuan naturally refrained from stepping into the Rakshasa imperial palace. Instead, he brought his son and eldest daughter to a nearby island, a sanctuary of tranquility. This was the island where the Kiran Rakshasa, Mei Chanchu, resided. Amidst the lush green mountains and crystal-clear waters, there lay a hidden abode, a jade palace that resembled a celestial paradise. Without the owner's permission, Chen Daoxuan trespassed upon this serene place, walking on a wooden bridge adorned with floating duckweed, where he observed 2 red koi frolicking in joyful pursuit. With a mere glance, both fish met their untimely demise, turning belly up in an instant. This scene unfolded before Chen Daoxuan, who stood behind him, causing 3 dark crows to appear upon his forehead. "Father, I am sorry," Chen Luong suddenly spoke. Chen Daoxuan withdrew his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Dahong, why apologize when all seems well?" Chen Luong bit her lip, overwhelmed with shame. "When that Yi Outyin claimed to be you, I believed his words." Painfully, she closed her eyes, unable to face her father, her fists trembling with suppressed emotion. Observing his daughter's expression of guilt, Chen Daoxuan's eyes softened. "I thought it was something serious." With that, he approached his daughter, gently placing his hand on her forehead, revealing a fatherly smile. "Throughout my life, I have been misunderstood by many, yet I prefer not to explain myself to the world. For a true stronghold never feels the need to justify themselves to anyone, nor do they concern themselves with being misinterpreted." Chen Luohong, with teary eyes, looked up. "Yet I have accompanied you for thousands of years, but in the end, I cannot compete with Xiao Lu, who shares your days and nights. As your eldest daughter, I feel utterly defeated." "Eldest sister, you are mistaken," Chen Daoxuan interjected suddenly. "Initially, I too had my doubts about father. However, in Yi Outyan's words, I discerned illogical elements, and his eagerness to confess seemed unreasonable." Chen Luohong was momentarily taken aback. "You too?" "Indeed," Chen Daoxuan replied. "A rational person would naturally harbor doubts in such circumstances. After all, father is extraordinarily powerful, and it is entirely plausible for someone of such strength to harbor ambitions of unifying the 3 great imperial clans." "Ha ha!" Chen Daoxuan suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his eyes brimming with affection as he looked at his son. "You little rascal, how straightforward you are." Chen Daoxuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Perhaps I inherited my mother's forthright temperament. However, when it comes to maintaining composure, I am quite like father, am I not?" Chen Daoxuan's smile widened. "Very well. You have taken only the finest traits from both your parents. With such qualities, you shall manage the 2 great imperial clans with ease. Father even intends for Xiao Lu to oversee the imperial clan." Chen Luohong was taken aback. She was aware of her mother's intentions, having always been by her side. Yet, it seemed they had both misunderstood him. Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath, gazing up at the azure sky, his profound eyes flickering with a fervent glimmer. setting aside the trivial matter of managing the imperial clan. The forces behind the Sacred Soul Palace should indeed not be underestimated. At that moment, the descending dark iron cross wielded an unparalleled pressure, rarely seen in the world. The power supporting the Sacred Soul Palace. Chen Daoxuan truly regards it with great concern. What could possibly instill such trepidation in that force, preventing it from revealing itself directly? Could it indeed be the ancestor? Might there exist another mysterious power, specifically tasked with suppressing the otherworldly beings within that colorful vortex? The vastness of the primordial universe is boundless. The so-called 9 heavens and 10 earths, the myriad realms, may not encompass the entirety of existence. At this juncture, Chen Daoxuan suddenly inquired, "Xin'er, regarding your supreme imperial weapon." "Father, even if you ask about it, I shall not divulge anything." Chen Daoxuan resolutely declined, his tone unwavering and definitive. The god of destruction was the legacy he deemed his strongest. It surpassed all known and unknown powers in the world. Hence, this secret shall forever remain unspoken to anyone. By withholding it from family, he ensures they shall never betray him. This is not a matter of mistrust, but rather a precautionary measure. Very well. Chen Daoxuan decided not to press further. He shifted his gaze towards the small pavilion at the center of the azure pool and sighed deeply. In those days, the master of this island and your mother created harmonious melodies, enchanting countless souls. Had it not been for your father's quick thinking in seizing the initiative, perhaps neither of you would have had the chance to grace this world. Chen Daoxuan. Chen Luohong. Chapter 86. The gathering of fourth sister and brother-in-law at the imperial palace. Ultimately, it seems that father remains unable to let go. Regarding matters involving father, mother, and Mei Changchu, it appears that only upon Mei Changchu's return will Chen Daoxuan be able to ascertain the truth for himself. Moreover, even if we were to consider the possibility that Mei Changchu harbors feelings for mother, what difference would it make? In the end, did not father prevail? There is truly no need for such childishness. At the very least, were it Chen Daoxuan, he would not be so perturbed by these affairs. The news of the mysterious attack on the Rakshasa Empire sent shockwaves throughout the myriad realms. In a private chamber, Chen Daoxuan reclined in a bath, while Ling Yuan and Chen Meiwei to wash his back. Bai Shi, in front, scattered petals into the tub, leaving Chen Daoxuan utterly astonished. "Are you two competing like roosters? Bickering the moment you meet?" Chen Daoxuan could no longer contain his impatience. With a single remark, he brought both women to a complete standstill, their heads bowed in submission. Just then, a voice called from outside the door. "Little Six, are you there?" Chen Daoxuan replied, "I am bathing." Chen Luohong responded, "Hurry and tidy yourself up. Your fourth sister and brother-in-law have come to see you." "Fourth sister? Brother-in-law? Excellent." Chen Daoxuan promptly rose from the tub. The 3 women assisted him in dressing, and after a brief period of grooming, he emerged from the room, looking remarkably dashing, and quickly joined his eldest sister in the imperial palace's side hall. Upon entering, a man and a woman turned to regard them. The man was handsome, strikingly similar to Yi Aotian, clearly the younger brother of the emperor, Yi Aohai, the current lord of the Xuanwu sacred land. Accompanying him was a celestial beauty, undoubtedly his fourth sister, Chen Changle. Although Chen Daoxuan had met 3 of his 5 sisters, it must be said that compared to the eldest and the youngest, this fourth sister was the most enchanting. Despite being married, she still radiated an ethereal charm, her grace remarkably restrained. "You must be Little Six?" Chen Changle approached Chen Daoxuan swiftly, surveying him with affectionate eyes. Chen Daoxuan, moved, replied, "Yes. Younger brother greets sister and brother-in-law. Indeed, our Little Six is both handsome and possesses a commendable masculine vigor. He truly is a remarkable young man." Yi Aohai exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his mirth resounding with a boldness that far surpassed that of the eccentric Yi Aotian, despite his cultivation being inferior to his brother's. Chen Changle pursed her lips, expressing a hint of difficulty as she said, "It is all my fault. The debt of gratitude I owe from years past nearly cost you your life." Yi Aohai, upon hearing this, was filled with fury. That scoundrel. Not only did he cause my father's demise, but he also seeks to harm many more. How could our Yi family have produced such a wretch? At this revelation, Chen Daoxuan was taken aback. He caused his own father's death? With a deep sigh, Yi Aohai replied, "Indeed, my father wished to pass the throne to me, but he could not accept it, and thus secretly poisoned my father. When the truth emerged, he even fought fiercely, severely injuring several of our clan's elders. Such audacious renegades are not my brother at all. If I ever encounter him, I shall fight him to the death, with neither of us yielding. Chen Daoxuan, with a hint of exasperation, replied, if you truly meet him, I hope you will refrain from engaging in such a deadly struggle. His words, delivered with such candor, rendered Yi Aohai momentarily speechless. Setting aside the heat of the moment, Chen Daoxuan's statement was undeniably accurate. Presently, Yi Aoyan has ascended to become the fourth emperor among the realms, bearing the title of Emperor Aoyan. In contrast, although Yi Aohai holds the position of the sacred master of Xuanwu, his current cultivation level is merely at the pinnacle of the 9-star Xian Saint, having yet to even touch the threshold of the Great Saint realm. Such power, even among the sacred realm experts, is regarded as formidable. It must be acknowledged that, in the eyes of an emperor, he is but a speck of dust, indistinguishable from any other. Chen Daoxuan has already experienced the terror of an emperor. Without the ancient emperor's destiny star plate, he too would be viewed as inconsequential in the eyes of Emperor Aoyan. Chen Luohong interjected. Yi Aoyan has betrayed his kin and extinguished his humanity, inciting the wrath of both gods and men. However, Little Six is correct. He has now become an emperor. And to confront him, we must rely on the strength of our parents and Little Six. Little Six. Chen Changle and Yi Aohai exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. In response to their shocked expressions, Chen Luohong revealed, you may not be aware, but Little Six possesses a hidden card that almost enabled him to obliterate Yi Aoyan. What? The two gasped in astonishment. Little Six is indeed formidable. A few days prior, their father departed from the Rakshasa Emperor realm, granting the four youngsters a newfound freedom. Within the imperial palace, the four were in high spirits, reveling in their drink. Upon hearing that Little Six had acquired a remarkable skill that could significantly enhance his cultivation through dual cultivation with a woman of special bloodline, Yi Aohai exclaimed in admiration. What a splendid technique. Chen Changle shot a sidelong glance. What are you saying? The terrifying intensity of his gaze immediately drenched Yi Aohai in a cold sweat. Hastily setting down his cup, he hurriedly explained, haha, my lady, I do not mean what you think. I merely suggest that since our Xuanwu divine clan possesses the ancient divine bloodline, if we find someone to dual cultivate with Little Six, wouldn't his cultivation soar? Seeing his brother-in-law's fervent desire for self-preservation, Chen Daoxuan chuckled. It is indeed a good idea, but is it truly appropriate? Is it not said that the ancient divine clans are most averse to close kinship? Yi Aohai waved his hand dismissively. What does that have to do with close kin? Besides, our clan's lineage spans millions of years, even if we share the same surname. Most relationships have long since drifted beyond the stars. Little Six, remember, you need not overthink it with your brother-in-law. Just tell me what you desire, and I guarantee to fulfill your wishes clearly and distinctly. Upon hearing this, Chen Changle's cheeks flushed, and she glared at him. What are you saying? Little Six is still young. Yi Aohai waved his hand dismissively, remarking that since he had returned from his trials, he must have matured considerably. He understood the customs surrounding the imperial scions descending to the mortal realm. The fact that Xiao Lu could return to the upper realm indicated that he had transcended the entanglements of affection. In response to his brother-in-law's concerned inquiry, Chen Daoxuan felt somewhat embarrassed and casually remarked that it sufficed if the individual in question were a woman. What? How could that be? To their astonishment, both Chen Luohong and Chen Changlu abruptly stood up, slamming their hands on the table. The two men exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changlu suggested, Husband, what do you think of Yi Wujiao? Yi Aohai was momentarily taken aback by the mention. She is indeed commendable, but her temperament. Chen Changlu interjected, What of her temperament? She must learn to temper it in front of our Xiao Lu. If you cannot manage such a young girl, what right do you have to claim the title of Xuanwu Saint Lord? Chen Luohong stifled a laugh, signaling her younger sister to show some respect to her brother-in-law. However, the marriage between the Holy Land and the imperial family has always been inherently unequal. That Yi Aohai could marry Chen Changlu was a blessing granted by the heavens, a fact he himself acknowledged. Recognizing that he had climbed the lofty branches of the esteemed Chen clan, under the stern admonitions of his wife, Yi Aohai ceased to make excuses, conceding, Very well. I shall arrange this matter upon my return, ensuring that the little firecracker serves our Xiao Lu dutifully. Chen Daoxuan could only respond with confusion. Little firecracker? What on earth? Wasn't her name Yi Wujiao? Chapter 87. the remnant powers of the god of destruction in the depths of night. A few individuals indulged excessively in drink. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Daoxuan instructed Bai Ji to close the door, leaving her alone. When Bai Ji returned after securing the windows and door, she was taken aback to find him lying on the couch, his complexion oscillating between warmth and chill. "Young master, what is happening?" "Shoo." Chen Daoxuan raised a single finger to hush her, signaling her to remain silent. "Assist me to sit up," he murmured weakly. With Bai Ji's support, he managed to stabilize himself and then began to meditate, circulating his spiritual energy in a repetitive cycle. Even now, his body remained frail, a testament to the immense toll exacted by the repeated use of the ancient emperor's star disk. It was evident that, were it not for his possession of the Rakshasa bloodline, he would have perished long ago. After a night of recuperation, Chen Daoxuan's complexion showed slight improvement. To alleviate the concerns of his elder sisters, he maintained a facade of joviality when engaging with them. However, he devoted his nights to focused recovery. The only one aware of the truth was Bai Ji. Observing the young master's steadfastness, yet noting no signs of recovery over the days, she felt compelled to discreetly seek out Chen Luohong, revealing Chen Daoxuan's condition to her. In the room, clad in a white alchemist's robe, Chen Luohong sat at the edge of the bed, her fingers delicately resting on Chen Daoxuan's wrist. "Elder sister, I am fine," he said with a gentle smile. Yet, Chen Luohong's expression grew increasingly grave. Moments later, she abruptly stood, her demeanor transformed. "Xiao Lu, you are being utterly reckless." The sudden outburst startled Bai Ji, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Elder sister, what of the young master?" Witnessing her sister tremble, tears welling in her eyes, Chen Daoxuan was taken aback. "I merely exerted the extreme emperor's weapon twice. Surely it cannot have caused any serious injury? Surely it cannot." Chen Luohong, suppressing her fury, her gaze filled with concern, replied, "Xiao Lu, although I am unaware of the nature of your extreme emperor's weapon, your current physical state is dire. Within you resides a multitude of forces that do not belong to you, forces that are both violent and uncontrollable, entangled within your spiritual meridians, unable to dissipate. These past days, your unilateral decisions to forcefully suppress them through meditation. Do you realize that this will only exacerbate the issue?" Chen Daoxuan looked perplexed. "Why is that?" Chen Luohong's voice trembled as she explained, "Because suppressing that power will only solidify its affinity within you. Later, expelling it from your body will become increasingly difficult." With tears in her eyes, she closed them, shaking her head in anguish, teetering on the brink of despair. Observing her distress, it became evident that the situation was indeed quite grave. Chen Daoxuan forced himself to sit up, an involuntary chill creeping down his spine. No wonder. I had previously been puzzled as to why our Rakshasa clan, endowed with boundless spiritual energy, could be reduced to an irretrievable state by an imperial weapon. It turns out this was not mere depletion. Bai Ji's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Chen Luohong. "Miss, what shall we do now? Can you heal the young master?" Chen Luohong clenched her delicate hand tightly against her chest, raising her head and closing her eyes. "What is done is done. No matter how difficult it is to accept, we must confront it." After struggling for a long while, she finally reopened her eyes, which now shone with an extraordinary resolve. "In all the world, I alone have the possibility to save you. No matter what, I must try." She was indeed the most powerful alchemist under the heavens. If even she was at a loss, then Little Six's life would surely be in jeopardy. The gravity of the situation shocked Chen Daoxuan. "What on earth had the ancient imperial star disk left within me?" Chen Luohong said, "Bai Shi, this matter must remain a secret for now, understood?" When she referred to anyone, it naturally included Chen Songyuan. Bai Shi nodded solemnly. Chen Luohong instructed Bai Shi to leave. And once the door was closed, she turned her gaze toward her brother. "Show me your ultimate imperial weapon." "Chen Daoxuan," Chen Luohong urged, "I understand how important that item is to you, and if possible, I would like to respect your wishes." Chen Daoxuan replied, "I understand." With a flick of his hand, the void twisted violently, and in the next moment, an ancient star disk suddenly hovered above his palm. Upon seeing this unparalleled imperial weapon, Chen Luohong, whose mental fortitude was already formidable, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She hurriedly stepped back, her eyes wide with sheer terror as she looked at the ancient imperial star disk. This. Since Chen Daoxuan had taken it out, he chose to trust his elder sister and explained, "It's called the ancient imperial star disk. It is a form of my inheritance. The ancient imperial star disk? Chen Daoxuan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Throughout history, many legendary ultimate imperial weapons had vanished, yet she was familiar with their names, such as the Nine-Li Map, the Infinite Ruler, the Dao Yin Fairy Garment, the Void Sword, the Primordial Bell, the Desolate Tower, and the Celestial Dragon Fawn. But the ancient imperial star disk? This was something she had never heard of. With a mind full of questions, Chen Daoxuan forcibly suppressed the fear that surged from the depths of her soul and stepped forward to examine it. However, as she drew near, a terrifying power emanating from the ancient imperial star disk surged toward her mental strength. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan reacted swiftly, immediately retracting it back into his body. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan was overwhelmed by the malevolent energy, collapsing to the ground in shock. In an instant, it felt as though her body had been shattered into countless pieces. Unbelievably, the terrifying object his brother had used to strike against Yi Outyin was this formidable thing, in comparison to the power it displayed outwardly. The true horror of the ancient emperor's star plate lies in its capacity to inflict damage upon the soul. Contemplating this, Chen Daoxuan abruptly raised her gaze and inquired with a tremor in her voice, How is your mental strength faring? Mental strength? The sea of consciousness? Chen Daoxuan replied, Ever since I acquired the ancient emperor's star plate, the colors of the sky and ocean within my sea of consciousness have transformed. The ocean? Chen Daoxuan exclaimed with astonishment. Your sea of consciousness resembles an ocean? How vast is it? Chen Daoxuan scratched his head. I can't say for certain. It seems boundless. Chen Daoxuan, despite her cultivation being merely at the great sage level, could undoubtedly rank among the top 5 in terms of sea of consciousness strength across the realms. Yet, even so, her mental sea was but a visible lake, not particularly expansive. She had not anticipated that Xiao Lu's sea of consciousness would be so formidable. Chen Daoxuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, your mental strength is remarkably formidable. Otherwise, you might not have survived to this day. Now, come with me to the Shura Emperor Palace, where the richest resources of imperial-grade spiritual herbs in this world can be found. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. Young master, something is amiss. Chen Daoxuan's expression shifted as she gestured for Xiao Lu to remain silent before stepping outside. There, she beheld Bai Ming, who had tumbled and crawled into the courtyard, exclaiming, A messenger from the Songlong Emperor realm just arrived with a broken sword. It's the severed blade of Lord Bai Kuei, the evil Rakshasa. What? Chapter 88. Charging towards the dragon domain, creating a turmoil. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open. Chen Daoxuan, filled with uncontrollable rage, exclaimed, Are you referring to the broken sword of the evil Rakshasa? Xiaolu, return to your room first. Chen Daoxuan shook her head at him. However, how could Chen Daoxuan remain at ease when his mother was in peril? Observing Bai Ming's cowardly demeanor, Chen Daoxuan lowered his voice and inquired once more. Who delivered the broken sword? Have they departed? Bai Ming replied, It was Lei Xiaonin. She just left and should not be far away. Chen Daoxuan pressed. In which direction? Bai Ming pointed towards the horizon. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately intervened. Xiaolu, you previously urged father to remain calm. Why are you now unable to adapt in the face of danger? Implicitly, she meant that his physical condition was already dire. It was impossible for him to utilize the ancient emperor's star-setting plate, let alone muster even a fraction of his original strength. Chen Daoxuan hoped he would heed her advice and return to the Shura Imperial Palace with her. As for rescuing their mother, that task should be entrusted to their father. Yet, the current circumstances differed vastly from when they faced Yi Outyin. The evil Rakshas's sword was shattered. The situation was evidently beyond their control. Chen Daoxuan endeavored to maintain a calm tone as he retorted, Eldest sister, you must have heard the phrase delay breeds change. If mother is engaged in fierce combat with the dragon clan, every moment counts. The sooner we arrive, the greater the chance of her survival. This is an undeniable truth. Otherwise, if we inform father and waste precious days, even if he reaches the Songlong Imperial realm, it may be too late. Chen Daoxuan fell silent, for Xiaoyu's assessment was accurate. Presently, their mother might still be battling fiercely, or perhaps she had already faced defeat. Regardless of either possibility, arriving early at the dragon domain was undoubtedly the most advantageous decision for their mother. When Chen Daoxuan first arrived at the Rakshasa Imperial realm, his mother had constantly been by his side, imparting her skills without reservation. Even during the years she was not present, he could genuinely feel the warmth of her love. If the roles were reversed, He believed his mother would go to any lengths to rescue him. Eldest sister, my mind is made up. Will you remain here to guard the imperial clan, or accompany me to the dragon domain? Chen Daoxuan inquired. Their gazes locked. Upon seeing her brother's unwavering determination, Chen Luohong's tumultuous emotions suddenly settled. Of course, I will accompany you, she declared with emotion. Then let us, as siblings, create a tremendous upheaval, Chen Daoxuan declared, turning his gaze towards the trembling Bai Ming, admonishing him, stop shaking. Go inform fourth sister of this matter and have her and brother-in-law remain to guard the imperial clan, in case this is another of Yi Aoyin's schemes. Bai Ming replied fearfully, yes, yes. And what about Bai Chun? Bai Chun has already proceeded to the dragon domain. A voice suddenly resonated. The three turned to find Chen Changle and Yi Ao Hai had arrived outside the courtyard. Sister, Xiao Lu, you may proceed without concern. We shall handle matters on the imperial clan's side, Chen Changle stated. Fully aware that his strength was insufficient to confront the dragon clan directly, joining them would only render him a burden. Chen Luohong nodded, though her worry for Xiao Lu's health lingered. However, this matter was highly confidential and entailed grave implications. She could not divulge it. All she hoped for was that this journey would successfully bring their mother back, allowing her to devote herself entirely to Xiao Lu's recovery. Otherwise, any further delay could lead to a situation beyond even divine intervention. Chen Daoxuan and Chen Luohong, guided by Bai Ming's directions, tore through the fabric of space and entered the spatial tunnel. In the vastness of the universe, the two hastened through the tunnel, observing her brother's tense profile. Chen Luohong pondered, when we encounter Lei Xiaonan, should a confrontation arise, I shall take the lead. Chen Daoxuan nodded in agreement. Lei Xiaonan was merely a 4-star Xian saint. His sister could certainly handle her. After 3 days of traversing through space, the siblings finally arrived at the Zonglong imperial realm. However, the sight before them left them somewhat astounded. The teleportation platform lay in ruins, scattered and ravaged. Among the scorched earth, the bodies of dragon clan warriors littered the ground. From the state of the charred remains, Chen Luohong deduced that all of this destruction was wrought by Bai Chun. Strange. Chen Daoxuan mused, stroking his chin, his brow furrowed. Chen Luohong tilted her head in curiosity. What troubles you? Chen Daoxuan spoke plainly. Lei Xiaonan's cultivation is merely that of a 4-star Xian saint. Bai Ming clearly stated she had just departed. Why then has Bai Chun, a great saint, managed to reach the Zonglong imperial realm before us? His words instilled a sense of unease in Chen Luohong as she recognized the oddity of the situation. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. With Bai Chun already taking action, the sooner they located him, the more effectively they could unite their strengths to carve a bloody path through the dragon domain. In the realm of heaven and earth, there were no sounds of battle. However, Chen Daoxuan possessed an astounding mental acuity, perhaps the most formidable presence across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. With his eyes closed, he sensed the various faint traces left by Bai Chun. Following these ethereal signs, the duo pressed onward. In the Zongming realm, the ancient dragon ancestor led over 10,000 elders, encircling Bai Chun within a valley. Upon seeing the once small black dragon, now a great saint, the ancient dragon ancestor's eyes flared with a fierce crimson hue. You, a stray dog, dare to return. It was he who once sought to slay Bai Chun, only to be thwarted by an intervention from the Fire Dragon clan, allowing the small black dragon to escape. Now, when enemies meet, the animosity is palpable. Confronted by the multitude of ancient dragons, the heavens and earth were entirely enveloped. A faint, bloodthirsty smile crept upon Bai Chen's thin lips. Old fool. I have no time to linger here with you. If you know what's good for you, step aside swiftly. The ancient dragon of the underworld, taken aback, inquired. What did you say? Is this little black dragon not here for me? With a hint of surprise, he added, then why have you come to my dragon domain? Bai Chen's cold gaze lifted slightly as he retorted, you feign ignorance. With a resounding crash, he stomped down, shattering the ground beneath him. In an instant, his figure appeared before the ancient dragon of the underworld. Boom. Their fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing a terrifying tempest of energy that surged forth. Despite being at the same level of great sage, the ancient dragon of the underworld found himself utterly overmatched, sent reeling backward by Bai Chun's punch. Ancestor! The other ancient dragons exclaimed in shock. At that moment, the ancient dragon of thunder raised his hand, signaling them not to engage. Cough, cough. The ancient dragon of thunder's blood surged violently, prompting him to cough fiercely. Confounded, he demanded, "Speak clearly. What purpose do you have in coming to my dragon domain?" Bai Chun casually adjusted his sleeves and replied indifferently, "Of course, I am here to escort my adoptive father and the Lord of the Realm back home." The Lord of the Realm, one dragon, having willingly fallen from grace, submitted to Bai Luoyin as the Lord of the Realm. The ancient dragon of thunder scoffed. Did they not leave long ago? Boom. A torrent of murderous intent erupted from within Bai Chun. Old fool, still pretending. It seems your Thunder Dragon clan is courting annihilation today. The ancient dragon of Thunder's eyes widened in disbelief. What am I pretending about?